Chapter 1. Rebirth in 1998. In a parallel universe. Please do not identify with the characters. In the spring of 1998, in Changha City, at First High School on the rooftop of the teaching building, Chen Pingan, stop daydreaming. Focus on your studies and aim for a good university that is far more important than anything else, Li Mingyun exclaimed, her tone rife with disappointment. They were both seniors in high school, having shared 3 years of camaraderie, which had fostered a strong bond between them. Li Mingyun was disheartened by the thought of Chen Pingan squandering his potential, hence her admonishment for him to study diligently. To her dismay, Chen Pingan seemed unmoved, igniting her frustration. He gazed at the beautiful girl before him, his eyes brimming with tears. Could this be a dream? Is the girl before me truly Li Mingyun? My heavens, have I returned to the eve of the college entrance examinations in 1998? Chen Pingan was struck with astonishment. The scene was all too familiar to him. This was the spring of 1998, when Li Mingyun scolded him on the rooftop, urging him to take his studies seriously. This memory was etched in his mind, one he would never forget. Yet the era he had lived in was 2024. He had been reborn from 2024 back to 1998, a span of 26 years. How fortunate he felt. In his previous life, he had harbored countless regrets, and now, astonishingly, he had been granted a second chance. Looking at the irate girl, Chen Pingan felt no anger. He understood that Li Mingyun was right. Only through diligent study and gaining admission to a university could he alter the course of his life. If nothing changed, Li Mingyun would attend Peking University and, by her sophomore year, study abroad in the United States. Graduating from a prestigious institution, she would establish a company there, thriving and expanding it into a successful enterprise. 20 years later, when Chen Pingan encountered Li Mingyun again, she had become the president of a multinational corporation with a fortune of at least $300 million. In stark contrast, Chen Pingan found himself a failed businessman, drowning in debts amounting to $500,000, contemplating suicide in despair. It was only through Li Mingyun's intervention that he learned of her continued support, as she helped him repay his debts and rekindled his will to live. Through their conversations, he realized that she had once offered him a chance, which he had squandered. Chen Pingan lamented his own failures for not striving alongside Li Mingyun to gain admission to Peking University, settling instead for a lesser institution, thereby missing out on her entirely. He was not well versed in the details of her marital status, but he had heard whispers of her unhappiness, devoid of children. However, at that time, he had found himself devoid of any opportunities. The disparity in their social standings loomed large, a chasm that would only widen in the ensuing 20 years. Yet, now, in 1998, when everything was still in the realm of possibility, he realized that he could change his fate. Thank you, Li Mingyun. I will study diligently and secure a place in a good university, Chen Pingan declared, his heart swelling with emotion. 20 years hence, he had indeed stood on that very rooftop, ready to leap into the abyss, only to be saved by Li Mingyun, who appeared like an angel to pull him back from despair. He was genuinely moved. He had resigned himself to a life of regret, believing he would never have the chance to repay Li Mingyun. But fate had smiled upon him, returning him to his high school days in 1998, where everything remained uncharted and ripe for change. Chen Pingan finally had the opportunity to amend his past mistakes. I hope you can keep your word, otherwise your life will truly be over, Li Mingyun said earnestly. Yet, Chen Pingan smiled, feeling as though everything was imbued with a newfound beauty. It was a blessing to be reborn and to see Li Mingyun once more. Returning to 1998 felt wonderful. In his previous life, he had been a failure. In this one, he vowed to rise above. He remembered the significant events of the next 20 years vividly and knew that with the advantages of his memories, acquiring wealth would be a straightforward endeavor. Setting aside other matters, simply investing in the stocks of major companies would yield substantial profits. And then there was Bitcoin, a veritable key to fortune. However, Bitcoin's emergence was still years away, requiring over a decade before it could be relied upon. But there were countless other avenues to wealth. Chen Pingan felt invigorated, brimming with determination. Of course, he understood that he was merely an ordinary person. Despite possessing knowledge of the future, he could not alter too many events. He could pursue wealth, but he would refrain from meddling in affairs beyond his reach. He would position himself advantageously to earn some money and thrive. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated in his ear. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the one-yuan flash sale system. The flash sale event has commenced. Please complete your purchase promptly. Chen Pingan's expression turned blank with disbelief. Chapter 2. The one-yuan flash sale system. Am I imagining things? Chen Pingan pondered skeptically. He understood the essence of a system. However, he also recognized that such systems were mere fabrications of fiction. In reality, one would not encounter a system. Thus, he questioned whether he was experiencing hallucinations. Yet, upon reflection, he had indeed been reborn of feet that defied the laws of nature. Therefore, the existence of a system seemed almost reasonable in comparison. System, are you there? Despite his doubts, he silently called out in his mind. Suddenly, a translucent interface materialized before him, resembling a clear screen. The system interface was remarkably simple, featuring only one function. The title at the top read, one-yuan flash sale system. Its singular capability was to facilitate flash sales at the price of 1 yuan. Each day, items would refresh, but only one could be purchased per day for the nominal fee. Today's 4 flash sale items had already been revealed. 10 bricks, total weight 3 kilograms. 1 vial of Captain America's Super Soldier Serum, the supreme longevity technique from the Tang Dynasty. 1 vial of Intelligence Enhancement Potion from the future world. Using it will double your intelligence. As Chen Pingan beheld the offerings, his eyes almost bulged in astonishment. Incredible. This system was truly remarkable. The items available for purchase were astounding. Among them, even the least valuable, the 10 bricks, weighed 30 kilograms of gold. The other 3 offerings were equally enticing. He swiftly dismissed the gold, as its value, while considerable, was the least compelling among the options. This left him with a choice between 3 items. After a brief contemplation, he ruled out the Intelligence Enhancement Potion. His intellect was sufficient for the time being. Thus, only the Supreme Longevity Technique and the Super Soldier Serum remained. Both items promised to enhance combat prowess, albeit in different ways. As Chen Pingan's gaze deepened, a long-buried memory surfaced in his mind, reminiscent of a hellish experience. It was on this very day, in this very location, that he had endured humiliation and torment. Under Zhang Lei's leadership, several classmates had mercilessly beaten him, even forcing him to drink urine. Bullying in schools has persisted through the ages. 2 decades hence, the proliferation of the internet has made instances of such torment easily disseminated online. However, in 1998, the absence of the internet meant that these acts of cruelty often went unnoticed. It was a hellish epoch, a memory that Chen Pingan dared not recall. Indeed, it could be deemed a lifelong nightmare. This traumatic experience precipitated a dramatic decline in his academic performance, resulting in a disappointing outcome in the college entrance examination, leading him to enroll in a subpar university, which irrevocably impacted his life. As he reminisced about those harrowing moments, Chen Pingan trembled, ensnared by a tempest of fear and rage. In his recollections, Zhang Lei and his cohorts were soon to arrive. Zhang Lei, a senior from the adjacent class, harbored a desire for Li Mengyun, and he was deeply envious of Chen Pingan's proximity to her. He had long yearned to teach Chen Pingan a lesson. This time, upon witnessing Li Mengyun and Chen Pingan ascend to the rooftop, Zhang Lei brought his entourage along. The scene from his nightmares was about to unfold once more, but this time, everything would be different. Chen Pingan slowly retrieved the solitary 1 yuan note from his pocket, accessed the system interface, and selected the recharge option. The 1 yuan bill instantly transformed into a stream of light, vanishing at his fingertips. With a chime, the interface displayed an additional yuan in the balance. 1 yuan instant kill, full-level longevity technique. Chen Pingan silently declared in his heart. This was his choice. He opted for the full-level longevity technique. While the Super Soldier Serum was commendable, the longevity technique was far superior. Originating from a novel, The Twin Dragons of the Tang Dynasty, the longevity technique not only promised an extended lifespan, but also conferred unparalleled combat prowess, rendering it far more precious than the serum. Who wouldn't covet the prospect of longevity coupled with supreme strength? Moreover, he would attain it at full capacity without the need for arduous cultivation. Had self-cultivation been necessary, Chen Pingan would have favored the soldier serum, however. The full-level longevity technique was an opportunity not to be missed. A radiant golden light enveloped him, and a surge of formidable power coursed through his being. An abundance of cultivation memories associated with the longevity technique flooded into his mind. The full-level longevity technique was now complete. A glimmer of gold flashed in Chen Pingan's eyes. He had ascended to the ranks of a top-tier internal martial artist. His dantian was brimming with potent, innate, true qi, coursing through his meridians and continuously enhancing his physique. The full-level longevity technique had been mastered. Such was the might of the system. As Chen Pingan channeled his true qi, he casually waved his hand, unleashing a gust of energy that carved a long scar into the wall 10 meters away. The ability to unleash sword energy with a mere gesture epitomized the combat capabilities of a top-tier internal martial artist. Sensing the surging true qi within him, a cold smile crept across Chen Pingan's lips. With a resounding crash, the rooftop door was kicked open and a group of seniors entered. Leading the pack was Zhang Lei, a figure Chen Pingan knew all too well, the embodiment of his past nightmares and shadows. It was here that Zhang Lei had mercilessly beaten him, urinating upon him in a display of humiliation. Thus, the mark of a lifetime of disgrace was indelibly etched upon him. Zhang Lei had not only perpetrated this atrocity, but also broadcasted it throughout the school, rendering Chen Pingan unable to hold his head high. When Chen Pingan's parents learned of the incident, they protested at the school, but to no avail. Zhang Lei's father, a contractor with wealth and influence, ensured that the matter was swiftly resolved, and the school sided with Zhang Lei, merely issuing him a minor reprimand. Subsequently, Zhang Lei's family compensated Chen Pingan a paltry sum of 200 yuan, and the incident faded into obscurity. Chen Pingan's parents, though filled with rage, were powerless to effect change. Chen Pingan fell into despair, his spirit utterly crushed. In the final 2 months, he dropped out of school, retreating to study at home, ultimately failing the entrance examination and winding up at a lackluster university, severing all ties with Li Mengyan. It was here that Chen Pingan's fate had been irrevocably altered. Countless nights, he pondered whether his destiny would have diverged had he not been bullied by Zhang Lei. Yet, there were no answers, for the past could not be rewritten. But now, an opportunity for change had arisen. Chen Pingan had been reborn 20 years into the past, at the very moment when Zhang Lei tormented him. Moreover, he was now a formidable master. Chen Pingan, you possess quite the audacity. Have you forgotten my words? Zhang Lei bellowed, his arrogance palpable. I warned you not to entangle yourself with Li Mengyan. Did you take my words lightly? Damn it. If I don't teach you a lesson today, it'll write my name backward. Zhang Lei swaggered onto the rooftop, hurling profanities. He regarded Chen Pingan with utter disdain, intent on delivering an unforgettable punishment. Chen Pingan regarded Zhang Lei with a calm demeanor, devoid of fear and fury. Only a chilling resolve remained. In his eyes, Zhang Lei had already signed his own death warrant. This life would be the reckoning for past grievances. You all arrived a bit late. I have been waiting for you, Chen Pingan remarked leisurely, a sinister smile gracing his lips. His expression was both wicked and icy, igniting Zhang Lei's fury. How dare you, Chen Pingan? Brothers, seize him. If he dies, he'll take full responsibility, Zhang Lei commanded with a flourish of his hand. At his age, students were prone to impulsive bravado, and Zhang Lei, accustomed to his own arrogance, was emboldened by the absence of others. At this moment, Zhang Lei was consumed by rage, harboring genuine murderous intent. Behind him trailed 3 of his lackeys, the same trio who had once joined forces to brutalize Chen Pingan. In his previous life, Chen Pingan had been a mere bookworm, ill-equipped to confront them. However, this time, he was no longer that timid scholar. With a confident grin, Chen Pingan vanished from sight, effortlessly slipping past the group. Chapter 3. An eye for an eye. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted as Zhang Lei and his companions were forcefully hurled away. Chen Pingan's movements were swift, leaving them utterly unprepared for the onslaught that sent them flying. However, Chen Pingan's technique relied on finesse. Although he had knocked them aside and caused them considerable pain, they emerged unscathed physically. This exemplified the wondrous application of internal energy. The 4 of them collapsed to the ground, utterly drained and unable to rise. their bodies racked with pain, unable to articulate the source of their discomfort. It was simply an all-encompassing ache. Zhang Lei lay on the ground, stunned. This was not how he envisioned the confrontation. In his plan, his three subordinates were supposed to overpower Chen Pingan decisively. It was meant to be a crushing victory, yet the outcome had turned against them, leaving them to endure a thorough beating instead. It was unfathomable. This was not how it was meant to be. Zhang Lei attempted to flee, but found himself immobilized by excruciating pain. So you want to teach me a lesson? Come on, I'm right here. Teach me. Chen Pingan said coldly, standing before Zhang Lei. You'll pay for this. My father will not let you go unpunished. Zhang Lei retorted, his bravado faltering. Is that all you can muster? Unable to defeat me, you resort to threats from your father? Pathetic, Chen Pingan scoffed. Zhang Lei's face flushed crimson, a realization dawning upon him. His actions were the very definition of cowardice. Yet, fear gripped him. He was terrified of Chen Pingan's imposing presence. Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Come on, I'm waiting, Chen Pingan said, his demeanor icy. You'll regret this. I swear it. Zhang Lei spat, his teeth clenched. Is that all you can manage? Just empty threats? Chen Pingan derided. Allow me to show you how to bully someone. As he spoke, Chen Pingan began to remove his pants, revealing his intentions with a manic glint in his eyes. You are fortunate today. You shall partake in the fine wine I have brewed, he declared with a hint of madness. Zhang Lei's face turned pale. Chen Pingan was enacting the very humiliation he had wished to impose on him. However, while such a spectacle might be acceptable for Chen Pingan, it was utterly intolerable for Zhang Lei. Chen Pingan, I was wrong. Please spare me. Zhang Lei pleaded in a panic. I once begged you for mercy, yet you showed none. Chen Pingan replied with a cold smirk. Of course, Chen Pingan referred to his previous life, when he had been bullied by Zhang Lei, pleading for relief that never came. Zhang Lei opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, a stream of urine shot towards his face. He could only turn his head in desperation and shut his mouth. Yet, Chen Pingan kicked Zhang Lei, and he instinctively opened his mouth, emitting a cry. A torrent of urine landed squarely within, prompting Chen Pingan to shiver in satisfaction. What a relief! Sun Li and his two companions, witnessing this scene, were rendered speechless. Sun Li, Lu Ming, and Xianhao were all Zhang Lei's sycophants. Chen Pingan turned his gaze towards them, and they trembled under his stare. You three are spared today. I have no more to give. Otherwise, you would not fare well either, he muttered. Upon hearing Chen Pingan's words, the three breathed a sigh of relief. I shall grant you a chance at survival. If you agree to urinate on Zhang Lei, I will let you go, Chen Pingan added, smiling at Sun Li and his companions. That's impossible. We would never do such a thing. Zhang Lei is our leader, Sun Li exclaimed hastily. Such loyalty. Very well then. Ditogatea. I shall oblige you, Chen Pingan replied with a chilling laugh, approaching Sun Li and delivering a kick to his side, targeting an acupoint. Sun Li cried out in agony, writhing in pain. Lu Ming and Xianhao were equally horrified by the unfolding events. What about you two? Will you urinate on Zhang Lei? Or do you intend to share Sun Li's fate? Chen Pingan questioned the remaining duo. I. Lu Ming stuttered, overwhelmed. Since you are so loyal, unafraid of death, I shall grant your wish, Chen Pingan said, laughing as he kicked each of them in turn. Their bodies curled in on themselves, racked with pain. I'll do it. I can't take it anymore. Please spare us. We are all classmates. Sun Li cried out, unable to endure the torment. Then all of you shall go, urinate together. If anyone refrains, I will target them instead, Chen Pingan stated coldly. At Chen Pingan's threat, Sun Li and his companions shuddered, daring not to refuse, and complied obediently. Zhang Lei, rendered immobile by Chen Pingan's pressure point strike, could only watch helplessly as the three of them urinated upon him, the warm liquid cascading over his head and face. Suddenly, the trio felt a kick from behind, freezing them in place. A light chuckle resonated from behind them. We'll pause here for today. Future encounters shall be more entertaining. Chen Pingan's voice echoed as he gradually distanced himself. As his footsteps faded, Sun Li and his companions sighed in relief, only to soon realize they were still unable to move. Chen Pingan, please let us go. We want to go home. We beg you, they cried, desperation filling their voices. We'll never trouble you again. Please spare us. Suddenly lamented, tears streaming down their faces, hoping to coax Chen Pingan back. But he did not return. On the school's rooftop, only 4 tearful youths remained. Descending the staircase, Chen Pingan felt elated, humming a tune as he made his way towards the classroom, recalling its location. At that moment, a beautiful girl approached, causing Chen Pingan to pause, his eyes widening in astonishment. Lin Wanjun, is it truly you? He was taken aback. For Lin Wanjun had perished far too young in his previous life, and soon she would have met the same fate. To see her alive once more filled him with exhilaration. In his heart, he rejoiced, Lin Wanjun is alive. How splendid! Lin Wanjun and Li Mingyun were regarded as the school's beauties, affectionately dubbed the 2 beauties of Yizhong by their peers. In the vast expanse of Chen Pingan's memories spanning decades, few could rival their beauty. Their distinct personalities and temperaments further set them apart. Li Mingyun was vivacious and approachable, mingling easily with the boys and enjoying considerable popularity. Yet, she possessed a touch of pride. Lin Wanjun, however, was aloof and often bore a serious expression. Her circle of friends limited. Many referred to her as the Ice Queen, and truth be told, she embodied the persona quite well. In his first year of high school, Chen Pingan pursued Lin Wanjun, only to be rebuffed by her. Following this rejection, he began to court Li Mingyun. It can be said that even during his high school years, Chen Pingan exhibited the potential to be a scoundrel. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that Lin Wanjun's subsequent fate was rather tragic. Chapter 4. Greetings, Lin Wanjun in the recesses of memory. It can be said that Li Mingyun sailed smoothly through the subsequent 20 years. In stark contrast, however, Lin Wanjun would meet her untimely demise merely 2 years hence. Lin Wanjun hailed from a modest rural background, being the eldest sibling amongst a younger sister and brother. While her mother managed household duties, her father toiled away in distant labor. Despite the hardships, the family led a relatively stable life. Alas, fate can be cruel. Lin Wanjun's father, while working away from home, suffered a grievous accident due to operational negligence, resulting in a broken leg. As a temporary worker, he received scant compensation, merely a few thousand yuan. By this time, he had returned home, injured. The family savings were entirely depleted in a bid to cover his medical expenses, and all borrowed funds had been exhausted. Yet, the financial demands continued to mount. To complicate matters, Lin Wanjun's father experienced a resurgence of old injuries, necessitating surgery that would cost over 100,000 yuan. The family was bereft of funds for such an operation. At this juncture, a solitary bachelor from a neighboring village offered a dowry of 300,000 yuan to wed Lin Wanjun. This financial boon not only promised to rectify her father's leg, but also to elevate the family's living conditions. Without this sum, her father's fate would be dire. Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, Lin Wanjun was a dutiful daughter, and for the sake of her father and family, she acquiesced to the marriage. She forsook her college entrance examination and married directly after high school. However, Lin Wanjun's tribulations began in earnest following her marriage. Her husband turned out to be a perverse man, physically impaired and incapable of consummating their union. Nevertheless, his wealth compelled him to seek a beautiful woman as his bride, concealing his inadequacies from the outside world. He even devised a plan to have his cousin cohabit with Lin Wanjun, intending for any resulting child to be falsely attributed to him. This was a truly twisted scheme. Lin Wanjun resolutely resisted, threatening to report them to the authorities should they dare to force her. She warned her husband that if they proceeded with their plans, she would ensure they faced imprisonment. The cousin, fearful of the repercussions, retreated. Yet, this act of defiance incited her husband's wrath, leading to relentless beatings and abuse. Within a mere 2 years, Lin Wanjun succumbed to the violence. She found herself trapped, unable to seek divorce or escape due to her husband's threats against her family. Left with no recourse, she endured in silence, only to ultimately be beaten to death. It was only after her tragic passing that the details of her case came to light, culminating in her husband's execution. The story of Lin Wanjun unfolded in the aftermath of Chen Pingan's graduation from university, when he learned of her plight through family discussions. Such a beautiful and virtuous girl met such a tragic end, suffering countless indignities and brutalities before her demise. When Chen Pingan first heard of this news, it brought him to tears. Now, the deceased Lin Wanjun, clad in her school uniform, appeared before him. Lin Wanjun, Chen Pingan exclaimed suddenly. Is there something you need? Lin Wanjun replied, gazing at him with an expression of surprise. A glimmer of confusion danced at her eyes. She recognized Chen Pingan, recalling how he had pursued her during their first year of high school, only to cease his advances after being rejected. Today, his greeting puzzled her. It's nothing. I merely wish to say hello. Greetings, Lin Wanjun, he said, waving with an endearing grin. Are you out of your mind? She retorted, arching her brows with icy disdain. Step aside. With a forceful shove, Lin Wanjun pushed past him and walked away. True to her reputation as the Ice Queen, she exuded a distinct character. It was a pity that in her past life, she had suffered such a wretched fate. Chen Pingan, however, felt no anger. Even after being labeled a lunatic, he maintained a blissful smile. The opportunity to return to this moment in time was a blessing, for he could amend past regrets. Lin Wanjun's destiny could be rewritten. While he had no intentions of pursuing her romantically, he was resolute in saving her life. He could not allow her to be wed to that wretched bachelor. Yet, Chen Pingan lacked precise information about the man, knowing only that he was a solitary figure, likely in his 40s. Details such as his name and residence eluded him. Thus, he found himself in a passive waiting game for the man's appearance. Moreover, he could not divulge the truth to Lin Wanjun. It would be absurd to claim he had come from the future to warn her against marriage, citing the abuse she would endure. Such a declaration would surely result in ridicule. Nonetheless, Chen Pingan felt a newfound confidence in safeguarding her, for he had mastered the ultimate longevity technique, placing him at the pinnacle of human strength. Should that man dare to show his face, he would be met with dire consequences. In his previous life, he had missed a chance to eliminate him, but this time, he would seize the opportunity. The school bell rang, jolting Chen Pingan from his reverie. He felt somewhat disoriented, having the soul of a man in his 40s, yet needing to re-enter high school. Adaptation was necessary, for he was now a senior. With only 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination, he would endure, knowing the end was near. Contemplating the impending exams darkened his expression. He had forgotten everything from high school. The prospect of retaking the entrance exam filled him with dread, as he doubted he could even gain admission to a mediocre institution. What was he to do? Just then, a classmate called out, "Old Chun, hurry over. The teacher is about to arrive." At that moment, a wave of recognition washed over him. It was Zhang Yong, his classmate from senior year and childhood friend. They had grown up as neighbors, sharing the same educational journey through elementary, middle, and high school. Their bond was strong, yet Zhang Yong's future had been fraught with misfortune. He had married a woman of dubious character, who, while not conventionally attractive, captivated him with her allure. Unfortunately, she betrayed him during his frequent business trips. Upon discovering her infidelity, Zhang Yong acted in a fit of rage, severely injuring her lover. This act resulted in his imprisonment for 5 years, while his wife divorced him, leaving him with nothing but a young daughter. When Zhang Yong returned home, his daughter was already 6 years old, raised by his parents. Initially, having a daughter provided some solace, but their joy was short-lived, as she was soon diagnosed with leukemia. Zhang Yong exhausted his resources for her treatment, only to discover through DNA testing that she was not his biological child. The situation has reached a point that evokes a profound sense of despair. Nevertheless, Zhang Yong is indeed a man of integrity. Even upon realizing that the child was not his, he still expended his resources to provide treatment for the child. Alas, fate was unkind, and ultimately the child could not be saved. Subsequently, Zhang Yong fell into a state of despondency, resigning himself to a life without marriage. Despite the hardships he faced, he remained fiercely loyal to Chen Pingan. During Chen Pingan's most trying times, he graciously transferred 10,000 yuan to him. While not a vast sum, the weight of this gesture was immeasurable, etching a lasting memory in Chen Pingan's heart. However, the debt of gratitude from the previous life was never settled. In 2022, Zhang Yong tragically perished in a car accident. The unfulfilled bonds of the past must find resolution in this life. Chen Pingan had no intention of merely repaying Zhang Yong the 10,000 yuan. Instead, he sought to bestow upon Zhang Yong a life of affluence. Most importantly, he was resolute in ensuring that Zhang Yong would never again bring that wretched woman into his home. Chapter 5. Homecoming. Chen Pingan settled beside Zhang Yong and expressed a heartfelt sentiment. "What's going on?" Zhang Yong inquired, taken aback. "Oh, nothing much. Just reflecting on our friendship," Chen Pingan responded with a smile. "Of course, we are like brothers," Zhang Yong replied cheerfully. Indeed, they could be considered true brothers. Having grown up together, both were only children with no siblings, which solidified their bond from an early age. "Let us get to class. The teacher has arrived," Zhang Yong reminded him. As it was English class, Chen Pingan opened his textbook and began to read. After perusing the material, he felt considerably more relaxed. In his previous life, he had passed the 4th level of English, which he had studied quite thoroughly, and his memory of it remained vivid. The contents of the English textbook were largely familiar to him. Learning English was not particularly challenging. He simply needed to review. Chen Pingan aspired to enroll in a prestigious university in this life, so he paid attention during class. Throughout the afternoon, he remained focused. Zhang Yong, noticing Chen Pingan's newfound dedication to his studies, was somewhat surprised. The Chen Pingan he knew was not typically so earnest. "Old Chen, have you taken some strange medicine? You're studying so diligently today," Zhang Yong whispered. "I want to get into a good university, so I'm putting in extra effort while I still have time." Chen Pingan replied with a grin. "Well, all right then," Zhang Yong said, shaking his head in confusion. He didn't quite understand Chen Pingan's motivation, but supported his friend's resolve. However, Zhang Yong had already resigned himself to his own fate, knowing he was not cut out for academics, and that it was too late for him to change. Evening study sessions concluded at 6:30, and school was dismissed. Chen Pingan lived locally, so he did not stay in the dorms, riding his bicycle to and from school each day. Zhang Yong did the same, and they left school together. Upon reaching the school gate, Chen Pingan glanced back at the rooftop, a smile playing on his lips before he turned and rode away. "What were you looking at just now?" Zhang Yong asked curiously, having noticed Chen Pingan's gaze. "Oh, nothing. Just wanted to take a look at the school," Chen Pingan replied with a smile. "What is so interesting about the school?" "I'm already tired of it," Zhang Yong mumbled. Chen Pingan chuckled, but offered no further explanation. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yong, for students were trembling on the school rooftop in the night breeze. It would not be until midnight that their restraints would release, allowing them to move freely again. However, during that lengthy period, they would endure considerable discomfort. After a 10-minute bike ride, Chen Pingan finally arrived at the happy community, where his home was located. Zhang Yong lived diagonally across in an old alley. The two parted ways at the community entrance, with Chen Pingan cycling home. The familiar sights of the neighborhood filled him with excitement. He parked his bicycle and hurried towards his home, his heart racing with anticipation. Chen Pingan resided on the 3rd floor, and there was no elevator. Their building had stairs. Upon reaching his door, he did not knock, but rather inserted his key, a habit he had long maintained. As the door swung open, he entered the living room, which also served as the dining area. There, he spotted his parents, engrossed in a television program. His father, Chen Guqing, and mother, Yu Xiaoying, greeted him with warm smiles. "You're back, son. Are you hungry? Let me get you some food," Yu Xiaoying said cheerfully. "Mom, I can handle it myself," Chen Pingan quickly replied. While speaking, he stole a glance at his parents, careful not to reveal his excitement. He did not want them to notice anything unusual about him. "All right then, serve yourself," Yu Xiaoying said. Chen Pingan dished himself a bowl of rice and approached the dining table. "Have you two eaten?" he asked, taking another opportunity to observe his parents. They appeared remarkably young. His father looked to be in his early 40s, while his mother seemed to be in her 30s. They had married young and started a family early, so despite Chen Pingan being 18, his father was still not yet 40. In his memories, his father had been an elderly man, gray-haired and wrinkled, and his mother had looked similar. Yet now, they appeared strikingly youthful. Seeing his parents in their prime stirred emotions within Chen Pingan. Unfortunately, he felt he could not express these feelings. How could he explain to them that he had come from 20 years in the future? Such an explanation would likely lead them to think he was delusional. As he ate, his mind raced with various thoughts. In his previous life, He had felt a deep sense of indebtedness toward his parents due to his difficult circumstances, lamenting that he never had the chance to repay them. Now, fate had granted him a second chance, and he was determined to seize it. He was resolved to ensure his parents lived well. In his past life, his parents had struggled. Both were laid-off workers, having lost their jobs 5 or 6 years prior. Afterward, his mother found work as a hotel attendant, while his father, skilled in auto repair, took a job at a private garage. Their jobs were not ideal, and their earnings were hard-won. However, they managed to meet their family's basic needs, albeit without any prospects for wealth. Chen Pingan savored his mother-esque cooking, taking his time to enjoy the meal. "Why are you eating so slowly today?" His father, Chen Guoqing, asked, puzzled. "It's just so delicious that I don't want to rush," Chen Pingan replied, beaming. His mother couldn't help but smile at his words. After a considerable time, he finally felt full. In his previous life, he would have simply finished eating and left, but now, after his meal, he even washed the dishes. Seeing this, his parents exchanged knowing smiles. "Have you finished your homework? Why are you sitting here?" His father asked, somewhat confused. "There's not much left. I just want to take a break and spend some time with you," Chen Pingan replied with a smile. "Did you take some strange medicine today? You seem different," Yu Xiaoying remarked, equally bewildered. Typically, Chen Pingan would eat and retreat to his room immediately after meals, never bothering to wash the dishes. Yet tonight, he not only washed the dishes, but also chose to stay and watch television with them. "I'm not acting strangely. I just suddenly realized that I've grown up, and I haven't spent enough time with you. If I wait a few more years, you both will be older," Chen Pingan said, feeling a surge of emotion. "That doesn't sound right. You seem quite odd today," Chen Guoqing replied, frowning. Chen Pingan internally sighed, realizing that any slight deviation in his behavior was enough for his parents to notice something was amiss. Chapter 6. Opening an internet CAF. "Mom, Dad, you're overthinking it. I am who I am. What is there to be peculiar about?" Chen Pingan chuckled, though internally he hoped his parents wouldn't uncover his unusual circumstances. Fortunately, he was merely being overly cautious. No matter how astute they were, they could never fathom that their son was, in fact, a reincarnated being. Given his parentage, they probably had no notion of what a reincarnator entailed. "I have a matter I wish to discuss with you," Chen Guoqing suddenly interjected. "What is it?" Yu Xiaoying inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. "I have a friend, Old Li, whom you might recall. We dined together last time. He mentioned they were planning to open a hot pot restaurant and asked if I would like to partner with them. The establishment is quite substantial, requiring an investment of around 2 million. If I'm inclined to buy in, I could invest 200,000. If this hot pot venture succeeds, earning several million annually would be feasible, and our family could also benefit from it," Chen Guoqing expressed, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Chen Pingan paused, as a distant memory surfaced in his mind. "Oh, I remember now. Dad once invested in a hot pot restaurant and lost over 300,000. He mentally scoffed, having forgotten this fact until now. In their previous life, they had indeed invested in a hot pot restaurant, likely the very same one. Initially, they invested only 200,000, but due to insufficient funds for renovations, Chen Guoqing ended up pouring in an additional 100,000, totaling 300,000. However, the restaurant's business plummeted within a month of opening, and Old Li absconded with the funds. By the time Chen Guoqing realized the situation, it was far too late. All the equipment had been sold off, leaving him with a loss of over 300,000. In a single night, his hair had turned gray. At that time, Chen Pingan had been a mere high school student, disinterested in such matters, and thus had never inquired about the specifics. He only remembered that the incident had severely impacted their family, as losing 300,000 was a heavy blow for any household, especially for an ordinary family like his. Chen Pingan pondered his thoughts, uncertain how to persuade his parents against this venture. Yu Xiaoying hesitantly remarked, "Business isn't as easy as it seems. If it fails, we could incur significant losses." "Dad, I concur with Mom's viewpoint. There are risks in business. Have you considered that if this venture incurs a loss, the entire 200,000 could vanish? Would you be able to accept such an outcome?" Chen Pingan interjected, serving as a form of support. "Why can't you say something positive? What if I strike it rich?" Chen Guoqing retorted solemnly. "Dad, we're not wealthy. Before investing, we must consider the worst-case scenario. If we lose the entire 200,000, can you truly accept that? Chen Pingan pressed on. Chen Guoqing fell silent. If 200,000 were truly lost, he could not bear such a consequence. Their entire savings amounted to just over 200,000, earmarked for Chen Pingan's university education and future marriage and home expenses. After a lifetime of hard work, this was all they had. Losing it all would be devastating. Dad, do you know what kind of business should be avoided? Chen Pingan continued. What kind of business? Chen Guoqing asked, slightly irritated. You're not implying that the hot pot business is off limits, are you? It's not the hot pot business per se, but rather partnerships, particularly those involving multiple shareholders. Think about it. If you are merely a minor stakeholder, who decides how the business operates? Who dictates expenses and the operational methods? This way, the fate of the hot pot restaurant lies in the hands of others. Investing 200,000 to gamble on their capabilities seems excessively risky, Chen Pingan countered. If we had the ability to manage it ourselves, we would, Chen Guoqing replied, frustration lacing his voice. As a middle-aged man with little to show for his life, he harbored his own aspirations, hoping this investment might alter their family's fortunes. Yet, his dreams were naive. Dad, if you are determined to invest 200,000, why not initiate our own venture? We could embark on a small business that we are confident in. Regardless of profit or loss, we would have a clearer understanding of the situation. Should you invest this 200,000 and lose it, you wouldn't even comprehend how it happened, Chen Pingan suggested. Yu Xiaoying, heartened by her son's words, remarked, Indeed, it's better for us to invest the 200,000 ourselves than to hand it over to someone else. Chen Guoqing smiled wryly. But we have no understanding of running a business. If we were to do it ourselves, the chances of incurring losses might be even higher. Who says? I know of a business that can be lucrative, and I assure you, it's a guaranteed profit, Chen Pingan suddenly declared. Intrigued, Chen Guoqing asked, What business could that be? An internet CAF, Chen Pingan replied, a spark of interest igniting within him at the thought. An internet CAF? What is that? Chen Guoqing inquired, perplexed. ISNT at a place filled with computers for people to use? Yu Xiaoying reflected, recalling a newly opened internet CAF near her workplace. Yes, Mom. That's exactly it, Chen Pingan affirmed. Have you been to an internet CAF? Chen Guoqing asked, somewhat displeased, considering that Chen Pingan was in a crucial year of high school. Any distraction could significantly impact his studies. I hardly have time for that. I merely passed by one. I mentioned it because a classmate of mine owns an internet CAF and his business is thriving. I hear it costs 5 yuan per hour to use a computer. If you have 10 computers running for 24 hours, that's 1,200 yuan a day. In a month, that's 36,000, and over a year, that amounts to over 400,000. And that's with just 10 computers. Imagine 20 or 30. The beauty of an internet CAF is that it requires a one-time investment and continues to generate income without the need for daily stock replenishment. The primary expense is merely the electricity bill, which is minimal. Unlike a hot pot restaurant, which requires constant inventory, what you buy today may not be usable tomorrow. If business falters, the hot pot restaurant could close its doors within a fortnight. Chapter 7. School, what do children know? Chen Guoqing remarked, clearly displeased. His dissatisfaction stemmed primarily from the fact that his own suggestion had been dismissed, while his son's proposal sounded exceedingly plausible, further adding to his irritation. Dad, investment is a serious matter. You mustn't act recklessly. I've said all that needs to be said. You ought to ponder it yourself, Chen Pingan replied, somewhat exasperated. At this point, Chen Pingan had also come to a conclusion. If his father insisted on investing in a hot pot restaurant, so be it. After all, with the system he possessed, making money was not a daunting task. Should his father face failure, he could always provide financial support later to lift his spirits. You all can deliberate. I shall take my leave for a bath, said Chen Pingan, turning toward the bathroom. Wait, you must first clarify the matter regarding the internet CAF. Chen Guoqing called out hastily. Chen Pingan chuckled and replied, Dad, didn't you express a lack of interest in the internet CAF business? Who said I am uninterested? I merely lack understanding. You ought to explain it clearly, Chen Guoqing retorted irritably. All right, son, don't be upset. Come here and explain how the internet CAF operates. Is it truly that simple? Su Yuing interjected as well. Chen Pingan smiled and returned to his seat. Let me summarize briefly. The internet CAF business is indeed quite straightforward. We simply need to find a location with substantial foot traffic. It doesn't require an extravagant shop, just a regular storefront. We can purchase 20 computers, connect them to the internet, and then open for business. Currently, a computer costs around 10,000 yuan, so an investment of 200,000 yuan for 20 computers seems reasonable. The going rate for internet CAFS is 5 yuan per hour. With 20 computers, that amounts to over 70,000 yuan in a month. You can calculate the potential profits for a year yourselves. But we don't understand computers. Chen Guoqing frowned. Dad, you're the owner. Your role is to collect money. We can hire a manager to handle all technical matters, Chen Pingan suggested. How about this, tomorrow? You both can venture out to see if there are any internet CAFS nearby and assess their business performance. If their businesses are thriving, then you can reconsider. Now that sounds somewhat reliable, Chen Guoqing nodded. With a grin, Chen Pingan headed to the bathroom for his shower. Half an hour later, after finishing his bath, Chen Pingan bypassed the living room and returned straight to his bedroom. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he gazed at his room, though it quickly faded. The space was indeed quite small. While it possessed warmth, it lacked comfort. Once I have the means, I will upgrade to a better home, Chen Pingan mused internally. Such thoughts remained unspoken, for he feared his parents would deem him foolish. In this era, entertainment options were scarce. No computers or smartphones, only the television, which resided solely in the living room, not in his own room. Chen Pingan sat idly for a moment, feeling somewhat bored. However, after a few minutes, he took out his textbooks to study. With the impending college entrance examination, diligent preparation was essential. He hoped to achieve commendable results. The next morning, Chen Pingan was roused from his slumber by his father's booming voice. The downside of attending school was the early rise. As a soul of adulthood, Chen Pingan quickly got up after his father's encouragement. Dressing, washing up, and having breakfast followed. Breakfast at home was always prepared by his mother, typically consisting of congee, eggs, and steamed buns, occasionally interspersed with dumplings, wontons, or noodles, rotating every few days. After breakfast, Chen Pingan rode his bicycle to school. At the community entrance, Zhang Yong, yawning, awaited him. The two rode together to school. How did you solve that math problem yesterday? Show me at school, Zhang Yong said as they cycled. Chen Pingan's expression shifted abruptly. Homework? Oh no, I forgot all about it. He had neglected to complete his assignments the previous evening. Now, he faced the prospect of arriving at school without any work to submit. Feeling somewhat despondent, he reassured himself that being scolded was not a grave matter. After all, it was merely part of life. I didn't do it. You can find someone else to copy from, Chen Pingan responded flatly. You're quite bold, Zhang Yong remarked, genuinely surprised that Chen Pingan had neglected his homework. Zhang Yong admired Chen Pingan's audacity, though he himself could not afford to disregard his assignments. Chen Pingan's initial embarrassment faded quickly as he dismissed the significance of the homework. It was trivial. Only children feared teachers. He was not one to cower. When challenges arise, I shall confront them. It is no great issue. By the way, I wonder if the system's items have refreshed yet? Chen Pingan pondered, promptly opening the system interface. To his dismay, he discovered that it had not yet refreshed. The system's items refreshed daily at 8 in the morning, and it was only 7:30 at that moment, leaving him with half an hour to wait. There was no rush. He would remain patient. Upon arriving at school, the two locked their bicycles and entered the classroom, where the morning study session had already commenced. Chen Pingan took out an English book and began to read quietly. A fragrant breeze swept past him, accompanied by a girl's soft huff. Chen Pingan looked up and recognized it was Li Mingyan. Her subtle gestures warmed his heart, and he thought to himself, I cannot let this girl slip away in this lifetime. Unbeknownst to them, the class bell rang, yet Zhang Lei and his companions had yet to arrive. It was no surprise, as they had spent the previous night on the school rooftop and were likely exhausted. Even if they hadn't fallen ill, they must have been utterly fatigued. Chen Pingan speculated about their whereabouts. As it turned out, his assumptions were accurate. Zhang Lei and his friends, having had a restless night, prioritized returning home to sleep once they could move about during the day. Especially Zhang Lei, who, after enduring an unpleasant odor, spent a full hour washing himself upon returning home to rid himself of the stench. Zhang Lei harbored intense resentment toward Chen Pingan, to the point where thoughts of vengeance crossed his mind. Yet, Chen Pingan's enigmatic methods instilled a sense of caution within Zhang Lei. Chapter 8. The stock prediction scroll time leisurely drifted to 8 a.m. Upon opening the system's flash sale interface, today's selection of goods had finally refreshed. 4 items were available for purchase today. 100 pounds of exquisite apples, remarkably flavorful. 2. A revitalizing elixir, known to enhance physical health. 3. A local real estate property. 4. A stock prediction scroll, 1-month edition. Chen Pingan's gaze instantly fell upon the stock prediction scroll. The other 3 items paled in comparison to its allure. To possess the ability to predict stocks could lead to immense wealth. After all, by clicking on the item, he could view its detailed description, which aligned with its literal meaning. The stock prediction scroll, upon use, would reveal the future trends of stocks. However, its validity was limited to 1 month, explaining the 1-month edition label. It was a temporal constraint. If a 1-month version existed, could there also be 2-month, 3-month versions, or even annual editions? The prospect of acquiring a perpetual ability to trade stocks was indeed tantalizing. Despite its limited duration, a month of foresight was still extraordinarily valuable. After surveying the remaining 3 items, Chen Pingan ultimately resolved to select the stock prediction scroll, as its potential far outweighed the others. He secured the scroll for a mere 1 yuan, a trivial expenditure for such a promising asset. Once purchased, it was stored within the system's interface, accessible for later use. Upon activation, it would unveil the upcoming stock trends. The specifics of how this would manifest remained a mystery, only to be discovered upon its application. Yet, Chen Pingan hesitated to utilize it immediately, for doing so would impose a 1-month restriction. His preliminary preparations were incomplete, and thus, he refrained from activating the scroll. Although he now possessed the scroll, he lacked the capital to invest. This dilemma weighed heavily on his mind. Should he perhaps borrow from his parents' savings? The thought flitted through his mind, yet he dismissed it as impractical. Where could he possibly procure the necessary funds? Chen Pingan found himself ensnared in a quandary. Realizing that the first bucket of capital was indeed the most challenging to acquire. If all else failed, perhaps resorting to robbery could suffice, he mused. With his current capabilities, such an act would not be particularly difficult. Robbery? The notion seemed absurd. Chen Pingan had countless legitimate avenues to earn money. Engaging in illegal activities was out of the question. While the act of theft was not inherently difficult, the funds gained would be tainted, a source of trouble. Hence, his initial capital must be both lawful and ethically sound. At that moment, Chen Pingan found himself devoid of solutions, deciding to set the issue aside until inspiration struck. The first class commenced, heralding a day of arduous toil for Chen Pingan, due to his failure to complete his homework. He faced punishment from the teacher and was required to submit the assignment late. Fortunately, as a senior, he was spared the indignity of having his parents summoned, thus narrowly avoiding a crisis. Nevertheless, his day was still fraught with distress. Not only had he neglected his assignments, but he had also forgotten much of the prior high school curriculum, rendering the lessons particularly exhausting. The thought of skipping school crossed his mind. After all, education was merely a means to an end, earning money. He now possessed the capability to generate income, so why endure such hardship and reprimand? Yet, the image of his parents' disappointment restrained him. Finally, the day dragged to a close. Chen Pingan, what is the matter with you? Do you intend to abandon your studies? Are you planning to forego the upcoming college entrance examination? Li Mingyun approached him, her expression grave. Rest assured, I will achieve excellent results in the examination. Chen Pingan replied with confidence. That is your concern, and I have no interest, Li Mingyun huffed, tossing her head before departing. Chen Pingan watched her retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips. She remained unchanged. I sense that Li Mingyun harbors feelings for you, Zhang Yong whispered, his eyes gleaming with envy. You're overthinking it. Chen Pingan replied nonchalantly. Let's go home. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and exited the classroom without a backward glance. Chen Guoqing stealthily approached the entrance of an internet CAF, peering inside with a mix of astonishment. After Chen Pingan mentioned the CAF's existence the previous evening, he had taken a keen interest. However, his daytime job left him little time to investigate, and it was only after work that he managed to locate an internet CAF. In truth, there were not many CAFs to choose from, and he had invested considerable time in finding one. To his surprise, the CAF was bustling. With all 10 computers occupied, patrons stood beside the machines, eagerly awaiting an opportunity to seize a vacant spot. This was Chen Guoqing's first encounter with such a thriving business environment in an internet CAF. He found it remarkable. Unbeknownst to him, this establishment was not a conventional internet CAF. It lacked internet access due to the high costs associated with it. Instead, the owner had installed single-player games on the computers. However, for individuals of this era, the mere ability to play single-player games on a computer was sufficiently enticing. The prospect of internet access was of little consequence, particularly given the slow network speeds of the time, which rendered the online experience less than satisfactory. Chen Guoqing lingered outside the CAF for over half an hour, observing the vibrant business. He felt a surge of enthusiasm. As Chen Pingan had suggested, venturing into the internet CAF business held great potential. While his investment in the hot pot restaurant made him merely a minor shareholder, affording him no real control. Owning an internet CAF would grant him the autonomy to make decisions as the proprietor. The difference in experience would undoubtedly be profound. Opening an internet CAF was indeed a viable venture, and Chen Guoqing's spirit ignited with ambition. Chapter 9. Where to find the first bucket of gold. As Chen Pingan rode his bicycle, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of acquiring wealth. What are you thinking about? Zhang Yong inquired, noticing Chen Pingan's distracted demeanor. I'm contemplating how to make money, Chen Pingan replied casually. Zhang Yong chuckled and remarked, isn't it simple to acquire money? The son of the cement tycoon Zhou Wanhao has gone missing, and his family has offered a reward of 300,000. If we could locate their son, we would be rich. The son of the cement king Zhou Wanhao is missing? Chen Pingan echoed, the phrase sounding vaguely familiar. Suddenly it struck him. He recalled the case of Zhou Wanhao's missing child, which he had heard about long ago but had momentarily forgotten. In truth, Zhou Wanhao's son had not merely gone missing. He had been abducted by human traffickers. Chen Pingan remembered that the child's grandparents had taken their 3-year-old grandson to the park, where they encountered an acquaintance and engaged in conversation, leaving the child to play nearby. In the midst of their chat, the child vanished. At that time, there were no surveillance cameras, rendering any clues about the child's disappearance impossible to find. Zhou Wanhao had offered a reward of 300,000 for his son's return. But for over 20 years, the child remained lost until he was finally found. It was later revealed, based on the child's recollections, that he had been taken by traffickers in the park and sold into the remote mountains of the Northwest, only to be recovered after 2 decades. The momentary negligence of the 2 elderly guardians had dire consequences for the child's life. After 20 years, the traffickers were apprehended and recounted the process of abducting the child, stating that he had initially been kept in Guanzizi Hutong for 3 days. They had intended to leave with him the same day, but due to the heightened attention from Zhou Wanhao's reward, they chose to hide for a few days before fleeing with the child. Their reluctance to hand over the child stemmed from their disbelief that they could indeed receive the reward. Ultimately, the child was sold for a mere 20,000, an amount that, in 1998, was still substantial. It was truly deplorable that they would sell another's child for such a sum. Is there a photo of the child? Let me see. Perhaps I have seen him before, Chen Pingan said half-jokingly. Isn't it on the wall? Zhang Yong pointed out. Indeed, there was a poster on the wall, featuring a photograph of a 3-year-old boy. Chen Pingan scrutinized it closely, noting the reward of 300,000 for anyone who could return the child. That sum in 1998 was undoubtedly a fortune. Countless souls must have yearned to find this child. Regrettably, 2 days had passed, and no one had managed to locate him. Naturally, it was unlikely they would, given that the child was with human traffickers. This child, I know him, Chen Pingan exclaimed excitedly to Zhang Yong. An opportunity for us to strike it rich has arrived. His excitement was partly feigned, but there was a genuine thrill as a chance to earn money had indeed presented itself. Chen Pingan recalled the trafficker's residence, which he remembered clearly due to its conspicuous address, 888 Yinhe Road. He decided to bring Zhang Yong along, not only to provide him with a chance to earn, but also to lend credibility to their mission. Two senior high school students rescuing a child would seem far more convincing than if Chen Pingan attempted to do so alone. Do you really have a lead on a child? Zhang Yong asked, equally exhilarated. Of course I do. Why else would I be so excited? However, they needed to establish clear terms. But, Zhang Yong, let's be clear. I discovered the lead first, so I'll take the lion's share, 25,000 for me. And you get the remaining 5. I'm fine with that. Even if you give me just 5,000, I would be satisfied, Zhang Yong beamed, already envisioning how he would spend his newfound wealth. I'll give you 5,000, but remember it's 5,000. If I secure the 300,000 reward, you'll get your 5, Chen Pingan stated resolutely. Then thank you. Zhang Yong replied cheerfully, fully believing Chen Pingan's words without a hint of doubt. Their long-standing friendship fostered mutual understanding. Zhang Yong knew Chen Pingan would not jest about such matters. The child is on Yinhe Road. Let us go check it out, Chen Pingan said. The two quickly pedaled their bicycles towards Yinhe Road, located 3 kilometers away. Their journey didn't take long, and soon they arrived. Chen Pingan glanced at the nearest house number, 165, which was not far from 888. They proceeded down the street until they reached their destination. Zhang Yong was still unaware of their objective, merely following Chen Pingan. Suddenly, Chen Pingan halted and whispered, "We've arrived. This is where I saw the child. I'll stay here. You go fetch Uncle Mao." Zhang Yong hesitated but ultimately agreed. Be careful. Don't act recklessly. I'll be back shortly. Don't worry. I want to be impulsive, Chen Pingan reassured him with a smile. Once Zhang Yong departed, a smile crept across Chen Pingan's face. He had brought Zhang Yong along for the sake of rationality, but had now sent him away to facilitate the next steps. The reward of 300,000 would not be easily obtained. Simply providing a lead likely wouldn't suffice to claim the full amount. Therefore, Chen Pingan planned to take matters into his own hands and retrieve the child. After securing his bicycle, Chen Pingan approached the door and knocked. "Who is it?" A middle-aged woman's voice called from behind the door. "Checking the water meter," Chen Pingan replied nonchalantly. Chapter 10. The child is found. Who are you? Haven't you already checked the water meter? The middle-aged woman spoke as she opened the door, her gaze landing on Chen Pingan. Upon noticing the school uniform he wore, her expression shifted to one of anger. "Young man, you're still a student, aren't you? How dare you deceive me under the pretense of checking the water meter? If you continue this way, I shall have to inform your parents." "Human trafficker, your time has come," Chen Pingan replied with a cold smirk. Without waiting for her to react, he swiftly grabbed the middle-aged woman and flung her aside. Utilizing a subtle technique, he sealed her vital points, rendering her immobile. This method, a form of acupoint sealing, was far more sophisticated than the ordinary. After tossing her aside, Chen Pingan stepped inside the small courtyard, which comprised a single-story house and 2 rows of 2-story buildings at the back. He sensed a watchful gaze upon him. Looking up, he noticed someone peering through a crack in the second-floor door. Unhurried, he closed the main door, checked the first floor for any occupants, and then ascended to the second floor. As he reached the second floor, the door burst open, revealing a middle-aged man wielding a dagger, lunging at Chen Pingan. With a disdainful smile, Chen Pingan paid no heed to the threat. He knew this man posed no challenge. He did not even attempt to dodge, instead delivering a powerful punch directly to the man's eye socket. With calculated finesse, Chen Pingan ensured that he did not kill his assailant, as his purpose was not to take a life, but to rescue. Striking several blows to the man's head, he left the trafficker dazed and confused, unable to comprehend that he, a mere student, could best him. Chen Pingan then kicked the man forcefully, sending him crashing to the ground, where he lay, howling in pain, his body feeling as though it were falling apart, immobilized by the onslaught. Entering the room, Chen Pingan discovered several children, all around the ages of 2 or 3, lying on a large bed, seemingly under the influence of a sedative. Among them was the son of the cement magnate, Zhou Wanhao. A smile graced Chen Pingan's face as relief washed over him. He had indeed taken a gamble in searching for the child, and now it had paid off. Ensuring the child was safe, he proceeded to bind the hands and feet of the 2 traffickers, employing a technique that would cause their vital energy to stagnate, leading to paralysis in a month though they would remain alive. Chen Pingan understood that even if apprehended, these traffickers would not face execution. Hence, he devised a fitting punishment for their heinous crimes. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yong burst into the room, panting and peering cautiously. Upon spotting Chen Pingan, he exhaled in relief. "What are you doing here? I thought you were gone. You scare me to death," he exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. "I just came to take a look." Chen Pingan replied with a smile. "By the way, Uncle Constable, hurry upstairs. There are many children up there, likely all abducted by these traffickers." The constables, having followed Zhang Yong, were taken aback by Chen Pingan's claim. Initially skeptical about the lead provided by Zhang, they now felt compelled to investigate. Rushing upstairs, they indeed discovered several children, including Zhou Wanhao's son, whose disappearance had garnered significant attention. "Uncle Constables, we found the children. Shouldn't Zhou Wanhao's reward come to us?" Chen Pingan called out loudly to the constables. "The rewards aren't for us to decide, but rest assured we can testify that it was you who found the children." The leading constable responded joyfully. As law enforcers, they were ineligible for the bounty, but were more than willing to assist Chen Pingan in claiming it, knowing that he was the one who had rescued the children. With the arrival of the constables, matters became significantly more manageable. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Wanhao and his family arrived, and neither Chen Pingan nor Zhang Yong had any intention of leaving before claiming the reward. "My precious child," a middle-aged woman rushed forward, embracing Zhou Wanhao as son and weeping uncontrollably. Following her were a young couple and an elderly man, the young couple being Zhou Wanhao and his wife, the middle-aged woman his mother, and the elderly man his father. The grandmother was particularly distraught, as it was her negligence that had led to the child's abduction. Chapter 11. Securing startup capital. Zhou Wanhao was deeply concerned about his son. However, upon witnessing his child being cradled in the arms of his mother, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards Chen Pingan and Zhang Yong. Previously, the constable had informed him via telephone that 2 high school students had discovered his son, and it was one of them, named Chen Pingan, who had apprehended the kidnapper. It was said that this Chen Pingan possessed remarkable martial skills, which enabled him to subdue the abductor. Zhou Wanhao's eyes swept over Chen Pingan and Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong, slightly apprehensive, lowered his head, while Chen Pingan met Zhou Wanhao's gaze fearlessly. Zhou Wanhao couldn't help but smile, confirming the identity of the young hero who had rescued his son. "Hello, young man, you must be Chen Pingan." Zhou Wanhao extended his hand toward him. Chen Pingan paused for a moment, but quickly reciprocated the gesture, shaking Zhou Wanhao's hand. "Yes, I am Chen Pingan," he replied succinctly. "Thank you. You have saved my most precious treasure," Zhou Wanhao said earnestly. At over 30 years old, Zhou Wanhao had been married for several years without a child, and this son was his first. Had anything happened to him, Zhou Wanhao would have been inconsolable. Now, he could finally breathe easy. "Mr. Zhou, since you are older than me, I hope it's acceptable for me to call you Brother Zhou," Chen Pingan said with a light smile. "Of course, that is perfectly fine. I would be thrilled if my brother had your abilities," Zhou Wanhao replied with a grin. His words were sincere, for Zhou Wanhao indeed had a brother, albeit one who was quite lazy and reluctant to work, which often left Zhou Wanhao exasperated. "Brother Zhou, this incident also calls for gratitude towards yourself. It was your reward that led to the rescue of your son. I happened to see the notice on the street, which reminded me of the events I witnessed a few days prior when I saw a kidnapper with a child. At that time, I had no idea he was a kidnapper. I thought he was just a regular person taking child home. It was only today, upon seeing the reward notice again, that I recognized him as the abductor, which prompted me to come here, and as fate would have it, I found your son," Chen Pingan recounted calmly. He had previously explained this to the constable and reiterated it to Zhou Wanhao to clarify the series of events. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Chen Pingan to account for his sudden discovery of the kidnapper. "Nevertheless, it is indeed thanks to you, young man," Zhou Wanhao remarked with deep appreciation. Although Chen Pingan's motivation was monetary, it was essential to express gratitude. Zhou Wanhao, a young man who had built a considerable business, was certainly adept at handling affairs with grace. "Thank you for your assistance, young brother. I assure you that the 30,000 reward will not be diminished. Additionally, I owe you a favor. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek my help, Zhou Wanhao offered with a smile. In the local community, Zhou Wanhao was a notable figure, and such a promise held significant value. Chen Pingan's eyes brightened at these words, and he felt a surge of joy. He understood that Zhou Wanhao might merely be extending pleasantries, and that such favors might not be taken too seriously. However, Chen Pingan was in dire need of his first startup capital. For the sake of money, he was willing to cast aside any semblance of pride. Brother Zhou, if that's the case, I want to be polite. I do have something I need your assistance with, he said with a smile. What is it? Zhou Wanhao inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. If Chen Pingan's request was modest and easily manageable, Zhou Wanhao would certainly oblige. However, if it were too demanding, he would decline, for he was no fool. Brother Zhou, I require a sum of money, yet I have no means to procure a loan. As a businessman, you must have connections in this regard. Could you perhaps introduce me to someone from whom I could borrow? Chen Pingan articulated, avoiding a direct request for a loan from Zhou Wanhao. Zhou Wanhao was momentarily taken aback by Chen Pingan's proposition. Had he directly asked to borrow money, Zhou Wanhao would have been displeased. Whether he would lend it or not would be uncertain. However, hearing that Chen Pingan merely sought an introduction to someone who could lend him money changed the nature of the request. One was a direct plea for a loan, while the other was merely a request for a referral, akin to acting as a guarantor. Although being a guarantor was no trivial matter, it was certainly preferable to a direct borrowing request. With a reward of 30,000, is that not sufficient for your needs? Zhou Wanhao asked curiously. We are working together, and we agreed to split the reward. I will receive 25,000, which, while not insignificant, is still inadequate for my various needs. If I could secure a loan, it would be ideal. I only require it for a month and am willing to pay interest, though certainly not exorbitant predatory rates. I can offer a 20% interest rate. Chen Pingan proposed thoughtfully. He had carefully considered the interest. Too little would be unappealing, while too much would be out of the question, as he had no intention of resorting to usury. 1 month with 20% interest? That is quite a rate, Zhou Wanhao remarked softly. Indeed, but I lack collateral, which is why I require your assistance. Brother Zhou, Chen Pingan replied with a wry smile. The absence of collateral indeed complicated matters significantly. Zhou Wanhao nodded in understanding. How much do you need to borrow? He asked. Chen Pingan naturally hoped for as much as possible, yet he knew better than to voice such a desire outright. To do so would likely result in receiving nothing. It would be akin to announcing an intention to abscond with the funds. Thinking quickly, he replied 200,000 with a 1-month term. After 1 month, I will repay 240,000, including the 20% interest. Zhou Wanhao scrutinized Chen Pingan for a moment, then smiled. Young brother, I am pleased to count you as a friend, and I hope I do not misjudge you. There is no need for an introduction. I will lend you the money directly. Let us arrange everything tomorrow at my company, as it is getting late today. Brother Zhou, thank you, Chen Pingan exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. This was 200,000, a sum that would finally provide him with the startup capital he desperately needed. Chapter 12. The money must be submitted. Zhou Wanhao was meticulous in his actions. Upon ensuring his son's safety, he immediately wrote Chen Pingan a check for 300,000. This was a reward for avenging him. As for the promised 2 million loan to Chen Pingan, that would have to wait until the following day to go through the necessary procedures. Did you really agree to lend that boy 2 million? Upon returning home, his wife asked in confusion, her face reflecting her doubts. She was well aware that her husband was not one to act foolishly or lend money lightly. Since I made the promise, I intend to honor it. That young man is exceptional. I consider this a way to foster a friendship with him. Tell me, which is more valuable, sending coal in the snow or adding flowers to the brocade? Zhou Wanhao replied with a smile. I am just a woman. I do not understand these matters, but as long as you are clear on it, that suffices. However, we cannot allow your parents to take care of the child anymore. It is too frightening. This time, we were fortunate to have a benefactor's assistance. Otherwise, we might not have found our son. We cannot always rely on luck. His wife said earnestly. I understand. There will be no next time, Zhou Wanhao responded with equal seriousness. He too was shaken by the experience and resolved never to let his parents care for the child alone again. When Chen Pingan returned home, it was quite late. Fortunately, the constable had already called to explain the situation to his family. "You have quite the audacity to confront a kidnapper alone," his mother, Yu Xiaoying, scolded him. Grabbing his ear, Chen Pingan dared not resist and obediently listened to her lecture. Enough, the child knows he was wrong, and that is sufficient. Furthermore, what he did this time was indeed right. I just spoke with the constable. Had our son not intervened to capture the kidnapper, those children would have been in grave danger. The kidnappers had already taken 3 children, intending to sell them elsewhere. Although he acted rashly, he ultimately did a good deed, Chen Guoqing said, beaming with pride. This incident notably elevated Chen Pingan in Chen Guoqing's eyes. However, Chen Guoqing added, "But he cannot go alone. It is far too dangerous." Yu Xioli's words, though stern, were laced with deep concern. "Mom, honestly, there was no danger. I assessed the situation before acting. The kidnappers were merely an old man and an old woman, neither of whom posed any real threat. They were attempting to flee, and by the time the constable arrived, it would have been too late, so I had to act alone," Chen Pingan explained. "And I assure you, I won't do this again. Remember, there cannot be a next time. You are our only child. If something happens to you, what will your father and I do?" Yu Xiaoying admonished gravely. "Rest assured, Mom, I won't let anything happen to me. Mom, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Chen Pingan quickly changed the subject. "Now that you mention it, why didn't you come home earlier when you knew you were hungry?" Yu Xiaoying replied, pinching his cheek before heading to the kitchen. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. Chen Guoqing pulled Chen Pingan to sit on the sofa. Looking at his son, a smile spread across his face, and his gaze held an unmistakable warmth. He had always felt that his son was somewhat naive, but today, Chen Pingan had bravely captured a kidnapper and rescued a child. This gave Chen Guoqing a sense of pride, as if his child had matured into an adult. "Father, did you visit the internet CAF today?" Chen Pingan, unable to withstand his father's gaze, changed the topic. Speaking of the internet CAF sparked excitement in Chen Guoqing. "Indeed, I did. The business there is thriving. I visited several CAFs, and they are all doing exceptionally well. It seems our venture might genuinely be feasible. Not just feasible, it is indeed viable. Father, we should open an internet CAF. It could be lucrative and far more stable than your hot pot business," Chen Pingan encouraged. Chen Guoqing appeared to be pondering this seriously. "I also think opening an internet CAF is a good idea, but I worry about my own capabilities." "Don't worry, I have studied computer science in school, and I can gather information from my classmates," Chen Pingan reassured him. "In the coming days, take some time to explore potential locations for opening an internet CAF. If we find a suitable place, we can lease it, register a company, and obtain the necessary operating licenses." Chen Pingan recalled that acquiring internet CAF licenses was relatively easy now, but securing them would become increasingly difficult in the future. If they obtained several licenses now, even if they decided against operating a CAF later, they could still sell the licenses for a significant profit. Truth be told, Chen Pingan had no interest in this business venture for himself, but he wanted to set his father on a path to success. Chen Guoqing, only in his 40s, would not want to retire and languish at home. Thus, it was essential to provide him with a career. Chen Guoqing became increasingly excited as Chen Pingan elaborated on the details, his eyes sparkling with anticipation and enthusiasm. Dinner was finally heated and ready. "By the way, have you received the reward yet?" Yu Xiaoying suddenly inquired. Chen Pingan paused, then swallowed the rice in his mouth before calmly responding. "Not yet. It's quite late today, and it will take time. Make sure to claim the reward. 30,000 is no small sum, and it is what they promised," Yu Xiaoying said earnestly. "Don't worry, Mom. That money is secure," Chen Pingan assured her quickly. "I'm not worried about the money disappearing. I mean that before you receive it, you should hand it over to us. You're still young, and having that much money won't do you any good. We should save it for you, to help with buying a house or for your future marriage," Yu Xiaoying said, looking at Chen Pingan. Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan lost his appetite. Chapter 13. The learning potion, the sum of money, was certainly not something Chen Pingan intended to surrender. However, hearing his mother mention the matter left him feeling quite troubled. He hastily replied, "Mom and Dad, I was collaborating with Zhang Yong on this. We had agreed beforehand that he would take 50,000, and I would take 250,000. We cannot shortchange Zhang Yong. Since that was our prior agreement, it is imperative to honor it, Yu Xiaoying remarked. She then turned to Chen Pingan and continued, even if you give Zhang Yong 50,000, you would still have 250,000 left. That is hardly a small sum. Your father and I have saved for so many years, and I only have 200,000. You are suddenly wealthier than us. Mom, I have plans for this money. I'm about to take my college entrance examination, and then I will be attending university. I will cover my own university expenses, and during my time there, I also wish to start a business, which requires capital. This money is for my education and entrepreneurial endeavors. If you take it away, I feel like life would lose its meaning. What nonsense are you talking? How can life lose its meaning? Yu Xiaoying was visibly upset. I can't help but think that way. I am 18 now, after all the effort I put in to earn my first sum of money, and my mother wants to take it away. What can I do? Chen Pingan looked at his mother with an innocent expression. I am only looking out for your best interests. 250,000 is a lot for a young person like you. Can you truly manage such a sum? Yu Xiaoying exclaimed, equally agitated. Mom, I am 18, an adult. 30 years ago, people could marry and start families at 18. At this age, one could establish a career. Why can't I manage my own money? Chen Pingan asserted earnestly. All right, the child has grown up and has his own plans. Perhaps this is for the best. Chen Guoqing interjected. Yu Xiaoying bit her lip, still feeling somewhat discontent. It was not that she was overly concerned about her son's money. He was her son after all. She merely worried that a young person suddenly coming into wealth might lose control. How about this? We'll compromise. You can keep the money with me for a month. At least let me see it. After a month, I will return it to you, Chen Pingan suggested, his face a picture of grievance, albeit feigned. With a month's time, he could invest the money in stocks and potentially earn a substantial return. By then, even if he gave his parents 50,000, it would not greatly affect him. There's no need for such trouble. Just keep it yourself. Yu Xiaoying suddenly shook her head. She looked at her son's feigned expression of grievance and felt her heart soften. He was right. This was the first money he had earned in his life, and it was only fitting that he should manage it himself. Thank you, Mom. You are truly wonderful, Chen Pingan exclaimed joyfully. With that, he found himself with even more funds at his disposal. Now eat. The food will get cold, Yu Xiaoying said with a hint of annoyance. Chen Pingan chuckled, lifting his bowl to eat. After the meal, he offered to wash the dishes but was sent away by Yu Xiaoying. Not insisting, he returned to his room and immediately began working on his homework. He had not completed it yesterday and had received a scolding from his teacher. He certainly did not wish to endure such treatment again. Thus, he endeavored to focus and complete his assignments today. However, the assignments were exceedingly difficult. Chen Pingan found himself at a loss with many of the high school problems, unable to solve numerous questions. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and painstakingly finish all the homework. As for whether he got the answers right, that was of little concern to him. At this moment, Chen Pingan genuinely began to worry about his impending college entrance examination. With his current abilities, he feared he might not even qualify for a mediocre university. He had almost forgotten the content from high school. Oh no, what am I to do? He sighed, suddenly contemplating the idea of giving up on the examination altogether. After all, if he was unlikely to succeed, he might as well make the next 2 months a bit easier for himself. However, this thought was fleeting. Until the situation was truly settled, he could not bring himself to actively abandon the examination. As he finished his assignments, the hour grew late. Chen Pingan decided not to overburden himself and quickly washed up before heading to bed. The next morning, he went to school with Zhang Yong once more. Upon arriving in the classroom, he felt a sense of anticipation for the upcoming flash sale. Today marked the 3rd flash sale, and he wondered if he would be fortunate enough to acquire something remarkable. Finally, the clock struck 8. The flash sale system interface refreshed, revealing 4 new items. Simultaneously, Chen Pingan was granted an opportunity to purchase an item. The 4 items were a gold brick, a 30-carat ruby, a master-level Tai Chi skill book, a learning potion. The gold brick was immediately dismissed due to its low value. The 30-carat ruby did capture Chen Pingan's interest momentarily. After all, were it to be sold at an auction, it could fetch tens of millions. The master-level Tai Chi skill book was also appealing. Once learned, It would grant mastery of Tai Chi at a master level. However, for Chen Pingan, who had already mastered the full-level longevity technique, learning Tai Chi seemed somewhat redundant. The final item was a bottle of learning potion. Learning potion, upon consumption, it permanently enhances memory capacity and significantly boosts learning ability by 100 times for 3 days. After reading the description of the learning potion, Chen Pingan's breath quickened. This potion was undoubtedly a precious item, precisely what he needed. Not only would it enhance his memory capacity permanently, but it would also grant him a remarkable boost in learning ability for 3 days. It was simply extraordinary. This is the one. Chen Pingan did not hesitate and immediately purchased the learning potion. Though he acquired the potion, he chose not to consume it right away. Since the potion would only provide 3 days of enhanced learning, the timing of its use was crucial. Being in school at the moment, consuming it would be a waste. Chen Pingan resolved to wait until he returned home that evening, properly prepared, before using the learning potion. Chapter 14. Opening a stock account, just as Chen Pingan was feeling a sense of relief from not having to worry about his studies. A familiar figure appeared at the classroom door. Zhang Lei had arrived. With a dark expression, Zhang Lei glared at Chen Pingan, and when Chen Pingan looked back at him, he made a throat-cutting gesture. Chen Pingan suddenly smiled and muttered the words "fool." Although Zhang Lei did not hear him, it was evident that he guessed what Chen Pingan had said, and his expression darkened even further. When the class bell rang, Zhang Lei stormed off in anger. He would not let Chen Pingan off easily. He intended to destroy him. "Is Zhang Lei looking for trouble with you?" Zhang Yong leaned closer and asked. "Yes. It seems Zhang Lei plans to cause me some trouble. You know, both of you share the surname Zhang, yet the disparity is so vast," Chen Pingan joked. "Indeed, there must be a difference. Someone like Zhang Lei is a disgrace to the Zhang surname," Zhang Yong chuckled. The rest of the day's classes passed without incident. Although Chen Pingan endured a certain level of suffering, particularly dreading when the teacher would call on him to answer questions, many topics were beyond his grasp. Fortunately, as they were now in the final stretch of their senior year, teachers rarely posed questions, focusing instead on practice exercises. Yet, even these were challenging. His memories of high school felt like they belonged to a past life, and he struggled to recall any relevant knowledge. He could only endure the torment until the midday dismissal. Their school was relatively accommodating, allowing students to leave for lunch. Without hesitation, Chen Pingan hopped on his bicycle and left the school. Having made plans with Zhou Wanhao the day before, he intended to borrow money today. With 2 million in borrowed funds, he could finally begin trading stocks, thus securing his initial capital. "Little brother, you're here." Zhou Wanhao greeted him with a smile as Chen Pingan arrived, drenched in sweat at the Wanhao cement factory. "Brother Zhou, this place is quite hard to find. I almost went to the wrong location," Chen Pingan panted, showing no signs of discomfort. Zhou Wanhao grew increasingly fond of Chen Pingan, feeling that he seemed more like a peer than a high school student. However, Zhou Wanhao had already verified Chen Pingan's identity and confirmed that he was indeed a senior student. "Well, I can't have my factory in the city, can I? Shall I arrange a car to take you back later?" Zhou Wanhao asked with a smile. "Let us skip that. I rode my bike here, and taking a car back would be inconvenient." "Brother Zhou, let us handle the formalities first," Chen Pingan suggested shyly. "All right, as you wish," Zhou Wanhao laughed heartily. Leading the way, Zhou Wanhao took him directly to the accountant's office to complete the necessary paperwork. "A true brother should settle accounts clearly," he remarked, emphasizing the nature of their relationship. Zhou Wanhao's willingness to lend money demonstrated his generosity. After all, not everyone would agree to lend money so readily. Initially, Chen Pingan had not expected Zhou Wanhao to actually lend him money. He was merely testing the waters. If Zhou Wanhao agreed, it would be an optimal outcome. But if not, he would have to rely on the 30,000 reward as his starting capital. Now, with an additional 200,000, the speed of generating profit would be significantly increased. With Zhou Wanhao's endorsement, the accountant swiftly processed the paperwork. Chen Pingan received a $2 million check, while Zhou Wanhao obtained a promissory note written by Chen Pingan himself. "Thank you, brother Zhou. I promise to pay you back in a month," Chen Pingan assured him. "No need for thanks. I'm not a loss, after all. With a 20% interest rate in a month, I'll already have profited," Zhou Wanhao replied. "Pingan, I want to pry into what you plan to do with the money, but do be careful. If you can't repay it later, you can't blame me, Zhou Wanhao said sternly. Rest assured, Brother Zhou, I am completely confident that nothing will go wrong, Chen Pingan responded with assurance. That's good to hear. You haven't had lunch yet. Would you like to join me? Zhou Wanhao inquired. Chen Pingan glanced at his watch and shook his head. I'd better not. I'm in a rush and might miss my opportunity. Once this business is concluded, I'll treat you and your whole family to a meal. That sounds great. I'll be waiting for you. Zhou Wanhao nodded in agreement. As Chen Pingan exited the cement factory, his spirits soared. His initial capital had finally materialized, a total of 230,000. For the affluent, this amount might be trivial, but for Chen Pingan, it represented a precious first investment. With the check in hand, Chen Pingan promptly made his way to Donghai Securities. While there were several local securities firms, he ultimately chose Donghai due to its superior service. By the time he arrived at Donghai Securities, it was nearing closing time. The office was nearly empty, save for a receptionist at the front desk. Hello, I'm here to open an account. Is it possible now? Chen Pingan asked, jogging over. Sorry, we can't open accounts at this time. Our staff has already clocked out. You can come back after 2 o'clock. The receptionist replied with a smile. Miss, I'm a student, a senior in high school. When you're working, I'm in class, and by the time I finish, you're all gone. If this continues, I want to be able to open an account at all. Could you please assist me in finding someone to help? Chen Pingan pleaded, attempting to charm her. Chen Xiaoyuan. The receptionist noticed Chen Pingan's school uniform and recognized that he was indeed a student. However, it was her first encounter with a student interested in stock trading. Student, stock trading is a high-risk investment. As a student, it's better not to engage in such ventures. The risks are too great, Chen Xiaoyuan advised. Unfazed, Chen Pingan produced his identification and the $2 million check. Here's my ID. I'm 18. This check is my investment capital, provided by my parents, who are also business people. They intend to cultivate my investment skills, so they gave me this starting capital. Though I'm still in school and cannot engage in other investments, I can practice with the stock market, he explained calmly. While Chen Pingan remained composed, Chen Xiaoyuan was taken aback. At over 20 years of age, she had less than 20,000 in savings, while here was an 18-year-old casually presenting a $2 million check funded by his family for his investments. It was a stark reminder of the disparities in life. Chapter 15. Unveiling the stock prediction scroll. If an ordinary person were to make such a request, Chen Xiaoyuan would undoubtedly decline. The demand was simply outrageous. After all, they were a securities company, and it was inconceivable that they would summon off-duty staff for a single client. However, when Chen Pingan presented a check for $2 million, substantiating his financial prowess, the situation changed entirely. Wealthy clients are afforded privileges wherever they go, and Chen Pingan was now reaping the benefits of such favor. Please hold on a moment, Mr. Chen. I will fetch a manager for you, Chen Xiaoyuan promptly stated. Thank you. Chen Pingan nodded appreciatively. Without delay, Chen Xiaoyuan dashed to the back, and moments later, a striking young woman emerged alongside her. Sun Haitang, upon seeing the young man before her, was momentarily taken aback. She had heard Chen Xiaoyuan mention the arrival of a wealthy client, a senior high school student no less, who possessed a check for $2 million intended for stock investments. Naturally, Sun Haitang was keen on not missing out on such a lucrative opportunity and quickly followed Chen Xiaoyuan. Fortuitously, for Sun Haitang, she had opted to eat her lunch at the office rather than dine out, allowing her to be present for this encounter. Her amicable rapport with Chen Xiaoyuan also played a role in her being summoned for this occasion. Furthermore, Sun Haitang had previously informed Chen Xiaoyuan that she would treat her to dinner that evening, to which Chen Xiaoyuan had happily agreed. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Sun Haitang, the client manager at Donghai Securities. It is a pleasure to assist you. Are you looking to open an account? Sun Haitang greeted him with a warm smile. Yes, I would like to open a stock account. I also wish to inquire if you offer leverage options, Chen Pingan responded. We do provide leverage, but it requires an application. As a new account holder, the maximum leverage available to you is 5 times. Typically, it ranges from 1 to 2 times, Sun Haitang explained promptly. Then please proceed with the account opening, Chen Pingan instructed. Very well, let us move over here to complete the formalities. Sun Haitang guided him to her workstation where she began processing his application. Chen Pingan had brought his identification and bank card, making the procedure quite straightforward. The stock account was established quickly, yet trading stocks in this era posed certain challenges. Without smartphones or computers to facilitate trading, Chen Pingan had to rely on the securities company for all transactions. Alternatively, he could authorize Sun Haitang to execute trades on his behalf, which was the route he chose. As for security, there was no cause for concern. Donghai Securities was a reputable firm, and Chen Pingan felt assured in this regard. He also inquired whether the checks could be directly transferred. To his delight, he learned that transfers could indeed be processed on site. With that, Chen Pingan produced 2 checks, one for 2 million and another for 300,000, and transferred the full amounts into his account. The 5,000 owed to Zhang Yong had now been temporarily utilized, but Chen Pingan planned to repay him with additional funds once profits were realized. The transfer was executed swiftly, and Sun Haitang's exemplary service left Chen Pingan thoroughly satisfied, alleviating much of his potential hassle. Otherwise, merely going to the bank for a transfer would have been a cumbersome task for him. With the stock account now active, 230,000 had been deposited. Chen Pingan also requested leverage, a decision that required approval from the headquarters, where specialized personnel would conduct the review. However, the speed of this process often correlated with the amount of funds involved. With 230,000 in his account, significantly more than most, Chen Pingan anticipated a relatively swift approval. While awaiting the outcome, he inquired, "Ms. Haitang, may I delegate trading responsibilities to you? As a student, I fear I lack the time to engage in trading myself." "Certainly, it would be my honor to trade on your behalf," Sun Haitang replied, her heart racing with excitement. Assisting clients in trading was a source of great joy for managers, as it often resulted in higher commissions. "I will identify the stocks to buy or sell, but I will rely on you to execute the transactions. You will essentially serve as my trader. Is that acceptable?" Chen Pingan clarified. "Absolutely. Many clients operate this way at our firm," Sun Haitang affirmed with a smile. "That is reassuring," Chen Pingan replied, nodding in satisfaction. He felt a sense of comfort in having all his requests met. "I would like to view the stock trends now, if possible," he asked. "Of course." Sun Haitang responded eagerly, understanding the importance of maintaining a good relationship with her client. As she had only recently started working there and had few clients, Chen Pingan was her most valuable patron, prompting her to offer him her utmost attention. Had it been another manager with a larger client base, they might not have afforded Chen Pingan the same level of patience and quality service. The securities company also featured a trading room for clients, equipped with computers for their use. Although Chen Pingan lacked access to the VIP trading room, he was permitted in the general trading area. Though the stock market had closed for the day, many remained to analyze stock movements. Everyone was absorbed in their own pursuits, respecting each other's space. Sun Haitang assisted Chen Pingan in logging into a computer, as each unit required a password only staff could access, a privilege she possessed. As Chen Pingan gazed at the computer before him, he marveled at the antiquated design, reminiscent of computers he hadn't encountered in years. Though the system operated slowly, it sufficed for stock trading purposes. While Chen Pingan feigned interest in stock observations, he discreetly utilized the stock prediction scroll. Chapter 16. The commencement of stock investment. Upon utilizing the stock prediction scroll, Chen Pingan's system interface displayed an additional stock interface. In a mere span of time, he had grasped the usage of this remarkable stock forecasting feature, which could predict the stock trend for the next 3 days. This capability was undeniably extraordinary. Foreseeing stock movements 3 days in advance and trading accordingly would enable anyone with a modicum of sense to profit from the stock market. Although Chen Pingan feigned interest in the stock prices displayed on the computer screen, his true focus remained on the projections within his system interface, which revealed the forthcoming trends. He noted that Sichuan machinery would surge to its limit by this afternoon, maintain a steady price in the morning, but would plummet the following afternoon. Additionally, a stock named Wufa Liquor was set to hit its ceiling price in the morning, prompting Chen Pingan to decide to purchase shares of it. In his mind, he meticulously crafted an investment strategy for the next 2 days, leaving the plans for the day after tomorrow to be determined later. He took out a pen and paper, jotting down the stocks he intended to buy, and handed the note to Sun Haitang, who had been following closely behind him. "Sister Haitang, These are the stocks I wish to acquire. Please ensure to purchase them all after the market opens this afternoon, he instructed. All of them? Are you certain? Sun Haidang inquired, her uncertainty evident. Yes, buy all of this stock. If it hits the limit tomorrow morning, sell it at the peak. I estimate I will only hold on to it for a couple of days, Chen Pingan replied. Sun Haidang was taken aback. It was unexpected for Chen Pingan to plan his exit at the peak price. Most investors would cling to their stocks when they hit the limit, unlike Chen Pingan, who had the foresight to sell. However, as the employer, Chen Pingan's decision was paramount, and thus, she obliged. Understood, Sun Haidang responded promptly. We will discuss tomorrow's transactions once I assess the stocks in the afternoon, Chen Pingan continued, as the stock for tomorrow were not to be traded until the afternoon. He deemed it more prudent to finalize his trading goals after observing the market conditions. Chen Pingan signed an authorization agreement, granting Sun Haidang the rights to trade on his behalf. However, she would not have access to the funds in his account, as the account details were confidential. I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow, Chen Pingan smiled, waving goodbye to Sun Haidang before cycling away. Sun Haidang watched him depart, then turned her gaze back. Stop staring. You might lose your eyes, Qian Xiaoyu jested. What kind of family is this to invest over 2 million for such a young lad to trade stocks? Sun Haidang remarked, adjusting her bangs, attempting to shift the topic. Clearly, a wealthy family. Did you notice those 2 checks? They were issued by Zhou Hao. There's undoubtedly a connection, Sun Haidang observed with a smile. The cement magnate Zhou Hao? That explains it, Qian Xiaoyu nodded. Well, I'm off to grab a bite. I only had half my meal earlier, and I'm starving. Sun Haidang stretched nonchalantly. Go ahead, Qian Xiaoyu waved her off. After leaving the securities company, Chen Pingan did not return to school, but rather sought a fast food establishment nearby to enjoy a meal. The prices in this era were astonishingly low. He was astounded to find that a meal of 3 meats and 3 vegetables cost only 3 yuan. Can you believe it? Just 3 yuan for such a feast. The prices in 1998 were indeed remarkably affordable. This was quite typical, as the average monthly salary hovered around 700 to 800 yuan, with some fortunate individuals earning over 1,000. Chen Pingan's father was relatively well off, earning just over 1,000 yuan a month. This is why he was so tempted by the thriving internet CAF business. His current income was simply too meager. As Chen Pingan savored his meal, he found it delicious despite its low price. For fast food in this era was made with genuine ingredients, unlike the heavily processed options of the future. Though his parents' income was limited, they were generous enough to provide him with a sufficient living allowance. While lavish spending was out of the question, his basic living expenses were well supported. After finishing his meal, Chen Pingan leisurely rode his bicycle towards school. Meanwhile, the afternoon stock market finally opened. Sun Haidang logged onto her computer, first checking the stock situation before locating the stock Chen Pingan wished to purchase. At that moment, the stock was sluggish, slowly trending downward. Sun Haidang hesitated, unsure whether she should proceed with the purchase. However, her professional integrity compelled her to follow Chen Pingan's directive, and she ultimately invested the full sum of 230,000 yuan into the stock, despite its current negative trajectory. As she executed the purchase, the stock was still in the red, fluctuating at a negative 2 points. 230,000 was no small amount, yet in the stock market, it was relatively insignificant. Even after investing entirely in this stock, there was little change in her overall portfolio. After a few minutes, seeing the stock price still stagnating, she chose to focus on her other tasks, knowing that her required actions had been completed and any further fluctuations were beyond her control. Sun Haidang continued with her work, which was relatively light due to her limited clientele. After idling for half an hour, she inadvertently glanced at the stock interface once more, and to her astonishment, she was left dumbfounded. What is happening? Sun Haidang exclaimed in shock. What's the matter? Her colleagues turned to look. My apologies, I misread the data. She quickly corrected herself, feeling embarrassed. No need for alarm. It was just a mistake. Fortunately, her colleagues did not hold it against her, as they were also preoccupied with their own tasks. Calming herself, Sun Haidang returned her attention to the stock interface. Chapter 17. The stock Sword Sichuan machinery reached its price limit, leaving Sun Haidang in disbelief as he stared at the screen once more. The result remained unchanged. Sichuan machinery had indeed hit the upper limit, with buy orders continuing to surge, suggesting that the trading halt would persist for the day. What could have caused such a sudden surge? Sun Haidang pondered. Upon examining the stock's trajectory, he noted that it had previously been languishing, only to experience a rapid ascent within a mere 2 minutes, culminating in the price limit, an astonishing phenomenon. Yet, such abrupt escalations are not uncommon in the stock market. Typically, by the time one notices a stock beginning to rise, the opportunity to purchase has already evaporated. Most individuals hesitate to buy, aware that these swift increases can just as easily lead to steep declines. A hasty purchase might result in a loss, leaving one stranded on a precipice. Sun Haidang grappled with the mystery of why Chen Pingan had chosen this particular stock, which had now skyrocketed to the price limit in such a short span. How did he arrive at this judgment? Sun Haidang expressed his confusion. Nevertheless, there was no denying the accuracy of Chen Pingan's assessment. Moreover, Chen Pingan had profited handsomely. Having initially purchased at a -2 points, he now found himself at a 10-point gain, raking in a total of 12 points and earning 280,000 in the process. The allure of the stock market lies precisely in such potential. However, investing in stocks is synonymous with high returns and high risks. While profits can materialize swiftly, losses can equally ensue just as quickly. Thus, it is generally advised that ordinary individuals refrain from stock investments. Meanwhile, Chen Pingan attended class while simultaneously accessing the system interface to monitor stock trends. It was only then that he realized the interface could not only predict stock movements 3 days ahead, but also display the current trends. At that moment, witnessing Sichuan machinery's price limit made Chen Pingan's heart flutter with uncertainty, primarily due to his apprehension regarding Sun Haidang's reliability in executing the stock purchase. Should Sun Haidang fail to act, Chen Pingan would face significant losses. Presently, confined to his classroom, he had no recourse but to place his trust in Sun Haidang. As he lifted his gaze, he spotted Zhang Lei lurking at the classroom door, glaring at him with palpable animosity. Zhang Lei had long harbored intentions of retaliation against Chen Pingan, but had yet to find the opportune moment. Thus, he resorted to casting resentful glances during breaks. Chen Pingan merely chuckled, dismissing Zhang Lei's malice from his mind, as he awaited his own chance for retribution. Chen Guoqing had spent the day surveying the area, gaining a clearer understanding of the landscape. While numerous locations were suitable for opening an internet CAF, few met his specific criteria. Many places boasted exorbitant rents that were beyond his financial reach. Ultimately, he settled on a venue not far from home, situated in a bustling area. As a prospective site for his internet CAF, this particular establishment was available for rent, having previously housed a clothing store that struggled to thrive, leading the former tenant to vacate. After reclaiming the premises, the landlord had put up a new rental advertisement. Several inquiries regarding the rent had been made, but negotiations had faltered, leaving the space unoccupied. Chen Guoqing learned that the annual rent was 8,000. While such a price might seem ludicrously low 2 decades hence, it appeared somewhat steep for the year 1998. The landlord justified the demand, citing the spaciousness and prime location of the establishment. Unsure of his decision, Chen Guoqing resolved to consult with Chen Pingan before finalizing any arrangements. At that moment, Chen Pingan finally departed from school. "Zhang Yong, you head home first. I have a few matters to attend to," he suddenly informed Zhang Yong. Chapter 18. Zhang Lei faces defeat. What has transpired? If trouble arises, we shall confront it together, Zhang Yong declared. Though he was unaware of the specific troubles that Chen Pingan faced, he regarded Chen Pingan as a dear brother, resolutely willing to face any challenges together. "Do not worry, I will handle it well. You should return home," Chen Pingan reassured him. "By the way, about that 50,000 yuan, I'll give it to you next month. Consider it a surprise." "Haha, keep it for now. I'm not in need of money at the moment," Zhang Yong replied bashfully, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, it was 50,000 yuan, an amount he had never possessed before. Moreover, he had not disclosed this matter to his family, who remained oblivious to his newfound wealth. This sum was his personal treasure. "Shall I take my leave then?" Zhang Yong asked, confirming that Chen Pingan was indeed untroubled. Yes, go ahead, Chen Pingan replied. Zhang Yong's presence would only hinder Chen Pingan's performance, so it was best for him to depart. After Zhang Yong left, Chen Pingan leisurely rode his bicycle, only to be pursued by several figures on bicycles soon after. He had already noticed that Zhang Lei and a few others were tailing him. Chen Pingan, today is your last day, Zhang Lei interjected, blocking Chen Pingan's path with a frigid expression. Last time you weren't satisfied, and now you return? Are you eager for another taste of humiliation? With a smile, Chen Pingan responded, Zhang Lei, you seem to have a penchant for theatrics. Zhang Lei's countenance twisted at the retort. The individuals accompanying him were no longer Sun Li and his companions, but a group of unfamiliar young men who appeared less like students and more like ruffians. They were indeed street thugs, serving under Zhang Lei's cousin, a notorious figure who commanded a band of henchmen. Realizing that Sun Li and his crew were unreliable, and having lost face in their presence during the last encounter, Zhang Lei had sought out his cousin's muscle for this confrontation with Chen Pingan. The thugs exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by the exchange between Zhang Lei and Chen Pingan. Zhang Lei, you've actually resorted to such depths? Be careful, or I may just end you. Zhang Lei bellowed in a fit of rage. Your anger is futile. The truth remains. You have tasted your own disgrace. Chen Pingan retorted with a cold smirk. I will end your life. Zhang Lu, Chapter 19. Zhang Lei's arrest in Guangshan was somewhat skeptical. Yet Chen Pingan's articulate demeanor genuinely impressed him. The events of a decade hence were shrouded in uncertainty for all, but the audacity with which Chen Pingan foretold them, coupled with his compelling reasoning, was nothing short of remarkable. This young man was indeed extraordinary, Lin Guangshan mused inwardly. As they spoke, constables soon arrived at the scene. Upon their arrival, they began to inquire about the circumstances of the incident and the identity of the person who had reported it. Chen Pingan promptly stepped forward to elucidate the situation. Greetings, officers. This is my classmate, Zhang Lei. We had a disagreement at school, but I never anticipated he would seek to harm me outside of it. Had it not been for my martial arts training from a young age, I might not have survived his attack today. As you can see, he wields a knife, and these individuals are hired assassins he called upon. They're all armed. Additionally, there are surveillance cameras at the entrance of the mall. Perhaps you could request the footage. Chen Pingan gestured towards the camera stationed at the mall's entrance. His decision to pause here was deliberate, as this location was indeed significant. In this era, surveillance cameras were rare, typically found only at the entrances of large shopping centers. The spot where Chen Pingan had encountered the ambush was conveniently near such a camera, which should have captured the entirety of the attack. Upon hearing Chen Pingan's words, two officers promptly headed to the mall to request the surveillance footage, while the others continued to take statements from witnesses. Numerous onlookers contributed valuable insights as well. As the individual who had reported the incident, Lin Guangshan also provided a detailed account of what he had witnessed. The case was straightforward, clear-cut, and the officers present quickly grasped the situation. Just then, another police vehicle arrived, and several more officers disembarked. Chen Pingan, what brings you here? One officer, surprised to see him at the scene, inquired. Chen Pingan recognized him as Zhang Guada, the constable he had encountered during a previous operation against human traffickers. Uncle Zhang, you've arrived too. Unfortunately, I've been attacked by my classmate. I never imagined that what began as a minor conflict at school would escalate to such violence. Chen Pingan replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Zhang Guada held a favorable impression of Chen Pingan and promptly asked for details about the incident. Upon learning that Chen Pingan had been ambushed and had successfully defended himself, Zhang Guada's expression transformed into one of surprise, mingled with an almost amused disbelief. He had known of Chen Pingan's prowess, yet he had never anticipated he would find himself in such a predicament. It was evident that the assailants had met with misfortune by attempting to assault someone of Chen Pingan's caliber. Zhang Guada had not fully appreciated the extent of Chen Pingan's martial skills before. He had merely perceived him as a capable high school student. Now, however, he regarded him with newfound respect. Even as a constable, facing a group of armed thugs would likely spell trouble for him. Yet Chen Pingan had managed to subdue them without a scratch. When Zhang Guada learned that the surveillance room had captured footage of the incident, he immediately led a team to review it. As the captain of the constabulary, and given that the case fell within his jurisdiction, he took personal responsibility for the matter. Upon reviewing the footage, Zhang Guoda's jaw dropped in astonishment. Prior to viewing the video, he had only imagined the extent of Chen Pingan's skills. But witnessing the reality of one young man confronting a gang of armed thugs was a revelation. Chen Pingan's martial prowess was indeed formidable. "You've got quite the talent. After high school, have you considered joining our police academy?" Zhang Guoda exclaimed. "It would be a shame for someone with such skills not to serve as a constable." "Uncle Zhang, I suppose that depends on my exam results. It's a bit premature to discuss that now," Chen Pingan replied hastily. This was, in essence, his polite refusal. He had no intention of becoming a constable. Having been reborn, he had no desire to lead such a life. While holding a government position might seem impressive, it often amounted to little more than stagnation for those lacking connections. Chen Pingan aspired to become a titan of industry, to establish his own commercial empire, where even high-ranking officials would treat him with deference. Outside of the system, he would enjoy greater freedom, unfettered by the constraints of marriage or societal expectations. Zhang Guoda sensed Chen Pingan's subtle rejection and felt a twinge of regret. The case was uncomplicated, with ample evidence and eyewitness accounts, including video footage, and the perpetrators had been apprehended at the scene, solidifying its status as a closed case. While it was possible to contest the verdict, it would require formidable influence, which Zhang Lei's family lacked. With Zhang Lei and his accomplices apprehended, Chen Pingan completed his statement and departed, knowing that Zhang Lei would face dire consequences. Yet, this incident was far from over. Zhang Lei's arrest would undoubtedly provoke his parents, and Chen Pingan had no intention of letting them off the hook easily. Chapter 20. The Super Scholar, why are you back so late? Chen Guoqing asked anxiously upon seeing Li Qingshan return. Under normal circumstances, Chen Pingan would have returned promptly, but tonight he was indeed late. Furthermore, in this era, there were no convenient means of communication like mobile phones. Even if Chen Pingan was delayed, there was no way for him to contact his family. "I encountered a bit of trouble on the way back." Chen Pingan briefly recounted the events. Chen Guoqing and Yu Xiaoying were taken aback by his words. They hurriedly stood up to examine Chen Pingan for injuries. Fortunately, he was unharmed, which relieved the anxiety of his parents. Chen Pingan elaborated that the constables had already recorded the incident, and while the matter was largely settled, he anticipated some complications ahead. He refrained from discussing Zhang Lei's family circumstances in detail. Upon hearing the news, his parents finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that their son was safe. Otherwise, their hearts would have been heavy with grief. "By the way, Dad, how did you handle the internet CAF situation?" Chen Pingan quickly shifted the topic. "You should eat first. We can discuss the internet CAF later," Chen Guoqing replied, giving his son a pointed look. Since Chen Pingan had returned too late for dinner, his father insisted he eat before they talked further. Chen Pingan chuckled, helped himself to some food, and sat down to eat. Chen Guoqing took a puff of his cigarette before mentioning the store situation. "I've seen that place. It's indeed quite good. However, the rent is a bit steep, and I'm still undecided about whether to lease it." "Dad, I know the location you're referring to, and I believe we should rent that store. The foot traffic in the area is substantial. If we open the internet CAF there, we 1T have a shortage of customers. Although the rent is high, having a steady flow of clientele is paramount," Chen Pingan suggested thoughtfully. "Are you saying you support opening the internet CAF there?" Chen Guoqing asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Of course, why wouldn't I support it? By the way, I remember the upper floor is available too. Can we lease both the upper and lower spaces?" Chen Pingan inquired. "The upper and lower floors are connected, but we only need to rent the lower one. I can't manage such a large space. If we lease both, the rent will cost us several thousand more each year," Chen Guoqing responded. "We definitely need to rent both. A larger space will allow for greater future expansion. We can earn revenue and reinvest the surplus into purchasing more computers. With so much space, I estimate we could accommodate 100 computers," Chen Pingan calculated. 100 computers? Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how much a computer costs these days? Over 10,000 each. Chen Guoqing retorted, incredulous. "Actually, computers aren't that expensive. The pricing is influenced by various factors. I'm not sure where you got your information, but that figure seems inflated. I'll figure out how to get computers for 4 to 5,000 each, Chen Pingan replied confidently. Chen Pingan understood that his father had likely inquired about brand-name computers, which were indeed exorbitantly priced in 1998. Over 10,000 was quite normal. However, Chen Pingan had no intention of purchasing such premium products. He aimed to acquire assembled computers instead. Don't try to deceive me. How could there possibly be computers for 4 to 5,000? Chen Guoqing expressed his disbelief. It's too early to say. I need to consult some people first, Chen Pingan stated as he felt the business card of Zhang Guangshan in his pocket. Zhang specialized in this type of business, and he could be approached for purchasing components, likely at a discount. Dad, you should go and rent the store tomorrow, and then we can begin renovations. Remember, we need to lease both floors. Also, you'll need to handle the business license, as you'll be managing this internet CAF, Chen Pingan instructed. Don't underestimate me. Can I handle such trivial matters? Chen Guoqing replied, a bit gruffly. In truth, he felt somewhat apprehensive about his capability to manage this task. Yet, spurred on by his son, he resolved to face the challenge head-on. Yu Xiaoying smiled at the scene, her heart filled with joy. After finishing his meal, Chen Pingan took a shower and returned to his room. There he gathered all his old textbooks from high school, first, second, and third years, none of which he had discarded, anticipating their usefulness for review. Although the books remained, he had not utilized them effectively. Some review materials were also preserved, bringing him relief that he had retained the necessary study resources. With a sense of determination, Chen Pingan took out the learning potion and swallowed it in one gulp. The potion had a slightly bitter taste, tinged with a medicinal flavor. Fortunately, he had prepared for this and quickly followed it with a sip of water. Initially, he felt nothing, but gradually, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him, one he could hardly describe. Chen Pingan eagerly opened his textbooks and began studying diligently. Almost immediately, he experienced the remarkable effects of the learning potion. Previously, he had struggled to grasp the content of these texts, often forgetting what he had just read. However, after consuming the potion, he found that he could retain the material after a single reading, and upon reviewing it, the information was firmly etched in his memory. This newfound ability was akin to photographic memory. Not only could he recall information effortlessly, but he also possessed a significant understanding of the material. In essence, he had acquired both superlative memory and comprehension skills. For a scholar, these two abilities are paramount. One must not only remember, but also understand. It is the combination of these qualities that distinguishes a true academic achiever. Chen Pingan had now transformed into a super scholar. Chapter 21. Exquisite apples. The sensation of learning was utterly delightful, as Chen Pingan murmured to himself, a joyful expression gracing his face. He genuinely felt elated. Previously, the process of studying had been a torment, fraught with difficulty that rendered it particularly painful. However, this evening, the experience was entirely transformed. He felt no anguish whatsoever, but rather an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. He absorbed knowledge effortlessly, whether from textbooks or notes, and with just a glance, he retained the information, mastering it upon a second review, even grasping its underlying intricacies. The act of learning had become both light and pleasurable. This, he mused, was the essence of true education. With an uplifted spirit, Chen Pingan committed himself to his studies with renewed vigor, acutely aware that his time was limited. The learning potion he had consumed would only remain effective for 3 days. After that, his remarkable learning abilities would wane, though his enhanced memory would endure. Immersed in the world of knowledge, he lost track of time, and before he knew it, the clock struck 11 in the evening. Exhaling deeply, he smiled. For despite only a few hours of study, he had achieved significant progress, having covered the entirety of his senior year curriculum. Now, only the materials from his sophomore and freshman years remained. Chen Pingan felt confident he could master all high school knowledge within 3 days, allowing him the opportunity to delve into some university courses thereafter. He could hardly believe that with such capabilities, he wouldn't gain admission to a prestigious university. Time for bed. His mother's voice called from the doorway. I understand. I'm going to sleep now. Chen Pingan replied promptly. All right, his mother acknowledged before retreating to her own room. After she left, Chen Pingan tidied his desk, changed out of his clothes, and soon lay down, drifting into a deep slumber. That night, Chen Pingan enjoyed a profoundly restful sleep, awakening at dawn to the sound of his father calling from outside his bedroom. He quickly dressed and emerged from his room, where his parents had prepared breakfast. Joining them at the table, he ate heartily. "Mom, Dad, I'm done eating. I'll head to school now," Chen Pingan announced. "Be careful on your way," his mother advised. "I will," he assured her, turning to leave with his backpack slung over his shoulders. He pedaled his bicycle out of the community, where Zhang Yong awaited him at the entrance. They had been commuting to school together for many years, a routine they had long since grown accustomed to. Engaging in light conversation, they arrived at school in no time. Once at school, morning self-study commenced. Chen Pingan read diligently, all the while anticipating the opening of the flash sale, which was set for 8 o'clock. As the hour approached, he wasted no time, continuing his reading while accessing the system interface. The flash sale had refreshed, revealing 4 items: a premium iron pot, which enhanced the flavor of food, a golden necklace, which could be sold for money, a bottle of kidney tonic, purportedly for vitality, and 100 pounds of exquisite apples, known for their delightful taste and health benefits. Alas, Chen Pingan considered himself rather unfortunate, as none of these items appealed to him. However, such disappointments were commonplace. One could not always expect to encounter desirable goods. The ability to procure necessary items relied on a stroke of luck. He reflected that his previous fortune had indeed been remarkable, allowing him to find valuable treasures with ease. Yet, in this instance, fortune had eluded him. As he evaluated the options, his gaze settled on the last 2 items, the kidney tonic and the exquisite apples. The other items held no relevance for him, leaving only these 2 as viable choices. However, the kidney tonic was of no use to an 18-year-old like him. After careful consideration, he decided to try the exquisite apples, curious about their potential effects. Spending $1, he purchased 100 pounds of exquisite apples, all of which were stored within the system S space, ready to be retrieved for consumption when needed. Anticipation bubbled within him. Once morning's self-study concluded, Chen Pingan eagerly opened his backpack and retrieved an apple. The moment he did, it emanated an irresistible fragrance, enticing him to take a bite. He had not anticipated such an aromatic apple. Its scent seemed to envelop the air around him. "Wow, Chen Pingan, that apple smells incredible," Zhang Yong exclaimed, astonished. "Isn't it normal for apples to smell good?" Chen Pingan chuckled in response. "Come on, have you ever had an apple that smelled like that? Are you sure it's not sprayed with perfume?" Zhang Yong asked skeptically. Chen Pingan was left speechless. "Does your family's apples come with perfume?" he thought, disregarding Zhang Yong's doubts as he took a hearty bite of the apple. It was, without a doubt, the most delectable apple he had ever tasted. With each bite, his mouth filled with juice, the flavor indescribably sweet and fragrant, soft and tender. Chen Pingan wore an expression of pure ecstasy, reveling in the delightful experience of tasting such an extraordinary apple for the first time. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong was practically drooling, irresistibly drawn in by the apple's intoxicating aroma. He fantasized about knocking Chen Pingan aside to seize the apple for himself, but such thoughts remained mere musings. "Stop staring. Here's an apple for you. Enjoy it." Chen Pingan laughed, tossing an apple from his backpack to Zhang Yong. Catching the apple, Zhang Yong grinned, wiped it off, and bit into it without washing it first. The surrounding classmates cast envious glances at him, longing for a taste of such a delightful apple. Yet, their camaraderie with Chen Pingan did not extend far enough for them to ask for one themselves. Chen Pingan then retrieved another apple from his backpack and approached Li Mengyan. Noticing his approach, she looked up and said, "What is up? Class is about to start. I brought you an apple from my relatives in the countryside. You want to find these in stores," Chen Pingan stated. "Who cares? Li Mengyan raplia these misiveli." Yet, despite her words, she eagerly accepted the apple, having caught a whiff of its alluring fragrance. She had wanted one earlier, but it felt too shy to ask. Now that Chen Pingan had offered, she was more than happy to accept it. "By the way, you haven't forgotten that I lent you my notes, have you?" Chen Pingan inquired with a smile. "Yes, I completely forgot," Li Mengyan replied earnestly. "All right, just make sure you don't forget next time," Chen Pingan said with a resigned expression. Who would forget? Li Mingyun retorted, slightly irritated. After saying this, Li Mingyun retrieved a bag from her backpack, filled with the study materials she had previously used. These resources were quite valuable, and Chen Pingan himself did not possess such materials. Here you go. Take care of them, and remember to return them to me, Li Mingyun instructed. Rest assured, I won't damage them. I just need to borrow them for a bit. I'll return them to you by tomorrow, Chen Pingan replied joyfully. Is one day really sufficient for your needs? Li Mingyun asked curiously, somewhat skeptical of Chen Pingan's claims. Don't worry, it will be enough. I can transcribe all of this in one evening, Chen Pingan said with a grin, although he was not entirely truthful. He did not intend to merely copy the materials. Rather, he planned to study them thoroughly overnight. However, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to master all of this content in just one night. Yet, given the current situation, Chen Pingan had consumed a study potion and was in a state of hyperlearning. Thus, dedicating a single evening to absorbing this information would not pose much of a challenge for him. Li Mingyun nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. I'm heading back now. If the apple is delicious, I'll bring you more next time, Chen Pingan said with a smile. I understand. You should go back now. Class is about to start. So pay attention, Li Mingyun admonished gently. Chen Pingan chuckled, not taking it to heart, and soon returned to his seat. After his departure, Li Mingyun picked up the apple and inhaled its enticing aroma. Unable to resist, she swiftly exited the classroom, rinsing the apple onto the tap. Once cleaned, she took a hearty bite of the fruit. As she sank her teeth into the apple, an explosion of sweet juice filled her mouth. The apple was not only sweet, but also soft and succulent, making it utterly delectable. Li Mingyun's eyes widened in astonishment. The flavor of the apple was simply exquisite. Chapter 22. The Unexpected Visitor. Where did you get these apples? They are absolutely delightful, Li Mingyun exclaimed, her face a portrait of astonishment. She was genuinely taken aback by Chen Pingan's ability to procure such exquisite apples. With a smile, Chen Pingan replied, I'm glad you enjoy them. If you need more, I can bring you some after school. Li Mingyun hesitated for a moment, contemplating that her parents had never tasted such delicious apples. Her heart swayed, and she responded, That would be wonderful, thank you. There's no need to worry about the cost. A few apples are hardly worth much. I must also thank you for the notes you shared with me. They have been immensely helpful, Chen Pingan said with a grin. All right then, Li Mingyun nodded in agreement. As the class bell rang, Chen Pingan swiftly returned to his seat. Zhang Yong, seated beside him, gave him a thumbs up and said with a grin, Impressive. You truly are remarkable. Just a simple gesture, nothing out of the ordinary, Chen Pingan replied, equally amused. Today's lesson brought Chen Pingan a sense of surprise and ease. Unlike before, when he felt anxious about his lack of understanding of the material, this time he felt relaxed and comfortable. He no longer worried about the teacher calling on him to answer questions. As the teacher reviewed the content, Chen Pingan listened attentively. The effects of the study potion had indeed revolutionized his understanding. The products of the system were undeniably exceptional. During class, the homeroom teacher entered with several officers, accompanied by two middle-aged men. Chen Pingan's gaze immediately fell upon them, recognizing both. One was Zhang Lei's father, Zhang Mingguang, and the other was Zhang Lei's uncle, Zhang Mingliang. They were known in the locality for their construction dealings and had a reputation that, while not grand, certainly sufficed to intimidate a high school student like Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan had anticipated their arrival, knowing that Zhang Lei's predicament was a consequence of his actions. If no intervention occurred, Zhang Lei would likely face imprisonment for his charges. Naturally, the Zhang family would not stand idly by while their kin faced such a fate. Thus, they sought out Chen Pingan, as his testimony was pivotal to the case. Should he alter his statement, the matter would become manageable. However, he had not expected them to come accompanied by officers. Chen Pingan, please step forward. The homeroom teacher called out. Without hesitation, Chen Pingan walked out amidst the astonished stares of his classmates. Chen Pingan, it's good to see you again. We need your assistance regarding that case. These gentlemen are Zhang Lei's relatives and wish to speak with you. Rest assured, your safety is our priority. Officer Zhang Guoda addressed him. Recognizing Officer Zhang from a previous encounter, Chen Pingan felt a sense of familiarity. The officer's demeanor suggested he was not there to cause trouble. Zhang Guodao himself felt somewhat displeased about the situation, as he had been compelled to bring them along by a deputy director's insistence. Yet, he rationalized that his presence would ensure Chen Pingan's safety. "Hello, Chen Pingan. I am Zhang Mingguang, Zhang Lei's father. May we speak privately?" Zhang Mingguang stated, then turned to Officer Zhang Guodao. "Rest assured, we mean no harm. We simply wish to discuss matters privately. Teacher, could you arrange a room for us?" "Of course." The teacher responded, unable to refuse. Zhang Guodao reassured Chen Pingan, "Don't worry, we're here with you." "All right, I'm not afraid," Chen Pingan replied with a smile, genuinely unperturbed, for he was the strongest among them. Even if they combined their efforts, they would not match his prowess. In such circumstances, what was there to fear? The truly apprehensive ones were Zhang Mingguang and Zhang Mingyang. The teacher quickly arranged for a vacant room. The officers waited outside, while Zhang Mingguang and his brother led Chen Pingan into the room and closed the door behind them. "You may speak now," Chen Pingan stated calmly. "You're quite audacious, aren't you?" Zhang Mingyang remarked bluntly, displaying his disdain for Chen Pingan's composed demeanor. "I am indeed bold. What do you intend to do about it? If you have the capability, go ahead and end me. Let us see if the officers outside will apprehend you," Chen Pingan retorted, his arrogance palpable. The Zhang brothers seethed with frustration at Chen Pingan's audacity, itching to retaliate, yet aware that the officers' presence restrained them from taking any action. Even raising their voices seemed unwise. Zhang Mingguang took a deep breath to compose himself before speaking. "I acknowledge your bravery. It is rare to find such audacity in someone your age. I admire that. Therefore, I wish to offer you a lucrative opportunity. I understand my son's actions were misguided. On behalf of my son, I apologize, and I am willing to compensate you. I can offer you 200,000 as restitution." Chapter 23. The downfall of the Zhang brothers. After Zhang Mingguang finished speaking, his gaze shifted towards Chen Pingan. However, upon seeing Chen Pingan's expressionless face, he felt a sudden pang of unease. He realized that this young man was not to be trifled with. Yet, he maintained a facade of composure. 200,000 is indeed a substantial sum, but I cannot accept your money without reason, Chen Pingan replied with a smile. This amount is a form of compensation to you, a transaction, if you will. Accept this money, and do not trouble my son any further. You will clarify the matter with the officers, stating that the incident was merely a jest, not an intentional act of harm. After you resolve this case, I shall provide you with another 200,000. You must understand that totals 400,000, enough to purchase 2 apartments in the city. Zhang Mingguang spoke calmly, confident in the power of his wealth. He doubted that Chen Pingan could remain indifferent to such a sum. Yet, to his astonishment, Chen Pingan maintained his impassive demeanor. "Do not harbor such illusions. I will not let your son go. I will not spare any member of the Zhang family. You and your brother should prepare yourselves," Chen Pingan said in a low voice, mindful of the officers at the entrance. If they overheard, it would spell trouble for him. The Zhang brothers were taken aback by this declaration. "Do you hold such a deep-seated grudge against our family?" Zhang Mingguang exclaimed incredulously. He could not comprehend the extent of animosity that Chen Pingan harbored towards them. Even if his son had bullied Chen Pingan, it was merely childish antics. Why did Chen Pingan choose to escalate matters so drastically, with such audacity? A mere 18-year-old high school student. How could he possess such conviction and resentment? The brothers found themselves perplexed, yet Chen Pingan's tone suggested he was indeed resolute in his intentions. "Young man, you are paving a path to your own demise. Even if you fear not for yourself, what of your parents? Your grandparents, perhaps? Are you not concerned for their well-being? Accidents occur every day in this society," Zhang Mingguang warned. "I am well aware of the unpredictability of life. If you possess the capability, then eliminate my entire family. Let us see who suffers the greater loss." Chen Pingan replied, his voice icy, sending a chill down the spines of the Zhang brothers. "How dare you?" Zhang Mingliang could no longer contain his rage. "You are courting death, and what will you do about it? Your brother has already retreated. Your fate is no better," Chen Pingan retorted. "Take my advice. Enjoy your food and drink, and cherish the life you have now." The brothers were seething with anger at Chen Pingan's words. "You are quite bold. Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado," Zhang Mingguang said coldly, recognizing that this young man was merely a reckless fool. There was no room for negotiation with someone so obstinate. "Let's go, brother. There is no purpose in conversing with this insolent child," Zhang Mingliang stated, equally furious. Had they not been in the presence of the officers, they would have long since dealt with Chen Pingan. As they turned to leave, Chen Pingan suddenly surged forward, tapping the pressure points on their backs. "What are you doing?" Zhang Mingliang exclaimed, sensing something amiss. Yet by the time he turned around, Chen Pingan had already retreated 2 meters, appearing as though he had never moved. "What are you talking about?" "I have remained right here," Chen Pingan replied, feigning confusion. The brothers exchanged bewildered glances, feeling an inexplicable sensation on their backs. However, with only the 3 of them in the room and Chen Pingan stationary, it raised the question of whether there was a 4th presence or if it was merely an illusion shared between them. "This young man is suspicious. We should leave," Zhang Mingliang whispered. Zhang Mingliang nodded in agreement, his mind consumed by fury, fixated solely on the thought of eliminating Chen Pingan. Not in the immediate moment, of course, as the officers were present, but once they departed, he could easily summon assistance to deal with a mere high school student. Fueled by anger, they pushed open the door and exited. The officers, noticing their emergence and assessing Chen Pingan within, confirmed that all was well and relaxed their vigilance before dispersing. A vice principal approached the Zhang brothers, engaging in cordial conversation as they made their way towards the school's exit. The brothers' connections were impressive, even recognized by the vice principal. However, just as they reached the threshold, they suddenly collapsed, blood seeping from their mouths. "Help! Something has happened!" The vice principal shouted in alarm. From a distance, Chen Pingan observed the scene, a smile gracing his lips. His earlier threats were underpinned by confidence. He would not allow the Zhang brothers to leave the school unscathed. He had merely targeted their vital points, ensuring they would not perish but rather suffer a debilitating stroke, rendering them incapacitated, far worse than death. Ordinary individuals who cross paths with a master like Chen Pingan could expect no favorable outcome. Chapter 24. Some are joyful, some are sorrowful from a distance. Chen Pingan observed the scene with a subtle smile gracing his lips. In his previous life, he had endured relentless torment at the hands of the Zhang family. Yet in this incarnation, he finally felt a sense of vindication. However, this was merely the beginning. Remnants of the Zhang family still lingered, and Chen Pingan had no intention of allowing them to escape unscathed. For now, he had merely collected a fraction of the interest owed by the Zhang family. The Zhang clan, brimming with arrogance and self-importance, fancied themselves superior to others. Yet, in the eyes of certain individuals, they were nothing more than insignificant insects. At this moment, the Zhang family appeared as mere ants in Chen Pingan's eyes, with the power to easily dictate their fates. At the school gate, the Zhang brothers lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing intermittently. The vice principal, who had been conversing with them, stood in stunned disbelief, utterly unprepared for the sudden and severe illness that had befallen the brothers. Fortunately, the bystanders reacted swiftly, promptly summoning the school physician. Responding to the vice principal's urgent command, the school doctor arrived post-haste. Though not exceptionally skilled, he possessed a fundamental understanding of medical principles. After examining the brothers, he reached a grave conclusion. Both were suffering from cerebral hemorrhages, with a high likelihood of stroke. It was imperative not to move them, as any disturbance could exacerbate their condition. "Have we called for an ambulance?" The physician inquired gravely. "We have. But is there nothing we can do for them in the meantime?" The vice principal furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the implications of the incident occurring under his watch. The physician shook his head, responding, "Principal Wu, I am powerless in this situation. Only specialists at a major hospital can properly address their condition. I cannot take any action myself." The physician's hesitation stemmed from a desire to avoid personal liability. Any misstep could have dire consequences for his career. The vice principal, hearing this, fell silent, grappling with the gravity of the situation. As the school bell rang, Chen Pingan chuckled softly and mingled with the crowd, returning to his classroom. A full 10 minutes passed before the ambulance finally arrived. The Zhang brothers were transported to the hospital, where they underwent emergency treatment. Chen Pingan felt no uncertainty regarding their fate. He recognized that their chances of survival were slim, given the nature of his intervention. Earlier, Chen Pingan had discreetly channeled his energy into the Zhang brothers' bodies. As they reached the school gate, this energy erupted within them, resulting in catastrophic damage to specific neural pathways in their brains, leading to cerebral hemorrhage and subsequent paralysis. While the Zhang brothers would not perish immediately, they would forever be deprived of a normal existence. As Chen Pingan attended class with a sense of satisfaction, the brothers found themselves in the hospital's emergency room, desperately fighting for their lives. Modern medicine proved adept, and amidst their urgent procedures, the brothers' lives were preserved. However, they remained paralyzed from a stroke. Once stabilized, they were moved to a hospital room where their distorted expressions and incoherent mumblings betrayed their dire state. "My heavens, what has happened to you two?" A robust, middle-aged woman entered the room, her heart breaking at the sight of the brothers, and she began to weep uncontrollably. This woman was none other than Zhang Lei's mother, the wife of Zhang Mingguang. Upon receiving the distressing news, she hurried to the hospital, but had been unable to see them until now, as they were in critical care. Upon witnessing her husband and brother-in-law in such a condition, her heart turned to ice. Zhang Lei's father had been the pillar of their family. His collapse signified the imminent downfall of the Zhang household. The middle-aged woman, who had only ever excelled at playing mahjong and hurling insults, was ill-prepared for the harsh realities of managing a business. Now, with her husband incapacitated, the prospect of a bleak future overwhelmed her, and she sobbed uncontrollably. "Oh, my heavens, why must my life be so cruel? My son is headed to prison, and now my husband is gravely ill," she lamented, her crying a manifestation of her despair for the hardships that awaited her. "Zhang, madam, you need not worry excessively. Your husband's condition is stable, and he is not in immediate danger," a nearby doctor reassured her, witnessing her distress. "But what of my husband and my brother-in-law? Will they ever return to normal?" she urgently queried. Although their condition was stable, the doctor explained that both had suffered cerebral hemorrhages that had ruptured vital nerves, resulting in paralysis. The fact that their lives were preserved was already a remarkable achievement. Restoring them to their former selves would be an arduous challenge. The doctor refrained from delivering the full, grim truth. Should he reveal that there was a 99% likelihood they would never regain normalcy, it would only deepen her sorrow. Not oblivious to the implications of the doctor's words, the middle-aged woman fell into another fit of tears. "Please, Aunt, do not cry. We can manage this situation together." A tall young man entered the room, attempting to console her. This young man, Zhang Su, was Zhang Lei's cousin, the son of Zhang Mingliang. Despite the shock of the news, a flicker of satisfaction ignited within him. With his cousin imprisoned and both his uncle and father incapacitated, the path to inheriting the family legacy seemed increasingly clear. Chapter 25. Delivering apples. Zhang Su felt no trace of sorrow. Instead, a subtle excitement and a flicker of joy danced within him. His father and uncle were now entangled in misfortune, leaving the Zhang family devoid of its pillars of support. Who, then, would assume the mantle of leadership in the Zhang clan? Naturally, it would fall upon him, the eldest son of the Zhang family. Under ordinary circumstances, this responsibility would not have been his to bear, as the majority of the family's assets were under the stewardship of his uncle, Zhang Mingguang. Thus, the family would have likely been handed over to Zhang Lei. However, with Zhang Lei now facing imprisonment due to an assault case that could swing either way, the potential for a solid conviction loomed large. If the case solidified into an ironclad conviction, Zhang Lei could find himself behind bars for several years, thus extinguishing any prospects for his future. The Zhang family would never entrust its legacy to someone who had served time. This opened a window of opportunity for Zhang Su to seize control of the family affairs, which was, of course, the most favorable outcome. Yet, there remained the possibility that Zhang Lei would still manage to retain control. Zhang Su felt a twinge of resentment at this notion, but he was powerless to change it. Unforeseen events unfolded rapidly. Both his father and uncle suffered strokes and were hospitalized. With the absence of these crucial figures, the Zhang family found itself in disarray. Who would manage the extensive business operations? It would inevitably fall upon him, a member of the Zhang family. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile threatened to break free from his lips. He showed little concern for the health of his father or uncle, for his inherently cold nature prioritized his own interests above familial bonds. The well-being of his father, uncle, or any other family member was of no consequence to him. His focus lay solely on the benefits that might accrue to him. While Zhang Su harbored these thoughts, he was wise enough not to voice them aloud. He merely observed his bettered-in-father and uncle, his inner joy barely contained. Chen Pingan, on the other hand, was oblivious to these machinations. He only recognized that the Zhang family was on a path to ruin. Zhang Lei was likely to face imprisonment, while Zhang Mingguang and Zhang Mingyuan would surely be rendered incapacitated. As for whether Zhang Lei would indeed serve time, that remained uncertain, especially since Chen Pingan, the alleged victim, had suffered no injuries. Zhang Lei could easily argue that his intentions were merely confrontational. If he employed this rationale, the charges against him could falter, particularly given Chen Pingan's lack of social standing. In such cases, his ability to influence the outcome was severely limited. Nevertheless, if Zhang Lei were imprisoned, it would be a stroke of fortune, as Chen Pingan would not seek to confront him within the confines of a prison cell. Conversely, should Zhang Lei escape incarceration, he would be in a precarious position, leaving Chen Pingan free to act against him. At last, the bell signaling the end of evening study rang, and the classroom buzzed with students eagerly packing their bags and exiting. Chen Pingan rummaged through his backpack and produced a bag of apples. He approached Li Mingyun and presented her with the apples. "I brought these for you to take home and share with your family." After placing the apples down, he offered a smile and turned to leave, uttering no further words. "Thank you." Li Mingyun wanted to refuse, but recalled the apple's exquisite flavor, swallowing her words of rejection. Hearing her gratitude, Chen Pingan waved goodbye and stepped out of the classroom. With light steps, he made his way to the adjacent classroom where Lin Wanjun was also packing her belongings. Chen Pingan chose to wait patiently at the doorway. Once Lin Wanjun emerged, he retrieved another bag of apples from his backpack. Fortunately, no one checked his bag, unaware of the bounty it contained. He had procured 100 pounds of these apples, sufficient to last him a considerable time, making their distribution quite fitting. "Lin Wanjun, I apologize for upsetting you last time. Please accept these apples as a token of my apology," he said, approaching her with confidence. "No, it's fine. We're all classmates. It's not that serious," Lin Wanjun replied, shaking her head at the sight of the apples. "Take them. There's no need to be polite. We have so many classmates around. It wouldn't be proper for us to bicker." As he spoke, Chen Pingan grasped her hand and placed the bag of apples into her grasp. "If you truly dislike them, you may discard them, but that would be a pity, as they were purchased with care. How you choose to handle them is entirely up to you." With that, he turned and left, not allowing Lin Wanjun a moment to protest. "Why are you like this?" Lin Wanjun muttered under her breath, feeling a hint of annoyance at his domineering demeanor. She understood Chen Pingan's intentions, but felt no interest in such matters. At her young age, with her focus on studies and the impending college entrance examination, she was acutely aware of her priorities. Though she considered discarding the apples, a glance into the bag revealed the bright, enticing fruit, accompanied by an alluring fragrance. As she inhaled deeply, the sweet aroma filled her senses. "What is this? Why do these apples smell so delightful?" she mused internally. Reluctant to part with them, she reflected on her family's circumstances, knowing they seldom indulged in fruit. This would be her first encounter with such apples. "All right, I'll take them home for my younger siblings to taste. I can return the favor later," she concluded in her heart. Chapter 26. Lin Wanjun considers dropping out of school. Lin Wanjun's home is situated a considerable distance from her school, approximately 7 or 8 kilometers away, compelling her to cycle daily. Their residence is located in a suburban village near the city, where the surroundings are rather unkempt. Upon her arrival home, she found her family waiting for her. Aware that she often returned late, they had already dined, yet had prepared a meal for her. "I'm back," Lin Wanjun called out at her doorstep. The moment the door swung open, her younger siblings joyfully rushed out. "Sister is home." The sight of Lin Wanjun elicited great delight from her brother and sister. As the eldest sibling, she had a younger sister, Lin Wanjing, and a younger brother, Lin Yiming. Lin Wanjing was currently in the 9th grade, while Lin Yiming was in the 7th. Carrying a bag of apples, Lin Wanjun casually remarked. A classmate of mine has an orchard and brought some apples to school. He gifted me a bag of them, claiming they are homegrown, delicious, and healthy. I thought you might enjoy tasting them. As she spoke, she showcased the apples in her hand. In truth, her siblings had already noticed the apples earlier, but refrained from asking when she had remained silent. Now that she had mentioned them, their excitement was palpable. Apples! How wonderful! We haven't had apples in ages, exclaimed her brother joyfully. Although her sister shared in the enthusiasm, being older, she pondered and queried, Sister, are these apples genuinely a gift from your classmate? Of course, they're from my classmate. What else could they be? Lin Wanjun replied with a smile. Help yourselves to the apples. I'll eat my meal first. All right, we'll enjoy the apples. Her siblings had no reason to refuse such an offer. Soon, they eagerly opened the bag, each grabbing an apple. After washing them thoroughly, they began to relish their treat. Meanwhile, Lin Wanjun headed to the kitchen to have her meal, while her siblings savored the apples in the living room. Wow, these apples are absolutely delicious. Your classmate's apples are incredible, Lin Yiming exclaimed with astonishment. His speech slightly garbled as his mouth was full of apple. The fruits were indeed delightful, fragrant, sweet, and with a delightful softness. This was the tastiest apple he had ever eaten. Lin Wanjing, too, was beaming with joy, her eyes squinting in delight. The apples were a tremendous treat for her, especially given their family's modest means, which seldom allowed for such luxuries. Do you two have to be so dramatic? Are they really that good? Lin Wanjun, observing her siblings' exaggerated expressions, asked in surprise, finding their reactions amusing. Sister, haven't you tasted these apples yet? They are truly exceptional. You'll see when you try them. Lin Wanjing eagerly chimed in. Are they really as good as you say? Lin Wanjun asked skeptically. Absolutely. Wait a moment. I'll wash you an apple, Lin Wanjing replied, darting to the kitchen to fetch another apple. After washing it, she sliced it into bite-sized pieces for her sister. As the apple was cut, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, capturing everyone's attention, including Lin Wanjun's. She could hardly believe how delightful the apple smelled. Tentatively, she picked a piece with her chopsticks and tasted it, discovering it was indeed exquisite. She marveled at how delicious the apples were, wondering where her classmate had procured such delightful fruits. Just as the sisters were happily munching on their apples, their mother emerged with a troubled expression. With 3 children and their family already facing financial hardships, the burden had intensified as Lin Wanjun's father had recently been injured and fallen ill. Their current predicament rendered life even more challenging. Lin Wanjun's parents had begun contemplating whether to have her drop out of school to work. After all, at 18, she could indeed seek employment. As a girl, Lin Wanjun did not require an extensive education. Entering the workforce sooner would be more advantageous than prolonging her studies. Both of her parents were illiterate. While they recognized the value of education, they also believed it had limited utility. Their bias toward sons was evident. Had they had a son, they would have aspired for him to attend university, but for their daughter, it was a different story. Given their current circumstances, they thought it might be more prudent for Lin Wanjun to work rather than continue her education. Even if she graduated from university, she would eventually need to find a job. Thus, allowing her to work a few years earlier seemed reasonable. If Lin Wanjun worked, her younger siblings could continue their studies. Otherwise, the possibility of all 3 children attending school became precarious. Lin Wanjun's mother hesitated, her thoughts unspoken. Is something wrong, Mom? Lin Wanjun gently inquired, setting down her chopsticks. My dear, can't we consider having you leave school to work after high school? Her mother suggested softly. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanjun's heart sank. She was academically gifted, a top student with the potential to gain admission to prestigious universities. With her capabilities, attending a renowned institution was nearly guaranteed, provided she performed well in her examinations. Typically, she could aim for elite universities like 985 or 211 without issue. As a senior student, she understood the importance of education and longed to enroll in a distinguished university. However, the current situation left her feeling lost. She was acutely aware of her family's struggles, and she understood that if she secured a place at a reputable university, the tuition would impose a significant financial burden. Already wrestling with her conflicting emotions, Her mother's words shattered the fragile balance within her. Lin Wanjun was perceptive. She grasped the underlying meaning in her mother's tone. Don't worry, Mom. After I graduate from high school, I'll go to work. I want to attend university, she replied calmly, though her expression belied the turmoil within her heart, a tempest known only to herself. Chapter 27. The Anxiety of Gain and Loss Upon Returning Home. Chen Pingan was greeted by a piece of delightful news from his father. Chen Guoqing had successfully rented a storefront and was now poised to launch an internet CAF. My son, do you really think the CAF will take off? Chen Guoqing inquired, his voice tinged with apprehension. Having spent his entire life in employment, this was his inaugural venture as a business owner, and the pressure of investing 200,000 yuan weighed heavily upon him. Rest assured, Dad, the CAF is bound to be profitable with my involvement, Chen Pingan asserted, patting his chest confidently. Were it not for his reassurances, his father would likely be overwhelmed with doubt. Chen Guoqing had already begun to question his own capabilities in this endeavor, and without Chen Pingan's encouragement, he might have faltered. Don't worry, Dad. I have thoroughly researched how to operate the CAF. Tomorrow, you should take a trip to finalize the business registration. Additionally, it will be prudent to inquire if we can establish a company specifically for the CAF's operations. If we can register it, that would be ideal, as it would facilitate future expansion. Chen Pingan laid out his plans with clarity. As we are running an internet CAF, there is no need for extravagant renovations. A thorough cleaning will suffice. However, we must commission a sign for the storefront. Please arrange for this with a design firm tomorrow. We can discuss what equipment to purchase the day after, during the weekend, when I will accompany you to the computer market. You cheeky little rascal. You've even mapped out my tasks. Chen Guoqing chuckled in mock admonition. Yet, Chen Pingan's structured approach brought him a sense of relief. Previously, he had felt lost and uncertain about operating the CAF. While he had observed other CAFs, he understood that theory and practice were worlds apart. Hearing his son's confidence instilled him with hope. All right, you two can converse later. Let the young man eat first, interjected his mother, Yu Xiaoying with a smile. Go on, eat before it gets cold, Chen Guoqing added, nodding in agreement. I'll eat first, and we can discuss everything afterward. By the way, I brought back some apples for you to try. These are from a classmate's family farm, and I assure you, they are exceptionally delicious, Chen Pingan said, gesturing toward the bag of apples he had brought home. His parents looked in the direction he pointed, noting the promising appearance of the apples. These do look quite appetizing, Yu Xiaoying remarked with a grin. Dad, Mom, I'm going to eat now. If you wish to try the apples, please wash them yourselves. Chen Pingan replied cheerfully as he filled his bowl with rice and began to eat heartily. It was well past mealtime, and his hunger was quite pronounced. I'll wash the apples, Yu Xiaoying offered. After washing, she and her husband each took a bite of the fruit. Upon tasting the first apple, her eyes widened in surprise. Having consumed countless apples throughout her life, she had never encountered one so delectable. What variety is this? It's absolutely delightful, she exclaimed. I'm not certain. I asked my classmate, and he said he didn't know either, just that they were grown at home. He mentioned that their apples have never tasted as good as this year's, likely due to favorable weather conditions. After this year, we may not have the chance to enjoy them again, Chen Pingan explained while continuing his meal. Does your classmate's family sell these apples? If so, buy some more, Yu Xiaoying suggested. You're not thinking of giving them away, are you? These apples are quite rare. We should keep them for ourselves. Who would I be giving them to? Chen Pingan replied incredulously. I only intended to send some to your parents. Your grandparents and your maternal grandparents deserve to taste such exquisite apples too, she continued, slightly exasperated. Mom, I stand corrected. They absolutely should enjoy these apples. I'll speak with my classmate tomorrow and ask him to bring more from home. However, I must warn you, there are only about 100 pounds of these apples, and it was sheer luck that his family produced them this year. Next year, we may not be as fortunate, so please don't distribute them indiscriminately, he insisted. I understand, don't worry, Yu Xiaoying replied. These apples are indeed delicious. Just remember to buy a bit more for us to savor, Chen Guoqing chimed in. Father, that's sound advice. We should certainly stock up for ourselves, Chen Pingan agreed with a smile. After dinner and a shower, Chen Pingan returned to his room to continue studying. Time was of the essence, and he needed to make the most of every moment. for the effectiveness of his study potion was soon to expire. Fortunately, over the past 3 days, he had reviewed all the material from his high school years. While he may not yet be a top scholar, he felt confident that he could manage the upcoming college entrance examination. Whether he would gain admission to prestigious institutions like Peking University or Tsinghua University remained uncertain, but securing a place in a reputable university seemed highly feasible. Taking advantage of the potion's effects, Chen Pingan studied diligently until midnight. Recognizing the need for rest before classes the next day, he reluctantly compelled himself to bed. Perhaps due to the fatigue of his studies, he quickly drifted into a deep slumber. Awakening to the light of a new day, Chen Pingan opened his eyes, ready to face the second day. Checking the system interface, he noted that there was still an hour and a half until the next product refresh. He wondered if today's flash sale would hold any surprises for him. Chapter 28. The Advanced Hacking Skills Book at 8 a.m. The system marketplace refreshed its merchandise once more. Today, 4 new items graced the system interface. 100 pounds of exquisite strawberries, a 30-carat ruby, a tome on Shaolin Arhut Fist, and an advanced hacking skills book. Chen Pingan's gaze swept across these 4 offerings, ultimately fixating on the advanced hacking skills book. Today, fortune smiled upon Chen Pingan, as at least 3 of the 4 items were quite exceptional. Whether it was the ruby or the Shaolin martial arts manual, both held value for him. However, among them, the pinnacle was undoubtedly the advanced hacking skills book. Without hesitation, he spent $1 to secure this coveted item, successfully acquiring the advanced hacking skills book. With a surge of excitement, Chen Pingan suppressed his emotions and clicked to learn from the system interface. In a silent moment, he absorbed the knowledge contained within the advanced hacking skills book. A wealth of hacking expertise flooded into his mind, showcasing the extraordinary power of the system. Typically, such a learning process would be lengthy and burdensome for the brain. Yet, under the system's influence, Chen Pingan felt no strain whatsoever. He comfortably mastered all the skills contained within the advanced hacking manual. At this moment, Chen Pingan had acquired some of the most elite hacking techniques in the world. He realized that the advanced hacking skills book was categorized according to the current world standards. The hacking techniques he possessed ranked among the top 10 globally, illustrating just how impressive his skills truly were. What set Chen Pingan apart from other hackers was a significant advantage. He was also a master of internal martial arts. This expertise allowed him to operate the keyboard with greater speed than the average individual. For a hacker, adeptness with the keyboard was an integral aspect of their capabilities. Slow typists faced dire consequences, while Chen Pingan's typing speed was remarkably swift. A deep smile crept across Chen Pingan's lips. The thrill of advanced hacking techniques was exhilarating. He now possessed the confidence that, even without the $1 flash sale system, he could establish himself in this world. With these advanced hacking skills, he was poised to join the ranks of the elite. Chen Pingan contemplated several ways to capitalize on his advanced hacking knowledge. Earning money with these skills seemed remarkably straightforward. For instance, he could design an antivirus software, which in 1998 was not yet widespread. If he developed a free antivirus program, it would undoubtedly become a sensation, allowing him to seize a leading position in the market. When the antivirus company eventually went public, Chen Pingan could easily ascend to prominence. Beyond antivirus software, countless related ventures awaited his exploration. Ambitious and eager, Chen Pingan was ready to embark on a grand endeavor. However, reality dictated that he could not simply act on his desires. As a high school senior facing imminent college entrance examinations, the entrepreneurial path he envisioned would have to wait until he entered university. Moreover, starting such a company would require substantial capital, an obstacle he needed to overcome gradually. For now, this was a commendable beginning, and he reassured himself not to rush. Gradually, Chen Pingan regained his composure. "Old Chen, what delightful thoughts occupy your mind? I can see you struggling to suppress that smile," his classmate Zhang Yong teased, poking Chen Pingan's arm. "I dreamt last night that I won the lottery and started my own company, becoming a billionaire. I was just reflecting on that, which made me smile." Chen Pingan replied with a grin. "Daydreaming, are we? Lotteries are a scam," Zhang Yong scoffed, drawing on his experience from watching his father buy lottery tickets for years without ever winning a prize. What's wrong with daydreaming? Who knows? One day it might come true. Chen Pingan replied with a chuckle. As they exchanged banter, their teacher entered the classroom, prompting an immediate silence. Just then, a figure appeared at the classroom door. Chen Pingan sensed a wave of malice directed at him and turned sharply to observe Zhang Lei standing at the entrance, glaring at him with hostility. Zhang Lei made a gesture across his throat, mimicking a slitting motion before turning to leave. So this brat has emerged. The Zhang family's influence is indeed considerable. Chen Pingan mused inwardly. However, he was not particularly surprised by this development. The severity of Zhang Lei's actions depended on the support he received from others. It was evident that someone had intervened, leading to Zhang Lei's release. Although Chen Pingan was the victim, he had received no prior notification regarding this matter. In 1998, many situations lacked proper structure, making unexpected occurrences commonplace. Even 2 decades later, such situations would still be considered normal. After all, even death row inmates could be granted reprieves without facing execution. Zhang Lei's minor offense could easily be manipulated to secure his release. Authorities could easily fabricate a charge of fighting, issue a reprimand, and subsequently release him. If that were the case, Chen Pingan would be powerless to intervene. Yet, he remained indifferent to the situation. Should Zhang Lei actually face imprisonment, it would merely be a stroke of luck for Chen Pingan. Now that Zhang Lei was back, Chen Pingan was determined to ensure that he would not have it easy. He was equally confident that Zhang Lei would not let him go unscathed. Chapter 29. The shock of Sun Haidang after class. Chen Pingan went to the neighboring classroom, but he found no sign of Zhang Lei. It seemed that this fellow was not in the mood for school, and his gesture of slicing his throat towards Chen Pingan at the classroom door was merely an attempt to startle him. Chen Pingan could only conclude that such intentions were exceedingly immature. Not finding Zhang Lei at school left Chen Pingan with no means to confront him. So he temporarily set the matter aside and focused on his studies, as the impending college entrance examination loomed ever closer. For now, he aimed to be a diligent student. At noon, Chen Pingan visited the securities company again. Upon his arrival, the manager, Sun Haitang, greeted him with a warm smile. "Mr. Chen, welcome." This marked Chen Pingan's 3rd visit to the securities firm, and by now, his trading prowess had astonished Sun Haitang. During their first meeting, she had regarded him as a novice investor, but as Chen Pingan's stock picks consistently soared, she realized he was a skilled trader. To date, he had purchased only 3 stocks, yet each had experienced a meteoric rise. The stock he bought yesterday had reached its limit up today. Sun Haidang now perceived Chen Pingan as a veritable financial boon. As Chen Pingan's stockbroker, Sun Haidang earned a commission on his trades. Therefore, the more he profited, the greater her earnings. Naturally, she wished for Chen Pingan to amass wealth. "Mr. Chen, I have prepared the trading computer for you," she promptly announced. "Thank you. I will first check today's market," Chen Pingan replied with a smile. In truth, he was already aware of the market trends, as he possessed an innate intuition for stock movements. However, he felt it necessary to engage in the customary pretense of reviewing the market, lest it seem peculiar that he had foreknowledge of the stock fluctuations. Half an hour later, Chen Pingan had assessed the day's market situation and proceeded to jot down his trading decisions on a piece of paper. "Miss Haitang, I must trouble you to execute these trades for me," he said cheerfully, handing her the note. "It is my duty. You are too kind," she replied as she accepted the paper with both hands. Glancing at its contents, a flicker of confusion crossed her face. "Mr. Chen, you wish to invest in Shenzhou Electric? It has been languishing for quite some time and lacks recent activity. Are you not concerned about the risks involved? I do not question your judgment. However, as your stockbroker, I feel compelled to caution you about the potential risks," she said earnestly. "Thank you, but please proceed with the transactions as I have indicated. I am quite confident in my assessment. I believe there are institutional investors behind Shenzhou Electric, and if my instincts are correct, the stock will surge this afternoon. Of course, there remains the possibility that I am mistaken. Such is the nature of stock trading. It is a gamble on probabilities. Should I err, I will simply cut my losses. If I succeed, the rewards will be substantial," Chen Pingan replied, exuding confidence. He did not linger at the securities company for long. as he had classes to attend in the afternoon. After clarifying his trading instructions, he departed and returned to school. Meanwhile, Sun Haidang examined the note in her hands, her expression tinged with hesitation. In truth, she too could engage in trading, though she was prohibited from using her own account as a stockbroker. However, she could have a family member open an account and trade on her behalf, a common practice among brokers. Previously, Sun Haidang had warned herself never to trade privately, fully aware of the stock market's inherent risks. Yet, having witnessed Chen Pingan's consistent profits over the past few days and receiving his trading directives in advance, she found herself with the opportunity to follow his lead. However, after some contemplation, she shook her head with a wry smile, resolutely dismissing the notion of trading for herself. The risks of the stock market were simply too formidable. It was best to avoid entanglements altogether. Being a stockbroker, she understood those risks all too well. Upon returning to school, Chen Pingan was surprised to see someone waiting for him at the classroom door. Lin Wanjun. Chen Pingan, she called out as soon as she spotted him. Are you looking for me? What do you need? He inquired, puzzled, as he was aware that their relationship was not particularly close. The apples you gave me last time were delicious, so I brought you some pickled vegetables my family made. Here, Lin Wanjun said, offering him a bag without hesitation. Pickled vegetables? How wonderful. Thank you. Chen Pingan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before quickly accepting the gift with a smile. Lin Wanjun discreetly exhaled in relief, having worried that he might refuse her offering. Her family had little of value, but her mother's pickled vegetables were something to be proud of. If Chen Pingan had declined, she would not have known how to respond. Lin Wanjun was unwilling to owe Chen Pingan anything, even if it was merely a small favor like a bag of apples. Hence, she had brought the pickled vegetables as a token of gratitude. Have you encountered any troubles recently? If so, feel free to tell me. I can help you. Chen Pingan said, unable to suppress his concern. Lin Wanjun looked up at him and replied, the troubles I face are beyond your ability to resolve. She truly felt that her predicaments were insurmountable for someone like Chen Pingan, who was merely a high school student. The difficulties one encounters often revolve around financial matters. Either one's parents require money, or one needs funds for education. Troubles solvable by money were not troubles for him. Would 100,000 be sufficient to resolve your issues? If not, I can arrange for 200,000 or even 300,000 if necessary. Chen Pingan spoke slowly, offering his assistance. Chapter 30. Be my wife? What kind of joke are you making? Do you think this is amusing? Lin Wanjun said coldly. She felt no sense of help from Chen Pingan's words. Instead, she perceived them as an insult. Chen Pingan was at a loss for words. After all he had said, why was she still reacting this way? Were women's thought processes truly so perplexing? I don't find anything amusing about this. I sincerely want to help you. I know you're in need of money. Regardless of how you feel, I'm stating this plainly. If you need financial assistance, come to me. I'm not giving you this money for free. Consider it a loan. Once you've graduated from university and are earning, you can repay me gradually. I've made my position clear. Please take me seriously and stop thinking I'm jesting. Chen Pingan urged. He was almost on the verge of kneeling to make his point. Why was conversing with these women so arduous? Lin Wanjun's expression softened slightly. You're not joking with me, are you? She inquired. Do you think I would joke about such matters? We've been classmates for several years. I understand what's appropriate to joke about and what's not. I've shared everything I needed to with you. Your decisions are your own, for your fate lies in your hands. I can aid you once, but I cannot save you for a lifetime. If you give up on yourself, no one can rescue you. After saying this, Chen Pingan turned to leave. Wait, don't go. Lin Wanjun suddenly called out from behind. A flicker of hope ignited within Chen Pingan as he turned back. What do you want to say to me? He asked. Can you really lend me money? Is it from your parents or your own? Lin Wanjun queried, astonished at the thought of such a substantial amount. Are you aware of the case regarding the missing child of the cement tycoon? Chen Pingan began. I've heard about it. It's quite the scandal. Lin Wanjun nodded. You don't think I'm claiming to have rescued the cement tycoon's child, do you? Lin Wanjun asked hesitantly. You're quite perceptive. That's exactly what happened. Chen Pingan replied with a smile. Indeed, I rescued that child. The tycoon issued a reward for anyone who could bring his child back, and I received a considerable sum for my efforts. That money is currently in my bank account. I don't need it for myself, but if you require it, I can lend it to you. Just ensure that you don't let me suffer a loss. You can pay me back with a little interest each year. Chen Pingan understood that Lin Wanjun was not the type to take advantage of others. If it were another woman, she would likely revel in such an opportunity. But Lin Wanjun was different, which is why Chen Pingan suggested she pay him interest. If I truly need money, how much can you lend me? Lin Wanjun asked softly. Her cheeks tinged with a blush, as this was her first time asking someone for financial help. I can lend you any amount you need, no matter how much it is, Chen Pingan replied with a smile. He felt relieved that Lin Wanjun was finally willing to consider borrowing from him. Thank you, Chen Pingan, Lin Wanjun said sincerely, feeling a deep sense of gratitude towards him. Regardless of whether he could ultimately provide the funds, his promise held immense value for her. However, I worry I won't be able to repay you in the future, Lin Wanjun said hesitantly. As a high school senior, she was uncertain about her future earning potential. The thought of borrowing such a considerable sum from Chen Pingan felt overwhelming. How about treating it as a dowry instead? Once we graduate from university, we could marry, and then you would have to repay me, Chen Pingan jested. In truth, he was merely making light of the situation. Although Lin Wanjun was indeed beautiful, he had no intention of exploiting her vulnerability. You're insufferable. Lin Wanjun shot him a cold glance before turning to leave. Yet, she did not feel genuinely angry. Rather, she experienced a fleeting moment of warmth. After all, as a girl, she would eventually marry. Her parents likely wished for her to settle down soon. Although she had previously held a poor impression of Chen Pingan, marrying him now seemed less objectionable, as they were familiar with each other. However, expressing such thoughts in front of him felt too embarrassing, so she hurried away. Wait, is Lin Wanjun really upset? Chen Pingan pondered with a hint of distress. He realized that women were indeed challenging to understand. He had never struggled as much dealing with the Zhang family. After all, physical strength sufficed in that context. But with Lin Wanjun, it required far more than mere force. Ultimately, his aim was not to confront her, but to save her life. You two seem to have something going on, a youthful voice suddenly interjected. Chen Pingan stiffened and turned to find Li Mengyun standing there. You've misunderstood. We were merely discussing something else, he hastily explained. Why are you so flustered? Class is starting. Let us return to the classroom, Li Mengyun said nonchalantly before walking away. She appeared neither jealous nor entirely unaffected, leaving Chen Pingan feeling exasperated. How he wished he could read minds at that moment. These girls were incredibly insightful, making them difficult to navigate. Yet, he had no choice. After all, he was drawn to such complexities. Chen Pingan couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness at his own predicament. Chapter 31. Introducing Zhang Lei. Another tedious day at school has passed. Chen Pingan is eager to conclude his high school journey. Throughout this phase, he has felt powerless, confined to the school for the majority of his time. Fortunately, this period is drawing to a close, with merely a month remaining until the college entrance examination. After school, Chen Pingan remained vigilant, anticipating Zhang Lei's arrival to cause him trouble. To his surprise, Zhang Lei did not seek him out. Chen Pingan felt a surge of unease. In truth, he had no fear of Zhang Lei's confrontation, for he possessed the capability to handle him. However, Zhang Lei's absence posed a different kind of dilemma for Chen Pingan. If you won't come to me, then I must take the initiative, he muttered to himself. Chen Pingan was certain that Zhang Lei's lack of confrontation was merely a prelude to a devious scheme. He had no intention of becoming a passive victim. Knowing that Zhang Lei would eventually create trouble, he resolved to take proactive measures. A plan began to form in his mind, but he deemed it impractical to execute at that moment, postponing it until the following day. Upon returning home, his father approached him with a smile. Son, let me update you on our shop situation, Chen Guoqing said, visibly in good spirits. After a lifetime of toil, he had finally established his own business, a feat that naturally uplifted his mood. Although Chen Pingan regarded his father's small enterprise with indifference, he engaged in conversation, driven by a desire to improve his parents' lives in this lifetime. As they dined and conversed, time slipped away effortlessly. However, after the meal, Chen Pingan had no intention of lingering. He had recently been under the influence of a study-enhancing drug, which had heightened his focus and urgency to complete his academic tasks. With the effects now dissipated, he saw no reason to remain home for study, especially with the weekend approaching. "Mom, Dad, I'm going for a walk," he announced as he stepped outside. "Be safe and return early," his mother called after him, relinquishing her concerns now that he was an adult at 18. Initially, Chen Pingan contemplated delaying his confrontation with Zhang Lei, but recognizing the latter as a ticking time bomb, he resolved to act that very night. If he could locate Zhang Lei, the latter would surely face dire consequences. The question arose, where could he find Zhang Lei? Chen Pingan began to recall relevant details about Zhang Lei, leading him to form a plan. While he lacked a comprehensive understanding of Zhang Lei's circumstances, he was aware that Zhang Lei's cousin, Zhang Su, would likely possess more insight. Although Chen Pingan was uncertain of Zhang Lei's whereabouts, he knew where Zhang Su could be found each night. Half an hour later, he arrived at a bar owned by Zhang Lei, where Zhang Su could often be seen with his subordinates. The establishment was modest, yet thrived with clientele. Upon entering, Chen Pingan quickly spotted the familiar figure of Zhang Su, who was nursing his drink at the bar, appearing rather despondent. Without hesitation, Chen Pingan approached and sat beside him. "Who are you?" Zhang Su inquired coldly, surveying Chen Pingan. "You seem intoxicated," Chen Pingan remarked, lightly prodding Zhang Su, who immediately stiffened. Rising, Chen Pingan supported Zhang Su and guided him toward the exit. The bar was bustling, and no one paid them any heed, as Zhang Su's subordinates were preoccupied with their own affairs. Thus, Chen Pingan boldly escorted Zhang Su outside. Zhang Su's eyes widened in fear, his pupils reflecting sheer terror. He never anticipated being so effortlessly abducted. Once outside, Chen Pingan led Zhang Su across the street to a secluded alley, where he unceremoniously dropped him to the ground. After delivering a swift kick to Zhang Su, the pressure points on his body were released. Zhang Su quickly regained his footing. "Are you a human or a monster?" "I haven't wronged you," he stammered, his face etched with fear. "Rest assured, I am not here to trouble you," Chen Pingan replied calmly. "I have a score to settle with Zhang Lei, but I cannot locate him. Therefore, I must trouble you to summon him. I have no idea where Zhang Lei is." Zhang Su exclaimed, his eyes darting. "If you insist on being obstinate, then you must be prepared to bear the consequences of Zhang Lei's actions." Chen Pingan's voice turned icy. Sensing the gravity in Chen Pingan's tone, Zhang Su quickly backtracked. No, I bear no responsibility for Zhang Lei's actions. Though he is my cousin, I will not take the fall for him. I will contact him immediately. He will come." Though mobile phones were not yet ubiquitous in 1998, Zhang Su, being affluent, possessed one. Trembling, he retrieved the device from his pocket. To Chen Pingan, this archaic model resembled a relic, yet it came with a staggering price tag, often exceeding 6,000 or 7,000 yuan, unaffordable for most. Zhang Su nervously dialed a number, and the call was swiftly connected. "Hello, is this Zhang Lei?" "It's your brother." "Zhang Su," he said, regaining his composure. "Brother, what's wrong?" Zhang Lei inquired. "I know you're feeling down, so I arranged for a few lovely students to cheer you up at the bar. Come quickly and enjoy yourself tonight," Zhang Su urged. "Is that appropriate?" Zhang Lei hesitated, though it was evident that he was intrigued. "Stop stalling. Hurry over. I'll be waiting for you at the bar entrance," Zhang Su insisted. "Thanks, brother. I'm on my way," Zhang Lei replied decisively. Chapter 32. A fate worse than death. "Brother, I have summoned my cousin as you instructed. Can you now let me go?" Zhang Su pleaded, his face etched with desperation. His greatest fear was that Chen Pingan would prove untrustworthy and not release him. "Rest assured, my word is my bond. I shall not trouble you," Chen Pingan replied with a smile. "However, I must ask you to take another nap here." Before Zhang Su could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Pingan swiftly pressed several acupoints on his body. Zhang Su's eyes widened in shock as his body slumped helplessly to the ground. Though he was not dead, Zhang Su had suffered stroke. Among those who had tormented Chen Pingan in his previous life, Zhang Su had played his part. Thus, it was inconceivable that Chen Pingan would simply let him go. Previously, Chen Pingan had contemplated numerous ways to exact revenge on the Zhang family, ultimately choosing the simplest and most effective method, rendering all the men of the Zhang family bedridden. "Do you not delight in bullying others? Do you not boast wealth and connections?" Chen Pingan mused. Very well, I shall ensure that you all become paralyzed. He was eager to witness how their money and connections would serve them once they were incapacitated. Undertaking this act bore no psychological burden for him. Had it been the year 2025, he would have hesitated, for surveillance cameras were ubiquitous, and even the slightest misstep could be captured. Yet, in 1998, while surveillance existed, it was scarce. For instance, the area surrounding Chen Pingan's actions lacked any monitoring devices. Bars, too, were devoid of cameras, given the illicit activities that transpired within their walls. Zhang Su was not foolish enough to install cameras in his own bar. Therefore, when Chen Pingan took him away, there would be no surveillance footage left behind. The alley they occupied was shrouded in darkness, devoid of streetlights, let alone cameras. Even if Chen Pingan were to commit murder there, he need not fear detection. However, taking a life was a course of action he would not undertake lightly. Such an act would escalate into a serious criminal case, prompting an intensified investigation by law enforcement. In contrast, without a fatality, the circumstances differed entirely. Recognizing this, Chen Pingan refrained from murder, opting instead to disable Zhang Su by striking his acupoints. Yet, Chen Pingan did not merely apply pressure. He disrupted the vital pathways within Zhang Su's body. This was akin to severing the crucial circuits of a robot. Unless a skilled technician could reconnect those circuits, the robot would be rendered inoperative. Zhang Su now found himself in a similar predicament, having lost both speech and mobility. His mind remained alert, but his body lay paralyzed. If a doctor were to examine him, they would diagnose him with a stroke and paralysis. This condition was notoriously difficult to diagnose, as from a Western medical perspective, the root of the problem lay within the brain. Only a highly skilled practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine might discern that the true issue resided in the meridians. Even if such a physician identified his condition, curing him would be an arduous task. Chen Pingan exhaled, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Revenge for the grievances of his past life had been substantially fulfilled, leaving only Zhang Lei remaining. Concealed in the shadows, he awaited Zhang Lei's arrival. After 20 minutes, Zhang Lei pedaled leisurely to the bar's entrance, securing his bicycle. Suddenly, a figure approached and deftly struck him. Zhang Lei's body stiffened immediately, and he soon felt a series of strikes that rendered him incapable of sensing his own physical form. Collapsing lifelessly to the ground. You sought imprisonment, but chose to seek your own demise instead. I shall grant you that, a soft voice whispered in his ear, a voice unmistakably familiar to Zhang Lei. Chen Pingan's. He yearned to articulate a response, but his lips refused to move. The only part of him that remained mobile were his eyes, which stared vacantly at the night sky, powerless to act. Chen Pingan turned and departed, contemplating that he would likely never encounter Zhang Lei or the Zhang family again. Zhang Lei, Zhang Su, and their father were all left paralyzed. With 4 members of the family incapacitated, the Zhang lineage was effectively extinguished. Mom and Dad, I'm home, Chen Pingan announced cheerfully as he entered his house. You're back so early. Why not stay out a little longer? His mother inquired with concern. There's nothing much to do. I thought I'd return early to read, he replied. That's wise. It's not safe to be out late, his father, Chen Guoqing, nodded in agreement. By the way, I have a few questions about the internet CAF. Chen Guoqing quickly added. Go ahead, Dad, Chen Pingan said with a smile as he settled beside his father. The two engaged in a discussion about the internet CAF. Watching them, his mother could not suppress her smile. The following day was a weekend, yet Chen Pingan chose to rise early. After a brief run to invigorate himself, he returned home for breakfast. By the time he arrived, his parents were already awake. His father, Chen Guoqing, was particularly excited, for today was of great significance. Chen Pingan was home and intended to seize the opportunity to visit the computer market and procure the necessary equipment for the internet CAF. Hurry up and finish your meal. We must buy the computers, Chen Guoqing urged. Why the rush, Dad? It's still early, and the computer market isn't open yet. What is the point of going so soon? Chen Pingan replied nonchalantly. You're right, son. What has to hurry? The computers won't run away, his mother chimed in, exasperated. Upon hearing their remarks, Chen Guoqing calmed down. Chen Pingan leisurely finished his breakfast, and by 8:10, new products had become available. since his parents could not see the system interface. He opened it to check the latest offerings. Upon doing so, his eyes brightened with excitement. I've stumbled upon something exceptional. Chapter 33, Mastery of Medicine, a tome on advanced medical mastery, a volume on superior painting skills, a manuscript on master-level calligraphy, and a treatise on expert go strategies. All 4 items refreshed today were skill books, collectively comprising 4 volumes. Mastering any one of these skill books would unlock a formidable ability. However, from a practical standpoint, the book on medical mastery held the utmost value. Chen Pingan hesitated for merely a second before decisively purchasing the medical mastery skill book. After all, among the 4, it was the most beneficial and practical. While the other skills were indeed useful, they paled in comparison to the significance of medical expertise. The one-yuan flash sale concluded rapidly, and the medical mastery skill book was now securely stored in the system interface. It's still early. I'll go read for a while. Chen Pingan remarked hastily, his eagerness palpable now that he had acquired the skill book. Go on, Chen Guqing replied, somewhat impatiently. With a grin, Chen Pingan retreated to his room, locking the door behind him. He accessed the system interface and opted to use the medical mastery skill book. In a dazzling burst of golden light, the knowledge surged into his being. Countless medical techniques flooded into Chen Pingan's mind. He soon comprehended that medical mastery encompassed a profound understanding of all medical practices existing in his current realm. Traditional Chinese medicine, Western medicine, Miao, and Mongolian medicine, as well as Indian medical practices, all would be mastered by him at an expert level. This was indeed extraordinary. Should Chen Pingan fully assimilate this knowledge, he would stand as the foremost medical practitioner in the contemporary world. The influx of information was immense, and even with the system's formidable power, it consumed a considerable amount of time. A quarter of an hour passed before Chen Pingan finally absorbed the knowledge. He felt a throbbing sensation in his head, a consequence of assimilating such vast information in a brief span. Had it not been for the system's protective capabilities, his brain might have succumbed to exhaustion. Fortunately, he had persevered and successfully absorbed the knowledge. Exhaling deeply, a smile graced his face. Or rush. I am now among the world's most esteemed physicians, armed with unparalleled medical skills. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered. Despite the advanced state of contemporary medicine, numerous incurable diseases remained beyond his reach. Thus, the maladies that eluded the best doctors would similarly evade him. Nevertheless, Chen Pingan possessed a distinct advantage. He was a general practitioner. Unlike specialists who focused solely on specific ailments, his comprehensive knowledge allowed him to devise optimal treatment plans. When faced with patients suffering from multiple conditions, this breadth of expertise proved invaluable. He began to contemplate whether he should enroll in medical school. With his current knowledge, he would undoubtedly have an edge. In the future, he could establish himself as a highly esteemed physician. However, after reflecting on the arduous path of a doctor, he resolutely dismissed the idea. After all, being a physician was exceedingly taxing. He had come to this world to relish life, not to toil for others. Moreover, the number of patients he could treat as a doctor was inherently limited. Conversely, if he were to achieve great wealth, he could potentially save many more lives. For instance, once Chen Pingan accumulates wealth, he could open an affordable hospital, reducing charges to benefit the community. Alternatively, he could establish a pharmaceutical company to produce effective and affordable medications. Such initiatives would allow him to assist more people than merely practicing medicine. With a sigh, Chen Pingan elevated his financial aspirations. Chen Pingan, are you ready? We need to leave, his father's voice called from the living room. Coming, he replied promptly. It seemed his father could hardly wait to purchase the computer. Having completed his tasks and mastered the skill book, Chen Pingan felt no impatience in going to buy the computer. Exiting his room, he found his parents in the living room. After observing their condition, he realized they bore no significant ailments, though minor issues persisted. He resolved to find an opportunity to attend to their health. There was no need for a special occasion. He could simply offer them a massage that very evening to alleviate their discomfort. Chen Pingan was not only the top physician, but also possessed life-extending qi. By combining his medical expertise with this energy, he could provide optimal care for his parents. The computer market was somewhat distant, and since they had no car, the family opted for the bus, as his parents were reluctant to spend on a taxi. Though riding the bus was time-consuming, it was economical, only 50 cents per person, totaling 1 yuan 50 for the three of them. By the time they arrived at the computer market, it was already 9:30 a.m., and the vendors had begun their day. I have acquaintances here. Let us seek them out to inquire about computer prices. If their prices are reasonable, we shall purchase from them, Chen Pingan suggested. You have acquaintances here? His father, Chen Guoqing, questioned incredulously. Dad, I'm an adult. Having acquaintances is quite normal. Chen Pingan chuckled. Though he had connections, he did not rush to approach them. Instead, he perused various stalls, casually inquiring about prices. Unfamiliar with the costs of computers from 1998, he sought to gauge the market. As expected, the prices for computers were exorbitant. A mere basic model was priced over 10,000 yuan. The specifications appeared woefully inadequate, almost absurdly so. Yet, Chen Pingan found himself powerless to alter the situation. For it was indeed the year 1998. Chapter 34. The Internet CAF opens. Brother Lin, I have finally found you. Chen Pingan greeted Lin Guangshan with a smile upon seeing him. Ah, it's my little brother. Lin Guangshan responded with a broad grin, delighted to see Chen Pingan. Brother Lin, we agreed earlier that I would purchase a computer from you, and you would certainly offer me a preferential price, Chen Pingan remarked with a cheerful demeanor. No problem, we're all on the same side. I will definitely give you a discount, Lin Guangshan replied, beaming. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my father, Chen Guoqing, Chen Pingan added, gesturing to his father beside him. Chen Guoqing appeared somewhat shy, while Lin Guangshan warmly greeted him. Surprised, Chen Guoqing had anticipated that his son would have acquaintances here. Having a familiar face around was indeed a relief. At least they wouldn't be taken advantage of. What kind of computer are you planning to buy? Lin Guangshan inquired. How about a Lenovo desktop? Their after-sales service is quite commendable, Lin Guangshan suggested. Let us skip the brand names. I prefer a custom-built machine. You can source all the necessary components, right? Chen Pingan stated directly. A custom-built machine? That is no issue at all. Just let me know your desired specifications, Lin Guangshan asked with a smile. Chen Pingan had already inquired about prices at other shops and had considered the specifications. Now, it was a matter of whether Lin Guangshan's prices would satisfy him. The configuration you mentioned sounds quite reasonable. Upon hearing Chen Pingan's specifications, Lin Guangshan immediately understood that Chen Pingan was knowledgeable about computers. He quietly thought that he couldn't quote too high a price. Although they were acquaintances, they weren't close enough for substantial discounts. But certainly, he wouldn't offer too little either. In this era, computers were a lucrative industry, and their prices were often enigmatic, difficult for outsiders to decipher. If you require that configuration, let me quote you a price, Lin Guangshan said as he fetched paper and pen, jotting down the cost of each component. Brother Lin, this price is exorbitant. I'm not just buying one computer. We are opening an Internet CAF. This is the first batch of computers. If our initial collaboration goes smoothly, we could continue to work together in the future. However, if you start with such a price, there's no way we can proceed, Chen Pingan lamented. Lin Guangshan's price wasn't excessively inflated, but it lacked sincerity. It was clear that one should not expect a satisfactory price from a businessman. Upon hearing that Chen Pingan intended to open an Internet CAF, Lin Guangshan's interest peaked. Since you are purchasing in bulk, I will calculate a wholesale price for you. I can assure you that the price I offer will be the lowest in the market, Lin Guangshan stated earnestly. Chen Pingan, of course, didn't take his words entirely at face value. Some statements were better taken with a grain of salt. Please provide me with your price. If it's reasonable, I will purchase all my computers from you in the future, Chen Pingan replied with a smile. Take a look at the price I've written down for you, Lin Guangshan said, presenting the figure on paper. This price is still too high. Let us negotiate. Here is a price I can accept, Chen Pingan replied, also writing down a figure. Your proposed price is far too low. Increase it a bit. With such a low price, I want to make a profit, Lin Guangshan quickly exclaimed. Thus they began to haggle. Chen Pingan was well aware that his quoted price was indeed lower than the market rate. He knew the other party would still earn a profit. However, in this era, computers were a highly profitable industry, and if one didn't allow the other to earn a reasonable margin, they would simply walk away from the deal. After some negotiations, both parties arrived at a mutually satisfactory price. Lin Guangxin would make a handsome profit, while Chen Pingan would save significantly. According to the specifications provided by Chen Pingan, Lin Guangxin quoted him 500 yuan for a custom-built computer. This included the main unit, monitor, speakers, mouse, and keyboard. For the same configuration, a branded computer would typically cost around 15,000 yuan, and even in other stores, a custom-built machine will be priced at approximately 12,000 yuan. Thus, 500 yuan was indeed a generous offer for Chen Pingan. Chen Wuqing, upon hearing the price, was equally pleased, unable to suppress a smile. He had previously inquired about computer prices, and they generally started from 10,000 yuan. Now, with his son having found a familiar face, securing a computer for 500 yuan was excellent news. If the price is 500 yuan each, then we shall purchase 20 computers. This totals 170,000 yuan, leaving us with some remaining funds for additional components. Computer desks and chairs also require investment. Moreover, we need to procure some tables and chairs for the CAF, as well as a cash register. Lin Guangxin was elated to secure this deal and promptly assured that he would assemble all 20 computers by the end of the day. Regrettably, he only sold computer components and did not offer desks or chairs. Chen Pingan paid a deposit of 30,000 yuan, with the remainder due upon delivery of the computers to his shop. Lin Guangxin had no objections to this arrangement and readily agreed. Next, they set out to purchase computer desks and chairs. This task proved relatively simple, as the prices were quite reasonable. The major expense was still tied to the computer main units. The father and son then proceeded to the neighboring store to acquire the necessary desks and chairs. The store owner also provided delivery services, as it would be impractical for them to transport such a large quantity of items themselves. Almost forgot, Dad. We also need a computer for ourselves. We need one for the cash register as well. Given that the prices for this purchase are quite favorable, let us buy an additional unit, Chen Pingan thought, returning to the store to add another computer to their order. Lin Guangxin had no objections. After all, an extra computer meant additional profit for him. The desks and chairs were delivered back to the shop. Upon arrival, the father and son began to set everything up, arranging the tables and chairs. Before long, Chen Pingan's mother joined them, and the family busied themselves in the store. Lin Guangxin worked efficiently, delivering all 21 computers in the afternoon. His service was commendable, as he not only delivered the computers, but also assisted his store staff in assembling them. All 21 computers were set up and ready in the shop. Little brother, are we ready to settle the payment? Lin Guangxin asked with a smile. Just a moment. I'll be right with you, Chen Pingan replied as he checked each computer, turning them on to ensure everything was in order. Lin Guangxin patiently waited nearby. After a while, Chen Pingan had completed his checks and wore a satisfied smile. Although Lin Guangxin's prices were firm, he approached his work with diligence and integrity, and the units were in perfect condition. Chen Pingan was very pleased with this and promptly settled the remaining balance. Chapter 35. Internet Cafe Management System. Our Internet Cafe has officially opened, exclaimed Chen Guoqing, gazing with delight at his establishment. It is no wonder that he is so exhilarated. After all, he had invested his entire family's savings into this venture. Over 200,000 yuan, even after 2 decades, is no trifling sum, particularly in 1998. This amount could easily secure a modest courtyard in the capital. In this era, the avenues for generating income are remarkably abundant, and Chen Pingan could effortlessly devise a profitable strategy. Son, what should we do next? Chen Guoqing inquired with anticipation. Dad, I will first install a game for you to try. After all, this internet cafe will ultimately be yours. You cannot be unfamiliar with the computers here. As for myself, I need to write a program. I might have to work late tonight. Chen Pingan replied with a smile. What exactly are you doing? Chen Guoqing asked, bewildered. So, you must teach me well, he added hurriedly. Dad, the computer is quite easy to learn. You will grasp it quickly once I explain it to you. Moreover, our computers are not yet connected to the internet. They are solely for offline gaming. Therefore, their functions are rather straightforward. You can think of them as gaming consoles. Chen Pingan explained while beginning to instruct his father on how to use the computer. The broadband has yet to be installed, so they're currently using the computers in offline mode. Even once connected, the internet at this time lacks substantial content, and offline gaming will still dominate. The internet landscape of this era is quite sparse compared to the vast offerings 2 decades hence. However, for Chen Pingan, this is promising news, as it indicates a blank canvas for potential market expansion. He envisions the possibility of establishing his own commercial empire within this uncharted territory, though this ambition hinges on his financial capacity, which is currently inadequate. Despite having accrued some earnings from the stock market, it remains insufficient. Computers aren't difficult at all. Chen Guoqing chuckled. Previously, he had been entirely ignorant of computers, even somewhat intimidated by them. Having never used one before, he perceived them as advanced technology beyond his grasp. However, under Chen Pingan's guidance, he soon discovered that computers were not as daunting as he had imagined. It was akin to the difference between learning to drive and manufacturing a car. Crafting an automobile is undeniably complex, but simply operating one is manageable. Dad, enjoy yourself. I need to attend to something, Chen Pingan said before heading to the reception desk, where he began diligently working on the computer. He aimed to develop a management system for their internet cafe. Specifically, it would be an internet cafe management system. In 1998, such systems were non-existent, and fees were calculated manually. Customers' usage times were recorded, and charges were computed upon their departure. This method was prevalent in the earliest internet cafes, as management systems had yet to emerge. Eventually, these systems enabled users to log in directly with their accounts, automating time, tracking, and fee deductions. What Chen Pingan is now tasked with creating is precisely such a management system. Fortunately, he had previously acquired advanced hacking skills. Otherwise, he would have been unable to construct such a system. For him, this task is straightforward. Though it remains a time-consuming endeavor, he anticipates working late into the night. Chen Guoqing was engrossed in his computer activities, blissfully unaware of Chen Pingan's project. While online games were scarce in this era, offline games were plentiful, with classics like Red Alert, StarCraft, and Age of Empires readily available. Chen Pingan had set his father up with Age of Empires, adjusting the difficulty to the easiest level to ensure his father, as a novice, could enjoy the gaming experience. "Excuse me, can we use the computers here?" A voice suddenly called from the entrance. Chen Guoqing stood up, somewhat flustered. "Certainly. We are in a trial operation today, and I can offer you a lower price. It's just 2 yuan per hour. Would you like to play?" Chen Pingan approached with a smile. 2 yuan per hour? Is that for real? The young man at the door asked incredulously. "Absolutely. There's no deception here. However, as you can see, our computers were just installed today and are still being fine-tuned. If any issues arise, I will address them promptly. I kindly ask for your understanding," Chen Pingan replied courteously. "No problem at all. I understand," the young man said with a smile. The allure of 2 yuan per hour was undeniably enticing, and he felt capable of overlooking any minor inconveniences. After all, most internet cafes charge 5 yuan per hour. Chen Pingan's pricing was remarkably competitive, practically slashing the market rate. "Will the price increase after today?" the young man inquired. "That is unlikely. Today is merely a trial operation to allow you to test the machines," Chen Pingan responded with a grin. The young man expressed a tinge of disappointment, but accepted the situation. He soon chose a computer and began to play. "Dad, please take note of this gentleman's usage," Chen Pingan instructed promptly. "Of course, I will do that right away," Chen Guoqing replied, eager to assist, as it was his first time handling such matters. Chen Guoqing felt somewhat flustered, yet he managed to navigate the minor issues swiftly. Once the first customer was settled, a wave of new patrons began to arrive, drawn in by the 2 yuan per hour offer. Chen Pingan maintained this pricing for all inquiries, and the word spread quickly that usage today was merely 2 yuan per hour. Although internet browsing was unavailable, the opportunity to play offline games sufficed for many, as the computers were preloaded with a variety of single-player games. Before long, the internet cafe was bustling with customers, leaving Chen Guoqing unable to use the computer himself. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, he wore a broad smile. His previous concerns about the business's viability had evaporated, replaced with a sense of optimism and excitement. Chapter 36. Thriving business. This money is incredibly easy to earn. Chen Guoqing chuckled as he spoke to Chen Pingan. With all 20 computers operational, the earnings amounted to 40 yuan an hour. Calculating for a full day, that translates to a staggering 960 yuan. Chen Guoqing gasped at the realization. This daily income rivaled his monthly salary. Moreover, with the current rate set at 2 yuan per hour, while the market price was 5, the potential earnings were truly astounding. The thought of the income his internet CAF could generate had Chen Guoqing grinning from ear to ear. "Father, please stop smiling like that. It's quite unsettling," Chen Pingan said with a hint of exasperation. Chen Guoqing chuckled again, then closed his mouth. "I can't help it. The prospect is just so astonishing. How can it be so easy to make money?" he murmured, a grin creeping back onto his face. "Father, this is merely one CAF. Once we recoup our initial investments, we can open a second and a third. We could even collaborate with computer distributors, acquiring the machines on an installment plan. We could pay for the first batch in cash and then opt for installments thereafter. If we can manage that, we could expand our branches at a remarkable pace. Just think, if we could open 17 or 18 locations, imagine the profits we could generate daily, monthly, and yearly." Chen Pingan's enthusiasm left Chen Guoqing awestruck. "I'm unable to keep up with your calculations. If that day truly comes, we would be incredibly wealthy," Chen Guoqing said, shaking his head with a wry smile. Yet a spark of hope flickered within him. "Father, you keep watch while I continue my work. Be cautious. We must ensure our computer units remain secure," Chen Pingan cautioned quietly. His concern was not unfounded. Each computer was valued at over 10,000 yuan, and in 1998, when economic circumstances were challenging, the risk of theft was ever present. Upon hearing his son's warning, Chen Guoqing's expression turned serious. The value of the computers was substantial, and losing one would incur significant losses. Now acutely aware, he began patrolling the area with vigilant eyes. Chen Pingan smiled faintly before returning to his tasks. He had much to accomplish, and delaying today's work could disrupt tomorrow's plans. Fortunately, he estimated he would complete the software programming in no more than 2 additional hours. A considerable improvement from his earlier expectations. Initially anticipating a late night, it now seemed that he would be able to finish without extending his hours. While the father and son busied themselves at the CAF, Chen Pingan's mother, Yu Xiaoying, arrived. "Is today the grand opening? Why are there so many people in the shop?" she asked, astonished at the crowded CAF, which was filled to capacity. By the time she arrived, even more patrons had gathered, although there were only 20 computers available. Each unit had 2 or 3 people standing behind, either waiting to play or watching others enjoy the games. 2 decades later, such scenes would be rare, but in 1998, they were commonplace. Limited computers meant not everyone could play, and the high cost of gaming made it inaccessible for many young people, who instead could only watch, akin to enjoying a film. The novelty of computers and single-player games captivated many, drawing them into the CAF. "Mom, we are currently in a trial run, but business is thriving," Chen Pingan replied with a smile. "You and Dad needn't worry anymore, right? There's no need for concern now," Yu Xiaoying said, shaking her head with relief. Initially, it was impossible not to worry, as they had invested their entire savings into this venture. If the CAF failed, it would mean the loss of decades of hard-earned money. However, witnessing the CAF's success eased their anxieties. "What are you doing, young man?" Yu Xiaoying inquired. Although she could not comprehend Chen Pingan's work, she found his computer skills impressive and mysterious. "That's my son. How remarkable," she thought to herself. "I'm programming a new software. It will be ready shortly," Chen Pingan explained. Although Yu Xiaoying did not fully grasp his words, she understood he was working diligently. "What would you like for dinner tonight?" "I can get us something to eat," she offered. Given the time constraints, it would be impractical to cook, and instead, she decided to purchase a meal. There were plenty of nearby restaurants and fast food joints. "Mom, just choose something," Chen Pingan replied casually. Chen Guoqing was equally unconcerned about the matter. Yu Xiaoying nodded and soon stepped out. Within a mere 10 minutes, she returned with 2 takeout boxes. "Stop working and eat," she said as she opened the containers. Chen Pingan saved his work before joining her for dinner. Each of them had a meal they enjoyed, a testament to Yu Xiaoying's understanding of her son's preferences. "Mom, how much did this meal cost?" Chen Pingan asked curiously as he ate. "It was reasonable, 3 yuan per portion," Yu Xiaoying replied nonchalantly. Chen Pingan paused, astonished by the price. He hadn't anticipated such affordability for a meal that included 3 meat dishes and 2 vegetable sides. 20 years later, such a meal would likely cost at least 20 yuan. But in 1998, a meal of this caliber could be had for just 3 yuan. Prices were remarkably low in this era, yet incomes were equally modest, with many earning only a few hundred yuan a month. Those with slightly higher earnings might make between 1 to 2,000 yuan. The disparity between low wages and affordable prices meant there were still affluent individuals in this epoch. Chapter 37. Launch of the Internet CAF Management System. The Internet CAF Management System was finally completed. 2 hours later, Chen Pingan exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. The system he had developed was not laden with overly complex functions, yet it encompassed all the essential features. Meticulously crafted by Chen Pingan in conjunction with insights gleaned from later systems. With this management system, the need for manual oversight of the computers would be eliminated. Chen Pingan quickly summoned his father, eager to instruct him on the system's operation. "Incredible, son. You created this?" Chen Guoqing exclaimed, astonished by the capabilities of the system. He looked at his son with disbelief, utterly unprepared for such ingenuity. "When did you learn this? Does your school even teach such advanced topics?" Chen Guoqing queried, his skepticism evident. He was not well versed in the school's curriculum, believing it unlikely they would cover such intricate knowledge, especially since computer technology was not part of the college entrance examination. "Our school doesn't teach this. I learned it at the library." "Dad, honestly, it isn't as challenging as you think. Many technical skills seem daunting at first, but once you grasp them, you'll find they're quite straightforward," Chen Pingan explained with a smile. "That just proves how clever you are, my son. How else could you teach yourself?" Chen Guoqing praised, his eyes shining with pride. Every father feels immense pride in their child's accomplishments, and Chen Guoqing was no exception. "Is the program ready for use now?" he inquired curiously. "Not just yet. I need to install it in the backend first," Chen Pingan replied. Although the computers in the CAF were not connected to the internet, they were linked to a local area network. Thus, despite the games being offline, they could still be played over the network. Chen Pingan proceeded to install the management system on each computer. During the installation, the computers experienced minor slowdowns. Fortunately, as the games were not demanding on performance, the patrons remained unaware of any issues. After 10 minutes, all programs were successfully installed. Chen Pingan then began to manually input the usage time for each computer. Previously, this data had been recorded in a notebook, but the management system now allowed for direct logging on the computers. In a short span, he recorded the usage for all 20 machines. "Dad, let me show you. Here is the usage time. Here is the pricing. And here is the remaining time." Chen Pingan patiently instructed his father on navigating the management system. Aware of its significance, Chen Guoqing approached his learning with utmost seriousness. "Dad, it's getting late. Let us wrap up for today," Chen Pingan said, glancing at the clock which read 11 o'clock. Despite the late hour, business was thriving, with all 20 computers occupied. "Why not keep it open tonight? Business is booming," Chen Guoqing urged, reluctant to close the CF, as the night's earnings were substantial. "Father, we have plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. We shouldn't fret over 1 or 2 days. Even if we wanted to stay open, we need to prepare. We have nothing in store, and what if the customers get hungry or thirsty? Moreover, it's not feasible for you to manage alone. We need additional staff," Chen Pingan reasoned. "Trust me, let's call a night. Tomorrow, we'll be ready to open for business. I've already set up the night operation. We'll charge a flat rate for overnight usage from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. for a total of 8 hours. At 20 yuan. 20 yuan for a night's use of a computer? For 20 machines, that's 400 yuan. Chen Guoqing marveled. Though eager to earn that money tonight, he recognized his son's logic. Continuing without supplies was impractical. Thus, the duo notified their customers that the CAF would be closing for the night, stating it was merely a trial run and inviting them to return the following day. After all patrons had departed, The father and son turned off the computers and secured the doors before leaving. Suddenly, Chen Guoqing voiced his concerns. I can't leave like this. We have 21 computers worth over 200,000 yuan. If we leave the CAF unattended tonight, it might attract thieves. Chen Pingan acknowledged his father's worry, understanding its validity. In these times, theft was not uncommon, especially with valuable equipment like theirs. All right, Dad, you can stay and watch over the CAF, he agreed. Chen Pingan was not overly concerned about his father's safety. After all, they were merely managing computers, not a gold shop. As long as someone was present, thieves would likely think twice. He returned home briefly to fetch a blanket and bedding for his father, who promptly set up camp on the floor near the entrance. This way, he would be alert to any disturbances, and the CAF's door was securely locked, ensuring a reasonable level of safety. You two are quite amusing. Your father is actually sleeping in the CAF? Chen Pingan's mother, Yu Xiaoying, remarked with a bemused expression upon his return. Mom, the computers are worth 200,000 yuan. Chen Pingan chuckled. Are you not worried about thieves targeting our CAF? She asked, her tone shifting to one of concern. Chen Pingan nodded, indeed. We need someone to keep watch. Now that you mention it, we really should have someone on guard, Yu Xiaoying acknowledged, realizing her earlier oversight. What will we do moving forward? We need someone to watch over it every day, she inquired anxiously. It's just tonight that feels unsafe. We'll figure it out tomorrow. Let us find a company to install surveillance cameras during the day. We'll cover every possible area in and out of the CAF. With cameras in place, thieves will be deterred. Plus, when we open for night business, there will be plenty of patrons around, alleviating safety concerns. It is imperative that fire prevention measures are meticulously implemented, and any potential safety hazards must be unequivocally addressed, Chen Pingan reiterated. He would rather forego this financial gain than overlook the significance of safety concerns. Later, when the tragic arson incident at an internet CAF occurred, Chen Pingan vividly recalled the event. He harbored no desire for his own establishment to endure a similar fate. Chapter 38. Exquisite peaches. While it was said, Chen Pingan couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for his father's safety. Thus, early the next morning, he rode his bicycle to the internet CAF. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the CAF's doors were already open, and his father had begun operations quite early. What surprised Chen Pingan, however, was that even at such an early hour, there were already patrons logging onto the internet. One could only commend their diligence. Let us organize an opening event as well, Chen Pingan whispered to his father. What kind of event do you have in mind? Chen Guoqing inquired. The current market price for internet usage is 5 yuan per hour. We shouldn't disrupt that, but we could initiate a promotional offer. For the first 7 days, we can provide an hour of usage free with every hour purchased. Essentially, it's like giving a 50% discount. While this may result in a slight loss of revenue, it will help us attract more customers during the opening phase, Chen Pingan explained. I'm not very knowledgeable about such matters. I trust your judgment. If you think it's a good idea, let us proceed, Chen Guoqing replied softly. He recognized his own limitations in this area and had observed that his son possessed considerable experience. In addition to the promotional event, we must also ensure the CAF's safety measures are robust. We should install surveillance cameras both inside and outside the premises and have fire extinguishers on hand. Furthermore, we could sell snacks and bottled water, which would also contribute to our income. Chen Pingan shared numerous suggestions, all of which Chen Guoqing nodded in agreement to. The internet CAF market is indeed lucrative, charging 5 yuan per hour. However, such exorbitance cannot persist indefinitely. Next year, as more CAFs open, prices will inevitably drop. Nevertheless, Chen Pingan had no intention of lowering prices at this time, for the market standard was set, and deviating from it would only invite trouble from competitors. Thus, he resolved to maintain their pricing in alignment with the market. Afterward, Chen Pingan purchased a steamer of buns and a bowl of soy milk from a nearby breakfast shop, satisfying his morning hunger. By 8 o'clock, the system store refreshed its inventory. Chen Pingan glanced at the offerings, feeling a surge of disappointment. The system store did not guarantee valuable items with each refresh. Fortune played a significant role in what was available, and today it appeared his luck was lacking. Among the items listed were a premium iron pot, a quality t-shirt, a pure gold ear scoop, and 100 pounds of exquisite peaches. Initially, Chen Pingan had hoped the iron pot and t-shirt would possess unique enhancements, but upon reviewing the system descriptions, he found them lacking special attributes. Their quality was superior solely due to being system-produced, yet their inherent value to him was minimal, leading him to forego those items. The pure gold ear scoop, however, was quite appealing, as it could fetch a substantial sum when sold. Weighing 10 grams, it was indeed valuable. Yet, Chen Pingan felt it was not worth his immediate attention. The last item, the 100 pounds of exquisite peaches, sparked his memory of the previous purchase of premium apples, which had proven delectably delightful and nourishing. Considering his current financial state, purchasing the pure gold ear scoop would have been the most pragmatic choice. However, as he was not in dire need of money, the exquisite peaches seemed far more fitting. With a mere expenditure of 1 yuan, he procured 100 pounds of these peaches, which were stored within the system interface for later use. This hidden feature allowed for temporary storage of purchased items, though they could only be retrieved for use and not returned. In a discreet moment, Chen Pingan conjured a single peach into his hand. This peach was notably large, the size of a fist, and its appearance was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of the divine peach held by the birthday deity. The mere sight of the peach was enough to captivate many. The CAF was equipped with a restroom and a wash basin, and Chen Pingan washed the peach thoroughly before taking a bite. Delicious, he thought to himself, marveling at the taste, confirming its exquisite flavor. He washed another peach and presented it to his father. "Where did you get this peach? Are they in season already?" Chen Guoqing asked, astonished as he examined the fruit. "Father, there are early ripening varieties of peaches available now. This one is from that category," Chen Pingan calmly explained. His reasoning was sound, as early ripening peaches indeed began to appear on the market. "Just try it and see if it's good," Chen Pingan urged. "All right, I'll give it a go. Though I doubt early varieties will be of good quality. I must admit, it looks exceptionally appealing," Chen Guoqing chuckled. After taking a bite, he was taken aback by the delightful flavor. "Where on earth did you get these peaches? They are incredibly delicious," he exclaimed. "Let us not dwell on where I got them. Let's just enjoy them. I'll buy more next time. I got them from a friend whose fruit is truly delectable. The apples we had last time were also from him, and they were wonderful," Chen Ping elaborated. "Your friend certainly has a knack for sourcing delicious fruit," Chen Guoqing nodded, no longer pressing for details. After all, it was merely delightful fruit, not a matter of great significance. "Father, I'm going to seek out Ling Guangshan to see if he knows anyone who could work as a network administrator. Also, please inquire among our relatives if anyone is looking for work. We could use the help at the CAF. Though our establishment is small, we still require sufficient staff," Chen Pingan suggested, to which Chen Guoqing readily agreed. Chen Pingan then visited the computer store to find Ling Guangshan, requesting his assistance in locating someone knowledgeable about computers to manage the CAF. Ling Guangshan, of course, readily complied. The issue of surveillance was also easily addressed, as the computer market offered various models. Chen Pingan shared this with Ling Guangshan, who promptly led him to a familiar shop specializing in surveillance equipment. Although the prices were not inexpensive, the necessity of surveillance was undeniable. Without surveillance, Chen Pingan feels a profound sense of insecurity. Therefore, this expenditure is deemed essential. Chapter 39. Your illness. I can cure Brother Zhou. I hope my visit hasn't disturbed you, Chen Pingan said with a smile. Since you're here, why bother with such pleasantries? Zhou Wanhao replied with a chuckle. Prior to his visit, Chen Pingan had already contacted Zhou Wanhao by phone, confirming his presence at home and clarifying his address before deciding to drop by. Just your presence is sufficient. What else with the gifts? Zhou Wanhao remarked somewhat brusquely upon noticing the items in Chen Pingan's hands. This is not merely a gift. It's a local specialty from my hometown. Do taste it, Chen Pingan replied, lifting the 2 bags he held. One bag contained apples, while the other held peaches, both exquisite fruits produced by the system. Such premium fruits are unattainable for purchase in the market, making them an ideal choice for a gift. Once he realized the bags contained only fruit, Zhou Wanhao's expression softened. Fruit, that's more acceptable. However, we aren't lacking in that department, he said casually, his demeanor relaxed and unpretentious. You've come to see me today for a reason, haven't you? Zhou Wanhao inquired as he ushered Chen Pingan into the living room. Two matters. First, I want you to sample the fruits I brought. Secondly, I wish to share the results of my investment with you. Chen Pingan responded, raising two fingers. Of course, it's appropriate to make our acquaintance. Our families should grow closer. Zhou Wanhao smiled, acknowledging Chen Pingan's goodwill, especially since he had saved his son's life. Thus, he felt obliged to reciprocate, though he did not place much significance on the fruits, as he could afford any delicacies he desired. Do not underestimate the fruits I've brought. They are truly exceptional, Chen Pingan asserted confidently, understanding the importance of his gesture. Chen Pingan knew that if he didn't clarify the significance of these fruits, Zhou Wanhao might overlook them entirely. After all, someone like Zhou Wanhao would not be easily impressed by mere fruit, as he had access to plenty. Chen Pingan was intent on ensuring that his goodwill was recognized. After all, he believed that acts of kindness should not go unnoticed. If the fruits you brought are as remarkable as you claim, I shall certainly give them a try, Zhou Wanhao said with a smile. He then called for the housekeeper to wash several apples and peaches. While she prepared the fruit, Chen Pingan scrutinized Zhou Wanhao closely. Brother Zhou, there is something I'm unsure whether to express, Chen Pingan began cautiously. Feel free to speak your mind. I'm curious, Zhou Wanhao responded, intrigued. I wanted to mention this the first time we met, but the circumstances were not conducive for such a discussion, and I feared I might be mistaken. However, after careful observation today, I am certain I was correct. What exactly are you implying? Zhou Wanhao oppressed, increasingly perplexed. I have studied traditional Chinese medicine under my grandfather since childhood. Although I am not a licensed physician, I can diagnose certain ailments. Brother Zhou, if I am not mistaken, you appear to be suffering from a lack of vitality and perhaps have some unspoken male concerns, Chen Pingan stated calmly. Zhou Wanhao was taken aback by Chen Pingan's accurate assessment. Indeed, he had been grappling with such issues, despite his regular exercise and youthful age. This predicament had made it difficult for his wife to conceive. Can you truly discern such details? Zhou Wanhao questioned skeptically. Let me take your pulse. It will provide a clearer understanding. Chen Pingan responded earnestly. Very well, proceed, Zhou Wanhao agreed, extending his hand. After a minute or two of examination, Chen Pingan withdrew his hand. Brother Zhou, you sustained an injury to your perineum in your youth. The treatment you received at that time was inadequate, leading to a lingering ailment that has contributed to your current condition, he stated with utmost seriousness. Zhou Wanhao's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Chen Pingan's words resonated deeply. At 18, he had indeed been kicked in that sensitive area during a fight. Though he had received treatment, he was unaware of the long-term ramifications until much later, well into his marriage, when he realized something was amiss. Can you truly perceive such past injuries? Zhou Wanhao asked, astonished. Certainly. Physical injuries leave traces, and Western medicine often fails to recognize previous conditions unless they are documented. Their assessments rely solely on present data, which can be incomplete. My training in traditional medicine gives me an advantage in these matters. Though I cannot elaborate extensively, I assure you that I can treat your condition, Chen Pingan declared with unwavering confidence. Zhou Wanhao's countenance changed dramatically upon hearing this revelation. Chapter 40. The Shock of Zhou Wanhao, Little Brother. You must be joking with me, right? Can my illness really be cured? This is simply unbelievable, truly astonishing. Do you have any idea how many doctors I have consulted for my condition? None of them could provide a remedy. And now you tell me you can heal me? It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that I am overwhelmed with excitement, Zhou Wanhao exclaimed incredulously. The outcome was so shocking and frightening for him that disbelief clouded his thoughts. Zodagu, just wait a moment. Allow me to demonstrate my medical skills. Chen Pingan replied with a smile, foregoing lengthy explanations. He grasped Zhou Wanhao's arm and gently pressed on his wrist a few times. Naturally, such brief manipulation could not fully cure Zhou Wanhao's ailment, for it had persisted for far too long, and healing it swiftly was no simple task. However, if the goal was merely to temporarily restore his body to a semblance of normalcy, then these few touches were indeed sufficient. Chen Pingan's method proved remarkably effective. Zhou Wanhao's complexion bloomed with a healthy flush, and his face radiated with sheer joy. I can feel it. This is incredible, truly extraordinary. How did you accomplish this? Zhou Wanhao exclaimed, now wholly convinced of Chen Pingan as capabilities. The earlier doubts had vanished, as Chen Pingan's actions had validated his assertions. Zhou Wanhao distinctly sensed a resurgence of vitality within him. He was acutely aware of his own physical responses. Zhou de Ge, do not celebrate too prematurely. I have merely activated your body temporarily. I have not yet cured your illness, Chen Pingan clarified. Then how will this illness be treated? Please, tell me everything you require. I will cooperate fully, Zhou Wanhao urged earnestly. After years of battling this affliction, he had nearly surrendered hope for a cure, and now, unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged. For someone like Zhou Wanhao, nothing surpassed the significance of good health. Only those who have suffered can truly appreciate the value of wellness. The treatment is not overly complicated. I will perform a massage shortly and then prescribe a remedy. If you adhere to the regimen for 3 months, I guarantee you will feel revitalized. However, there is one condition. During this period, you must abstain from all sexual activities. If you falter, you will have to restart the treatment and endure another 3 months. Chen Pingan stated with utmost seriousness. Absolutely, I accept this condition, Zhou Wanhao replied without hesitation. Although currently experiencing impotence, he was not entirely devoid of capability, and the thought of regaining his vitality after merely 3 months of restraint was a sacrifice he was willing to make. Bring me paper and pen. I will write you a prescription, Chen Pingan instructed. Zhou Wanhao swiftly fetched them, and Chen Pingan meticulously penned the prescription, ensuring all necessary details were clearly noted. Receiving the prescription felt like a treasure to Zhou Wanhao. It was as vital to him as life itself. Sir, the fruits are washed, the caretaker announced, entering with peaches and apples, 3 of each, freshly cleaned. Zhou Wanhao's spirits lifted upon seeing the fruits, which suddenly seemed more appealing. Zhou Dajie, you try the fruits I brought. I assure you, they are truly delicious, Chen Pingan encouraged, gesturing toward the fruits. All right, I shall taste them. Zhou Wanhao responded with a smile. Regardless of the fruit's actual taste, he appreciated the thoughtful gesture. After inspecting both the peaches and apples, he opted for the peaches, believing them to be the more succulent choice. As he bit into the peach, his eyes widened in delight. This is exquisite. What variety of peach is this? Where did you procure it? It is unlike any I have tasted before, Zhou Wanhao inquired, his mouth full of the juicy fruit. They're from a friend's garden, not available in stores. I was fortunate to have some picked, Chen Pingan explained with a smile. Such delightful peaches. Is it possible to cultivate them on a larger scale? Forget the profits. They will be worth it for personal enjoyment, Zhou Wanhao mused, showcasing his entrepreneurial instincts. Unfortunately, it may not be feasible. I've tried to cultivate them before, but none match the quality of those particular trees. It's akin to the mother tree of Dahong Pao tea. Everyone knows its rarity, and while the leaves it produces are exceptional, replicating that quality is impossible, Chen Pingan joked lightly. Zhou Wanhao nodded thoughtfully, a hint of regret in his voice. What a pity, he remarked, uncertain whether he lamented the lost business opportunity or the prospect of never enjoying such delectable peaches again. By the way, can you treat other ailments as well? We have elderly at home who might benefit from your expertise, Zhou Wanhao suddenly asked. Is there an elder in your family who requires my attention? Chen Pingan inquired. My father has been unwell lately, and several doctors have deemed it age-related, recommending only rest. Since you are here, I wonder if you could take a look at him, Zhou Wanhao explained promptly. Let me examine him first. I cannot make any promises without seeing him, Chen Pingan replied earnestly. While his medical prowess was formidable, geriatric cases often defied definitive conclusions, as aging leads to organ degeneration, making treatment challenging. Chapter 41. Do you have a computer at home? Of course. Let's first check on my father's health, Zhou Wanhao quickly replied. The two swiftly made their way to Zhou Wanhao's father's bedroom. The elder, having aged considerably, was resting in bed, his health somewhat frail. Upon entering, Chen Pingan greeted the elderly man, and Zhou Wanhao introduced him, explaining that Chen Pingan had come to conduct a health examination. The old gentleman smiled warmly and readily agreed. His kind visage exuded a sense of geniality, embodying the archetype of a benevolent elder. As Chen Pingan approached to take his pulse, his expression soon turned serious. Observing Chen Pingan's demeanor, Zhou Wanhao felt a knot of concern tightening within him, and even the elder began to worry about his health. After a deep breath, Chen Pingan spoke earnestly. "Sir, your health is not in the best condition. Even with my intervention, I can only promise to extend your life by another 10 or 20 years. The elder, momentarily taken aback, responded, "What did you say?" "I could live another 10 or 20 years. His disbelief was palpable. "Indeed," Chen Pingan assured him, "if I cannot guarantee you an extension of 10 or 20 years, what purpose will my efforts serve?" The elder chuckled. "You truly are a frightful young man. I thought I was on the brink of death just moments ago. If I can indeed live for another decade or two, what more could I wish for?" His laughter was contagious, and Zhou Wanhao lightly patted Chen Pingan on the back. "You certainly startle me with that expression, Chen Pingan," Zhou Wanhao said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Chen Pingan joined in the laughter, revealing that he had merely been jesting, confident in his ability to provide the elder with an extended life. After taking the elder's pulse, Chen Pingan discerned that his health was not as dire as anticipated. "I shall administer some acupressure and prescribe a regimen of herbal medicine. If you adhere to my prescriptions diligently, your health will gradually improve," he declared with unwavering confidence. "That would be much appreciated," the elder replied graciously. Chen Pingan smiled and commenced the acupressure treatment, employing techniques enriched by the principles of longevity. This unique approach enhanced the effectiveness of the treatment. The entire process lasted half an hour, after which Chen Pingan felt the need for a set of silver needles. With those, he could employ acupuncture, which would yield superior results compared to acupressure alone. "Young man, your techniques are miraculous," the elder exclaimed, raising his thumb in approval. "After your treatment, I feel invigorated and remarkably comfortable. While my acupressure is effective, it merely addresses the symptoms. To restore your health completely, you must take the prescribed medicine consistently," Chen Pingan advised with a smile. "Rest assured, I will remember to take my medicine daily," the elder promised eagerly. Zhou Wanhao was overjoyed, witnessing the dramatic transformation in his father's demeanor following Chen Pingan's treatment. "Please take some time to rest, and we shall step outside for a discussion," Chen Pingan suggested. "Very well, my son. Do take good care of young Chen. He is a great benefactor to our family," the elder urged. "Don't worry, father. I will ensure that Chen Pingan is well looked after," Zhou Wanhao assured with a firm pat on his chest. Previously, Chen Pingan had merely saved his son's life, but now he had earned their family's profound gratitude. The potential Chen Pingan possessed at such a young age, mastering such advanced medical skills at merely 18 or 19, was nothing short of impressive. Zhou Wanhao held him in the highest regard, recognizing that everyone encounters health issues, making a doctor of Chen Pingan's caliber invaluable. "By the way, Chen Pingan, what was the investment matter you wanted to discuss?" Zhou Wanhao inquired as they exited the room. His memory was sharp. He recalled that Chen Pingan had mentioned two topics of discussion. "Brother Zhou, do you have a computer at home?" Chen Pingan asked. "Yes, we do, but I seldom use it. It seems rather impractical," Zhou Wanhao replied. "Is your computer connected to the internet?" Chen Pingan asked, somewhat surprised. "Of course. A computer without internet is utterly useless," Zhou Wanhao chuckled. Relieved to know that Zhou Wanhao's computer was connected, Chen Pingan felt a weight lift off his shoulders. "The computer is in my office. Let us discuss matters there," Zhou Wanhao said. Zhou Wanhao's home was a spacious flat, complete with numerous rooms and a separate office. They soon arrived in his office, where indeed an old computer with a bulky monitor awaited. As the computer booted up, Chen Pingan remarked, "Brother Zhou, computers have numerous applications. Although you own one, you may not fully grasp its potential. The future will rely heavily on technology, and I recommend you familiarize yourself with it. Kulme, enlighten me on the uses of this computer. Although I purchased it, it has merely been a decorative piece, seeming rather impractical," Zhou Wanhao said, his curiosity piqued. Chapter 42. Profiting from stock trading. A computer serves merely as a tool. The extent to which it can fulfill its purpose hinges on the user. If one merely relegates a computer to a decorative object within the home, its utility is rendered moot, remarked Chen Pingan with a smile. Could you enlighten me on the utility of this computer? Inquired Zhou Wanhao, curiosity etched on his face, yet devoid of annoyance. The computer possesses myriad functions, but presently, its most significant advantage for you lies in its ability to connect to the internet. Once connected, it opens up a vast realm of knowledge accessible online. However, our domestic internet infrastructure is still lacking. In contrast, the United States has made substantial advancements in internet development, rendering their networks far more robust and capable of providing any information one seeks. But have you considered, my friend? Our computer network is akin to a blank canvas, representing an untapped market. Should someone manage to cultivate this market, the potential is immense, Chen Pingan elucidated with a grin. Initially perplexed, Zhou Wanhao gradually grasped the implications. Are you suggesting that you aspire to venture into this online business? He asked tentatively. Not at present, as I lack the capital. More precisely, I aim to establish a website, Chen Pingan replied, simultaneously opening a web page to illustrate his point. He navigated to Sina. Com 1998. The domestic internet landscape was indeed rather sparse, with few diverse websites available. Nonetheless, several major sites are beginning to emerge, such as Sina, NetEase, So, Yahoo, and Mob.com, some of which had only just launched that year. Behold, this is a website. It contains a plethora of content. Here, we can read the news and even engage in conversations with others, Chen Pingan explained, momentarily recalling the future establishment of Tencent. He realized that Tencent had yet to be founded, its inception occurring in 1999. This realization struck him. Had he possessed sufficient funds, he could have easily initiated his own enterprise. The mere thought left him astounded. Not only had Tencent not yet emerged, but Alibaba would also not appear until 2003. With adequate financial backing, he could have launched both Alibaba and his own company. The mere prospect of owning these two enterprises meant he would never need to worry about financial matters again. Chen Pingan felt a surge of excitement at this notion. Zhou Wanhao, noticing Chen Pingan's enthusiasm, expressed his curiosity. What has gotten into you, my young friend? Nothing much. I merely became exhilarated at the thought of this market's potential. Chen Pingan replied with a smile. Zhou Wanhao remained confounded, shaking his head in disbelief. His lack of understanding was understandable, as he had not experienced the internet era of 2 decades hence. Only Chen Pingan, having lived through that time, could fully comprehend the significance of these future tech companies. Is this merely an opportunity for me to view these sites? Zhou Wanhao queried, increasingly perplexed. Certainly not. Just a moment. Let me open another web page. Chen Pingan said with a smile, subsequently accessing the stock market website. He logged into his account, noting that it was the weekend and trading was suspended. However, he could still review his account status. He showcased his account details and trading history to Zhou Wanhao. Although Zhou Wanhao was not well versed in the internet, he had some knowledge of the stock market, having dabbled in it himself. So you sought my financial assistance to invest in stocks? Zhou Wanhao exclaimed, astonished by Chen Pingan's audacity. For Zhou Wanhao, borrowing money for stock trading was a grave taboo. Having experienced the volatile nature of the stock market firsthand, he was acutely aware of the risks involved. Trading with one's own capital was one thing, but borrowing funds escalated the risks exponentially. I have studied stocks for many years and observed that the market has been on a steady upward trajectory over the past month. We are currently in a brief bull market phase. I have several stocks in mind that I am confident will appreciate in value. This is why I sought your assistance. Chen Pingan stated confidently. Come, take a look at my trading records, he added, having prepared a plausible excuse. He could not divulge the intricacies of the system, but could easily present himself as a knowledgeable trader. Zhou Wanhao fell silent, scrutinizing Chen Pingan's trading records, his eyes widening in disbelief. He began to question whether Chen Pingan had fabricated the data. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the website was legitimate, and the trading interface was familiar to him from his experiences at brokerage firms. However, Chen Pingan's trading results were nothing short of astonishing. His profits were consistently impressive. Every stock he purchased had risen in value. In just a matter of days, his account balance had surged by over 40. Initially, he had invested $3 million, but now his holdings had escalated to 3.28 million. In a mere few days, he had amassed over $1 million in profits. Zhou Wanhao found this astonishing. The speed of profit accumulation surpassed even the most successful factory ventures he had witnessed. My friend, the opportunity to profit lies before us. While I cannot guarantee long-term success, I am confident that within this month, the stock market will continue to rise. I have identified several stocks with significant potential for growth. If we fail to seize this opportunity, it would be a grave misfortune. Previously, I was cautious and only sought to borrow $2 million from you. But now my confidence has grown, and I wish to propose a partnership. The question remains, are you willing? Chen Pingan spoke slowly, gauging Zhou Wanhao's reaction. Xiao Wanhao, feeling a surge of interest, realized that Chen Pingan's trading records were likely genuine. He was convinced that Chen Pingan was not deceiving him. He truly had the potential to profit from stock trading. Chapter 43. Borrowing a substantial sum, how do you intend to collaborate? Inquired Xiao Wanhao. There are two potential avenues for partnership. The first option entails you lending me funds, and I will calculate the interest risk which you need to bear. We can certainly negotiate the interest rate. The second option involves your investment in stock trading, but I would require 70% of the profits. In this scenario, you would need to assume part of the investment risk. Of course, the trading account can be provided by you. I will merely handle the investment operations. Chen Pingan replied calmly, presenting two distinct collaboration methods. One presents no risk but yields lower returns, while the other bears risk yet promises greater rewards. Zhou Wanhao furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. The two proposed collaboration methods left him feeling uncertain, although Chen Pingan appeared quite reliable. Entrusting a large sum for stock investment made him uneasy. After pacing back and forth twice, Zhou Wanhao abruptly halted and addressed Chen Pingan. I can lend you 20 million, with a 1-month term and an interest rate of 50%. This means that after 1 month, you would owe me 30 million, encompassing both principal and interest. Brother Chen, this is a commercial proposition. Are you willing to engage in such a collaboration? This, in Zhou Wanhao's view, represented the most advantageous partnership arrangement. He was uncertain of how much profit Chen Pingan could generate from stock trading. It might exceed 50%, yet could also fall below that threshold. Additionally, there was always the possibility of incurring losses. Zhou Wanhao understood the risks of stock trading better than anyone, having faced losses himself. Despite the impressive win rate shown in Chen Pingan's trading history, he remained somewhat skeptical. Thus, Zhou Wanhao proposed a more stable collaboration method. He sought a fixed return, albeit one he deemed slightly high. After all, in his estimation, earning 10 million in a month would be tremendously profitable. However, we must establish an additional condition. If you are unable to repay this amount, you shall work for me for 20 years. At that time, I will invest further to assist you in opening a clinic. Zhou Wanhao stated with a smile. Although he spoke with a grin, his expression was earnest. The reason Zhou Wanhao was willing to invest this money in Chen Pingan was due to his confidence in Chen Pingan's medical skills. Even if the investment were lost, Chen Pingan could recover those funds through other avenues. Hence, Zhou Wanhao proposed such conditions. He was willing to finance a large private hospital, allowing Chen Pingan to practice medicine there. Brother Zhou, are you serious? Chen Pingan asked, equally amused. He found this collaboration method quite satisfactory. A 1-month term with a 50% interest rate was exceptionally high, yet Chen Pingan viewed this arrangement as highly desirable, as he could potentially earn much more through the stock market. Indeed, I am serious. We must draft a formal contract shortly, Zhou Wanhao replied with equal seriousness. Absolutely. I agree. Let us proceed with the contract, Chen Pingan hurriedly responded, fearing Zhou Wanhao might change his mind. You seem eager. Are you worried I might reconsider? Zhou Wanhao asked seriously. Indeed, I have some concern, as this agreement is quite favorable for me. I fear you might withdraw your investment, Chen Pingan admitted with a smile. Ha ha ha, rest assured. I stand to gain significantly from this transaction, so I have no reason to back out. Zhou Wanhao laughed heartily. Chen Pingan joined in the laughter, refraining from persuading Zhou Wanhao to consider the second collaboration method. After all, he himself was uncertain whether 30% of the profits would be substantial or insufficient for Zhou Wanhao. Moreover, from any angle, The current collaboration method was undeniably more advantageous for Chen Pingan. By the way, Brother Zhou, do you have any connections at the brokerage firm? Could you assist me in obtaining financing? Chen Pingan inquired once more. You're planning to leverage your investment? Your audacity is truly remarkable, Zhou Wanhao remarked in surprise. I cannot let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. The greater the risk, the greater the reward, Chen Pingan replied earnestly. Which brokerage firm did you open your account with? Zhou Wanhao asked. Chen Pingan mentioned the brokerage where he had opened his account. Ah, I know a supervisor there. Here's what we'll do. I'll make an introduction for you, though I cannot guarantee the outcome, Zhou Wanhao suggested. Brother Zhou, I truly appreciate your assistance. Chen Pingan expressed gratefully. Brokerage firms typically offer financing services, but the requirements are stringent, and the procedures can be cumbersome. Given that Chen Pingan's account was newly opened, he might struggle to access such features. However, if someone were to vouch for him, the situation would be entirely different. Moreover, the amount in Chen Pingan's account also played a crucial role. With over 3 million already available, combined with Zhou Wanhao's promised 20 million, his total would exceed 23 million. Such a substantial sum would certainly attract the brokerage's attention, and they would likely treat Chen Pingan as a valued client, increasing the likelihood of activating the financing feature. Zhou Wanhao took this transaction seriously and made a phone call, summoning the finance and legal teams to assist in drafting a formal contract. This contract was structured as an investment agreement rather than a loan agreement. Had it been categorized as a loan, the 50% interest over a month would clearly be classified as usury, which Zhou Wanhao would struggle to defend in court. Although Zhou Wanhao held Chen Pingan in high regard, he approached business matters with utmost seriousness. Chen Pingan carefully reviewed the contract, confirming that it was both reasonable and legal, with all terms reflecting Zhou Wanhao's statements. Once assured that everything was in order, Chen Pingan affixed his signature. After both parties had signed, the contract became effective. The final step involved the transfer of funds, which would necessitate a trip to the bank, as it could not be conducted on site. Brother Zhou, thank you. You are truly my benefactor, Chen Pingan expressed sincerely. He spoke without exaggeration, without Zhou Wanhao's support. It would have been challenging for Chen Pingan to amass such capital in the initial stages. It was Zhou Wanhao, the cement tycoon, who had the financial means and a strong belief in Chen Pingan, enabling him to provide this support. Others might not have been able to do the same. We're all on the same team, so there is no need for such formality. I also wish to express my gratitude. You are indeed my benefactor and a benefactor to my entire family, Zhou Wanhao said, patting Chen Pingan on the shoulder, his expression equally appreciative. For Zhou Wanhao, Chen Pingan was not merely a benefactor. He too regarded him as such. Chapter 44, 100 million in 1998. 20 million was undoubtedly a substantial sum. However, Zhou Wanhao, the cement magnate, proved his worth by readily providing the funds. Chen Pingan soon found 2 million in his account. With this loan secured, Chen Pingan felt a sense of relief. This money truly represented his initial capital. Yet, it was still insufficient, and he required additional funds. Thus, financing became imperative. Zhou Wanhao, ever the benevolent partner, promptly reached out to his acquaintances at a securities firm. His contact, General Manager Zhang, held a mid-level management position at the firm. Although his rank was modest, he wielded a degree of influence. Upon learning of Chen Pingan's substantial 2 million, he swiftly agreed to the financing request. Mr. Chen, I am currently at the securities company. You may come over at your convenience, and I will facilitate the financing process for you, Zhang informed Chen Pingan over the phone. Thank you, General Manager Zhang. I will be there shortly, Chen Pingan replied eagerly. Upon arriving at the securities company, Chen Pingan was greeted by Zhang, a middle-aged man with a balding head but a warm demeanor. The presence of wealth often brings forth amiability, Chen Pingan mused inwardly. Mr. Chen, it is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your trust. Our company is eager to invest in your stock trading, Zhang expressed enthusiastically. After all, with over 20 million in Chen Pingan's account and the prospect of ongoing trading, he was indeed a valued client, hence Zhang's cordiality. The securities firm primarily profits from transaction fees, and Chen Pingan's trading would entail cost to the firm, making him a highly desirable customer. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang swiftly moved to the core of the matter, efficiently processing the financing arrangements in his office. He granted Chen Pingan 5 times the financing authority, securing a deposit of 20 million, resulting in a total financing amount of 100 million. Chen Pingan's 2 million would be transferred to a designated account as a deposit for the securities firm, allowing him to engage in stock trading with 100 million at his disposal. Should the 100 million incur a loss of 20 million, the securities firm would automatically liquidate the position. This type of trading carry high risks, but also the potential for significant rewards. Losses could be severe, yet profits could be substantial. Chen Pingan's principal suddenly transformed into over 100 million, and he felt a slight tremor of excitement upon seeing that figure in his account. This was an extraordinary sum in 1998, and having access to such wealth was no small feat thus. His subsequent trades would require utmost caution. Mr. Chen, here's my business card. May I be fortunate enough to have your phone number, so we can stay in touch? Zhang smiled, extending his card. Chen Pingan accepted it with both hands, then replied with a hint of resignation. General Manager Zhang, you are too kind. It is my privilege to have your number. However, staying in touch may prove troublesome. I currently do not possess a mobile phone. To be candid, I have invested all my funds into the stock market and have little change to spare. His tone bore a touch of helplessness, yet his expression remained composed. Ah, I see. It appears you have great confidence in our stock market, Zhang remarked, surprised. It seems manageable. I believe the current market is relatively stable, perhaps a modest bull market. Chen Pingan boasted confidently. You certainly have an eye for opportunity. It is no wonder you are on the path to wealth, Zhang commended, raising his thumb in admiration. By the way, I have a mobile phone here, a reward from a company event. If you don't mind, why not use it for the time being? Zhang exclaimed, opening his drawer to retrieve a box containing a phone. This device was a gift he received, but had no use for, and he decided to pass it on to Chen Pingan as a gesture of goodwill. The phone, valued at over 5,000, was a small price to pay for the potential connection with Chen Pingan. General Manager Zhang, if that is the case, I shall gladly accept. I am in need of such a phone, Chen Pingan responded with a smile. There is no need for formality among friends. Zhang laughed heartily. Mr. Chen, I appreciate your straightforward nature, Zhang added, still chuckling. Chen Pingan, feeling no need for pretense, took the phone to inspect it. It already contains an anonymous SIM card for your temporary use, Zhang explained. That is splendid. Thank you so much, General Manager Zhang. Chen Pingan expressed his gratitude. I shall treat you to a meal soon. I shall look forward to it, Zhang replied, smiling. After a few more exchanges of pleasantries, Chen Pingan departed the securities company with the phone in hand. He promptly discarded the box in a nearby trash bin. Upon examining the phone, he confirmed it had not been tampered with. It was safe to use. Although not a person of great prominence, he understood the ways of technology and deemed it secure. Regrettably, the device was an antiquated model, serving only basic functions, primarily for calls, and was rather costly for its simplicity. Once I acquire sufficient funds, I shall endeavor to create our own line of smartphones, Chen Pingan thought to himself. However, developing a phone was no simple task, and even with wealth, achieving such a goal would be challenging. For now, it remained merely an aspiration, especially given his current financial constraints. Despite having 100 million in his stock account, that money was not his to spend. Having a phone would certainly enhance convenience. Chen Pingan first called Zhou Wanhao to share his new phone number, facilitating future communications. He then reached out to Ms. Haitang, as ongoing stock trading would require her continued assistance. With the phone, engaging in stock speculation would undoubtedly become much easier. Chapter 45. Sun Haitang was startled. Hello, who are you? Greetings, is this Miss Sun Haitang? I am Chen Pingan. This is my new phone number. Please take note of it. In the future, we can communicate easily over the phone, Chen Pingan explained with a smile. Oh, it's Mr. Chen. That's wonderful. Now that you have a phone, we can stay in touch far more conveniently. Sun Haitang chuckled on the line. By the way, there's been a change in my stock account. You might want to keep an eye on it, Chen Pingan mentioned. Oh, what kind of change? Sun Haitang inquired, puzzled. I have raised a sum of funds and secured financing from your company. My account now holds 100 million in cash, Chen Pingan briefly explained. On the other end, there was an abrupt silence. Miss Sun, are you still there? Chen Pingan asked, perplexed. Yes, yes. Mr. Chen, you're not joking with me, are you? Sun Haidang asked, somewhat flustered. Is it necessary for me to jest about such matters? You can verify my account at the company. You'll see the truth, Chen Pingan replied calmly. Sun Haidang realized it made sense. The veracity of Chen Pingan's words could be confirmed by checking the account at the company. Thank you for your trust in me, Mr. Chen. I will certainly strive to serve you even better, Sun Haidang said hurriedly. Let us leave it at that for now. We will connect again later. Chen Pingan concluded before hanging up. Though Chen Pingan had ended the call, Sun Haidang was far from calm. The sudden influx of 100 million into Chen Pingan's account meant that his transaction fees would skyrocket. Any trade he conducted would result in staggering fees, thus yielding substantial profits for Sun Haidang. Although she was not scheduled to work that day, upon hearing this news, Sun Haidang hurriedly made her way to the company to check the status of Chen Pingan's account. Upon reviewing the account, she was utterly astonished. Indeed, there was an additional 100 million. How remarkable! It truly is 100 million, she exclaimed. While the funds were raised through financing, it was still an impressive feat. Who is this Mr. Chen? I've heard he is still a student. How can he possess such wealth? Sun Haidang pondered, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. Meanwhile, Chen Pingan was unconcerned with Sun Haitang's astonishment. After hanging up, he called Lin Guangshan. Hey, little brother Chen, your call comes at a perfect time. Don't you need network administrators? I've managed to connect you with 2 suitable candidates. If it's convenient, shall we meet them now? Lin Guangshan proposed. It is convenient for me now. If they are available, could you have them come directly to my internet CAF? Chen Pingan asked. Absolutely, Lin Guangshan readily agreed. As he was familiar with the address of Chen Pingan CF, having previously sold the computers there. After hanging up, Chen Pingan rode his bicycle to the CAF. The business was bustling, with no vacant seats, and several individuals stood behind each computer. His father, Chen Guqing, sat at the cash register with a beaming smile, clearly in good spirits. Previously, he had worried about the CF's success, but now he showed no signs of concern. Father, I've recruited 2 network administrators. Let us interview them shortly. Chen Pingan greeted his father. Perhaps we should save the trouble. I can manage things myself without needing administrators. Chen Guqing hesitated, as hiring staff would entail additional expenses, which made him uneasy. Let me ask you this. If a computer malfunctions, can you handle it? Chen Pingan inquired with a smile. Chen Guqing sighed. While he had learned to use a computer, troubleshooting issues was beyond him. Furthermore, the CAF operated 24 hours. Even if he was present during the day, what would happen at night if he were alone? You can't expect to manage everything alone, especially when we plan to open multiple branches. If we establish 10 or 20 additional stores, will you oversee them all by yourself? Father, the salaries we pay for these positions are negligible in comparison to our income. Plus, now that we are prospering, we should uplift those around us, Chen Pingan patiently explained, understanding his father's reluctance, as the wages for network administrators were indeed considerable. Currently, the average worker's salary was modest, but Chen Pingan had set the administrator's salary at a competitive rate of 1,500 per month. It was essential to offer adequate compensation. Otherwise, skilled individuals would not be inclined to work at the CAF. Reluctantly, Chen Guqing nodded in agreement. Soon, 2 young individuals arrived. Hello, which one of you is Mr. Chen Pingan? We were referred by Lin Guangshan. One of the young men addressed him. I am Chen Pingan. Please introduce yourselves, he replied, rising to greet them. My name is Su Hong. I am Wei Yong. Chen Pingan's gaze lingered on the young man named Su Hong, curious about how a boy could have such a feminine name, though he did not dwell on it. Lin Guangshan had previously briefed Chen Pingan about these 2 candidates. While neither had a formal background in computer science, they had a basic understanding of computer-related knowledge and could handle simple issues. Chen Pingan posed a few straightforward questions regarding computer problems, and they managed to respond, albeit somewhat hesitantly. Though neither were particularly skilled, they were certainly capable of fulfilling the role of network administrators. The trial period would last 1 month, with a salary of 800 during this time. Following successful completion, the salary would increase to 1,200 plus a full attendance bonus of 300, which they could earn by working a full month. Thus, Upon confirmation, they would earn 1,500 monthly. Meals would be provided during work hours, though accommodation was not included. I'll take the job, Su Hong exclaimed eagerly. I'll take it too, Wei Yong chimed in promptly. Chapter 46. Lin Wanjuan's plea for help. Chen Pingan deemed the offered terms to be quite satisfactory, leading both individuals to promptly acquiesce. They had previously inquired about the compensation at other internet CAFS, only to discover that the remuneration for network administrators at those establishments was considerably lower than what Chen Pingan was offering. Furthermore, those CAFS already employed their own administrators, making it a challenge to find such employment. I will teach you how to use our internet CAF management system, Chen Pingan stated, gesturing towards the computer. The two were taken aback by his words, as it was their first encounter with the concept of a management system for internet CAFS. In other establishments, transactions were recorded manually, devoid of any technological aid. Upon Chen Pingan's comprehensive introduction of the management system, their astonishment only deepened. While neither of them were professionals, they had a profound appreciation for computer programming, having self-taught their skills. In comparison to Chen Pingan's father, Chen Guoqing, who possessed only a rudimentary understanding, they were far more adept. They realized just how impressive the management system was, especially since it was absent in other CAFS. Is this management system of your own creation? Su Hong inquired incredulously. Indeed, I learn all on my own. The technical demands are not particularly high. It's merely that no one had undertaken the task, Chen Pingan explained with a smile. That is still quite remarkable. It's certainly beyond our capabilities. Wei Yong added quickly, his eyes reflecting admiration for Chen Pingan. Before starting this job, both had harbored a sense of pride in their self-acquired computer skills, feeling somewhat superior. However, that sense of pride dissipated in the face of Chen Pingan's evident expertise. How is it that he can run an internet CAF while we remain mere employees? He truly is impressive, Su Hong mused silently. With the addition of 2 network administrators, Chen Pingan felt a sense of relief. After exchanging pleasantries with his father, he departed, confident that the CAF was now operating smoothly without his constant presence. Lacking interest in the games on the CAF's computers, he returned home to study. That evening, Chen Guoqing returned home with a broad smile, having experienced a remarkably profitable day at the CAF, which elicited his joy. With the presence of administrators and surveillance, he felt considerably more at ease. As Monday dawned, Chen Pingan resigned himself to the routine of school. He felt a twinge of frustration. Although the impending college entrance examination loomed less than a month away, providing a glimmer of hope. Upon entering the classroom, he was surprised to find Lin Wanjun waiting at the door, her eyes slightly reddened, suggesting she had been crying. Chen Pingan, she murmured softly, her lips barely moving. Please wait a moment while I stow my bag. Let us find a quieter place to talk, he replied, sensing her distress. There's no need for that. I only have a few questions, she said, wiping her tears. Go ahead and ask, he encouraged decisively. Is what you said before true? Are you genuinely willing to lend me money? Do you really have the means to assist me? Lin Wanjun gazed at him, her eyes still glistening. Of course, I can lend you whatever you need, Chen Pingan affirmed earnestly. I wish to borrow 300,000 yuan. I may not be able to repay you, but I can marry you, Lin Wanjun declared, her voice resolute. Chen Pingan was taken aback, swallowing hard. Though only 18, Lin Wanjun was breathtakingly beautiful and statuesque. A true campus belle. The prospect of securing such a captivating partner for 300,000 yuan seemed overwhelmingly advantageous. Yet, he recognized the precariousness of the situation. It's not as dire as you think. There's no need to speak in such terms. If you need the money, I can lend you 300,000 yuan, he responded slowly, feeling a sense of duty towards their shared status as classmates, especially given her past hardships. Upon hearing his words, tears streamed down Lin Wanjun's face. Chen Pingan, thank you. Your kindness will be etched in my memory forever, she said softly. We are classmates. There's no need for such gratitude. Please don't overthink it. I'm not rejecting you. You are beautiful. I do like you. However, I wish for your affection to be genuine and not merely a result of financial desperation. Is there a situation at home prompting your request for 300,000 yuan? He inquired gently. Yes, she replied, nodding slightly before recounting her predicament. Over the weekend, my aunt brought a man to my home for an arranged marriage. He is nearly 40, quite unattractive, and he has set his sights on me, claiming he wishes to marry me. He is willing to offer 300,000 yuan as a dowry, which has tempted my parents. I have no other options. I cannot marry him. Chen Pingan, if you lend me this money, you will be saving my life. I understand the implications of money in such matters, and I would marry you in return. Chen Pingan's expression remained composed. He was not entirely surprised, for he knew this scenario had unfolded in his previous life. However, unlike before, he now had the opportunity to alter Lin Wanjuan's fate. In his past life, no one had come to her aid, leading her to marry that man for the dowry, ultimately resulting in her tragic demise at his hands. Now, the chance to change her destiny lay before Chen Pingan. Chapter 47. The storage ring. Chen Pingan never considered taking advantage of the situation. His sole intention was to procure 300,000 to save Lin Wanjuan's life. However, Lin Wanjun had a different perspective. To her, 300,000 was an astronomical sum, one she could never repay in her lifetime, since she would eventually marry. And given her inability to repay that amount, she thought it might be better to marry Chen Pingan instead. In her eyes, securing the 300,000 from him meant she would become his woman. Can you truly provide me with that sum? Lin Wanjun inquired softly, biting her lip, still somewhat incredulous about the situation. To her, 300,000 represented an unimaginable fortune. Yes, I can give it to you. I promise to provide you with 300,000 tomorrow. However, if possible, could I delay the payment for a month? Chen Pingan proposed after a brief pause. Is that inconvenient? Lin Wanjun hesitated to ask. It's not inconvenient. Rather, I have invested all my funds in the stock market. I can withdraw 300,000 at any time, but keeping in the market would yield higher returns. How about this? I will give you 350,000 in a month. Does that sound agreeable? Chen Pingan suggested after contemplating the matter. Wait, are you serious about giving me 350,000 in a month? Just waiting a month could mean an extra 50,000. Lin Wanjun asked in disbelief. Yes, indeed. Waiting a month will grant you an additional 50,000. I will also resolve matters with your parents. Tonight, after school, I will accompany you home, Chen Pingan stated decisively. He understood that Lin Wanjun was not the ultimate decision-maker. Her parents held that authority. Though she appeared aloof, Lin Wanjun was, in fact, a dutiful daughter. Convincing her parents would pave the way for this arrangement to proceed without issue. All right, I suppose that's acceptable, Lin Wanjun replied hesitantly, nodding. I shall return now. With that, she turned and dashed away in small, hurried steps, realizing that her initial impulse to seek Chen Pingan had left her feeling quite embarrassed. What do you need him for? You seem rather close. Have you become friends? A girl's voice suddenly interjected near Chen Pingan, laced with a hint of jealousy. He turned to find Li Mengyun standing beside him. Are you envious? Chen Pingan teased with a smile. Nonsense. Why would I be jealous? Li Mengyun retorted, her cheeks flushed. Let me tell you, but you must keep it a secret. Lin Wanjuan's family is facing difficulties. Her parents have arranged a marriage for her and wish to marry her off. She approached me seeking a loan, and I have agreed to assist her through this challenging time. Chen Pingan explained candidly. His relationship with Lin Wanjun was devoid of any romantic undertones, allowing him to discuss the matter without reservation. Of course, he omitted certain details for discretion's sake. I see, but wait, do you truly have the means to help her? Li Mengyun asked, incredulity evident in her voice. Of course I do. Please do not underestimate me, Chen Pingan asserted confidently, puffing out his chest. I find that hard to believe, Li Mengyun scoffed, making a face before returning to her seat. Chen Pingan, what are you still doing here? Hurry back to your seat for morning reading, the language teacher chided as she walked by. Yes, teacher, I will return immediately, Chen Pingan replied before sauntering back to his desk. He held no fear of the teacher, for within his high schooler's physique resided the soul of a middle-aged man. There was little to fear from teachers, especially considering he had experienced several romantic escapades with female educators in his past. A notification chimed in his mind, signaling a refresh of system commodities. Chen Pingan discreetly accessed the system interface, which was visible only to him, ensuring no one in the classroom noticed. To his astonishment, 4 items appeared on the list: a gold brick, a bottle of premium healing ointment, a pair of imperial green jade bracelets, an oversized storage ring. The first 3 items barely registered in his mind, overshadowed by the allure of the oversized storage ring. Without hesitation, he spent a single currency unit to procure it. Casually, he slipped his hand into his pocket, and upon withdrawing it, a platinum ring adorned his middle finger. Its design was simple yet elegant, featuring intricate ancient patterns and a large blue gemstone. The gemstone was particularly striking, as it seemed to contain a swirling vortex within its depths. This ring represented the oversized storage ring, now irrevocably bound to Chen Pingan, allowing only him to utilize its power. He could, however, unbind it, permitting another to wear it and establish a new connection. Yet, such a valuable artifact was not one he intended to relinquish. As Chen Pingan's consciousness entered the storage space, he was immediately struck by its vastness. The storage area was a colossal cubic expanse, measuring 1,000 meters in length, width, and height. No wonder it was termed an oversized storage ring. How exhilarating! With this storage ring, transporting goods could lead to significant profits. He mused inwardly, reveling in the possibilities. Yet, he tempered his excitement with realism. He had no need for such endeavors when numerous avenues for wealth existed. Nevertheless, the convenience this storage ring afforded him in daily life was undeniably substantial. He discreetly transferred his textbooks from his desk into the storage space, retaining only the most frequently used materials while stowing the rest away without attracting anyone's attention. The process of storing items was seamless, confirming the ring's exceptional utility. Chapter 48. Discovering the great stock. The instant kill system is heavily reliant on fortune. When luck is on one's side, even storage rings can be purchased casually. Conversely, during a streak of bad luck, one might only be left to savor an apple. Fortunately, the instant kill system refreshes its offerings daily, thus amplifying Chen Pingan's chances of encountering valuable items. Even in the bleakest of circumstances, the likelihood of stumbling upon something remarkable remains. The one-yuan instant kill system endows Chen Pingan with boundless confidence and limitless prospects. Old Chen, why are you grinning so widely? Have you encountered some good news? His desk mate, Zhang Yong, whispered. Is indeed good news. Remember I mentioned investing in stocks? I have something delightful to share. All our stocks have skyrocketed. Chen Pingan lowered his voice, beaming with delight. Previously, you invested 50,000 yuan with me, and in a month, I shall return 100,000 yuan. How's that sound? Are you thrilled? Wow, old Chen, you truly are something. This is exhilarating. I knew that following you would lead to fortune. I am committed to you for life. Zhang Yong exclaimed, exhilarated. Brothers for life, you shall follow me, and I will ensure your prosperity, Chen Pingan solemnly declared. In his previous life, he had failed to assist Zhang Yong, but in this life, he was determined to lend a helping hand to his good friend. Hey, old Chen, then I shall be relying on you. Zhang Yong chuckled. Chen Pingan, Zhang Yong, you two should cease your whispering and focus on your studies. The teacher called out from the podium. Zhang Yong immediately sat up straight, diligently attending to his studies. Although Chen Pingan initially disregarded the teacher's admonition, he soon adopted a serious demeanor and began to read. Not far away, Li Mingyun shot Chen Pingan a glance, silently chastising him for not studying attentively. Unbeknownst to her, she too was not fully engaged in her studies. Otherwise, she would not have noticed Chen Pingan's every movement. Pretending to study, Chen Pingan discreetly accessed the stock trading interface in the system. The stock trading software could be utilized for a month, with an additional 3 weeks remaining. Chen Pingan was determined to seize this opportunity to make a substantial fortune. Previously, Chen Pingan's capital was limited to a few million. Due to this scarcity, he could afford to buy stocks freely. However, circumstances had changed. His capital had now reached 100 million. With such a substantial sum, he could influence stock price trends. Thus, the art of trading required a deft touch. Northwest Shipbuilding is set to surge. As Chen Pingan searched for suitable stock targets, a particular stock caught his eye. This stock, named Northwest Shipbuilding, had undergone a sudden surge in price. Just this afternoon, it had experienced a remarkable rally, reaching its limit before the market closed. This was merely the beginning. In the days to follow, this stock was expected to continue its upward trajectory. Although Chen Pingan was unsure how many days it would remain at its peak, he was certain it would continue to rise tomorrow. Furthermore, Northwest Shipbuilding had a particularly large market share. Investing 100 million yuan would hardly make a ripple. Chen Pingan noted the name and stock code of Northwest Shipbuilding. After the morning reading session, he ascended to the rooftop and called Sun Haidang. Haidang, please purchase Northwest Shipbuilding stock in batches. I want to invest the entire 100 million yuan before 2 o'clock p.m. today. Be cautious when buying. Do it in increments without causing too much commotion. I trust you know how to handle this, right? Chen Pingan spoke calmly. Northwest Shipbuilding, you want to invest the entire 100 million yuan? Sun Haidang inquired, seeking clarification. Yes, the entire 100 million yuan in Northwest Shipbuilding, Chen Pingan confirmed. Understood. I will take note. Sun Haidang, already opening the stock interface, quickly assessed the trajectory of Northwest Shipbuilding. Upon reviewing its performance, she felt a sense of unease. Mr. Chen, the trajectory of Northwest Shipbuilding is not promising. It has been on a downward trend. Are you certain you want to invest 100 million yuan? Given the substantial amount at stake, caution was paramount. Its decline indicates it is nearing the bottom. Now is the optimal time to buy. I am well aware of the risks, so trust my judgment and proceed as I instruct. Chen Pingan replied straightforwardly. All right, I understand. Since you insist, I will follow your instructions. Sun Haidang reluctantly agreed. While she harbored doubts about purchasing Northwest Shipbuilding, as Chen Pingan was her employer, she felt compelled to comply with his wishes. After hanging up, Chen Pingan felt a twinge of frustration. Ideally, he would prefer to manage the stock trades himself. However, as a high school student, he lacked the time and means to engage in such activities, leaving him no choice but to place his trust in Sun Haidang. Fortunately, she was a legitimate employee of a securities company, so he believed she would not act recklessly. By the way, I need to set up a computer at home and get an internet connection, Chen Pingan remarked. Previously, he had been unable to afford a computer, but now that he had sufficient funds, he felt it was feasible. Moreover, his parents were likely to be accommodating, given that they were aware of his financial situation. They would probably not oppose the idea of purchasing a computer. At the securities company, although Sun Haidang had reservations regarding Chen Pingan's orders, her integrity and professional ethics remained intact. Thus, despite her doubts, she proceeded to execute Chen Pingan's directives. She first sold off the more than 3 million yuan worth of stocks in her account, a task that was swiftly accomplished. Consequently, Chen Pingan's account now held over 130 million yuan. She then began to purchase Northwest Shipbuilding stock in increments. The stock had been on a downward trend for the past 2 months, making it an ideal candidate for investment. As many sought to sell, buyers were scarce. Thus, once buying commenced, sellers would soon follow suit. While Sun Haidang was not a professional trader, her capabilities were not in question. She began to make sporadic purchases of Northwest Shipbuilding stock, which, due to her involvement, began to rise slowly. However, the increase was minimal, and many retail investors remained oblivious to this change. The market makers likely recognized the shift and began to suppress the stock price, gradually releasing their holdings. Noticing the situation, Sun Haidang furrowed her brow. However, since Chen Pingan had instructed her to purchase the stock in its entirety, she continued to follow his orders. In a span of 2 hours that morning, she completed the purchase of the entire 100 million yuan. At this point, Chen Pingan's account was already showing a loss. Although the purchases were made in increments, the continuous decline in stock prices had resulted in a loss of 1 point by now. The morning trading session had concluded. Chapter 49. A windfall of 12 million as the market opened in the afternoon. Sun Haidang was utterly astonished by the unfolding scenario. Northwest Shipbuilding surged ahead, tracing an almost vertical ascent. Within a mere 2 minutes, the stock reached its ceiling limit. Such aggressive surges are not uncommon in the stock market. Yet ordinary individuals often find themselves unable to seize such opportunities. By the time they notice a stock climbing fervently, it is already too late for them to invest. Even if given a chance, most retail investors would hesitate to act. This morning, Northwest Shipbuilding had closed down by 3 points. However, upon the afternoon's opening, it experienced a dramatic rally, hitting the limit up. Chen Pingan had purchased it at a price already down 1 point, and the subsequent surge propelled it up by 12 points. 100 million in capital gaining 12 points translates to a profit of 12 million. This exemplifies the power of finance. The reason so many risk everything in stock trading lies precisely here. Acquiring the right stock can make wealth accumulation a straightforward endeavor. Conversely, choosing the wrong stock can lead to ruin just as easily. Sun Haidang gazed incredulously at the stock interface. Unable to fathom that the stock Chen Pingan had chosen had soared to its limit in the afternoon. Could Mr. Chen be a stock market oracle? His foresight seemed uncanny. She muttered to herself, her face a canvas of disbelief. Hastily, she perused relevant information and stumbled upon a piece of news revealing that Northwest Shipbuilding had secured a significant contract worth over 100 billion, awarded by the state. No wonder the stock skyrocketed. Any company receiving such a monumental order would see its shares take flight. Grateful that she had trusted Mr. Chen's directives rather than doubting him, Sun Haidang reflected on how unfortunate she would have been had she acted otherwise. Meanwhile, in General Manager Zhang's office, he too was taken aback by the data displayed in the monitoring account. He had approved Chen Pingan's financing conditions and was therefore particularly invested in the situation. Monitoring Chen's account, he had initially felt concern over the decision to invest 100 million in Northwest Shipbuilding. However, his apprehension was merely a natural response. As long as there were no irregularities or significant losses, other actions could be deemed standard. What Zhang had never anticipated was that, by afternoon, Northwest Shipbuilding would hit its limit up, resulting in a direct profit of 12 million for Chen Pingan. Upon realizing this, a tinge of envy stirred within Zhang. After a moment, he composed himself. After all, he had navigated the stock market for many years and had encountered such scenarios before. Earning money in the stock market is not an extraordinary feat. What truly distinguishes an investor is the ability to profit and exit safely. Nonetheless, Chen Pingan's maneuver opened Zhang's eyes to new possibilities. He pondered whether Chen's success was merely luck or if he possessed some hidden skill. Fortunately, Zhang had previously gifted Chen a mobile phone, establishing a rapport that could be further deepened in the future. Unbeknownst to Chen Pingan, who was still attending class, he had suddenly become a millionaire. He refrained from checking his phone during lessons, oblivious to the stock's current status. Yet if the system interface was functioning correctly, Northwest Shipbuilding should have reached its limit up. As Chen Pingan received a vibration on his phone, indicating a text message, he chose to ignore it, focused on his studies. Once class concluded, he glanced at his phone to find a brief message from Sun Haidang. Northwest Shipbuilding has surged to the limit with a 12-point gain. A smile crept across Chen's lips upon reading the message. His concerns dissipated. His primary worry had been whether Sun Haidang would follow his investment instructions. Clearly, she had adhered to his guidance without taking unwarranted liberties. This girl was quite commendable. Once the trading concluded, he planned to reward her with a token of appreciation. In truth, Chen Pingan intended to assess Sun Haidang further. If her character and abilities proved satisfactory, he would consider recruiting her for his endeavors. With a month of trading ahead, he anticipated accumulating a substantial sum, which he could then leverage for entrepreneurial pursuits. Yet, Chen lacked a team to assist him, as his university commitments consumed his time. Thus, he required a dependable team to execute his plans. Sun Haidang had piqued his interest, but whether she would join him depended on her willingness. Chen felt confident in his ability to entice her, despite her current position at a securities firm. Her compensation was not particularly high. If Chen offered an enticing package, recruiting her would be a straightforward task. The power of capital is such that, once the funds are in place, many endeavors become easily attainable. As the college entrance examination approached, the academic workload intensified. Fortunately, after enhancing his learning capabilities through a special potion, Chen Pingan experienced a remarkable boost in his academic performance. High school subjects posed no challenge for him anymore. His thoughts, however, were increasingly occupied by his future entrepreneurial ambitions. He had devised several potential business plans, though the specific direction would hinge on the outcomes of his stock trading. Regardless of the path he chose, it promised to be a bright avenue for Chen. Unlike others who embarked on entrepreneurial ventures by trial and error, he was stepping forward on the shoulders of giants. Chen had insights into which industries would flourish in the future, allowing him to focus solely on those promising ventures. Should the need arise, he could invest in the dual giants of Alibaba and Tencent, securing a prosperous future. Time may meander, but he would press onward without pause. Finally, the school day concluded. As Chen Pingan packed his backpack and exited the classroom, he spotted Lin Wanjun standing in the corridor, her backpack slung over her shoulder, radiating youthful exuberance. Upon seeing Chen emerge, a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes. Chapter 50. The envy of Zhang Yong as school dismissed. Lin Wanjun awaited Chen Pingan at the entrance. Upon spotting her, Chen Pingan approached. "Old Chen, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me." Zhang Yong had already caught up with him. "I want to be walking home with you tonight. I have something to attend to," Chen Pingan stated. "What's going on? Can't you accompany your good brother home? Are you still my best friend?" Zhang Yong's expression was one of profound disappointment. "All right, enough with the antics. This weekend, I'll take you to my family's internet CAF, and you can enjoy yourself there," Chen Pingan replied somewhat irritably. "Is that a promise? You're really going to let me have a great time at your internet CAF?" Zhang Yong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chen Pingan's family owned an internet CAF, a fact that Zhang Yong was already aware of. Hearing Chen Pingan's words now filled Zhang Yong with excitement. "Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise. The computers at the CAF are decent. Next month, when I divide the money, you should consider purchasing a laptop. Having your own laptop would be truly delightful. It's portable, and you can take it with you to college," Chen Pingan elaborated. Although it was only 1998 and desktop computers were still rare, laptops had begun to emerge. Their prices were steep and their performance somewhat outdated. However, their practicality lay in their high portability. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong seemed to be invigorated, as if a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. "That is amazing, old Chen. No, wait, brother. You shall be my true elder brother from now on," he exclaimed with fervor. "Keep it down. If you keep making such a commotion, there won't be a laptop for you," Chen Pingan warned. "I'll be quiet." Zhang Yong quickly covered his mouth, though muffled laughter still escaped. "All right, I won't keep you any longer. I have matters to attend to. Head home by yourself." Chen Pingan waved goodbye to Zhang Yong. He then rode his bicycle toward Lin Wanjun. She nodded at him, her face devoid of any expression. The two of them cycled together, one ahead of the other, gradually disappearing from the school entrance. This scene was witnessed by many, yet amidst the throngs of students leaving school, few paid it any heed. Zhang Yong, however, couldn't help but grin broadly at the sight. Suddenly, a disdainful snort pierced the air beside him. Turning around, Zhang Yong saw Li Mengyun striding past him with an icy demeanor. Clearly, she had also witnessed the earlier scene. Hearing her derisive snort, Zhang Yong felt a wave of fear wash over him, silencing any words he might have uttered as he hastily fled on his bicycle. "How do you plan to explain this to my parents?" Lin Wanjun inquired abruptly as they rode. "I'll say I'm willing to lend you 300,000. How does that sound?" Chen Pingan responded, somewhat uncertainly. "Will this 300,000 need to be repaid? If it doesn't, what will my parents think? If it does need to be repaid, how will they manage that?" Lin Wanjun asked with remarkable composure. She had been contemplating this very question repeatedly, but had yet to formulate a satisfactory response. Chapter 51. Chen Pingan's dominance. Lin Wanjun. "This is unacceptable. You are still young and do not comprehend many matters. I am acutely aware of this situation. You are at a disadvantage. Let us proceed as I suggest. The 300,000 is still considered a loan from me. Once you graduate from university and secure employment, you may repay me then. However, I will clarify everything to your parents. Trust in my eloquence. I can persuade them," Chen Pingan stated earnestly. Lin Wanjun was undeniably beautiful, a fact that required no debate. Chen Pingan had previously pursued her, but she had not reciprocated his affections. Nevertheless, he could never bring himself to exploit her vulnerability. One must uphold a righteous perspective. Otherwise, one's reputation would suffer. Thank you, Chen Pingan, Lin Wanjun said tearfully, deeply moved. She had not anticipated that, under such circumstances, he would make such a choice and offer her unconditional support. Let us go. We shall proceed as I suggested, Chen Pingan reiterated solemnly. Lin Wanjun nodded in agreement. Her home was somewhat distant, located in an outlying village. They cycled for 20 minutes from the school before finally arriving at their destination. The distance was indeed considerable. It was no small feat for Lin Wanjun to commute such a long way every day. We have arrived at my home, Lin Wanjun announced. Following her indication, Chen Pingan spotted her residence. Upon reaching the entrance, they secured their bicycles. However, Lin Wanjun hesitated momentarily. Earlier, she had been quite bold, but now that they had arrived, the prospect of introducing Chen Pingan to her family made her feel timid. Come on, it's fine. I'm here with you, Chen Pingan reassured her. Encouraged by his words, Lin Wanjun seemed to gather her courage. I can do this. Let us go. I will take you inside, she declared resolutely. Together, they stepped in her home. Darling, you're finally back. Look, Dejun has been waiting for you, Lin Wanjun's mother exclaimed upon seeing her daughter. Lin Wanjun turned and noticed a man in the room. She recognized him. He was around 40, with dark skin and numerous wrinkles. He wore an ill-fitting, wrinkled suit, giving him a rather disheveled appearance, and one of his legs appeared somewhat abnormal. Lin Wanjun remembered his name clearly. Zhao Dajuan, her suitor. Zhao Dajuan had promised a dowry of 300,000 for marrying Lin Wanjun. Her parents were very fond of this arrangement, as the dowry was significant. In their era, weddings typically involved only a few thousand or even a few hundred as a dowry. A sum of 300,000 was exorbitant. With such a dowry, their family's fortunes could dramatically transform. Although they felt a pang of sympathy for their daughter, they believed that, for the sake of the family, they must make this sacrifice. Not every parent prioritizes their child's happiness. Lin Wanjun, however, was somewhat foolishly filial. Had it not been for Chen Pingan's intervention, she might have indeed married Zhao Dajuan. Upon seeing Lin Wanjun return, Zhao Dajuan immediately stood up, his face lighting up with a smile. As he rose, his leg's abnormality became even more apparent, causing Lin Wanjun's complexion to pale. At that moment, Chen Pingan, who had been following Lin Wanjun, stepped decisively in front of her. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I am Chen Pingan, Lin Wanjun's classmate. I have come to propose, he declared succinctly, shocking everyone in the room. Lin Wanjun's parents were taken aback, and Zhao Dajuan stared in disbelief. What is going on here? Daughter, what is this situation? Lin Wanjun's mother stammered. Lin Wanjun's father, injured and confined to bed, could still hear the commotion from the living room. Young man, what are you implying? Are you trying to steal my fiancée? Zhao Dajuan retorted coldly. He had long coveted Lin Wanjun's beauty and had no intention of relinquishing her. Uncle and Auntie, I understand that to marry Lin Wanjun, a dowry of 300,000 is required. I am willing to provide it. Furthermore, I am Lin Wanjun's classmate of a similar age. If we unite, it would bring you honor. Otherwise, should Lin Wanjun marry this older man, it would only bring shame upon you. Moreover, Lin Wanjun would lead a life of hardship. Look at him, disheveled and unkempt. What woman could thrive alongside him? Just because he can offer a dowry does not guarantee a prosperous life together. The crux lies in his age and appearance. He is utterly unworthy of Lin Wanjun, Chen Pingan asserted without reservation, knowing that this man was the perpetrator responsible for Lin Wanjun's previous suffering. Chen Pingan felt no need to extend courtesy. What are you? How dare you speak to me like that? You seek death. Zhao Dajuan seethed with rage, his expression grotesque. He stood abruptly and advanced menacingly toward Chen Pingan, clearly intent on confronting him. Run, Chen Pingan, Lin Wanjun urged, realizing the impending danger. Run? Must I flee from such a worthless opponent? I could dispatch him with a mere flick of my wrist, Chen Pingan replied coldly, seizing Zhao Dajuan by the throat. He then lifted him effortlessly, as one might a small bird, and tossed him out the door. Zhao Dajuan tumbled to the ground, emitting a pained cry. Zhao Dajuan, Lin Wanjun will henceforth be my woman. Do not dare to covet her again, or I shall deal with you every time we meet, Chen Pingan warned, pointing at Zhao Dajuan. Zhao Dajuan glared at Chen Pingan through clenched teeth, but, without uttering a word, he turned and limped away, defeated. Chen Pingan's gaze turned icy, a stark reflection of his resolve. Chapter 52. Increasing satisfaction. Zhao Dajuan harbored profound thoughts. He was a man who could not be allowed to remain. Chen Pingan silently resolved this in his mind. Zhao Dajuan was evidently a perverse individual, one whose cruelty knew no bounds. By now, he had developed a deep-seated hatred for Chen Pingan, likely extending to Lin Wanjun as well. What heinous acts could someone like him possibly refrain from? Thus, it was imperative that such a person be eliminated. However, the present moment was not opportune for action. Chen Pingan felt no urgency, for he had finally learned the man's identity, Zhao Dajuan. He intended to inquire about Zhao's residence and subsequently find an opportunity to deal with him. In his mind, Chen Pingan had already sentenced Zhao Dajuan to death. Lin Wanjun's mother emerged, her gaze fixed vacantly on the departing Zhao Dajuan. What were they to do now? She uttered a couple of phrases, clearly a loss. After all, Zhao Dajuan had promised a dowry of 300,000, which had greatly satisfied the couple. With his departure, it meant that this sum would slip through their fingers. Although Chen Pingan had also claimed he could offer an equivalent amount, he appeared to be merely a child. Where could he possibly procure such funds? Uncle, Aunt, I must apologize. I deceived you earlier. I do have feelings for Lin Wanjun, but we are both too young to contemplate marriage. However, I recognize that Lin Wanjun is facing difficulties, and I am willing to contribute a sum of money. This amount need not be repaid by Lin Wanjun. Let it be regarded as a favor owed to me. In the future, I will establish my own company and invite Lin Wanjun to work for me. The repayment can be gradually deducted from her salary, Chen Pingan suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanjun's parents were taken aback. In truth, they had a favorable impression of Chen Pingan, yet they had not anticipated such a narrative. Nevertheless, the terms he proposed were impossible for them to refuse. A gift of money, with the provision that Lin Wanjun could repay it after her university graduation, was indeed an extraordinarily generous offer. Young man, are you jesting? You wouldn't be tricking us, would you? You must understand our family's plight. We are relying on this money to improve our lives. This is our lifeline. You cannot deceive us, Lin Wanjun's mother said earnestly. Of course, if you can truly follow through, we would not oppose your relationship with our daughter. You are certainly a far better match than Zhao Dajuan. Although Lin Wanjun's parents aimed to secure a good price for their daughter, she remained their child, and they naturally wished for her well-being and a prosperous future. Chen Pingan's offer was evidently superior to that of Zhao Dajuan, who had merely made a desperate choice. In their circle of acquaintances, there were no affluent individuals. Zhao Dajuan was the wealthiest among them, willing to provide such an exorbitant dowry. This was the nature of their social circle. As impoverished individuals, they only mingled with others of similar means, leaving them unable to find anyone who could afford a good price for Lin Wanjun. Thus, they had been compelled to settle for Zhao Dajuan. Given Lin Wanjun's attributes, it was likely that there were numerous suitors willing to pay a princely sum to marry her. Even in this era, Chen Pingan had simply been fortunate enough to cross paths with her. Of course, luck alone was insufficient. One must also possess the means. Had Chen Pingan been unable to provide the financial support, Lin Wanjun's parents would not have agreed to the arrangement. Once it became clear that Chen Pingan could indeed offer the requested sum, Lin Wanjun's mother regained her smile. She was, after all, somewhat materialistic. Chen Pingan sighed inwardly, recognizing the burdens Lin Wanjun bore due to her family's circumstances. It was no wonder she exhibited such aloofness at school. That demeanor was likely born from her upbringing. Aunt, how is Uncle's health? Chen Pingan inquired. About the same. We can only nurse him slowly, Lin Wanjun's mother replied. I shall converse with Uncle for a moment, Chen Pingan stated. In truth, he aimed to provide some treatment for Lin Wanjun's father. However, such matters required no elaborate explanation. It was best addressed in person. Upon entering the bedroom, Chen Pingan encountered Lin Wanjun's father, a tall, elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles. Upon seeing Chen Pingan, he appeared somewhat constrained, his expression turning sheepish. Young man, I apologize for the awkwardness, Lin Wanjuan's father said, somewhat embarrassed. Uncle, you may call me by my name. I am Chen Pingan, he replied with a smile. Very well, I shall call you Chen Pingan, Lin Wanjuan's father said, his scrutiny of Chen Pingan growing increasingly approving. Though they sought to marry off their daughter for a handsome price, having a son-in-law who was tall and handsome would undoubtedly enhance their standing. Chen Pingan, of comparable age to Lin Wanjun and possessing good looks, was quite pleasing to them. Uncle, how is your leg injury? May I take a look? Chen Pingan offered. I have learned some medical skills from my elders. As he spoke, he began to examine Lin Wanjuan's father's injury. The older man expressed discomfort. Chen Pingan, there is no need for an examination. My injury is quite severe and requires surgical intervention at a hospital. However, we lack the funds for surgery. The compensation we previously received has all been spent at the hospital, yet my condition remains untreated. As he lamented, Lin Wanjuan's father sighed repeatedly. Chen Pingan assessed the situation and furrowed his brow. The injury was indeed serious and had been poorly managed. Although it had been treated before, the improper care had resulted in a wound that was difficult to heal. According to contemporary medical standards, multiple surgical procedures would be necessary for recovery. Fortunately, Chen Pingan had arrived. Chapter 53. Healing a leg injury. Uncle, I can treat your injury. There is no need to go to the hospital. Even if you undergo surgery, your leg may never fully recover. Even with the best medical care, you would still walk with a limp, and the leg would lose its strength, Chen Pingan stated candidly. Are you joking with me, Xiao Chen? Lin Wanjuan's father asked in astonishment, unable to fathom such a grim outcome. He had believed that paying for treatment at the hospital would ensure the safety of his leg. What I say is the truth, and I have no reason to deceive you. Rest assured, with my help, your leg will be preserved. For now, just lie still while I administer treatment. I will begin by applying pressure to several acupuncture points to alleviate your pain. Chen Pingan did not seek permission, while Lin Wanjuan's father was still in a daze. He swiftly pressed several points on his body. Chen Pingan understood that if this matter were to drag on, it could become an endless debate. Thus, he decisively proceeded with the treatment. Once the acupuncture points were activated, Lin Wanjuan's father lost control over his body. Chen Pingan quickly and somewhat roughly unwrapped the bandages from his leg. Then, under the astonished gaze of Lin Wanjuan's father, he began to realign the bones in his foot. This technique of manual bone realignment is an ancient skill of traditional Chinese medicine, yet it is becoming increasingly rare in modern society, with few practitioners mastering it. Chen Pingan, however, is an exceptional talent, possessing formidable medical expertise. While Western medicine requires surgical intervention to piece bones back together, Chen Pingan executed this procedure effortlessly with his bare hands. Once the bones were realigned, he utilized the vital energy from his longevity technique to mend the injuries. This technique not only has the power to harm, but also to heal human organs, augmented by Chen Pingan's medical prowess, rendering the treatment almost miraculous. Throughout the process, Lin Wanjuan's father, thanks to the acupuncture, experienced no discomfort. In fact, he felt utterly numb as his body's control had been temporarily severed. A skilled martial artist can indeed take a life with ease. If Chen Pingan had exerted more force, he could have permanently incapacitated his father-in-law. However, Chen Pingan would never resort to such cruelty. After approximately 10 minutes of intense focus, Chen Pingan completed the treatment and rewrapped the bandages. Uncle, for the next 2 weeks, you must remain immobile. Just lie in bed and do not exert yourself. After 2 weeks, you should be able to move your limbs again. I will prescribe some medication for you. Taking it regularly will accelerate your recovery. Xiao Chun, why do I feel so completely numb? Lin Wanjuan's father stammered, his voice laced with fear. Your leg has just been realigned, so it will indeed hurt afterward. I applied acupuncture points to temporarily alleviate your pain. Just relax. In 2 or 3 hours, you will feel normal again, though your leg will be quite painful then, so be prepared to endure it, Chen Pingan explained, acknowledging that the process was unavoidable. Ah, I see. That reassures me. Lin Wanjuan's father sighed in relief. So is my leg healed? Do I still need to go to the hospital? I have already treated you. There is no need for further hospital visits. You could trust me. I would never deceive you, Chen Pingan assured him. Previously, Lin Wanjuan's father would have doubted Chen Pingan's words, but after witnessing his skillful acupuncture and treatment techniques, he began to believe in Chen Pingan's abilities. The cost of treatment weighed heavily on his mind. He knew that such hospital procedures could cost tens of thousands, depleting his savings. Now that he could avoid the hospital, he was relieved by the financial reprieve. For a man of modest means, this was indeed a momentous blessing, leading him to place his faith in Chen Pingan. "Xiao Chun, I cannot express how grateful I am," Lin Wanjuan's father said, somewhat embarrassed. "Uncle, there is no need for such formality," Chen Pingan replied with a gentle smile. "I truly wish you could be my son-in-law," Lin Wanjuan's father added eagerly. At that moment, Lin Wanjun and her mother entered the room. Lin Wanjun had witnessed the treatment, but had been hesitant to intervene. Now, with the treatment complete, mother and daughter rushed in. "Chen Pingan, you are not joking, are you? My father's leg is not something to be trifled with," Lin Wanjun asked, her eyes glistening with concern. "Trust me, I would never joke about such matters. If anything were to happen to your father's leg, I would take care of him for life," Chen Pingan reassured her. Lin Wanjun shot him a playful glare, though it was evident that she was not genuinely angry. "It's getting late. I should head home. I left a prescription on the table. Please make sure to get the medicine tomorrow. Rest assured, my herbal remedies are quite affordable. It should only cost around 100 yuan. Chen Pingan clarified, noting that the world of traditional Chinese medicine can be intricate, and the prices can vary widely based on the ingredients used. However, his prescription contained no expensive herbs, ensuring it would be economical. "Thank you, Chen Pingan." Lin Wanjun expressed her gratitude. "Why not stay for a meal?" Lin Wanjuan's mother suggested eagerly. "Auntie, perhaps another time. It is quite late today. I will come by again soon," Chen Pingan replied hastily. "Very well, daughter, please see him off properly," Lin Wanjuan's mother instructed. Chapter 54. Taking action tonight, by the way. "Auntie, do you know where Zhao Dajuan lives?" Chen Pingan casually inquired as he approached the door. "I am concerned that he might cause trouble for you or me in the future. I wish to inquire about his character. At the very least to know where he resides." Lin Wanjuan's mother paused momentarily, but did not dwell on it. After hearing Chen Pingan's explanation, she quickly provided Zhao Dajuan's address. He lived not far away, just 2 streets over, in another urban village. Zhao Dajuan's residence was at number 85, Yanghe Road. Chen Pingan memorized the address, expressed his gratitude, and then rode off on his bicycle. "Dear, is your classmate really reliable?" After Chen Pingan had left, Lin Wanjuan's mother sighed and asked. She still felt somewhat uneasy. "He is quite dependable. I have faith in him," Lin Wanjun replied, hesitating for just a second before speaking with conviction. "You chose this man for yourself. Whether you endure hardship or enjoy a good life in the future, it's your decision. As your mother, I can only support your choice," she added with another sigh. "I understand, Mom," Lin Wanjun said softly, her head bowed. If given a choice, would she have made such a decision? Yet, she felt powerless. Had it not been for Chen Pingan's appearance, she would have been wed to Zhao Dajuan. Choosing Chen Pingan over Zhao Dajuan was her resolve. 2 options, and she selected Chen Pingan. Moreover, Chen Pingan had assured her that the money he lent her was merely temporary. Once she entered university and earned her own income, she could repay him. At that point, she could clarify everything with her parents. After leaving on his bicycle, Chen Pingan did not head straight home. Instead, he took a detour towards Zhao Dajuan's residence. 10 minutes later, he successfully arrived at Yanghe Street. Chen Pingan was quite familiar with the area, having visited several times before, especially the food street that boasted a plethora of delicacies he often indulged in. Though he had come to Yanghe Street less frequently, he knew the general route. Furthermore, he had already memorized the house number of Zhao Dajuan's home. Despite its somewhat secluded location, Yanghe Street was easy to locate, as it was built alongside a small river. Finding the river meant he would find Yanghe Street. Upon spotting number 55, Yanghe Street, he continued his search. It did not take long for him to find number 85. Observing his surroundings, he noted the absence of surveillance cameras. Fortunately, it was 1998, and the prevalence of cameras was still quite low. Most streets lacked such monitoring, facilitating Chen Pingan's movements. Zhao Dajuan's residence was a standalone house, which was fortunate news for Chen Pingan. However, bad news soon followed. Zhao Dajuan was not home. Standing at the entrance, Chen Pingan could sense the emptiness within the house. Although there was no one home, a dog resided there. As Chen Pingan approached, the dog in the yard began barking furiously upon hearing his footsteps. Confirming Zhao Dajuan's absence, Chen Pingan cursed under his breath and decided to leave. His mother was waiting for him to return home for dinner, and he had no time to linger. Nonetheless, he had now confirmed Zhao Dajuan's location, and a plan began to form in his mind. Unfalteringly, Chen Pingan rode his bicycle back home. "Where have you been? You're just coming back now. You had me worried sick. I almost went to school to look for you." Upon his arrival, his mother, Yu Xiaoying, unleashed her frustration. Chen Pingan typically returned home by this hour, but today he was an hour late, justifying her anxiety. "Mom, it's not my fault. The teacher assigned us a test, and we had to finish it at school before coming home. Please understand, the college entrance exam is approaching, and the teacher is just trying to help us prepare." He quickly explained. "Is that true? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Yu Xiaoying questioned skeptically. "If you don't believe me, why not ask our teacher at school tomorrow?" Chen Pingan replied confidently. "Or you could tell our teacher not to pile on extra homework and ensure we get to go home on time every day," he suggested. "That's out of the question. With the college entrance exam approaching, you must intensify your studies," Yu Xiaoying insisted. "Fine, just hurry and eat," she waved her hand, finally relenting. Chen Pingan smiled inwardly, thinking easily managed. The food had grown somewhat cold, but Chen Pingan was unfazed as he devoured his meal. After finishing, he retreated to his room to study. As the clock struck 10, he washed up and prepared for bed. An hour later, at 11, the house was enveloped in darkness and tranquility. Suddenly, the door to Chen Pingan's bedroom creaked open. Dressed in dark sportswear and wearing a mask, he stepped outside. A gentleman takes his revenge after 10 years. A petty man seeks vengeance from dawn till dusk. Chen Pingan did not see himself as a gentleman. He preferred to embrace the role of a petty man. Thus, he believed that revenge should not be postponed. Zhao Dajuan needed to be dealt with tonight. Pausing at the door, Chen Pingan listened intently to the sounds emanating from his mother's bedroom. It was 11 o'clock. She had long since fallen into a deep slumber. He treaded lightly as he exited his home. Once outside, he walked briskly towards the exit of the neighborhood. There were no security guards at the entrance, but to be cautious, he chose to scale the wall. The 2-meter-high barrier was no challenge for him. After clearing the wall, he made his way towards Zhao Dajuan's home. This time, instead of riding, he walked, yet his pace was as swift as if he were cycling. The streets were eerily quiet at 11, almost devoid of pedestrians. Nevertheless, Chen Pingan remained vigilant, moving stealthily along the corners to avoid being spotted. Half an hour later, he arrived at Zhao Dajuan's doorstep. As he approached, the dog in the yard began to bark. With a leap, he vaulted over the yard wall and landed inside. Upon his arrival, the large black dog charged at him. Chen Pingan cast a cold glance at the beast, lifted his foot, and kicked it aside. Just one kick was sufficient to end the dog's life. The yard fell silent. Chen Pingan proceeded towards the bedroom, but it was eerily quiet. Zhao Dajuan had yet to return. Frustration surged within him. Chapter 55. Good night. Zhao Dajuan, despite the harsh words exchanged, Chen Pingan remained unyieldingly patient. With Zhao Dajuan absent, he resolved to wait. Tonight, he intended to confront him. The hours dragged on, and after a prolonged wait of 2 hours, the sound of the door finally echoed through the house. Stumbling in, reeking of alcohol, Zhao Dajuan had spent his time drinking with his companions after leaving Lin Wanjun's residence. Such drinkers are adept at killing time, and after a prolonged revelry, he returned home inebriated, blissfully unaware of the grim fate that awaited him. He failed to notice the lifeless body of his dog, a victim of someone's malice. Nor did he perceive the presence of another individual lurking in the shadows, advancing towards him. "Who the hell are you? Are you here to steal?" Zhao Dajuan squinted. Irritation etched across his face. He mistook Chen Pingan for a thief, oblivious to the true nature of the encounter. Chen Pingan seized Dajuan by the neck and effortlessly dragged him towards the bedroom. Despite Zhao Dajuan's robust appearance, he offered no resistance against Chen Pingan's grip, effortlessly subdued. Once inside the bedroom, Chen Pingan tossed him onto the bed. "Who the hell are you? Do you have a death wish? Do you know who I am? I can kill you." Zhao Dajuan slurred defiantly, still intoxicated. Chen Pingan showed no mercy. He pressed several points on Zhao Dajuan's body, not to inflict harm, but to rouse him from his stupor. Remarkably, his technique was effective, and within minutes, Zhao Dajuan regained a fleeting clarity. Do I know you? What do you want? The realization of his predicament dawned on Zhao Dajuan as he recognized Chen Pingan, the man who had taken his wife from him. The late hour and Chen Pingan's sudden appearance filled him with dread, yet he still clung to a semblance of bravado. I know you. You're quite bold to take my woman. I won't let you off easily. I'll kill you and your entire family. Just wait. Death awaits you all. Zhao Dajuan spat venomously, his words dripping with malice. In stark contrast, Chen Pingan remained composed. Do you know why I brought you back to consciousness? It would have been easy to kill you while you were drunk, but that would be too merciful. I intend to make you suffer before you meet your end. Allow me to explain how you shall die. I will sever your tendons and spinal nerves, rendering you a helpless shell of a man. I've heard your parents are deceased, and your relations are strained. Should you become paralyzed at home, who will feed you? If someone does, perhaps you can live like a dog. But if no one comes, you shall starve to death here. Chen Pingan's words were chilling, far more terrifying than any threats from Zhao Dajuan. That's impossible. Don't try to intimidate me with your nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? Go on, prove your courage and strike me. Have you ever killed a chicken? You wouldn't dare to harm a person. Zhao Dajuan scoffed, his expression one of disdain, utterly dismissive of Chen Pingan's threats. Chen Pingan merely smiled, refraining from engaging in futile explanations or rebuttals. His actions would speak for themselves. Before Zhao Dajuan could react, Chen Pingan swiftly grasped his arm and, with a deft motion, severed the nerves in his wrist using his inner energy. This exquisite technique, slicing through the skin to sever the nerves beneath, would evade even the keenest modern dissection. Should Zhao Dajuan meet his demise, the coroner would conclude he had starved to death, oblivious to the true cause of his affliction. With speed and precision, Chen Pingan methodically incapacitated Zhao Dajuan's limbs, ensuring a complete paralysis. The man was now frantic. What are you doing to me? What is happening? Zhao Dajuan's desperation mirrored that of a cornered beast. Chen Pingan allowed the futile cries to echo in the silence, having noted the isolation of their surroundings. After severing Zhao Dajuan's spinal nerves, he proceeded to target the nerves in his brain. With a few calculated maneuvers, Zhao Dajuan could no longer utter a sound, rendered mute. Lying motionless on the bed, the only movement left in him was the frantic motion of his eyes, filled with terror. He longed to plead for mercy, but his body betrayed him. I'm leaving now. Enjoy your future. I never intended to kill you, merely to instill fear. However, your threats compel me to act. So forgive me, but for the safety of my family, I must take this course of action. Good night, Zhao Dajuan. Chapter 56. The Enchanted Farm after a night devoid of conversation. Chen Pingan awoke the following day from a blissful dream. At long last, he had avenged Lin Wanjuan's past grievances against Zhao Dajuan. Though Chen Pingan did not personally slay Zhao Dajuan, the end result was no different, for Zhao Dajuan was now utterly incapacitated, his nerves severed. He lay motionless on his own bed, silently awaiting his demise. The manner of his death would be quite tragic if left undisturbed. He would perish from starvation within his own home. Ordinarily, one might expect friends to check on him, offering a glimmer of hope for survival. However, it was likely that no one would come, as Zhao Dajuan's door had been securely locked. Even if someone were to knock, Zhao Dajuan, now a mere shell of his former self, would be unable to respond or call for help, leaving him entirely alone. His fate was all but sealed. In a matter of days, he would succumb to hunger, and only when his body began to decay would his neighbors discover the grim truth of his demise. Chen Pingan felt no concern that this outcome would implicate him, for he had not laid hands on Zhao Dajuan. Given the investigative capabilities of the era, it was improbable that any connection to Chen Pingan would be uncovered. As his mother called for him, Chen Pingan rose, dressed, and washed up before having breakfast. He then rode his bicycle to school. Zhang Yong was waiting for him as usual at the entrance, a testament to their steadfast friendship. Old Chen, what is the situation between you and Lin Wanjun? Zhang Yong inquired, his voice low and his expression somewhat lewd, leaving Chen Pingan puzzled at his intentions. "Old Chen, I've noticed you've really stepped up your game," Zhang Yong added with palpable excitement. "You're only just realizing that? Clearly, your perception has dulled. I've always been remarkable, you know?" Chen Pingan responded with a grin. The two enjoyed light banter as they pedaled swiftly to school. At 8 a.m., it was time for morning reading, a moment Chen Pingan cherished most throughout the day. This was when the system's goods would refresh. And today presented 4 brand new items: the max-level mighty iron palm, an exquisite Xiaochuan knife, an enchanted farm, and a Barrett sniper rifle. The arrival of these 4 items brought Chen Pingan considerable delight. Aside from the ordinary Xiaochuan knife, the other 3 items were extraordinary. The max-level mighty iron palm was particularly enticing, promising to enhance Chen Pingan's combat prowess. However, upon reflection, he realized it might be of little use in modern society. The same could be said for the Xiaochuan knife. The true allure lay in the last 2 items, the enchanted farm and the Barrett sniper rifle. Like many boys, Chen Pingan had a fascination with firearms, and the presence of the sniper rifle was undeniably imposing. Yet, his primary focus remained on the enchanted farm, as he was eager to uncover its mysteries. The system provided a brief introduction for each item, and upon reading the description for the enchanted farm, Chen Pingan gasped in astonishment. It was akin to a real-life version of QQ Farm, boasting remarkable capabilities for planting and raising livestock. In this magical realm, crops matured at an astonishing rate, with rice taking mere days to grow and be harvested, a stark contrast to the months required in reality. Furthermore, the farm featured one-click planting and harvesting capabilities. The system interface offered only a basic overview, leaving the specifics to be discovered once he purchased the enchanted farm. Chen Pingan had already made up his mind. He would acquire this extraordinary farm, for it was undoubtedly the most valuable item on offer. Purchasing the enchanted farm cost just 1 yuan, a delightful aspect of the system that allowed any item to be secured for a mere fraction of its worth, devoid of any additional costs. "Congratulations, host, on acquiring the enchanted farm," the system interface announced as a new function appeared, aptly named Enchanted Farm. Upon opening this feature, a beautifully rendered ink wash animation of the farm materialized before Chen Pingan's eyes. This was indeed the enchanted farm, expansive and brimming with fields, mountains, rivers, and vast grasslands, far surpassing the confines of QQ Farm. Yet, the land lay in disarray, overrun with weeds. As he explored the functionalities, Chen Pingan quickly grasped how to utilize the enchanted farm for planting and raising animals. Seeds and young animals could be purchased directly within the system, negating the need for external transactions. Once he procured seeds and young animals, he could begin cultivating. During class, Chen Pingan reveled in the joys of the enchanted farm, finding its mechanics reminiscent of QQ Farm. He became adept at navigating its features in no time. However, he soon realized that maintaining the enchanted farm required a significant financial investment, as all seeds needed to be purchased with cash. The farm included a cash recharge option, allowing him to deposit funds directly. Unfortunately, his current funds were limited, permitting only a recharge of 100 yuan, which would barely suffice for familiarization with the operations. To truly thrive within the enchanted farm, Chen Pingan would need to invest considerably more. Chapter 57. I want to treat patients after much exploration. Chen Pingan finally grasped the fundamental functions of the magical farm. Firstly, the initial area of the magical farm spans 100 acres, encompassing a pond, a pasture, and a livestock shed. These constitute the farm's original possessions. However, the magical farm is expandable, albeit at a cost. For instance, farmland can be purchased for expansion, but the expense is considerable, 10,000 yuan per acre. Such a price is exorbitant for Chen Pingan at this juncture. Yet, from another perspective, the farmland within the magical farm is exclusively his private property. Acquiring it for 10,000 yuan per acre grants him perpetual use without any restrictions, making it quite a bargain under these circumstances. Moreover, the most significant advantage is the rapid growth rate of crops on a magical farm, which is 10 times that of the external environment. For example, if it takes 150 days to harvest rice in the outside world, on the magical farm. It can be harvested in merely 15 days, even without any fertilizers. Should he choose to purchase fertilizers from the farm, the growth rate would accelerate even further. Though fertilizers also incur costs, the magical farm bears an uncanny resemblance to QQ Farm, where every item requires cash for purchase. Despite the financial outlay, Chen Pingan still perceives it as a worthwhile investment due to the inherent value. The land of the magical farm is remarkably fertile, yielding high outputs. And according to the system's explanation, there is a certain probability that the farm will produce exceptional quality crops. The premium peaches and apples that Chen Pingan previously acquired were products of the magical farm. However, he remains unaware of the specifics, as he has yet to engage in substantial cultivation. Although he has sown some fruits and vegetables, he has not yet reaped any harvests, leaving the actual outcomes still in the realm of uncertainty. Despite the many unknowns, Chen Pingan can already discern the immense potential of the magical farm. As long as he is willing to invest, he can infinitely expand the farmland. For instance, should Chen Pingan's wealth grow significantly, he could purchase 100 million acres of land and cultivate rice or wheat on it, reaping the benefits in just 15 days due to the farm's accelerated growth rate. This process could be repeated indefinitely, potentially allowing Chen Pingan to sustain the entire world. The mere thought of this possibility left Chen Pingan momentarily breathless. Achieving such a feat would indeed be extraordinary. However, contemplating such actions raises another question. Should he actually pursue this path? If Chen Pingan were to undertake such high-profile endeavors, it is likely that governments worldwide would seek to complicate matters for him. In summary, Chen Pingan is now certain that the magical farm is truly remarkable. At present, large-scale cultivation is not feasible, but small-scale planting poses no issues whatsoever. After all, the magical farm still has 100 acres at his disposal. Henceforth, the issue of sustenance for Chen Pingan's household can be readily addressed by the magical farm. This solution extends not only to his family, but also to his relatives and friends. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Pingan swiftly extinguished it. Some ideas may appear simple in contemplation, yet their execution can be fraught with challenges. Stealthily consuming a bit for himself may not pose a problem. But if Chen Pingan were to distribute these fruits and vegetables among relatives and friends, it could lead to complications. Thus, certain matters are best confined to one's thoughts rather than acted upon. Chen Pingan meticulously planned the 100 acres, intending to cultivate vegetables and fruits of his preference. However, at present, he has only managed to plant a few acres due to insufficient funds. Both seeds and cultivation require expenditure, and the magical farm resembles a voracious beast that devours gold. As Chen Pingan delved into the intricacies of the magical farm, he was unaware that class had already concluded. Suddenly, Li Mingyun approached him, inquiring, "What is going on between you and Lin Wanjun?" "What do you mean by what's going on? Your question is rather perplexing." Chen Pingan feigned ignorance. "I saw you both cycling away together last night. Are you planning to pursue Lin Wanjun?" Li Mingyun asked with a calm expression. "That is not the case at all. How could I possibly pursue Lin Wanjun? You've misunderstood. Her father is ill, and their family is in dire straits. Unable to afford hospital expenses, they heard I possess some medical skills, so they invited me to treat her father," Chen Pingan replied, weaving a nearly seamless tale. Yet, it was not entirely fabricated, as there was a kernel of truth within it. "You think they would call you to treat him? Who do you think you are? Are you a doctor?" Li Mingyun scoffed. "Though I am not a doctor, I have studied medicine, and many doctors do not possess skills surpassing mine. Lin Wanjun sought me out precisely because of my abilities," Chen Pingan countered. "Moreover, you know Lin Wanjun's personality. Do you believe she would associate with me without reason? Do you think Lin Wanjun could possibly be interested in me?" Chen Pingan's assertion caught Li Mingyun off guard. Li Mingyun was somewhat familiar with Lin Wanjun, given that both were regarded as the two beauties of the school. Despite not being in the same class, they shared the same grade, leading to a degree of acquaintance. Li Mingyun knew Lin Wanjun to be a frigid beauty, and she had never heard of Lin Wanjun getting close to any boy. Under normal circumstances, it would be improbable for Lin Wanjun to associate with Chen Pingan. After some contemplation, Li Mingyun felt it unlikely that Lin Wanjun would harbor any interest in Chen Pingan. Could it be that Chen Pingan's words were indeed truthful? Once again, self-doubt crept into her mind. You claim to have medical skills. Why don't you tell me what illness I have? Li Mingyun asked with a hint of arrogance. Certainly, your issue is not severe. Come closer, and I shall whisper it to you. Chen Pingan said softly. Is it really necessary to get that close? Li Mingyun pouted, though she nonetheless moved closer. You experience menstrual cramps every month. How did I do? Am I right? Chen Pingan smiled. Li Mingyun's face instantly flushed crimson, for Chen Pingan's observation was indeed accurate. She did endure such discomfort monthly. Chapter 58. Back to the rooftop. Menstrual pain is quite a common affliction among young women. Yet Li Mingyun tends to overreact to such matters. Naturally, being a girl, she feels a tinge of embarrassment when this topic arises. Your condition is not severe. I can treat it, Chen Pingan gently asserted. Just give me your hand, and I shall massage it for you. Once I apply pressure to the acupoints, your discomfort will diminish significantly. Afterwards, I will prescribe a remedy for you to take consistently for a month, and you shall be entirely healed. Are you teasing me? Li Mingyun questioned, skepticism lacing her voice. Why would I deceive you? Besides, such matters cannot be fabricated. If I fail to cure you, you are welcome to strike me. Chen Pingan replied confidently. I would rather not soil my hands on you. Li Mingyun retorted with a hint of annoyance. Yet, after her comment, she furtively glanced around, suddenly self-conscious as she noticed several classmates observing them. Let us discuss this later, during lunch. If you truly can alleviate my pain, I shall treat you to a meal. With that, Li Mingyun swiftly departed. Chen Pingan chuckled softly, shaking his head. Li Mingyun and Lin Wanjun were the two most admired girls at their school. It was impossible for any boy not to be captivated by them. Zhang Yong, too, found himself enchanted, though his feelings were merely innocent admiration rather than romantic. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy towards Chen Pingan. You're impressive, Zhang Yong remarked, raising his thumb in admiration. Their exchange was merely a silent understanding, both aware of the unspoken camaraderie between them. During lunchtime, Chen Pingan approached Li Mingyun, and for the first time, they shared a table. Chen Pingan exuded confidence, while Li Mingyun felt acutely aware of her peers' scrutiny, as if they were watching her every move. Li Mingyun, why are you acting so secretively? Do you have something to hide? Chen Pingan teased with a grin. She shot him a glare. You're the one with secrets. All right, I'll refrain from commenting on your bashfulness. Let us eat first. Afterward, we'll find a secluded spot for your treatment. Your monthly visitor is approaching, and if we don't address this, you'll be in discomfort for a while, he whispered earnestly. Li Mingyun's face flushed crimson upon hearing his words. How does a boy know so much? She queried, her voice barely above a whisper, her expression adorably fierce. I'm a doctor. How can I not be familiar with such matters? I know your condition better than you do. Now, eat up. If your pain strikes, you'll regret it. Chen Pingan said, a hint of seriousness in his tone. Li Mingyun's expression shifted as she felt a subtle ache in her abdomen, a precursor to her impending discomfort. Now, give me your hand. Allow me to ease your pain, Chen Pingan instructed. This time, Li Mingyun complied without hesitation, extending her wrist toward him. As he grasped her delicate hand, he began to massage specific acupoints, infusing her with his energy. In mere moments, Li Mingyun was astonished to find her pain dissipating. You truly possess some skill. I feel no pain at all, she exclaimed, her surprise evident. This relief is only temporary. Let us finish our meal, and then we'll seek a private space for further treatment. Ensure you drink plenty of warm water today, and avoid catching a chill tonight. I will also prepare a prescription for you. Remind your family to fetch the medicine from the pharmacy according to my instructions. You'll need to adhere to this regimen for a month. Your issue isn't a true illness. Rather, it stems from a weakened constitution and an excess of coldness in your body. The remedy I provide will nourish you, and once your health improves, the symptoms will vanish. Chen Pingan explained. Thank you so much, Li Mingyun replied, a smile brightening her face. This ailment had plagued her for a considerable time. She had consulted her mother and sought treatment from various doctors to no avail. Each remedy offered brief respite, only for the discomfort to return with a vengeance. Chen Pingan's confident words ignited a flicker of hope within her. I truly wish this time you can cure me, she thought silently. After their meal, they promptly left for the rooftop. Let's go. It's deserted there, Chen Pingan suggested. Li Mingyun felt a wave of shyness, but eventually nodded in agreement. However, she insisted they walk separately, one in front and the other in the back. Chen Pingan found this amusing, but complied nonetheless. He ascended to the rooftop first, followed by Li Mingyun. As he returned to this familiar place, a surge of indescribable emotions washed over him. It was here that he had experienced his rebirth and confronted Zhang Lei and his gang. Speaking of Zhang Lei, Chen Pingan wondered about the boy's current state. If all went as expected, he likely remained in the hospital. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought as Li Mingyun approached him. Come here. I shall perform your treatment. He beckoned. You're not going to do anything strange to me, are you? She inquired cautiously. Why would you think that? We've been classmates for 3 years. Do you not know my character by now? Chen Pingan replied, slightly exasperated. That remains uncertain. One can never truly know another's heart. Li Mingyun pouted. Enough of this delay. Let us get on with it, Chen Pingan urged, stepping closer and taking her hand to begin the treatment. Initially, Li Mingyun felt a twinge of embarrassment, but Chen Pingan's skilled touch soon enveloped her in comfort. Chapter 59. I have no intention of becoming a doctor. It would be a great pity if you chose not to become a doctor. After all, your medical skills are exceptional. If you do not pursue this path, it would be a waste of your talents, Li Mingyun remarked with genuine admiration. She spoke without a hint of jest. She sincerely believed in Chen Pingan's remarkable medical abilities. Having consulted numerous doctors in the past, none had been able to remedy her minor ailment. Yet under Chen Pingan's care, her condition had been swiftly alleviated. Li Mingyun was acutely aware of the extent of his prowess, having experienced it firsthand. Becoming a doctor? That is an impossibility for me. I aspire solely to be wealthy. Why would I toil for others like a beast of burden? Chen Pingan scoffed. Nonsense. How can being a doctor equate to being a mere servant to others? Li Mingyun countered. Chen Pingan merely chuckled, choosing not to elaborate. For the average person, the profession of a doctor is regarded as prestigious. Yet for those in the upper echelons of society, doctors are merely laborers. Do you feel any better now? Chen Pingan inquired after a brief pause. I do feel much improved, which is why I maintain that you should become a doctor. Your skills are too valuable to squander, Li Mingyun insisted once more. Please, let's change the subject. This conversation holds little interest for me. Instead, tell me what kind of boy you prefer, Chen Pingan suggested with a mischievous grin. What does it matter to you what type of boy I like? Why are you so inquisitive? Li Mingyun shot him an exasperated glance. I was merely curious. Why the indignation? There's no need for the eye rolls, Chen Pingan replied cheerfully. During high school, I have no intention of dating. I will at least wait until college. For now, we can only be good friends and classmates. Do you understand? Li Mingyun stated earnestly. I understand completely. You need not worry. Chen Pingan assured her with a nod. Shall we then consider ourselves good friends? He added. Let us say so, Li Mingyun responded softly. Then as good friends, allow me to perform a magic trick for you. Would you care to see? Chen Pingan proposed with a smile. Do my hands appear empty to you? Is there suddenly a peach in my grasp? As he spoke, a peach materialized in his seemingly empty hands. Chen Pingan, how did you accomplish that? You truly can perform magic? Li Mingyun gasped in astonishment. Let me see the peach. It can't be a prop, can it? Of course, it's no prop. This is a genuine, edible peach. Take a bite and see for yourself, Chen Pingan replied, extending the fruit towards her. Is this peach real, or are you deceiving me? Li Mingyun asked, her expression filled with doubt as she accepted the peach. Is it real? One bite will reveal the truth. Go on, give it a try, Chen Pingan encouraged playfully. Li Mingyun scrutinized the peach in her hand, growing increasingly convinced of its authenticity. She inhaled its sweet, tantalizing aroma, which was as appealing as its appearance. Then I shall indeed give it a try, she declared, taking a cautious bite. The moment she tasted it, she knew it was genuine, as it was extraordinarily delicious. The truth of the peach was evident in that single bite, and she found it to be the best peach she had ever eaten. This peach is delightful, just as delicious as the apple you gave me last time. Do you have more peaches? I'd like to take some home for my mother, she implored. Certainly, my esteemed classmate, Chen Pingan teased. Enough with the flattery. Don't speak so carelessly, Li Mingyun admonished, though an odd sensation stirred within her. I shall heed your words and remain silent, Chen Pingan quickly replied, mimicking a zipper motion across his lips. The two continued to banter and laugh, their spirits lifted. Once Li Mingyun had finished the peach, she had no intention of lingering, and they departed one after the other, with her leading the way, followed closely by Chen Pingan. As Chen Pingan descended from the rooftop, he paused momentarily, taken aback by the sight of Lin Wanjun approaching. She glanced at him but turned away silently, her expression composed. Chen Pingan sighed, feeling a sense of resignation, yet recognizing that there was little he could do about it. Chapter 60. Movie night. Chen Pingan sought an opportunity to explain things to Lin Wanjun, yet fate seemed to conspire against him, as she deliberately avoided him. It wasn't until school dismissed that he finally managed to catch a moment with her. You're not angry, are you? Or perhaps, feeling a tinge of jealousy? He inquired softly, trailing beside her. I'm neither angry nor jealous, Lin Wanjun replied curtly, though her expression belied her words, revealing her ire. Can we discuss things openly instead of harboring misunderstandings? Chen Pingan suggested calmly. What do you mean? You went to my house to propose, only to turn around and take Li Mingyun to the rooftop. Who knows what transpired there? Lin Wanjun replied with a blank face, though her emotions hinted at jealousy. Indeed, she was envious, a sentiment that often accompanies the heart of a young woman. Witnessing Chen Pingan share laughter with Li Mingyun made her heart ache, as if something precious had been snatched away. It was clear Lin Wanjun was grappling with jealousy. Regardless of her feelings for Chen Pingan, the fact that he had sought her hand and promised a bride price had already forged a connection in her heart. Therefore, seeing him grow close to another woman was unbearable for her. You know, I've been pursuing Li Mingyun. I like her, but she does not reciprocate. I once liked you and attempted to win your heart, yet you turned me down. Had you agreed to be my girlfriend back then, there would have been no later entanglement with Li Mingyun. My affections would have been solely yours, he explained earnestly. Are you implying that this is my fault? Lin Wanjun retorted, taken aback. No, the fault lies with me. I mishandle my feelings. Grant me some time, and I shall rectify this, Chen Pingan replied with sincerity. Moreover, my relationship with Li Mingyun is entirely innocent. You know she does not fancy me. Lin Wanjun remained speechless, yet Chen Pingan's reasoning seemed somewhat plausible. Don't be upset. It's not worth it over such matters. By the way, we have yet to share a meal or watch a movie together. Tonight, let me treat you to dinner, and then we can catch a film. What do you say? We have ample time ahead of us to cherish every moment together, he proposed. Your words are rather convoluted. Fine, let us do as you say, Lin Wanjun sighed, conceding. Dismissing the thoughts that made her head spin, she decided not to dwell on them. Let me accompany you home to inform your parents. Afterward, we can enjoy dinner and the movie together. I'll bring you back after it ends. I sent Titanic quite the sensation lately. Have you seen it? Chen Pingan suddenly asked, recalling that the film had only recently premiered. Titanic? I've heard of it, but haven't seen it. Others say it's particularly captivating, Lin Wanjun admitted, a flicker of interest igniting within her. Despite her family's circumstances preventing her from visiting the cinema, the prospect of watching it with Chen Pingan stirred a desire within her. No refusals. We've decided, Chen Pingan declared, his tone playful yet firm. Lin Wanjun's silence was tantamount to acceptance. Together, they rode toward her home. During the journey, Chen Pingan pulled out his phone to call his mother. Mom, I'm going to see a movie with a female classmate and we'll be home late, he said quietly. You rascal, just be careful, his mother exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise, then lowered to caution him to stay safe. This illustrated the difference between boys and girls. Had a girl been out with a male classmate, her mother would have likely disapproved. However, when it came to boys, the narrative shifted entirely. Chen Pingan's mother was elated at the thought of her son going out with a female classmate, regardless of the outcome, as she felt he had nothing to lose. With his mother's approval, Chen Pingan felt unburdened. Lin Wanjun, overhearing his conversation, felt her cheeks warm. They exchanged light-hearted banter as they continued their ride. Upon arriving at Lin Wanjuan's home, her mother greeted Chen Pingan with warmth, even suggesting he join them for dinner, which he politely declined, preferring not to compromise on the quality of his own meal and the opportunity to deepen their connection. "Would you like to leave your backpack at my place?" Lin Wanjun inquired as they stepped outside. "No need. Watch closely, and I shall perform a magic trick for you." Chen Pingan smiled, reciting incantations before dramatically declaring, "Heaven and earth, boundless, I call upon the laws of the universe. Vanish." Suddenly, the backpack he had been carrying seemed to disappear. "What? Where did your backpack go?" Lin Wanjun exclaimed in astonishment, stepping closer to inspect him and even checking his bicycle for hidden devices, but finding nothing. "How did you do that? Where is your backpack hidden?" She bombarded him with questions. "I won't tell you." "Haha." Chen Pingan chuckled mischievously. "Fine, keep your secrets." "It's not like I want to know anyway," Lin Wanjun replied, though deep down, her curiosity remained piqued. Chapter 61. The first date with Lin Wanjun. "Why didn't Tiwi eat at my house just now?" Lin Wanjun inquired after they had walked a short distance. This was their first date and their inaugural meal together. "I felt it was quite significant and deserved a certain level of formality. It wasn't necessary to dine in an extravagant hotel, but we ought to enjoy a decent meal," Chen Pingan explained. Upon hearing Chen Pingan's reasoning, Lin Wanjun felt a flicker of delight within her. Although she had never been in a romantic relationship, the sensation of being valued was undeniably pleasant. "What shall we eat then?" Lin Wanjun asked. "Is there anything you wish to try?" Chen Pingan replied, "I've never had a hamburger. Could you take me to try one?" Lin Wanjun pondered before speaking. "No problem. Whatever you want to eat today, we shall have. However, I must forewarn you, hamburgers may not be as delectable as you imagine. Yet, since you've never tasted one, it will be worth the experience," Chen Pingan chuckled. "In 20 years, if someone were to claim they had never eaten a hamburger, it would be utterly unfathomable. By then, hamburger joints would be ubiquitous, and the prices would be remarkably affordable. However, in 1998, the situation was entirely different. Back then, a casual hamburger meal would cost around 10 to 20 yuan. For context, a bowl of fried sauce noodles was merely 1 yuan, and a bus ride cost 50 cents. Fast food could be had for just 2 or 3 yuan. This stark comparison illustrated just how expensive a hamburger was. Chen Pingan came from a relatively comfortable background, so he had experienced hamburgers before. In contrast, Lin Wanjuan's family was less fortunate. Thus, she had never indulged in one, nor could she justify the expense. The author recalls a childhood memory of seeing classmates enjoy hamburgers while never having had one himself, which remains vivid. Though they lived in a small town, a KFC had already established itself. Chen Pingan promptly rode his bike, taking Lin Wanjun to the familiar fast food chain. As they arrived, Chen Pingan noticed that KFC appeared just as he remembered it. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Wanjun hesitated, casting a nervous glance at Chen Pingan. "Everything here is so expensive. Should we consider another place?" She murmured. "It's all right. If you like it, we'll eat here," Chen Pingan reassured, taking her hand and leading her inside. Lin Wanjuan's heart raced, and although she tried to pull away, she found herself unable to escape his grasp. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she permitted Chen Pingan to hold her hand. The establishment was bustling, nearly full to capacity. Despite the high prices at KFC, there were no competitors in the vicinity. If people craved hamburgers, KFC was their sole option, unlike the future where numerous hamburger restaurants would line the streets, offering more choices and lower prices. At present, KFC stood almost unchallenged. "Let us order a family bucket. I have quite the appetite," Chen Pingan declared, hardly considering Lin Wanjuan's opinion. He was aware that asking her input was somewhat futile, as it was her first visit, and she was unaware of which items were worth trying. Therefore, opting for a family bucket, which included a variety, seemed most practical, though only the two of them dined. It hardly mattered, as Chen Pingan had a notably large appetite. Being a martial artist, his consumption of food was considerable. "Isn't this rather pricey? Do we order too much?" Lin Wanjun expressed her embarrassment, glancing at the menu prices, realizing she may have entered the wrong place. This was her first time in KFC, and she was taken aback by the steep costs, having only heard whispers of its delicious offerings. "From now on, when you're with me, You won't have to worry about finances. In your eyes, prices will merely be numbers. You need not fret over whether something is costly or cheap. Just focus on whether you enjoy it, Chen Pingan said earnestly to Lin Wanjun. Her heart raced once more, and her face flushed, yet a warm sensation enveloped her, accompanied by an indescribable feeling of comfort. A seasoned girl would recognize this as the stirrings of love. After placing their order, Lin Wanjun felt somewhat at a loss. Chen Pingan confidently guided her to an empty table, gently seating her. Stay here and hold the spot. We have our receipt. When our order is ready, we'll collect it ourselves, he explained, lifting the receipt to emphasize his point. Understanding that this was Lin Wanjun's first visit, he took the initiative to clarify the process. Lin Wanjun nodded, touched by Chen Pingan's attentiveness. She felt a twinge of surprise, as during their time at school, she had perceived him as a carefree boy. However, now he emanated maturity, offering her a sense of security and stability. Could it be that boys mature so swiftly? She mused internally. As the restaurant bustled with activity, the wait felt prolonged. Chen Pingan, however, would not remain idle. He soon returned with 2 cups of drinks, and they sipped their beverages while engaging in quiet conversation. Lin Wanjun basked in the comfort of the moment. Although she had previously felt some resistance towards Chen Pingan, she now sensed a growing acceptance. Finally, their family bucket was prepared. Chen Pingan returned with a laden tray of food. This is a lot. Will we truly be able to finish it? Lin Wanjun exclaimed, overwhelmed. Don't worry. I have a hearty appetite, he replied with a grin. Let me open this for you. Here is the hamburger. Here are the fries. And over here is the fried chicken. Chen Pingan diligently unwrapped each item for Lin Wanjun, and they began to indulge in their feast. Chapter 62. The touching moment of Lin Wanjun having satisfied their hunger and thirst, the two decided to watch a movie. This era, of course, was incomparable to 20 years hence, yet cinemas did exist. However, in Chen Pingan's eyes, the cinema of this time appeared rather antiquated. In contrast, Lin Wanjun felt that the cinema was quite splendid. This difference stemmed from their distinct perspectives. Chen Pingan had glimpsed what cinemas would look like 20 years later, thus perceiving the current one as notably outdated. Meanwhile, Lin Wanjun had never seen a cinema from the future, so to her, the present cinema seemed quite admirable. Chen Pingan procured 2 tickets, ensuring they sat together. With an hour remaining until the film commenced, he suggested, "Shall we take a stroll?" Lin Wanjun readily agreed. "Which university do you plan to apply to?" Chen Pingan inquired casually. I intend to study in the capital. Do you think that's appropriate?" Lin Wanjun replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Her greatest aspiration had always been to gain admission to a university in the capital, for she believed that such an accomplishment would bring immense joy. Yet, now that she had calmed her thoughts, she felt that this ambition was somewhat unrealistic. It wasn't that she lacked the capability to enter a university in the capital, but rather the tuition fees would likely be exorbitant. Given her family's circumstances, how could she possibly have the opportunity to study there? Since you wish to attend a university in the capital, then we shall pursue that goal. Your primary focus now should be on studying diligently and performing well in the college entrance examination. You need not worry about finances. I will make the necessary arrangements. The real concern is whether you can secure admission to a university in the capital. Chen Pingan reassured her with a smile. Of course I can, Lin Wanjun exclaimed, her voice rising. It was essential to note that she was a top student at her school, with commendable academic achievements. Having a fair chance of being accepted into prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. She had never doubted her academic abilities, only worrying about whether her family could afford her tuition. I understand your concerns regarding tuition fees. I eagerly await your graduation so that you can work and repay me. Chen Pingan jested. Rest assured, I will cover all your expenses, tuition, living costs, everything. I want you to have no worries. His calm words stirred a profound emotion within Lin Wanjun. She recognized that Chen Pingan's intentions were sincere. Why are you so good to me? She asked, tears streaming down her cheeks. It struck her how her parents had never shown her such kindness. While they intended to marry her off to a middle-aged man for a good price, Chen Pingan had rescued her from despair, never once judging her family situation or her desire to continue her education. In their community, many girls married right after high school without the opportunity to attend university. Yet, Chen Pingan had offered her that chance. At that moment, Lin Wanjun felt overwhelmed with emotion. As she gazed at Chen Pingan, tears flowed unabated from her eyes. For the first time, she understood the feeling of being genuinely cherished. Don't cry. We should be happy. Why does it seem as though I'm bullying you? If you must cry, save it until after you repay me, Chen Pingan teased. Get lost, Lin Wanjun chuckled, momentarily lightened by his words. She was unsure what was so amusing, yet laughter bubbled forth. Chen Pingan joined her in laughter. If you have feelings for Li Mingyun, pursue her. You need not concern yourself with my feelings. I know you like her. Don't let my situation affect your relationship with her, Lin Wanjun said, wiping away her tears. After all, Chen Pingan's so-called betrothal gift was merely a means to help her. This revelation startled Chen Pingan. What nonsense are you talking about? You know as well as I do that Li Mingyun does not harbor feelings for me. Please do not overthink it, he comforted her, concerned that she might spiral into unfounded worries. Having spent more time with Lin Wanjun, Chen Pingan realized that beneath her seemingly aloof exterior lay a fragile heart, likely shaped by her family background. I'm not overthinking. I understand more than you think. Please don't underestimate my understanding, Lin Wanjun said softly, wrinkling her adorable nose. All right. You know everything, Chen Pingan conceded, though he found the topic difficult to pursue. Have you considered what you want to do after graduating from university? What major do you wish to pursue? He asked, swiftly shifting the subject. I don't know. What major do you think I should choose? What kind of work should I aim for? Lin Wanjun replied, her attention diverted. You need not worry about finances. Focus solely on what you enjoy, Chen Pingan advised. I would like to study business, but I wonder if such a major exists. Our family is quite poor, and I wish to earn more money. I want to learn subjects related to making money, Lin Wanjun said playfully, sticking out her tongue. You could study business-related fields, such as business administration. However, are you certain you are suited for a career in business? Do you truly believe you can handle it? Chen Pingan inquired. From his perspective, Lin Wanjun's cool demeanor did not seem to align with the traits typically required for success in business. His experiences suggested that women who excelled in business were often adept at interpersonal relations and possessed high emotional intelligence. Nonetheless, if Lin Wanjun was determined to pursue this path, she should certainly give it a try. If she found it unsuitable, she could always switch to another career. By the time Lin Wanjun graduated from university, Chen Pingan's own career would likely be flourishing, and he would be able to support her in any business endeavor she wished to undertake. You make a good point. I will think it over, Lin Wanjun replied, taking his advice to heart. Chapter 63. Liquidation of stocks. The two conversed and laughed, and time flew by swiftly. The movie was about to commence. Chen Pingan swiftly escorted Lin Wanjun to the cinema, where they found their seats. Moments later, the lights in the auditorium dimmed, signaling the start of the film. Prior to their arrival, Chen Pingan had purchased cola and popcorn. He reached for a piece of popcorn and playfully tossed it towards Lin Wanjun's mouth. Initially, she was taken aback, but she soon acclimated to it. Chen Pingan had watched this film multiple times, so he was not overly concerned with its plot. The essence lay in the company he kept while watching it. Experiencing a movie with a beautiful girl like Lin Wanjun indeed offered a unique sensation. The cinema was sparsely populated, and with the absence of light, Chen Pingan felt emboldened. Lin Wanjun's hands were not as delicate as one might expect. They bore a certain roughness. This was due to her frequent household chores and a lack of proper care for her hands. Perhaps you should take better care of your hands. They seem rather coarse for a young lady, Chen Pingan whispered into Lin Wanjun's ear. The warm breath against her earlobe elicited an unusual feeling within her. Lin Wanjun remained silent, her cheeks flushed crimson. Fortunately, Chen Pingan was mindful of boundaries. He merely spoke without crossing any lines. Once the film concluded, Lin Wanjun's eyes were glistening with unshed tears, having been moved by the film's poignant conclusion. It was often observed that women were more susceptible to being touched by cinematic narratives, a sentiment not frequently echoed among men. After the movie, Chen Pingan treated Lin Wanjun to a late-night snack before finally escorting her home, after which he returned on his bicycle. Finally, you're back. You must explain yourself. What on earth were you doing tonight? Upon entering, he was immediately met with his mother's inquiries. Mom, please calm down. I just got back. Allow me a moment to breathe, Chen Pingan replied, exasperated. It's your own fault for not being clear. Tell me what happened. Yu Xiaoying insisted, her tone urgent. Do you remember Lin Wanjun from school? The exceptionally beautiful girl? You once mentioned how delighted you would be if she were to become your daughter-in-law. Well, tonight I went to the movies with her. I'm planning to pursue her and want to know if you would support me, Chen Pingan stated with nonchalance. You talking about that Lin Wanjun? Of course I support you. If you could win her heart and bring her home, I would be overjoyed, Yu Xiaoying exclaimed with delight. Having seen Lin Wanjun during a parent-teacher meeting, she was well aware of the girl's striking beauty, which left a lasting impression on anyone who beheld her. However, a moment later, suspicion crossed Yu Xiaoying's face. You're not just trying to make me happy, are you? That girl seems quite proud and lofty. Do you think someone like her would be interested in you? Mom, please don't lack confidence in me. I assure you, I have my merits, Chen Pingan replied with a cheeky grin. Just wait and see. Before the college entrance exams, I will definitely win her over. Once it's all over, I'll bring her home for dinner with you. All right, if you can really bring that girl home, I will wholeheartedly support your relationship, Yu Xiaoying smiled, her lips curving in approval. The thought of Lin Wanjun as her daughter-in-law brought her immense joy, even if she maintained a degree of skepticism, believing that her son might not measure up to such an exceptional girl. Days passed, drawing ever closer to the college entrance exams. Chen Pingan's days were filled with purpose. Among his daily activities, the highlight was undoubtedly the one-yuan flash sales. However, fortune was a fickle mistress. In the past, he had occasionally scored delightful treasures, yet recently, he had not encountered anything of interest. Nonetheless, he had amassed a collection of jewelry, including gold bars, rubies, sapphires, diamonds, and exquisite jade, all stored within his system space. As he had no immediate use for them, the one-yuan flash sales outcomes depended heavily on luck. With good fortune, he could acquire a top-tier martial arts technique and ascend to the rank of a master. Conversely, poor luck might only yield fruits or a few gold bars. Recently, Chen Pingan's luck had waned, and he hadn't secured any coveted items, yet he remained content with his overall gains. On this day, the stock trading period was drawing to a close. After today, Chen Pingan would be uncertain about tomorrow's market. He called Sun Haidang, Sister Haidang. Could you please liquidate all the stocks in my account? Are you sure you want to clear everything? Very well. Which stock shall we purchase next? Sun Haidang inquired. No more purchases for now. I want to halt my trading and withdraw the funds in my account for personal use, Chen Pingan replied. Sun Haidang was taken aback. She knew that Chen Pingan was her most significant client, and his decision to cease trading would profoundly impact her earnings from commission. By the way, after liquidation, how much capital will I have in my account? Chen Pingan asked. Chapter 64. Becoming a billionaire from today, please hold on for a moment. I will proceed with the liquidation now. All right, everything has been sold. Your current account balance stands at 269 million. As Sun Haidang uttered this figure, her breath quickened with excitement. In just 17 trading days, under Chen Pingan's deft maneuvering, an initial capital of 100 million had burgeoned into over 260 million. This exemplifies the formidable power of the financial market. Chen Pingan's principal was 23 million, supplemented by 80 million in leveraged funds from the brokerage firm, which needed to be repaid. After settling the 80 million, Chen Pingan's account retained 18,900,000, a sum that genuinely belonged to him. However, within this cash, 32,400,000 was borrowed from Zhou Wanhao. Once Zhou Wanhao's funds were repaid, Chen Pingan would possess 56 million. Upon calculating this figure in his mind, Chen Pingan was astonished and exhilarated. In merely 1 month, he had amassed over 100 million through stock trading. It was an indescribable thrill. Sister Haidang, I must continue my classes now. I will meet you at noon to finalize the account transfer, Chen Pingan stated. All right, I will take care of everything for you. Sun Haidang promptly replied, though a twinge of regret lingered in her heart, knowing she was about to lose such a significant client. During the lunch break, Chen Pingan seized the opportunity to visit the brokerage firm. A few executives, aware of his arrival, had been eagerly awaiting him. Unbeknownst to Chen Pingan, he had become quite the celebrity at the brokerage within this short month. While ordinary employees may not recognize him, these executives certainly did. The transaction fees Chen Pingan had accrued had significantly enriched them. Additionally, The fees associated with his leveraged trading were substantial. Naturally, they welcomed such a prominent client with open arms. Despite his status as a senior high school student, Chen Pingan had prior experience in the business realm. He was well-versed in social dynamics and adept at navigating conversations with these executives. He exchanged contact information with them and assured them of his continued patronage at their firm, although the timing of his next transaction remained uncertain, depending on market conditions. The executives understood. They were not naive and recognized that true experts do not engage in trading daily. Only novices treat the stock market as a gambling venue, while seasoned traders wait for the opportune moment to act decisively. In their eyes, Chen Pingan's trading approach was exemplary. Little did they know that he was not a seasoned trader. His one-month trading term had concluded, and he could no longer predict stock movements, thus opting to withdraw from trading. After dismissing the executives, with Sun Haitong's assistance, Chen Pingan completed the necessary paperwork. Typically, withdrawing funds from a stock account requires a one-day waiting period. However, as a newly minted VIP client, Sun Haitong expedited the withdrawal process, allowing him to access the funds immediately. Sun Haitong also helped Chen Pingan contact his bank, facilitating an upgrade to his bank card. His new card was a prestigious black card, available only to those with over 100 million in their accounts. This card offered numerous exclusive benefits, including substantial transfer limits and low-interest loans. While applying for such a card independently could be cumbersome, the brokerage's assistance made it a breeze. The feature Chen Pingan valued most was the card's capability for large transfers. Ordinary bank cards impose strict limits, but the black card did not. He promptly transferred over 30 million to Zhou Wanhao's account in one swift transaction. Zhou Wanhao, dining with clients at a restaurant, was taken aback when he received a notification of the substantial deposit. He was momentarily bewildered, unsure of the money's origin. Just then, he received a call from Chen Pingan. Recognizing the number, he answered with curiosity, suspecting the funds might be from Chen Pingan. Upon the call's connection, Chen Pingan wasted no time in clarifying the situation. What? That 3 million transfer was indeed from you? Zhou Wanhao exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, Zhou Wanhao had speculated about the source of the funds but lacked certainty. With Chen Pingan's confirmation, he realized that the 30 million was indeed a repayment from Chen Pingan. Although Zhou Wanhao had initially lent around 20 million, the high interest they had previously agreed upon made it akin to a short-term loan sharking arrangement. Nevertheless, for Chen Pingan, this was a precious financial lifeline. Without Zhou Wanhao's loan, he could not have capitalized on the opportunity to earn over 100 million. Zhou Wanhao had indeed played a pivotal role in Chen Pingan's success. You truly excel, young brother. I presume you've made quite a fortune? Zhou Wanhao asked with a grin. Fortune smiled upon me. I earned over 100 million. Chen Pingan humbly replied. Zhou Wanhao was genuinely astonished. Such a casual mention of over 100 million carried immense weight. Known as the king of cement, Zhou Wanhao's own cash flow barely reached that figure, with his total assets amounting to just a few hundred million and only a fraction in liquid form. The years of hard work and sacrifice he'd invested were known only to him. In stark contrast, Chen Pingan had effortlessly amassed over 100 million in just over half a month, leaving Zhou Wanhao feeling a twinge of envy. Chapter 65. Recruiting Sun Haitong. Were you free to dine together? Ever since you treated my father, his health has improved significantly. He wishes to share a meal with you. Zhou Wanhao cheerfully invited. How about this Saturday? Chen Pingan replied directly. Chen Pingan felt he should honor Zhou Wanhao's invitation. Thus he did not decline, also wishing to deepen their friendship. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they quickly ended the call. Putting away his phone, Chen Pingan turned to Sun Haitong, who had been waiting nearby, and smiled. Miss Haitong, I truly appreciate your efforts during this time. May I have the honor of treating you to a meal? Upon hearing this, Sun Haitong did not hesitate, promptly responding, Of course, that is not a problem at all. Then let us be off. By the way, do you have a preference for cuisine today? You shall choose, he added, since I am making the choice. Can we indulge in Western cuisine? Sun Haitong playfully remarked. I know a renowned Western restaurant, famed for its exquisite dishes. Yet I have shied away from it due to the exorbitant prices. However, since it is Mr. Chan treating today, I shall not be modest. Absolutely. Then we shall go to this Western restaurant, Chen Pingan said with a beaming smile. Neither of them owned a car, so they hailed a taxi. It would be another 20 years before ride-hailing apps became commonplace. The restaurant was not far, and they arrived in just over 10 minutes. Upon exiting the vehicle, Chen Pingan stood before the establishment named Dream Paris. He recalled that this restaurant was indeed quite famous, though it would close its doors 2 decades later. This was Chen Pingan's first visit to Dream Paris in both of his lifetimes. Upon entering the restaurant, Chen Pingan reserved a private room. Even at this time, there was a minimum spending requirement for private rooms, set at $388, a considerable expense for that era. Yet, for someone of Chen Pingan's stature, it was hardly worth a second thought. Sun Haidang understood that Chen Pingan was not short on funds, considering he was now a billionaire. Having known each other for about a month, they had grown somewhat familiar. Thus, Sun Haidang did not hesitate as she perused the menu, ordering several dishes she typically would not dare select. Caviar and steak were among the pricey options. Whether they were delicious remained unknown, but their costs were certainly not modest. After placing their orders, Chen Pingan inquired, "Sister Haidang, have you ever considered changing jobs?" "Changing jobs? I have not. My current position is quite satisfactory. Moreover, suitable job opportunities are hard to come by. Are you asking me this because you intend to offer me a position?" Sun Haidang countered, "Indeed, I have a job I wish to propose to you. I now possess the startup capital and intend to embark on an entrepreneurial venture, but I lack manpower. After observing you for a month, I believe you would be an excellent fit for my team. If you choose to join me, the base salary will be 10,000, with additional bonuses and benefits, including a year-end bonus. The key is that working with me presents ample opportunities for advancement. By coming on board now, you will be considered a veteran in my company. As my business flourishes, your status will rise accordingly," Chen Pingan said earnestly. Chen Pingan did not consider his words mere flattery. Although he was painting an enticing picture, it was grounded in reality. When Sun Haidang heard the base salary, she nearly choked on her own saliva. Her current position was commendable, yet she earned merely $1,500 a month. The prospect of a 10,000 base salary was an offer she could not refuse. Moreover, Chen Pingan mentioned additional benefits, clearly indicating further advantages. Sun Haidang was aware that Chen Pingan was crafting an enticing proposition. Nonetheless, she had witnessed his remarkable capabilities firsthand, having earned over $1 billion in just 1 month, a feat she had never dared to dream of. Thus, the extent of Chen Pingan's potential was beyond her estimation. If he were to venture into entrepreneurship, success was indeed plausible. Should he succeed, becoming a senior member of his company would likely afford her a position of significant stature and benefits, far beyond her current imagination. "Are you serious about what you just said?" Sun Haidang asked uncertainly. "And what exactly would you require from me? I worry I may not perform well." This was her principal concern. In this nascent phase of the company, it will be just you and me. You would serve as my assistant, and your tasks will be straightforward. I will assign you duties, and you simply need to complete them. Essentially, you would be helping me with various tasks which I believe you can manage without issue. However, this role is of utmost importance. Only those who earn my trust can undertake this position. You have demonstrated your reliability through the accurate execution of every stock trading plan I entrusted to you. Regardless of any doubts you may have harbored, you adhered to the directives I provided. This is what I admire most about you. After all, as my deputy, my greatest concern is that my assistant might act with ulterior motives or self-importance. So, have you made your decision? Will you join me? After speaking, Chen Pingan looked at Sun Haidang with eager anticipation. She smiled and replied, "I truly find no reason to decline this opportunity. Welcome to our team. You shall not regret this," Chen Pingan said as he extended his hand toward her. Sun Haidang reciprocated with a gentle handshake. In that moment, she felt an unusual sensation. Yet it quickly faded as Chen Pingan withdrew his hand. "What are your plans next, boss?" Sun Haidang inquired. "First, I need to assign you a crucial task. We must register a company that will serve as our parent company in the future. This company will be registered in the Cayman Islands. I will provide you with several names. Please check which ones can be successfully registered," Chen Pingan instructed. Chapter 66. The gift of a mobile phone. When can you come over to work for me? Chen Pingan inquired. "I need a week's time to handle my resignation procedures." And once I leave my current job, I will be able to join you. Sun Haidang responded after a moment of contemplation. By the way, where will our workplace be located in the future? She added, that will depend on where I attend university. Wherever I go to college, our company will establish itself there. And naturally, you will be working in that location, Chen Pingan replied with a smile. Sun Haidang felt somewhat speechless, yet she acknowledged the truth in Chen Pingan's words. You need not worry. Once we start working in a different city, we will provide you with various allowances. You won't have to fret about your living expenses. Chen Pingan assured her, sensing her concerns. All right, I understand, Sun Haidang nodded gently. In truth, this outcome was within her expectations. Although her parents resided locally, it was not a significant issue. After all, her monthly salary had already exceeded 10,000. Most likely, we will either go to the magical capital or the capital city. Chen Pingan mused. He had yet to finalize his university choice, but his top preferences were indeed the capital city and the magical capital. Given that one is the political center and the other the financial hub, both cities brimming with potential. Of course, Chen Pingan's primary inclination seemed to lean towards the magical capital. I see. Sun Haidang nodded lightly as the dishes began to arrive. Let's pause our work discussion for now and enjoy our meal, Chen Pingan suggested. Sure thing, boss, Sun Haidang replied with a cheerful smile. Chen Pingan chuckled, feeling a sense of satisfaction working alongside such a beautiful partner. This was precisely why he had chosen to recruit Sun Haidang as his assistant. Who wouldn't desire a stunning assistant? Setting aside her professional capabilities, her appearance was undeniably pleasing. As Chen Pingan had classes to attend later in the afternoon, their meal was brief. After dining, he visited a nearby store and purchased 2 mobile phones. Upon returning to school, he found Li Mingyun hunched over a test paper in the classroom. He approached her and placed one of the phones on her desk. What are you doing? Li Mingyun exclaimed in surprise, her gaze fixated on the mobile phone before her. Although she owned a phone, it was a hand-me-down from her mother. As a senior student, having a mobile phone was already impressive. Nonetheless, it remained an outdated model, and she longed for a new device. Yet the cost was indeed prohibitive. While her family could afford it, they were reluctant to spend such money, knowing that it could contribute to her studying abroad in the future. Seeing Chen Pingan place a new phone in front of her caught her off guard. I recently earned a bit of money, so I bought you this phone. Didn't you mention that your phone was rather old? This is the latest model, Chen Pingan explained with a smile. What are you doing, gifting me a phone? How much money do you even have? Li Mingyun said, her concern evident. A decent phone would cost at least 4,000 to 5,000. Many families would struggle to save that much in a year. She was genuinely worried about Chen Pingan's finances. I am now a wealthy individual. This small expense is nothing to me. In fact, this phone is not even that impressive. One day, I plan to manufacture a phone myself, specifically for you. Chen Pingan stated earnestly. The phone he mentioned referred to a smartphone. Producing smartphones was indeed part of Chen Pingan's long-term aspirations. If Xiaomi could succeed, he believed he could do so as well. You think you can produce your own phone? You really know how to boast, Li Mingyun retorted. Though she didn't take his words seriously. Little did she know that one day, Chen Pingan would indeed fulfill that promise and present her with a smartphone of his own design. This phone is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Li Mingyun shook her head. Are you sure you don't want it? If you refuse, I cannot return it. And I'll have to give it to another female classmate, Chen Pingan lamented. You wouldn't dare. This phone is mine now, Li Mingyun declared, swiftly snatching the phone from him. There was no way she would let him give it to someone else. Class is about to start, so I'll head back to my seat. We can discuss matters later, Chen Pingan stated before departing. Upon returning to his seat, he tapped Zhang Yong beside him. The money I promised you is ready. Would you prefer cash or transfer? Chen Pingan asked. Previously, during their encounter with human traffickers, Chen Pingan had promised Zhang Yong 50,000. However, rather than handing over that sum, he had invested it in stocks, intending to double it and return 100,000 to Zhang Yong. I have a bank card, so please transfer the money directly to my account, Zhang Yong replied, excitement evident in his voice. By the way, how much will I receive this time? He inquired, anticipation growing. 100,000, Chen Pingan replied succinctly. 100,000? Zhang Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, he had only received 50,000. He could hardly fathom that it had suddenly doubled. What should I do with this amount? Zhang Yong's expression turned exaggerated, yet mirrored his genuine thoughts. After all, he had never dealt with such a large sum of money before. And with current prices being relatively low, that amount could buy a great deal. There is no need to overthink it. Just spend on what you enjoy: food, drinks, whatever you fancy. Don't expect this money to make you rich. It's merely for your usual expenses. Once I become prosperous, I will bring you along. Chen Pingan assured Zhang Yong. If Zhang Yong invested that 100,000 wisely, it could yield significant returns. For instance, purchasing a property in either the magical capital or the capital city could prove advantageous. Even a modest, dilapidated unit could appreciate greatly over 20 years. Alternatively, he could invest in stocks, such as Apple, which at the time was trading at just 30 cents. By 2025, its price had soared to over $230. Chen Pingan was not a professional stock trader. He lacked comprehensive knowledge of many stock prices, only recalling figures of major companies. As a reincarnated individual, it was relatively easy for him to amass wealth with just a piece or two of information. However, while this knowledge could lead to financial gain, it alone would not suffice for Chen Pingan to build a commercial empire. Establishing such a venture would depend on his own abilities. Chapter 67. Delivering money this evening. I have a few matters to attend to, so you may head back alone, Chen Pingan said to Zhang Yong. Old Chen, you are becoming increasingly impressive, Zhang Yong remarked with a look of envy. He was well aware of many things, though he chose not to voice them. Rest assured, once you enter university, you'll encounter plenty of beautiful women. Your priority now should be to study diligently and gain admission to a reputable institution. If you can only manage to enroll in a mediocre university, you may find yourself amidst a scarcity of attractive peers, and then your chances will diminish even further, Chen Pingan advised. But I truly lack an aptitude for studying, Zhang Yong replied with a resigned expression. Chen Pingan understood him all too well and saw no point in pressing the issue further. Regardless of Zhang Yong's academic capabilities, it mattered little with Chen Pingan around. Even if Zhang Yong did not get accepted into university, it would not be a significant concern. Very well, then, I shall take my leave, Chen Pingan concluded, turning his bicycle towards the distant figure of Lin Wanjun. As he observed Chen Pingan and Lin Wanjun riding off together, Zhang Yong felt a tinge of envy. After all, it was Lin Wanjun. Yet, despite his envy, it would not affect the brotherly bond between him and Chen Pingan. What brings you here? Lin Wanjun asked, somewhat surprised as she pedaled her bike. I've received the money. I'm here to deliver it to your home tonight, Chen Pingan replied with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanjun's cheeks flushed and she felt a wave of shyness. Why are you blushing? This money is merely a loan. You can repay me when you have the means. It's not a significant matter. Once you are financially stable, you can return it to me, Chen Pingan said with a hearty laugh. Thank you, Chen Pingan. Lin Wanjun expressed her gratitude. By the way, I have a gift for you, Chen Pingan said as he came to a stop, retrieving a small box from his backpack. Lin Wanjun recognized it as a phone box. He produced a sleek and beautiful smartphone from the box. A phone? Lin Wanjun gasped in surprise. Chen Pingan handed the phone to her. This is for you, he said with a smile. The phone, though housed in plastic, exuded an elegant charm and a sense of fashionable beauty. Chen Pingan had spent over 5,000 yuan on it, but for him, that amount was merely a trifling sum. Why are you giving me a phone? Lin Wanjun quickly declined. We're good friends and classmates. What is wrong with gifting you a phone? You wouldn't deny me this small favor, would you? It's already registered, and you can't return it. If you refuse, where will my pride be? Besides, without a phone, it's truly inconvenient to stay in touch. Having one will change everything. Take the phone, and I'll call you right now, Chen Pingan insisted, placing the device firmly in her hands. He then took out his phone and dialed the number. Lin Wanjun's new phone vibrated, emitting a delightful melody. It was capable of storing songs that could be used as ringtones. Listening to the enchanting sound, she felt a surge of joy. Stop admiring the ringtone and answer the call, will you? Chen Pingan said with a hint of exasperation. All right, I'll answer it right away, Lin Wanjun replied. Flustered as she fumbled to open the phone, looking somewhat bewildered, she raised her head, gazing at Chen Pingan with a look of helplessness. How do I answer the call? It's quite simple. See that green button? Press it to answer. If you wish to end the call, just press the red button, Chen Pingan explained. Before long, Lin Wanjun had learned how to use the phone. There are several settings to explore. You can take your time with those when you get home. Let's return now, Chen Pingan suggested. Okay, Lin Wanjun agreed. The two of them rode their bicycles towards her home. Soon, they arrived at Lin Wanjun's house, where her father was outside, gingerly moving about. Upon seeing Chen Pingan, he greeted him with visible delight. Since undergoing treatment from Chen Pingan, his injuries had begun to heal rapidly. He was now able to move about, albeit still unable to walk properly or engage in strenuous activities. Nevertheless, he had complete faith in Chen Pingan's medical skills, as he had felt the improvement firsthand. "Uncle, how are you feeling?" Chen Pingan inquired. "Look at my hands and feet. They are much improved." Lin Wanjun's father laughed heartily. "Uncle, I'm here this evening to deliver some money," Chen Pingan said with a smile. Lin Wanjun, who had been listening, cast another grateful glance at Chen Pingan. Hearing that Chen Pingan had come to deliver money brought a bright smile to Lin Wanjun's father's face. Although they had mentioned repaying the money, it seemed likely that they would not have to, and both were filled with joy. This sum of money was incredibly significant for their family. Even 20 years hence, 350,000 yuan would not be a trivial amount. Most families could not possibly come up with such a sum. As a senior student without parental support, Chen Pingan's claim of being able to provide 300,000 yuan in cash lacked persuasive power. Thus, Lin Wanjun's father had harbored some concern. However, upon hearing that the money was in hand, he felt a sense of relief. Once inside the living room, Chen Pingan opened his backpack, revealing stacks of cash he had withdrawn from the bank at noon. The VIP bank card was indeed remarkable. Typically, banks would close for the day by noon, and large withdrawals required prior arrangements. Yet, a single phone call had sufficed to ensure everything was prepared for him, relieving Chen Pingan of any worry. In that moment, the joy of wealth was vividly manifested as he laid out the stacks of cash on the table, creating a powerful visual impact on Lin Wanjun's family. Her parents could hardly contain their smiles at the sight. Chapter 68. A joyful family. Lin Wanjun's parents were indeed somewhat avaricious. However, their circumstances left them little choice. Having lived in poverty for so long, it was their first encounter with such an abundance of wealth, and their eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Wanjun felt her eyes well up with tears, fully aware that this represented the price of her own sacrifice. Yet, she consoled herself with the thought that at least she had garnered a respectable sum. Furthermore, after spending time together, she found herself somewhat fond of Chen Pingan. Regardless of the situation, Chen Pingan had treated her with genuine kindness. If fate dictated that she must choose a partner in her next life, then selecting Chen Pingan would not be a poor choice, Lin Wanjun mused quietly. The agreed bride price was initially 350,000 yuan, but upon reflection, she felt that this figure sounded rather inauspicious and unappealing. Thus, she took the liberty of increasing it to 388,000 yuan. Chen Pingan gestured towards the pile of cash on the table and said, "Uncle and Aunt, please take a moment to count the bride price to ensure a proper handover." "We shall indeed count it," Lin Wanjun's father replied, somewhat bashfully, though he had longed to examine the bride price. "There's no need to be modest. This is only proper," Chen Pingan assured him. "I'll prepare some food for you." "Chen Pingan, please sit and take a moment to rest," Lin Wanjun's mother chimed in eagerly. With the bride price received, the engagement was officially established, and Lin Wanjun's mother grew increasingly warm towards Chen Pingan. Meanwhile, Lin Wanjun's father busied himself with counting the substantial sum of 388,000 yuan, a task he savored immensely. "Come, let us sit in my room," Lin Wanjun suggested. "Very well," Chen Pingan acquiesced. Though Lin Wanjun's room was modest in size, it contained 2 beds, one belonging to her and the other to her younger sister. The space was tidy, far surpassing the state of Chen Pingan's room. "Is my room not a bit lacking?" Lin Wanjun asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Not at all. It is wonderfully clean. What a lovely room you have," Chen Pingan responded with a smile. Lin Wanjun smiled back, but remained silent. "Which bed is yours?" Chen Pingan inquired. "This one," Lin Wanjun indicated the bed nearest the door. "I shall lie down for a moment," Chen Pingan declared, casually reclining upon it. "Please do not lie down," Lin Wanjun suddenly interjected, as she remembered she had left some intimate garments on the bed. At that moment, Chen Pingan had already reclined, reaching under the covers to retrieve a piece of lingerie. It was an old bra, somewhat worn, but of a considerable size. Chen Pingan paused, momentarily taken aback. Lin Wanjun quickly reached for it, eager to reclaim her garment. This moment rendered both of them quite awkward. I shall step outside for a moment. You take your time to tidy up, Chen Pingan suggested before exiting the room. In the living room, Lin Wanjun's father had finished counting the bride price, his face beaming with satisfaction. The sum of 388,000 yuan was something he could hardly have dreamed of. With this money, they could renovate their home, and the educational expenses for their 2 daughters and son would be assured. Their family could look forward to a better life. And it was evident that Chen Pingan treated Lin Wanjun with care, ensuring that she would not suffer in her new life. The family was thoroughly pleased with this outcome. Before long, the meal was prepared. Lin Wanjun's mother promptly called for both Lin Wanjun and Chen Pingan. We haven't made much of a spread today, so please make do with what we have. You're far too gracious. This meal is more than sufficient for me, Chen Pingan replied earnestly. As long as you don't mind, please eat. I imagine you both must be hungry. Lin Wanjun's mother smiled warmly. The food was quite palatable, and Chen Pingan found no issue with it. However, he felt that the time he had with Lin Wanjun was far too brief. He had hoped for a few more tender moments, but time was not on their side. After the meal, Chen Pingan took his leave, and Lin Wanjun personally escorted him to the door. He showed no signs of reluctance, waving goodbye as he swiftly mounted his bicycle and departed. In matters of love, one must strike a delicate balance, a lesson Chen Pingan was keenly aware of. Chapter 69. Opening another internet CAF upon returning home, Chen Pingan was immediately met with his mother's inquiry. When will you bring that girl home for me to meet? She asked. If you truly like her, and she agrees, you two can get engaged and settle this matter, Yu Xiaoying remarked, clearly placing great importance on her son's marriage prospects. Mom, such matters cannot be rushed, Chen Pingan replied with a silly grin. I can bring her home for a meal, but please refrain from mentioning engagement. Think about it. We are about to take the college entrance exam, and after that, we will be heading to university. If we end up in the same university, that would be ideal, but if we are separated by distance, the future becomes uncertain. If we aren't engaged, we can merely be regarded as friends, and if we break up, it wouldn't be too much of an issue. However, if we were to get engaged and then part ways, that would surely complicate matters. After pondering his words, Yu Xiaoying found his reasoning sound. Then just bring her home so I can meet her, she insisted. I understand. After the exams, I will bring her back. By the way, how is Dad doing? Is the internet CAF still thriving? Chen Pingan swiftly changed the subject. At the mention of the internet CAF, a smile illuminated Yu Xiaoying's face. Your idea of opening an internet CAF has proven to be splendid. Our CAF is bustling every day, earning us several hundred yuan daily. We are truly on the path to prosperity, she exclaimed, her joy evident. That's wonderful. And what about your job, Mom? Wouldn't it be great if we open another CAF? Chen Pingan suggested. Most of the investment is in the computers. Remember my previous discussions with the computer seller? They agreed to let us pay in installments. For instance, we could acquire 200,000 yuan worth of computers, use them, and pay back 20,000 yuan each month over 10 months. With 20 computers, we could earn tens of thousands monthly, making it entirely feasible to repay the installments. Are you serious? Yu Xiaoying asked, her excitement palpable. She was well aware of the lucrative nature of the internet CAF business, having often visited their own establishment, which was always packed. The income generated during evening hours often equaled her monthly salary. Of course, it's a great opportunity. My only concern is whether I can manage it, Yu Xiaoying expressed, her enthusiasm tempered by a hint of anxiety. Mom, there is nothing to worry about. I will hire a manager for the CAF. You will simply need to supervise them. As long as you are there, they won't dare to misbehave. That will be your most important role. If we open another CAF, our income could double. Chen Pingan encouraged her. Yu Xiaoying felt her heart racing at the prospect. It does seem possible, but do we have enough funds? She asked, her concern resurfacing. I received a bonus recently. I can put forward 100,000 yuan to cover the initial expenses. We need not worry about the computers for now, as we can manage the repayments later, Chen Pingan assured her. The next day marked the eagerly awaited refresh of system goods, with 4 items available: a gold brick, a pair of exquisite imperial green jade bracelets, a skill book for virus immunity, and a skill book for advanced Go. Chen Pingan was familiar with gold bricks and often purchased them if no more valuable items were available. However, today, the gold brick was the first to be dismissed due to its lower value. The jade bracelets held considerable worth, potentially selling for millions even back in 1998. Compared to the other 2 skill books, they paled in significance. Chen Pingan had no interest in Go, so he felt no desire to acquire the corresponding skill book. Ultimately, he decided to purchase the virus immunity skill book for $1. This passive skill would grant him immunity to any virus, proving to be quite practical, although its value diminished for him as a martial arts expert with deep internal strength. Recognizing that delegation was key, Chen Pingan assigned the management of the Internet CAF to Sun Haitang, who accepted the responsibility, knowing the generous wages offered by the owner. However, she was still in the process of resigning from the securities company, limiting her availability. After some contemplation, Chen Pingan called the securities company as president, hoping for leniency regarding Sun Haitang's early departure. "I remember that girl is quite beautiful," the president remarked, misinterpreting Chen Pingan's intentions. "No witties. I'll make sure this is sorted out quickly," the president assured him, with the stipulation that Chen Pingan would continue to use their company for stock trading. With a simple phone call, Chen Pingan had facilitated Sun Haitang's resignation. She could have left without formalities, but preferred to maintain her professional record. Thanks to Chen Pingan's intervention, her resignation process went smoothly, and by the afternoon, she was free to devote herself entirely to assisting him. Chapter 70. The conclusion of high school years. Sun Haitang's work capabilities did not disappoint Chen Pingan. Within just 2 days, she had already identified a suitable location for opening an Internet CAF. This establishment was conveniently located not far from Chen Pingan's residence, merely a few minutes' walk away. The surrounding foot traffic was substantial, making it an ideal spot for such a venture. Chen Pingan no longer needed to concern himself with the tasks required to set up the CAF, as Sun Haitang efficiently managed all the necessary arrangements. The process of registering the company was also underway, though it was taking longer since the registration was taking place abroad, necessitating the involvement of certain agencies. Of course, such registrations required a considerable financial investment. However, Chen Pingan was not lacking in funds. With the presence of computers, establishing an Internet CAF proved to be quite straightforward. Furthermore, the size of the shop allowed for a greater number of computers to be accommodated. Chen Pingan called Lin Guangshan, and they agreed on the provision of 40 computers. The funding would be initially covered by Chen Pingan, but this was something he preferred to keep from his parents. He planned to inform them that the computers were purchased through an installment plan. Within just a few days, the second Internet CAF was operational. This new establishment also employed an Internet CAF management system and hired additional staff to oversee its operations. Given the larger scale of the CAF and the increased number of computers, a greater number of managers were necessary to ensure smooth operations. Yu Xiaoying was genuinely pleased to see the new CAF coming to fruition. Aware of her limitations in other areas, she took it upon herself to handle the cleaning duties of the CAF. Chen Pingan found this amusing. After all, it was unconventional for a boss to perform cleaning duties. Yet, it was a matter he couldn't contest with his mother, leading to this unexpected outcome. According to Yu Xiaoying, hiring a cleaner was essential for the CAF, and by taking on this role herself, she saved on labor costs. She was not equipped to manage other responsibilities, which were delegated to the Internet CAF staff. Chen Pingan understood that cleaning duties in the CAF were not overly demanding, rendering it a relatively relaxed job. Thus, he acquiesced to his mother's decision. Regardless, working as a cleaner in the CAF was undoubtedly less strenuous than her previous job. For Yu Xiaoying, the most important aspect was the increased income. This CAF boasted 40 computers, doubling the number from their first CAF, thereby directly enhancing their revenue. Initially, Yu Xiaoying harbored concerns about the business's viability when purchasing the 40 computers. With such a significant investment, Any downturn in business could prove disastrous. However, once the CAF opened, her apprehensions were swiftly alleviated, as it attracted customers immediately and was bustling with activity. The business thrived. There was no need to worry about patronage. Concerns regarding the CAF's future viability would only arise in subsequent years when Internet CAFs became more widespread, leading to increased competition and potentially diminishing profits. For the time being, however, this was not a pressing issue. The scarcity of competitors, coupled with an abundance of individuals eager to pay for Internet access, ensured robust business for the CAF. Daily revenues reached several thousand yuan, and within just a few days of operation, they had already earned 10,000 yuan. This outcome delighted Yu Xiaoying immensely. The couple had previously felt uncertain and anxious about their future, but the success of the CAF dispelled those feelings entirely. Chen Pingan was equally pleased with these results. As days passed, the college entrance examination loomed ever closer. Just before the exams, Chen Pingan's investment company was finally registered, based in the Cayman Islands. Known for its conveniences and significant tax advantages, many international corporations were registered there. The chosen name for the company was Qingyun Investment Company. After contemplating numerous names, most of which were already taken, Chen Pingan was fortunate to find that Qingyun Investment was still available for registration. With the company established, Chen Pingan had no further responsibilities at the moment and decided to grant son Haitang a holiday to spend quality time with her parents. With his own college entrance exams approaching, he resolved to postpone other matters until after the tests. Peacefully and without any turmoil, Chen Pingan emerged from the examination hall, marking the definitive conclusion of his high school years. Having been reborn into this era, he stood on the brink of a new chapter in his life. Chapter 71. Targeting the magical city. Upon the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Chen Pingan assessed his performance. According to his own estimation, he believed his results would be exceptionally high, enabling him to attend any university of his choosing. This achievement was largely attributable to the academic elixir he had previously acquired. Without the enhancement provided by the elixir, attaining such remarkable scores would have been utterly impossible. After estimating his results, Chen Pingan contemplated his future academic destination. He had two options in mind. One was to attend university in the capital, while the other was to pursue his studies in the magical city. After careful consideration, he resolved to attend university in the magical city, as it served as a financial hub, making it more conducive for his entrepreneurial aspirations compared to the capital. Once he had settled on the location, selecting the university became considerably simpler. Chen Pingan's approach to choosing university was rather unconventional, as most individuals would primarily consider their scores before making a selection. In contrast, Chen Pingan pondered where attending university would best align with his personal interests. Naturally, the premier institution in the magical city was Magical City University, renowned nationwide as a top-tier academy. Gaining admission to Magical City University was no simple feat. However, Chen Pingan was confident that his scores would suffice for acceptance. He designated Magical City University as his first choice and listed the remaining options with other universities in the Magical City. The specific institution mattered little. As long as he was studying in the Magical City, it would facilitate his entrepreneurial endeavors. Once his decision to study in the Magical City was confirmed, it was time to assign tasks to Sun Haidang. Chen Pingan called her, and they agreed to meet at a CAF. Arriving early, he was already seated, awaiting her arrival. Upon entering the CAF, Sun Haidang spotted Chen Pingan and hurried over, apologizing for her tardiness. "Not all, I arrived early. Please, take a seat," Chen Pingan replied casually. "Thank you," Sun Haidang said, promptly sitting beside him. "In a professional setting, you may refer to me as boss, but privately, you can call me by my name," Chen Pingan suggested. After a moment's thought, Sun Haidang shook her head. "I think I'll stick with boss for now." She felt it more fitting to maintain the formality. Chen Pingan nodded, not wishing to press the matter. It was a trivial concern. "I plan to attend university in the magical city, which means I need to start delegating tasks to you," he said. Sun Haitang's heart raced as she prepared to take notes. Chen Pingan was pleased with her eagerness. "I intend to establish our business in the magical city. Your immediate task is to register several companies. One named Penguin Technology Company, Limited, another Alibaba Trade Company Limited, and a third called Legendary Games Company. LTD. Furthermore, there is an additional company, Chengdu Online Search Company, he outlined. Your mission is to ensure these 4 companies are registered in the magical city. All of them are wholly owned subsidiaries of Pingan Investment Company. I trust you know the procedures better than I do. Understood, boss, Sun Haidang replied, nodding gently. Registering companies was a familiar task for her, and her previous experience assured her that finding a local agency would simplify the process significantly, requiring only a modest fee for completion. These 4 companies represented Chen Pingan's chosen path for future development. Given his limited funds and the current low prevalence of computers, rapid growth in these ventures was unlikely. However, he recognized their long-term potential and was determined to pursue them. Additionally, once you arrive in the magical city, please scout for suitable residential areas near Magical City University. If the prices are reasonable, I intend to purchase a property for temporary accommodation. We also need an office location for the companies, so do look into that as well. After registering these companies, there is no need for immediate action. Simply await further instructions from me. Do you have any questions? Chen Pingan inquired. I do have a question, boss. Can I hire additional staff? Currently, it's just me. And as a woman, I feel somewhat unsafe. Sun Haidang expressed her concerns. You're absolutely right. I apologize for my oversight, Chen Pingan responded quickly. Being a martial arts expert himself, he had overlooked the safety aspect for Sun Haidang. Although the year was 1998 and societal security had improved, it was not infallible, and even in 2 decades, safety could not be guaranteed. Here, that's what we'll do. You can recruit a few subordinates and also look into hiring a professional security company to see if female bodyguards are available. Chen Pingan proposed. Boss, I don't think female bodyguards are necessary. I'm not a high-profile individual, so it's unlikely I'll attract any trouble. I just need a few people to assist me, she clarified. That is perfectly fine. You have the discretion to make those decisions. You need not worry about expenses. The company will reimburse you for necessary expenditures, Chen Pingan assured her with a smile. Thank you, boss, Sun Haidang replied, her spirits lifted. Feeling somewhat shy, she added, actually, I have a cousin who used to be a wrestler. She recently retired and is struggling to find suitable employment. I'd like to hire her. She could help with errands and, if necessary, provide protection. Don't be fooled by her gender. She can hold her own against most men. You need not elaborate. I trust your judgment, Chen Pingan said with a smile. Thank you, boss, Sun Haidang expressed her gratitude, touched by the trust bestowed upon her. It was indeed heartwarming to encounter a boss who believed in her capabilities. Chapter 72, The Young Mister. Ma Sun Haidang planned to travel to the bustling metropolis ahead of schedule, while Chen Pingan had his own affairs to attend to. He recalled that Penguin Company had also been established this year, yet upon delving into the records, he found no trace of it. This piqued his curiosity, prompting him to consider investigating in Shenzhen. His intention was clear. If possible, he would absorb Penguin Company. If not, he would seek to dismantle it. It was imperative to act before the adversary gained strength, either incorporating or eliminating them at the earliest opportunity. Unable to elucidate his motives to his parents, Chen Pingan simply informed them that he was embarking on a journey. Without waiting for their objections, he set off with his luggage. Chen Pingan communicated his itinerary to Lin Wanjun and Li Mengyun, maintaining his facade of a leisurely trip. Lin Wanjun, being understanding, offered her well wishes for his safety. In contrast, Li Mengyun expressed her frustration, as she had anticipated spending time with Chen Pingan, only to find him vanishing unexpectedly, which left her quite infuriated. Nevertheless, Chen Pingan was already on a flight to Guangdong. His journey unfolded smoothly, and just a few hours later, he arrived in Shenzhen. Unbeknownst to him, the current situation of Mr. Ma at Penguin remained a mystery, but he had a general idea of where Mr. Ma conducted his business. With the intention of searching that area thoroughly, he began to explore the city at a leisurely pace. Shenzhen, having already embarked on its development journey, bore little resemblance to its future self 2 decades hence. However, as one of the earliest open cities, its growth was undeniably rapid. After a brief exploration, Chen Pingan's interest waned, prompting him to hail a taxi and provide the destination. He recalled that Mr. Ma's office was situated in Nanshan district. Upon reaching Nanshan, He checked into the White Swan Hotel, the finest establishment in the area, having pre-booked a suite prior to his arrival. At the front desk, he registered under his name and completed the check-in process. Chen Pingan was not overly particular about his accommodations, and given his financial security, he did not hesitate to indulge himself. Once he settled his belongings in the room, he retrieved his laptop. Rather than aimlessly searching for Ma Xiaoting, he planned to utilize his hacking skills to locate him. After connecting to the internet, Chen Pingan swiftly infiltrated Shenzhen's local household registration network. To his advantage, the system was riddled with vulnerabilities and backdoors. With minimal effort, he navigated into the system's inner workings and began searching for Ma Xiaoting based on specific criteria. The pool of candidates was limited, and soon enough, he identified the rightful Ma Xiaoting, along with his home address. Unfortunately, he had yet to uncover details regarding his workplace or contact number. Nonetheless, possessing the home address sufficed for the moment. After noting it down, Chen Pingan exited the network. He placed his luggage in the hotel and inquired at the front desk about the availability of a vehicle for use. As expected, the hotel offered such services, though they were subject to certain regulations. If Chen Pingan required a more premium vehicle, he would need to pay extra, which was not an issue for him. A Mercedes was already waiting at the hotel entrance. Guided by the hotel staff, he entered the vehicle, relayed the destination to the driver, and generously tipped him with a 100-yuan note. "Thank you, sir," the driver beamed, accepting the gratuity graciously. Half an hour later, they arrived at the destination. Chen Pingan alighted and instructed the driver to find a parking spot. Uncertainty loomed over whether Ma Xiaoting would be home. Following the address, he knocked on the door, but no one answered. After a quarter-hour of waiting, he decided to leave his contact information on a note and affixed it to the door before departing. Exiting the community, he encountered a group of young individuals approaching him, and one of them bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. "Ma Xiaoting?" Chen Pingan called out, halting in his tracks. Ma Xiaoting, taken aback, turned to face him. "Who are you? Do I know you?" he inquired, puzzled. "I am Chen Pingan, here specifically to seek you out," Chen Pingan replied with a smile, extending his hand. Although Ma Xiaoting did not recognize him, he promptly reciprocated the handshake. "We don't seem to know each other," Ma Xiaoting remarked once more. "True, we were previously strangers, but now we are acquainted. I have heard that you are forming a network company. If possible, might I visit your company?" Chen Pingan proposed. Ma Xiaoting hesitated, his mind swirling with confusion. After all, he had no prior acquaintance with this young man, yet he seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of Ma Xiaoting. "Who exactly are you? How do you know me?" He pressed further. "I am a founder of Qingyun Investment Company and also a network hacker. I received word that you are developing an instant messaging software, which piqued my interest, prompting my visit," Chen Pingan disclosed candidly. "Ah, I see," Ma Xiaoting replied, though his thoughts remained muddled. "This isn't the most suitable place for discussion. If you don't mind, could we go to your company for a visit? We can also sit down and talk more comfortably." "Certainly. Let us proceed to your company," Chen Pingan responded, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 73. It's called QQ. Is your company's location far? If it is, we can take a car. Mine is parked right in front, Chen Pingan proactively suggested. Upon hearing Chen Pingan mention his vehicle, Ma Xiaoting and his companions became increasingly convinced of his status. Moreover, the demeanor exuded by Chen Pingan distinctly resembled that of a successful individual, or perhaps more accurately, that of a wealthy person. No. Our company is just a few steps ahead. We can walk there directly," Ma Xiaoting quickly replied. The other young men fell silent, intimidated by the unexpected encounter. During their walk, Chen Pingan posed several inquiries, and at this moment, Ma Xiaoting, still youthful and naive, answered without hesitation. Chen Pingan silently acknowledged Ma Xiaoting's current circumstances. Ma Xiaoting had gathered some funds to establish a company, aspiring to develop an instant messaging software. They were in the process of registering the company, but it had not yet been completed. Simultaneously, the software itself was still under development and not yet finished. The scale of the company was modest, considering Ma Xiaoting's limited financial resources. Ma Xiaoting was truthful. His company was indeed nearby. However, it was merely a larger office space located within an aging residential building, which appeared rather unremarkable. Upon arriving at the office, Ma Xiaoting's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling unworthy to refer to it as his company. For a fledgling company, its scale is commendable, Chen Pingan remarked. Hearing this, Ma Xiaoting's expression brightened, and his gaze towards Chen Pingan softened. Inside the office, a few individuals, all partners invited by Ma Xiaoting, were preoccupied with their tasks and paid little attention to the newcomers. How far along is your software development? Chen Pingan inquired. That's not convenient to discuss, Ma Xiaoting quickly responded. It was that it was inconvenient. He simply felt embarrassed to admit that their instant messaging software was largely inspired by foreign models. They had managed to replicate only the framework, with the core functionalities still eluding them. However, the framework was nearing completion, and given 2 more months, they anticipated launching the software around November or December of this year. You probably haven't finished it yet, have you? Let me show you something, Chen Pingan said with a smile, retrieving a laptop from his bag. He opened it and launched a particular software. What is this? Ma Xiaoting stammered, recognizing it as an instant messaging software. He was not mistaken. It was indeed the product developed by Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan viewed it as a rather rudimentary creation, having spent only a couple of days crafting it. For someone with exceptional hacking skills like him, developing this software was far from difficult. Why, then, was Chen Pingan seeking out Ma Xiaoting and his team? The answer lay in the subsequent research and development. He could not manage everything alone. He needed a capable team to assist him. History had shown that Ma Xiaoting and his group performed admirably, prompting Chen Pingan to consider integrating them into his own venture. Naturally, should they refuse, he would not hesitate to undermine their efforts, extinguishing their ambitions before they could flourish. This is an instant messaging software I've created. Although it is somewhat crude, it should function adequately for basic use. Let us connect to a local area network and test its performance, Chen Pingan proposed. All right, Ma Xiaoting responded without hesitation. Chen Pingan connected his laptop to the local network and installed the instant messaging software on another computer. What's the name of this software? Ma Xiaoting inquired curiously. Do you see this icon? It resembles a penguin, doesn't it? Therefore, we named the software Penguin Communication Software. For convenience, it also has a nickname, QQ. Chen Pingan explained with a smile. What a great name! Ma Xiaoting exclaimed, suddenly exhilarated. He could not quite place why he felt so stirred, but the name ignited a sense of fervor within him, perhaps because it was simply so well chosen. Now that the software is installed, let us try chatting, Ma Xiaoting suggested. Chen Pingan smiled and sent a smiley face to Ma Xiaoting, typing a message. Nice to meet you, Mr. Ma. Hello, Ma Xiaoting typed back, equally excited. The speed was impressive, and the interface was visually pleasing. Incredible. This is exactly what we were aiming for, several young men chimed in, their expressions transforming as they regarded Chen Pingan. The disparity was stark. While they had labored for an extended period to create a mere framework, the man before them had presented a finished product. Mr. Chen, did you truly create this software? Ma Xiaoting asked, disbelief evident in his tone. Chen Pingan nodded, casually reciting a few lines of code. Though he spoke them effortlessly, the complexity of the codes revealed his advanced expertise. As fellow tech enthusiasts, Ma Xiaoting and his companions recognized the high caliber of Chen Pingan's skills. These lines were indeed critical components. You're amazing, a true expert. Ma Xiaoting expressed his admiration. But I don't understand. What is your true intention in seeking us out? With your current skills, you could easily outshine us. Because I am but one individual lacking a team. I believe you all represent a remarkable group. That is why I came to you, Chen Pingan replied with a smile. Chapter 74. Mr. Ma agreed, although Chen Pingan was there to recruit them. The term recruit was rather unappealing. Therefore, he opted for a more palatable phrase. I am here to seek your collaboration, Chen Pingan continued. Chen Bin naturally avoided the word recruit, instead using collaboration. Mr. Ma Xiaoting felt his mind whirl with confusion. Of course, you're here to seek our collaboration. I want you to join my company. I possess both capital and technology, and you have talent. Together, we would form a formidable partnership, embarking on a journey to create a promising future. We could also develop the most powerful instant messaging software. I wonder if you have any thoughts regarding our potential collaboration? Chen Pingan stated directly. The proposition was so sudden that Ma Xiaoting found himself at a loss for a decision. He was beginning to grasp the implications of Chen Pingan's words. Regardless of how elegantly Chen Pingan presented it, he was essentially there to recruit them. Once Ma Xiaoting and his team joined Chen Pingan's company, they would merely become employees, which was contrary to Ma Xiaoting's original ambition of building something of his own. He had no desire to be a mere worker. I'm afraid the time I can offer you is limited. My schedule is precious and constrained. I won't linger here for long. If you choose not to join me, I shall find other teams to collaborate with or directly recruit talented graduates from universities. Moreover, we both know that one instant messaging software is sufficient. If two were to exist, they would inevitably become rivals, resulting in a fierce competition where only one could survive. I plan to invest $5 million initially into this instant messaging software and will continue to inject funds as needed. My goal is to establish it as the leading instant messaging platform in the country. With every word Chen Pingan uttered, Ma Xiaoting's expression grew more somber. For compared to Chen Pingan, their advantages were minuscule. Despite exhausting all avenues, Ma Xiaoting had only managed to gather a few $100,000 in startup capital, which was nearly depleted. He still needed to devise ways to raise more funds. Contemplating Chen Pingan's direct $5 million investment, he felt utterly overwhelmed. The crucial point was that Chen Pingan already had a finished product, enabling him to launch the software in no time, while their own chat software remained a distant aspiration. Ambition urged Ma Xiaoting to venture into entrepreneurship, yet reason advised him to join Chen Pingan's company. Allow me to present the benefits I offer. I have established an instant messaging software company in Shanghai with a registered capital of $5 million. Should your team choose to join, I will grant you 20% equity, which you may allocate among yourselves as you see fit. The office will be located in Shanghai, and you will accompany me there. I will cover all your living expenses. Additionally, I offer an annual salary ranging from $100,000 to $300,000, starting at a minimum of $100,000. The exact salary will depend on your capabilities. If you have further requests, we can certainly discuss them. All these terms can be negotiated as long as your team is willing to join. Chen Pingan spoke with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing these conditions, gasps of astonishment filled the air. It was worth noting that the reason these individuals followed Ma Xiaoting was due to their loyalty to him. However, their remuneration under Ma Xiaoting was meager, and often they worked without pay, understanding that the initial struggles of entrepreneurship were common. Yet, upon hearing Chen Pingan's enticing offer, it was impossible for them not to be swayed. An annual salary starting at $100,000 in 1998 was no trivial matter. With a year of work, one could afford to buy a house in the suburbs of Shenzhen, and after 2 or 3 years, even a home in the city center would be within reach. Several young men began to breathe more rapidly, captivated by the prospect of equity and high salaries. All eyes turned toward Ma Xiaoting, eagerly anticipating his affirmation. A wry smile appeared on Ma Xiaoting's face. "Mr. Chen, you have presented an offer that is difficult to refuse," he admitted. With Chen Pingan offering equity and such lucrative benefits, how could he possibly turn it down? Chen Pingan smiled, but remained silent. In reality, he had laid a trap. Was $5 million and a 20% stake truly generous? In fact, it was hardly sufficient. It would not be long before that sum was entirely consumed. Once the initial capital was exhausted, further investments would be necessary, leading to the dilution of everyone's shares. Eventually, that 20% stake could dwindle to 10%, 5%, and so on. Of course, while the company's valuation may rise, the actual value of the shares could increase proportionately. Presently, Ma Xiaoting was still inexperienced and likely did not comprehend this reality. Or perhaps he was entirely unaware of how much capital a software company could consume. Historically, his own venture, the Penguin Company, nearly faced bankruptcy due to insufficient funds. Therefore, the success of a company often hinges on both serendipity and fortune. "Mr. Ma, it appears you are inclined to accept my proposal. If so, that would be splendid," Chen Pingan said, extending his hand to shake Ma Xiaoting's. His expression one of genuine excitement. Although there was a degree of manipulation involved, a portion of his elation was indeed sincere. After all, to recruit Mr. Ma was a stroke of fortune. "Mr. Chen, your terms are so favorable that I cannot decline," Ma Xiaoting responded with a smile. However, I have a few questions I wish to clarify. Why must we go to Shanghai? The conditions here are quite favorable as well, and we could establish our headquarters right here. Unfortunately, I just completed my college entrance examination and plan to attend university in Shanghai. Establishing the company there would facilitate my commute, Chen Pingan explained with a smile. The revelation left everyone in stunned silence. All this time, the individual before them was merely a high school senior? Chapter 75. Enlisting Ma Xiaoting's team upon learning that Chen Pingan was still a high school senior. A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. At that moment, General Ma began to question whether this young man was merely jesting. You're not pulling our leg, are you, Chen? Is what you just mentioned about our benefits and the company's genuine or a fabrication? Ma Xiaoting inquired with uncertainty. Judge for yourself. Here lies a portion of my capital, Chen Pingan replied, aware of the skepticism he faced. He pulled out his phone and briefly displayed a banking notification. Ma Xiaoting's eyes widened as he beheld a message. Over 100 million. Such a staggering sum of money explained why someone so young had ventured into entrepreneurship. The foundation was indeed substantial. After witnessing this financial assurance, any doubt that lingered in Ma Xiaoting's mind dissipated entirely. With such wealth at one's disposal, any endeavor could flourish. Moreover, the technical prowess of their new associate and the inclusion of their team only bolstered his confidence. My apologies, Chen. I was too naive, Ma Xiaoting quickly said, embarrassment coloring his tone. Not at all. It is human nature. They say the young lack experience, and while that may not hold true universally, it carries some weight. We, the youth, may not have the life experience of our elders, yet we possess the courage to dream, act, and take risks. This is precisely why I sought out individuals like you. Full of vigor, Chen Pingan's straightforward words ignited a sense of enthusiasm among those present, garnering him considerable goodwill. If there are no further objections, let us proceed as I have suggested. Chen Pingan addressed the assembly. Very well, we shall follow your lead, Ma Xiaoting replied, glancing at his companions who nodded in agreement. Despite the inconvenience of relocating to Shanghai, Chen Pingan's promise of providing food and accommodation left little room for contention. After all, for them, the location of work mattered little. However, Chen, the costs in Shanghai are considerably higher, which could pose challenges for our company's development, Ma Xiaoting gently cautioned. You make a valid point, and I have contemplated this as well. My plan is to establish our headquarters in Shanghai while also setting up a branch here in Shenzhen. We cannot afford to neglect the growth potential in Shenzhen. Chen Pingan smiled, echoing the sentiment that one should not place all their eggs in a single basket. Although his primary focus would be Shanghai, he remained committed to exploring opportunities elsewhere. After all, what if local authorities in Shanghai were to present obstacles? While such scenarios were unlikely, it was wise to prepare for any eventuality. Indeed, Ma Xiaoting was correct. The cost of living in Shanghai was significantly elevated. Shenzhen, while rapidly advancing, offered a lower cost of living, making it a more financially viable option for establishing a company. Thus, Chen Pingan envisioned the headquarters in Shanghai, while the operational base could eventually reside in Shenzhen. However, that was a matter for the future. For now, the priority was to bring the team to Shanghai and commence their work. Once the company expanded, establishing branches would not pose a challenge. Chen Pingan had his own strategies in mind. His venture was still in its infancy, and being based in Shanghai would allow him to maintain oversight. Should he establish the company in Shenzhen, he risked losing control. Therefore, it was imperative to keep the operation close at hand until he could confidently manage the entirety of the enterprise. By the time he was ready to branch out to Shenzhen, the company would likely have grown considerably, necessitating a larger workforce, alleviating many of his concerns. Ma Xiaoting, not contemplating the intricacies of such plans, readily agreed to Chen Pingan's proposal. You may take a few days to rest. Consider it a brief holiday. Pack your belongings and tend to your personal matters. I intend to visit Hong Kong, and upon my return, we shall head to Shanghai together. By the way, do you have any connections for my trip to Hong Kong? Chen Pingan inquired. While Hong Kong was reclaimed last year, traveling there remains cumbersome, requiring a myriad of procedures. However, it's not overly difficult. A bit of money can smooth the way, Ma Xiaoting responded with a smile, As a local, he had certain resources at his disposal. Chen Pingan nodded in acknowledgement of Ma Xiaoting's insight. Does the company have legal counsel? We should draft the contract, he asked. Ma Xiaoting felt a twinge of embarrassment. Their company lacked legal representation. Consequently, they would need to engage a professional lawyer to prepare the contract. The terms were quite straightforward. Chen Pingan would invest $5 million into the venture, securing an 80% stake, while Ma Xiaoting's team would hold 20% through their technical contributions. Additionally, a supplementary agreement was made for Chen Pingan to purchase all the equipment from Ma Xiaoting's team for $500,000, a sum that relieved Ma Xiaoting significantly, as he had invested heavily in this equipment. Despite these seemingly minor gestures, they meant the world to Ma Xiaoting, who felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Chen Pingan. Having spent tens of thousands on the equipment, he was now able to recuperate a substantial portion of that investment, allowing him a sigh of relief. Part of the funds would go towards repaying debts, while the remainder would serve as his personal capital, transforming him into a wealthy individual. He suddenly realized how remarkably advantageous this deal was for him. That evening, Chen Pingan treated everyone to a lavish seafood banquet, the cost of which was quite substantial. In this era, money held immense value. A feast of this nature would easily cost several thousand yuan, an expense that would be considered exorbitant 2 decades hence. Having dined well, everyone returned to their respective homes, and Chen Pingan returned to his hotel. However, upon entering, he discovered a plethora of small cards stuffed in the door crevice. A fleeting thrill washed over him, fueled by the alluring images of the women depicted on the cards. A simple phone call would summon them to his doorstep. Yet, with a scoff, he discarded the cards into the trash. Having been reborn as a billionaire, his virginity was far too precious to squander on fleeting encounters. With that thought, his spirits lifted, and after brushing his teeth and enjoying a hot shower, he felt utterly rejuvenated. After watching television for a while, he unknowingly drifted into slumber on his bed. When he awoke, it was already the following day, and the sound of the system notification echoed in his ears. Chapter 76. Telekinesis. The alert tone from the system roused Chen Pingan from his slumber. Groggily, he opened his eyes to discover it was already 8 a.m. The items in the system store had refreshed once again. The system's notification sound could be customized. It could either remain silent or provide audible alerts for Chen Pingan. However, he had always opted for the sound, as it signified the exhilarating moment of daily item refreshes, and he wished to be informed immediately. Today, 4 new items had appeared: a defensive golden bracelet, a manual for the skill of walking on water, a fractured devil fruit, and a skill book on telekinesis. Upon seeing the 4 items, Chen Pingan gasped in astonishment. It was the first time since the system's inception that such powerful items had been available right from the start. None of the items were trivial. All were of exceptional quality. The defensive golden bracelet promised to enhance his defensive capabilities once worn, undoubtedly a valuable asset. The manual for walking on water was also impressive, as mastering it would grant him formidable agility. Although his internal strength was profound, Chen Pingan was not particularly adept in lightness skills. If he could learn this technique, it would indeed be remarkable. The 3rd item, however, was a devil fruit. Regrettably, Chen Pingan found its abilities unappealing. Consuming this fruit would grant him the power of fragmentation, which would cause his body to disintegrate, allowing each fragment to move independently. While this ability seemed extraordinary, the mere thought of becoming a monster dissuaded him. Moreover, the enhancement it offered to his overall strength was minimal. He would be better off learning the walking on water technique. The final item was a skill book that promised to impart the knowledge of telekinesis. In essence, telekinesis refers to the external manifestation of mental energy, enabling one to control objects. Should Chen Pingan's telekinetic strength prove robust enough, he could wield it to vanquish foes from afar, even severing heads at great distances. While such a feat may seem exaggerated, achieving it within several dozen or hundreds of meters could very well be conceivable. Chen Pingan's gaze swept over the 4 items, ultimately settling on the telekinesis skill book due to its practicality. He spent 1 unit to acquire it. Once in possession of the skill book, he promptly began his studies. A radiant golden light enveloped him, and soon he found himself endowed with the ability of telekinesis. His mental energy underwent a remarkable transformation, growing stronger and allowing him to effortlessly wield telekinesis. In his first attempt to utilize telekinesis, Chen Pingan felt an invisible hand extending from his mind. He could manipulate this ethereal hand with ease. It was imperceptible to others, visible only to him. As he stretched this invisible hand outward, he noted that the further it extended, the greater the mental energy consumed. At 5 meters, he began to feel strain, and by 10 meters, he reached his limit. Thus, his effective range appeared to be within 5 meters, with a maximum distance of 10 meters, which was not particularly far. Curious about the strength of his telekinesis, he attempted to lift a nearby wooden table, which proved too heavy for his abilities. Disappointed, he tested further and managed to raise a suitcase weighing approximately 30 pounds with relative ease. However, anything heavier than 50 pounds posed a considerable challenge. Faced with these limitations, Chen Pingan felt a mix of amusement and despair. With his capabilities, what use was telekinesis? Yet, upon reflection, he realized that this skill was fundamentally different from those he had mastered in the past. For instance, when he acquired the longevity technique, it was immediately at its pinnacle. However, the strength of telekinesis relied on the potency of his mental energy and his proficiency in wielding it. The greater his mental prowess, the stronger his telekinetic abilities would become. Recognizing that he was merely an ordinary individual at present, albeit with impressive physical strength, his mental energy had not reached extraordinary levels. Moreover, as this was his initial foray into mastering telekinesis, his control was still rudimentary. Thus, the results he observed were not surprising. Even the most formidable individuals did not achieve their prowess overnight. They had endured years of growth. With this understanding, Chen Pingan's mindset shifted to one of patience. He resolved to dedicate a portion of each day to honing his telekinesis, a process that would concurrently strengthen his mental energy. In this sense, gaining telekinetic abilities had bestowed upon him significant benefits. Prior to this, Chen Pingan had found it challenging to train his mental energy, but now, with telekinesis, he had the means to cultivate it. A more robust mental energy would ultimately yield numerous advantages. After freshening up, Chen Pingan called Ma Xiaodong, who had been waiting for his call. Following their conversation, they arranged a meeting point. Half an hour later, Ma Xiaodong awaited him outside the hotel. Chen Pingan summoned a car from the hotel once more, and they both climbed into a luxurious Mercedes-Benz. As Ma Xiaodong settled into the opulent vehicle, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, as this was his first experience riding in such a lavish automobile. He mused about the day he could afford a similar car for himself. "Do you fancy this car?" Chen Pingan inquired with a smile. "Who wouldn't love such a luxury?" Ma Xiaodong replied cheerfully. "Once our company is thriving, I'll gift you one." "Chen, are you jesting?" Ma Xiaodong asked, excitement bubbling in his voice. "Do I appear to be joking? If you think I am, then so be it," Chen Pingan chuckled. No, you can't be joking. I'm taking this seriously." Ma Xiaodong exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Though he had no knowledge of the car's true worth, the prospect of receiving such a vehicle from his boss thrilled him immensely. Chapter 77. Auctioning treasures with acquaintances around. Any endeavor becomes considerably more manageable. Ma Xiaodong busily assisted Chen Pingan in completing all necessary procedures. Ordinarily, such formalities would require substantial time. However, there were no such complications this time, allowing for swift completion. On the same day, Chen Pingan received his travel permit. After returning to the hotel, he collected his luggage and checked out. That very day, he set off for Hong Kong, acutely aware of the limited time at his disposal, prompting him to seize every moment. Acquiring the travel permit made his journey to Hong Kong exceedingly straightforward, as the distance was merely a few dozen kilometers. The hotel provided exemplary service, dispatching a vehicle to transport Chen Pingan to his destination. Previously, he had fretted over the logistics of his travel, but now he found himself at his destination in no time. Chen Pingan's purpose in visiting Hong Kong was simple: to liquidate some of the jewelry in his possession. Upon arrival, he adhered to his usual practice of checking into a hotel first. He chose the renowned Peninsula Hotel, a favored establishment among the affluent. known for its high standards. Having long admired it, he finally had the opportunity to stay there. The check-in process was swift, and soon Chen Pingan was settled in his room. He placed his less significant luggage aside and used the hotel's phone to contact Sotheby's auction house, one of the most prestigious local auction houses, part of a powerful international conglomerate. His reason for reaching out was to sell the treasures he possessed. Given the urgency of his trip, he sought a reputable auction house to sell everything in one go. The contact number he dialed was the front desk of Sotheby's, which he had sourced online. Once connected, Chen Pingan conversed in fluent English, as he was not proficient in the local dialect and feared his Mandarin would be misunderstood. Communicating in English was entirely acceptable in Hong Kong, elevating his status and mitigating unnecessary complications. Chen Pingan was there for business, not to create hassles. Any reduction in complications was a welcome advantage. Upon hearing his fluent English, the demeanor of the staff shifted to one of utmost respect. Had he spoken Mandarin, the reception might not have been as favorable. Chen Pingan's spoken English was quite commendable, facilitating smooth communication. After discussing the details, he decided to head directly to the auction house, acutely aware of the time constraints. He retrieved his treasures, each carefully wrapped in cotton cloth, and placed into his backpack. He intended to sell 9 pieces, all acquired through the system's rapid bidding. Though he was uncertain of their precise value, he expected them to be quite valuable. At the hotel front desk, Chen Pingan requested a vehicle for his outing. High-caliber hotels typically offer transportation services for their guests. The receptionist promptly agreed and arranged a vehicle for him. With the hotel-provided transport, his journey was significantly more convenient. However, the Peninsula Hotel was somewhat distant from the auction house, and the drive took over an hour. Upon arrival at the auction house, Chen Pingan disembarked and walked inside, where 2 Indian security guards stationed at the entrance intercepted him. Aware that such gatekeepers could be troublesome, he confidently stated in fluent English, "I have an appointment with the auction house to sell treasures." Had he attempted to communicate in Mandarin, it would likely have been ineffective. His command of English yielded a different reaction, and upon hearing it, the guard smiled and allowed him entry. With the guards no longer obstructing his path, Chen Pingan swiftly proceeded to the front desk. After stating his name, the staff checked the records and warmly ushered him into the reception area, where tea and snacks were promptly served. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man approached to greet him. The man spoke in Cantonese, but Chen Pingan politely waved his hand and responded in English, "I apologize, but I do not speak Cantonese. Let us converse in English." The middle-aged man, instead of showing disdain, became increasingly cordial upon hearing Chen Pingan's fluent English. "Good day, sir. My name is Zhang Huiwang, and I'm the client manager at our auction house. Do you have items you wish to auction?" Without further ado, Chen Pingan opened his backpack and presented the 9 treasures one by one. As the treasures were laid before him, Zhang Huiwang's eyes widened in astonishment. Although not antiques or paintings, each of these pieces was exquisite jewelry. For instance, one item was a ruby necklace crafted entirely from platinum, adorned with high-quality diamonds. The pendant featured a ruby of considerable size, and in Zhang's estimation, this necklace alone could fetch at least 20 million. Another piece was a statue of the god of wealth, carved from imperial green jade and standing about a foot tall, boasting a remarkably vibrant color and quality. As a beloved figure among the affluent, this statue's value was likely to exceed 10 million. However, precise valuations would require the expertise of a professional appraiser. None of the 9 items Chen Pingan presented were without worth. In truth, had he not been in urgent need of funds, these treasures would have remained in his collection, appreciating in value over the years. However, despite possessing over 100 million in cash, he still found himself in need. Chen Pingan was acutely aware that liquidating these treasures would enable him to invest the cash, fostering greater future success and rapid appreciation. Chapter 78. A significant influx of wealth. Once it was confirmed that Chen Pingan had indeed brought treasures, Zhang Huiwang promptly contacted professional appraisers. The appraisers held prestigious positions, and it was not a matter of merely inviting anyone. The items brought forth needed to be worthy of examination. Given that Chen Pingan had brought 9 treasures, Zhang Huiwang reached out to 3 appraisers. The accuracy of the appraisal would be enhanced through their collective expertise, ensuring a more secure outcome. The appraisal process was quite time-consuming. It took over 2 hours to complete the evaluation of all 9 treasures. The auction house provided an estimated value of 130 million. However, this was merely an estimate, not the final auction price. They planned to showcase these treasures at an international auction, where, based on their experience, the final selling price could potentially soar to 200 million. The actual price realization remained uncertain, dependent on the circumstances on the day of the auction. I urgently need funds. What price can you offer me? Chen Pingan inquired directly. While participating in an auction could yield a higher price, the lengthy auction process could stretch over several months. Such valuable jewels could not be sold immediately. Extensive promotional efforts were necessary to inform wealthy individuals worldwide about the treasures before they could be auctioned. Following this meticulous process would enable the jewels to fetch the highest prices. A rushed auction with few affluent attendees would hardly result in high bids. However, the auction house was also equipped to make direct acquisitions. Chen Pingan intended to sell the treasures directly to the auction house, which would subsequently handle the auction. The auction house would assume certain risks, but their potential profits would also be greater. If the items were indeed genuine treasures, the auction house would be keen to acquire them. Mr. Chen, our auction house is willing to offer 135 million for your 9 exquisite pieces. This is the highest price we can extend. You understand that this industry carries risks, and we are prepared to assume that risk. You could take the money and leave immediately. If you find this offer unsatisfactory, I suggest entrusting the treasures to us for auction, where they may sell for a higher price, Zhang Huihuang stated confidently. Chen Pingan shook his head with a wry smile. My family urgently requires funds. We cannot afford to wait. Then let us proceed, as you suggest. A fruitful collaboration, he concluded. Indeed, a fruitful collaboration, Zhang Huihuang responded, beaming. This transaction would yield substantial profits for the company, and Zhang Huihuang's commission would not be insignificant either. The subsequent steps involved a complex set of procedures due to the auction house's concerns about the treasures potentially being illicit goods. Initially, they would absolve themselves of all responsibility, asserting that should the treasures be proven stolen, the auction house would bear no liability. They would also conduct a swift investigation through their channels to ascertain the legitimacy of the items, as they sought to avoid complications. After several hours of inquiry, they found no evidence to suggest that the treasures were stolen. Consequently, they could not use the potentiality of them being illicit goods as a basis to negotiate a lower price. Following the completion of the procedures, the sum of 135 million was promptly transferred to the corporate account provided by Chen Pingan, Pingan Investment Company. Such a public-to-public transaction mitigated numerous potential complications. Mr. Chen, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Should you possess any valuable items in the future, do not hesitate to contact our auction house. Zhang Huihuang said with a smile as he shook Chen Pingan's hand. I will. Chen Pingan nodded gently. Should he come across any further treasures, he would not hesitate to sell them, for such treasures could not sustain him but could readily be converted into cash. Chen Pingan preferred cash. He was quite satisfied with this transaction, having obtained 135 million for his 9 items. Remarkably, he had acquired these items for merely 9 yuan through his system's marketplace. If this were to be divulged, it would likely astound Zhang Huihuang. Of course, Chen Pingan would never reveal such a secret. It would remain with him for a lifetime. With this 135 million, combined with the 150 million he had earned from stock trading, Chen Pingan's cash reserves had reached an impressive 280 million before even starting university. The sensation of possessing such wealth was exhilarating. As Chen Pingan exited the auction house, night had already fallen. Although Zhang Huihuang had intended to invite him to dinner, Chen Pingan politely declined, feeling that dining together would be uncomfortable given their lack of familiarity. Upon hailing a taxi, Chen Pingan entered the vehicle. Habitually, he began speaking in English. Excuse me, sir, I don't understand English. Do you speak Cantonese? The middle-aged driver replied apologetically. In Hong Kong, many individuals at the grassroots level do not speak English, with numerous people having never received formal education. Do you speak Mandarin? Chen Pingan inquired tentatively. That's wonderful. I can speak Mandarin too, The driver responded with a smile, his Mandarin tinged with a strong regional accent, yet recognizable. Chen Pingan smiled back, despite the accent. He could understand him. You must be from the mainland, the driver guessed. Yes, I came here for some business. Fortunately, it has gone smoothly, and I have completed my task. I'm looking for a place to eat. Could you recommend some good local dining options? Chen Pingan asked. Are you looking for a high-end restaurant or a local eatery? The middle-aged driver inquired. Chapter 79. Street food stalls. Is there a distinction between high-end restaurants and street food stalls? Chen Pingan inquired, perplexed. Being a newcomer, he was not well-versed in local customs. High-end restaurants boast superior ingredients, exquisite dishes, and a pleasant ambience, albeit at a premium price. In contrast, street food stalls are grounded in authenticity, relying on skillful preparation and fresh ingredients to deliver the most genuine flavors. If you wish to savor the most authentic local delicacies, I would recommend the street food stalls. The middle-aged driver suggested. Many celebrities and affluent individuals also frequent these stalls. All right, my good sir, I shall heed your advice. Please recommend the finest street food stall. Chen Pingan replied with a smile. He believed in the wisdom of experience, and since the driver touted the deliciousness of street food, he was inclined to trust him. Certainly. At this hour, it's still early. Let's head to Fuji Street Food Stall. It's a beloved spot among us locals, known for its reasonable prices and delectable dishes. As the driver spoke, he navigated the roads, engaging in lively conversation with Chen Pingan. These drivers were quite astute, and their discussions spanned a myriad of topics, including the recent favorable trends in the stock market. Several of my friends have made quite a fortune recently. Unfortunately, I lack the skills for stock trading. Otherwise, I would have capitalized on it myself, the driver lamented. Listen to my advice. It's best to steer clear of stock trading. Just observe how few investors end up well. It's akin to gambling, and in some respects, gambling is more straightforward since you can see the wins and losses right at the table, Chen Pingan cautioned. Although he had prospered through stock trading, he was acutely aware of the immense risks involved, especially with the impending financial turmoil in Hong Kong that was set to unfold in August. One of Chen Pingan's objectives for coming to Hong Kong was to partake in this financial battle. While he lacked the capital to sway the outcome, he hoped to seize an opportunity amidst the chaos. Thank you, Mr. Chen. You are right. I shall avoid stocks. The driver responded promptly. By the way, may I know your name, sir? Chen Pingan asked, smiling. My surname is Song, and my given name is Yuan, which means fate. Everyone affectionately calls me Old Song, he replied modestly. Then I shall call you Old Song. By the way, may I ask how much you earn in a day? Chen Pingan inquired with curiosity. It depends on the day, but generally I make around 500 to 800, Old Song said, a hint of pride in his voice. Such earnings were considered modest in this era, yet they placed him among the lower echelons in Hong Kong. Conversely, in mainland China, he would be regarded as part of the affluent class. This disparity highlighted the differences in consumption and income levels between the two regions. I plan to stay in the area for a while. I am willing to pay you 1,000 a day for your services, covering both you and your vehicle. What do you think? Chen Pingan proposed. He had no shortage of funds, and hiring a vehicle for his convenience was a reasonable choice. Boss, are you joking? Old Song asked, somewhat incredulous. Is this a joke? Let us do this. Starting tomorrow, you will work for me, and we will settle up daily, Chen Pingan stated decisively. Absolutely, I accept. After all, earning 1,000 a day is far better than my usual income, Old Song quickly agreed. Before long, they arrived at the street food stall. Consider today an early dismissal. Join me for a meal, and I shall treat you. It would be delightful to share a drink and some conversation, Chen Pingan suggested. Of course, if the boss is treating, I am more than willing. You find a table while I park the car, Old Song replied cheerfully, displaying no hesitation in accepting Chen Pingan's offer. Despite their brief acquaintance, he sensed that Chen Pingan was an amiable person. Nevertheless, Old Song was no fool. He understood the importance of maintaining boundaries to avoid displeasing his employer. Having reached his age, he had learned the nuances of social interactions. Chen Pingan's invitation to dine was also an opportunity for him to glean valuable insights from Old Song. Drivers are often privy to the latest information, making them excellent sources of knowledge. The street food stall was bustling with business, Although they arrived early, a queue had already formed. Fortunately, the wait was not long, and Chen Pingan felt no urgency. Given Old Song's endorsement of the food, he was content to wait a bit longer, intrigued by the local street culture. Once Old Song parked the car, they were fortunate to find a table available. The stall did not offer a menu. Patrons simply ordered what they desired. Old Song, please recommend a few dishes. Do not worry about the cost, Chen Pingan said with a smile. In that case, I shall not hold back. Let me order a few specialties. Old Song grinned, ready to indulge. Please feel free to order as you like. Chen Pingan nodded in agreement. In such a setting, even the pricier dishes were still quite reasonable, and he was unperturbed by Old Song's choices. Old Song ordered 4 dishes and a soup, along with 2 portions of stir-fried beef ho fun. As they would be driving, they opted for soft drinks instead of alcohol, as Chen Pingan had little interest in drinking. The 2 men engaged in light conversation, with Chen Pingan inquiring about local affairs. Old Song was quite the chatterbox, and once he began sharing, he could not stop. Chen Pingan genuinely enjoyed listening to him. The food arrived swiftly, and Chen Pingan found the flavors delightful. However, the dishes lacked the finesse of gourmet cuisine, embodying the rustic charm of street fare. Yet, the taste was commendable, and he pondered visiting a high-end restaurant on his next trip to Hong Kong. It would be a shame not to experience the fine dining scene during his visit. As they were enjoying their meal, a sudden uproar erupted nearby. You worthless gambler. Spending money? You don't have to eat out? Are you looking for trouble? This must be your daughter, right? She is rather lovely. I could use her to settle your debts. Chapter 80. Su Yuqing Chen Pingan, although not well-versed in Cantonese, could discern that the words exchanged were far from pleasant. Turning his gaze, he observed a family encircled by a group of ruffians. Among the crowd was a strikingly beautiful girl whose mere glance left Chen Pingan utterly captivated. It was indeed a rarity for someone to evoke such admiration in him, especially given his past encounters with internet beauties. Old Song, what's happening here? Chen Pingan inquired. Curiosity piqued. A gambler has fallen into debt and is now cornered by loan sharks. This family is in for a rough time, Old Song lamented, his expression one of dismay. Yet, he added, however, one cannot truly pity gamblers. There's a saying, one should assist in emergencies, but not those who squander their fortunes. Gamblers are far more perilous than the impoverished. The latter merely lack funds, while the former possess an insatiable void. Onlookers merely observe the spectacle, none daring to intervene. In Xiangjiang, there are 2 types of individuals one should never provoke: the wealthy elite and the members of street gangs. The former wield both wealth and influence, while the latter boasts sheer numbers, rendering both groups untouchable. Ordinary citizens would do well to keep their distance from these factions. Chen Pingan stole another glance at the young lady, an unsettling familiarity tugging at his memory. Suddenly, it struck him. He had seen her photograph 2 decades hence. No wonder she seemed familiar yet unrecognizable. He recalled her name, Su Yuqing. By the time he had seen her image, she had matured into a distinguished woman leading a conglomerate worth billions. Rumors circulated that she was the mistress of a powerful figure, though the veracity of such claims remained speculative. Nonetheless, Chen Pingan believed there was substance to these tales, as the paparazzi had once delved into her background, uncovering her humble origins and meteoric rise to prominence. To his astonishment, he had encountered Su Yuqing here, before her fateful entanglement with that powerful man. Let go of me. I will call the police. Su Yuqing's terrified cries pierced the air as the ruffians dragged her outward. The surrounding crowd felt a pang of sympathy, but remained frozen in place, unwilling to invite trouble upon themselves. Old Song, do you have the courage to assist me? I wish to rescue that girl, Chen Pingan urged. Old Song hesitated, fear evident in his demeanor, yet he recognized the plight of the girl and eventually nodded in agreement. Chen Pingan, lacking proficiency in Cantonese, found himself at a disadvantage without Old Song's translation. I will cover this family's debts, Chen Pingan proclaimed. Old Song hastily translated. The lead ruffian, upon hearing Chen Pingan speak Mandarin, cast a disdainful glance his way. However, when Old Song conveyed Chen Pingan's willingness to pay, the ruffian's expression shifted. Can he really produce 50,000? This old man owes our boss that amount. If he can pay, the debt will be settled, the ruffian scoffed. Now dubbed Green Hair, due to his vibrant locks. 50,000 is not an issue. Bring forth the IOU, Chen Pingan insisted. The IOU is not with us. Green Hair retorted. How about this? You accompany us to our boss. If you can produce the money, this matter will be resolved. But heed my warning, if you cannot pay, our boss will not spare you. Interfering carries consequences, he said coldly. The financial arrangements can be discussed, but I demand you release this young lady, Chen Pingan countered. Gischiring Tawar Suyukin. Once you acquire the funds, we shall release her. But for now, we may as well have some fun. Green Hair grinned, reaching toward Su Yuqing. Tears streamed down her face as she was clearly terrified, her hands restrained by two other ruffians, rendering her unable to defend herself. In that moment, a powerful kick sent Green Hair sprawling. Before the remaining ruffians could react, each was dispatched with a swift kick. Disrespect us, and you shall face the consequences, Chen Pingan declared coldly. Old Song stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting his role as translator. You dare to challenge us? Do you know who we are? We belong to the number gang. Cross us, and you will doom your entire family, Green Hair spat, rage evident in his voice. Old Song quickly translated, his face pale as he realized the gravity of the situation. The number gang was notorious, a formidable force not to be trifled with. Without uttering a word, Chen Pingan advanced toward Green Hair, delivering another swift kick. You think the number gang is formidable? You have no idea who you're dealing with. Dare to offend me, and I will make a call to Beijing, and your gang will be eradicated. Xiangjiang has been reclaimed. Do you still wish to act so brazenly? Chen Pingan asserted boldly, secure in the anonymity of his true identity. The onlookers, hearing his words, began to nod in agreement, realization dawning upon them. They had previously wondered what emboldened Chen Pingan to confront the ruffians. Now, they understood that he was no ordinary man, but rather a figure of considerable influence. Green Hair's expression faltered, fear creeping in as he considered the possibility of having provoked someone far beyond his reckoning. We're leaving. This isn't over, he snarled, retreating with his gang in haste. Unbeknownst to Green Hair, Chen Pingan had infused his second kick with internal energy, ensuring that the ruffian's fate was sealed. Chapter 81. A million to buy out. Green Hair departed with his subordinates, leaving behind a chilling remark, completely unaware that his fate had already been sealed. Once he left, Su Yuqing finally exhaled deeply. The earlier events had terrified her. At merely 20 years of age, she had felt as though she had descended into the depths of hell when that group of thugs attempted to abduct her. It was only due to the timely intervention of Chen Pingan that she was pulled back from the brink. Thank you for saving me, sir, Su Yuqing said as she approached Chen Pingan, speaking in fluent Mandarin. Her eloquence took him by surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, realizing that this was Hong Kong, where many locals had crossed over from the mainland and thus spoke Mandarin with ease. You're welcome. It was merely a small effort on my part. However, this matter may not be so easily resolved. What are your plans moving forward? Chen Pingan inquired directly. Su Yuqing's face drained of color as the weight of her father's debt, a staggering 500,000, loomed in her mind, pushing her to the edge of despair. Even if they sold their entire family, they could not possibly raise such an amount. Please, sir, you must save our family. If you do not help us, we are doomed, she pleaded, fear gripping her heart. Suddenly, a frail old man dropped to his knees before Chen Pingan, clutching his leg and imploring for assistance. This man was Su Yuqing's father, Su Dafu. Ironically, his name was not misplaced. In his youth, he had been born into wealth, but squandered it all as a reckless spendthrift. Su Yuqing had enjoyed a few years of affluence during her childhood, but by her teenage years, her father had dissipated their fortune, leaving her on the brink of being sold off. Had it not been for Chen Pingan's timely intervention, her fate would have taken a dark turn, the details of which remained unknown. This is not a place for discussion. Let's find somewhere more suitable, Chen Pingan suggested, aware that the onlookers made the situation awkward. How about my home? It's just across the street, Su Dafu proposed eagerly. Chen Pingan nodded in agreement, relieved that he had finished his meal and would not waste the food he had just consumed. After settling the bill, he followed the Su family out. Old Song, understanding the gravity of the situation, opted to wait in the car for Chen Pingan. Fortunately, the Su family spoke fluent Mandarin, eliminating the need for Old Song as a translator. Their living conditions were far from ideal, situated in a run-down residential building across the street, characterized by litter-strewn corridors and graffiti-laden walls, exuding an air of neglect. Su Dafu retrieved his keys and unlocked the door to their rented abode. Their previous home had long been sold off to evade creditors. Little did they know that a simple outing for a meal would lead them back into the clutches of their debtors. "Mr. Chen, you mentioned you would be willing to help us with our debt. Was that genuine?" Su Dafu asked, his face a mask of hope. "It is true, but what do I gain from this? I can cover the 500,000 debt, but what do you offer in return?" Chen Pingan replied, his gaze fixed pointedly on Su Yuqing, leaving little room for misinterpretation. Su Dafu, not oblivious to Chen Pingan's intentions, licked his lips and raised a finger. 1 million. If you provide me with 1 million, my daughter will be yours." "Dad, what are you saying?" Su Yuqing exclaimed, incredulous. "Dear, I'm doing this for your own good. Life with a gambling father offers no future. Now, I have found you a good match. Look at Mr. Chen, handsome and noble. He saved us today, demonstrating his kind heart and honorable character. Such a man is a rare find," Su Dafu urged passionately. Initially saddened, Su Yuqing's perspective shifted as she discreetly glanced at Chen Pingan. Her father had a point. He had saved her life, and Chen Pingan was indeed young and handsome. To become his partner would not be a misfortune. "Think of your father, my dear. At my age, if I do not settle this debt, it could mean my end. The casino won't let us go. If you refuse today, I may not survive," Su Dafu pressed. Su Yuqing clenched her teeth in silence, but her expression revealed her acquiescence. "Mr. Chen, my daughter has consented," Su Dafu declared eagerly. "From now on, she will be yours. Just provide the 1 million. Chen Pingan's expression remained blank, taken aback by how smoothly the situation had unfolded. While he harbored feelings for Su Yuqing, he had not anticipated that it would come to this so quickly. The prospect of acquiring such beauty for 1 million seemed a fair bargain, especially considering that in 20 years, she might ascend to the heights of a high-powered CEO, far beyond his reach. "Money is not an issue. But are you certain that once I provide the funds, you will not endanger Su Yuqing again? I have heard that gamblers rarely reform." "Never, I assure you. I will live a proper life and never gamble again. I will use 500,000 to clear my debts and the remaining to purchase a modest apartment, ensuring a comfortable life ahead. As for my daughter, she will be yours, and my troubles will not affect her. Once married, a daughter is like water spilled," Su Dafu hastily proclaimed. "What are your thoughts, Su Yuqing?" "I respect your wishes and will not coerce you," Chen Pingan asked her directly. Chapter 82. The Death of Green Hair. I have no objections. "I am willing to accompany you," Su Yuqing declared with unwavering determination as she gazed at Chen Pingan. She had come to a realization that following her gambling father would only lead her to ruin. Thus, it seemed more prudent to forge her own path while also enabling her father to gain a fortune. She could find a good man, and her father could secure 1 million. "Very well, it is settled. Let us proceed to the bank to complete the necessary formalities," Chen Pingan agreed with a nod. "Su Yuqing, please pack your belongings. We shall leave directly," Chen Pingan instructed her. Given the substantial sum already spent, there was no need for hesitation. In mainland China, he would never have dared to undertake such actions due to various apprehensions. However, in Hong Kong, it was an entirely different story, a haven of freedom. Furthermore, Chen Pingan had his own plans. He needed someone he could trust in Hong Kong, and Su Yuqing had been chosen for that role. If Su Yuqing were to manage a conglomerate worth billions in the future, her capabilities were undoubtedly commendable. This was precisely why Chen Pingan had decided to invest in her. Su Yuqing nodded and quickly began to gather her few belongings, fitting them into a small suitcase while leaving everything else behind. The happiest person at the scene was Su Dafu, who had never anticipated that he could strike it rich under such circumstances. Su Yuqing's mother silently wept at this sight, fully aware of the nature of her husband. She understood that her gambling husband was beyond redemption, and that having their daughter remain by his side would only lead to despair. Now, however, her daughter had the chance to follow a good man, presenting her with a lifeline. The group swiftly made their way to the bank across the street to process the transfer. A sum of 1 million was transferred into Su Dafu's bank account, with no other agreements drafted. Upon witnessing the sudden influx of money, Su Dafu was overjoyed. "Let us depart," Chen Pingan said to Su Yuqing. "Are we not drafting any agreements? Are you not concerned that my father might back out?" Su Yuqing inquired curiously as they walked. "Your father cannot even manage a group of petty thugs. Do you believe he would stand a chance against me if he were to provoke me? Thus, does it seem necessary to draft an agreement?" Chen Pingan retorted. "You are correct. I trust my father will not back out, and having promised to follow you, I too shall not waver," Su Yuqing replied earnestly. "That is most reassuring. Henceforth, you shall be mine," Chen Pingan said with a smile, playfully pinching Su Yuqing's cheek, which felt remarkably soft. Chen Pingan was well aware of where Lao Song had parked. He led Su Yuqing to Lao Song's taxi. Lao Song merely cast a glance at Su Yuqing without uttering a word, though a flicker of envy crossed his eyes. An experienced man like Lao Song could easily discern the outcome of the situation. Without Chen Pingan's explanation, he understood what had transpired. Such events were commonplace in Hong Kong, and Lao Song was accustomed to them. "Boss, where are we headed now? Shall we return to the hotel?" Lao Song asked. "Let's hold on a moment. We need to shop for some items," Chen Pingan replied. "Understood. We shall head to Causeway Bay then." As Chen Pingan took Su Yuqing away, Green Hair returned to the casino. "Boss, we did not bring that girl back. She was taken by someone else," Green Hair reported gloomily to his leader. "Joe, what is the situation? You could not handle such a trivial matter?" His boss, Scarface, a small-time leader of a gang, questioned. He owned a casino and several nightclubs, commanding over 100 subordinates, and had a decent standing on the street. Since the last time Scarface had seen Su Yuqing, he had been unable to forget her. However, he recognized that obtaining her through legitimate means was unlikely. Learning that Su Yuqing's father was a gambler, Scarface devised a scheme and successfully ensnared Su Yuqing's father, who lost 200,000 in just one night at the casino, money borrowed at exorbitant interest rates. In a matter of days, that 200,000 had ballooned to 500,000. Scarface felt the time was ripe and dispatched his underlings, intending to capture Su Yuqing. He was well informed about the family's movements, making this night's operation a premeditated endeavor rather than mere happenstance. Scarface had entrusted this task to his capable subordinate, Xiao Kai. However, he could not fathom that Green Hair would bungle it. "Boss, this is not my fault." A mainlander intervened and took her away. "I told him we were from a numbers gang, but he showed us no respect," Green Hair lamented. "What do we do now?" Green Hair asked anxiously. "You asked me what to do. Is this your first day in this line of work? Offending the numbers gang, does he expect to have a good outcome? Find out who he is and what he's about. And as for Su Yuqing, the woman I've set my sights on, there is no reason for her to escape." Scarface coldly replied. "Xiao Kai, let me ask you again. Can you handle this? If not, I will assign it to Defei." Green Hair hastily assured Boss, "I was caught off guard, but I will gather more brothers. I will ensure this matter is handled properly." Green Hair was acutely aware that failure to resolve this issue would not bode well for him with Scarface. "Green Hair, can you even manage this? If not, perhaps I should take over," Defei chimed in mockingly. "Shut up, Defei. This is not your place to speak. The boss has entrusted me with this task, and I will see it through," Green Hair retorted. "Enough. All of you be quiet. Xiao Kai, go get the job done. I'm giving you this one chance. Do not let me down," Scarface barked. "Rest assured, boss, I will bring the woman back," Green Hair shouted confidently. Just as Green Hair finished speaking, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 83. Shopping suddenly, Green Hair opened his mouth and spewed a mouthful of blood, startling everyone present. The leader, Scarface, was equally taken aback, completely unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. "Quick, check if this kid is dead," Scarface instructed, pointing at Green Hair. Duffy, who was bold, stepped forward to examine Green Hair's condition. He felt for a pulse, and then shook his head at Scarface. "Boss, Green Hair is gone." "How could that be? He seemed perfectly fine just moments ago," Scarface replied, disbelief etched on his face. After all, Green Hair had been lively, even preparing to carry out tasks for him. Now, in a blink, he had coughed up blood and collapsed. Scarface was utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "What should we do now, boss? Should we take him to the hospital?" One of the younger members inquired. "Take him to the hospital? He is dead. Damn it. Could he have had some terminal illness?" Scarface ran his fingers through his hair, pacing back and forth, before pointing at Green Hair's body and addressing Defei. Defei, take Green Hair's body back to his family and give them 50,000 as funeral expenses. Tell them to keep quiet. As the boss, I can only do so much. Giving him 50,000 is already a generous act, Scarface continued. Yes, boss, I understand what to do. It's still generous of you to give 50,000. It's worth it to follow you, Defei replied eagerly. You still have that sweet tongue, Scarface laughed heartily. He was not particularly troubled by the death of subordinate. His only concern was dealing with the body and the monetary compensation, which made him a bit uneasy. Defei, you'll take care of this matter regarding Green Hair, and you'll also look after his subordinates from now on. You won't have any issues, right? Scarface asked. Of course, no problem at all. Thank you for the trust, boss. Defei beamed with pride. My good brother, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Scarface chuckled. The group remained oblivious to the peculiar circumstances surrounding Green Hair's demise and failed to realize he had been murdered. At this moment, Chen Pingan was out shopping with Su Yuqing. With ample funds in his pocket, he chose to take her to a luxury boutique. Su Yuqing gazed at the prices displayed on the merchandise, feeling overwhelmed. The items were so extravagant that she hesitated to even touch them. This was her first encounter with the exorbitant prices of luxury goods. However, everything looked stunningly beautiful and exquisitely crafted, and she found herself enamored. Which one catches your eye? If you like it, we'll buy it, Chen Pingan said with a smile. But they're all so expensive, Su Yuqing murmured. With my financial means, purchasing this entire store would be a breeze. Buying just a few items is no concern at all. So, do not worry about the prices. Just tell me what you like, Chen Pingan pressed on. I like this handbag, and I also adore this dress, Su Yuqing replied after some contemplation, pointing to a handbag and a dress. We'll take this handbag and the dress. Please find a size suitable for my girlfriend, Chen Pingan instructed. In the luxury store, Chen Pingan communicated in English. Speaking Mandarin would not only invite disdain from the staff, but it would also create communication barriers, as many employees might not understand Mandarin at all. This was an unfortunate reality, but Chen Pingan had to adapt. The sales staff swiftly retrieved an appropriate size for Su Yuqing. Upon emerging from the fitting room in her new dress, Chen Pingan was taken aback by her beauty. The saying, "Clothes make the man," held true. Su Yuqing looked even more radiant in the new attire. Su Yuqing felt a tad shy, but was filled with joy. This dress suits you perfectly. Let us buy a few more outfits. If you like them, we'll get them, Chen Pingan encouraged her. Thank you. Su Yuqing expressed her gratitude. This was her first experience of such care and affection. Her mother was meek, and her father was a gambler, leaving her devoid of love at home. But during her brief time with Chen Pingan, she felt enveloped in warmth and affection. You are now my woman. There's no need to keep thanking me. If you wish to show your gratitude, perhaps you could do so with actions tonight, Chen Pingan whispered playfully in her ear. Li Mengyun and Lin Wanjun could be considered young maidens, yet they were merely innocent girls. Chen Pingan was fond of them, and might even claim to love them. But his interest was limited due to their youth. Su Yuqing, however, was a completely mature and stunning woman, while her demeanor retained a hint of innocence. Her physical form was fully developed. At 19, Chen Pingan's body matched his age, yet his soul felt far older. Faced with a mature beauty like Su Yuqing, he felt a stirring desire. Chen Pingan purchased several new outfits for Su Yuqing, ensuring she had a complete wardrobe overhaul. Besides her clothing, he also bought numerous garments and bags for Li Mengyun and Lin Wanjun. Chen Pingan's memory was sharp, and he recalled their sizes precisely, intending these items as gifts for them. The clothing he selected for the two girls was modest yet remarkably stylish, featuring designs that were hard to find in mainland stores. Su Yuqing noticed Chen Pingan's purchases for other women, but chose not to comment, fully aware of her own status and position. She understood that she could never be the primary partner. She would only be Chen Pingan's mistress. This was commonplace in Hong Kong, and Su Yuqing had accepted this reality. She vividly remembered the time when her father was wealthy, and she had several aunts who were essentially his mistresses. However, once her father fell into bankruptcy, those women vanished, leaving only her mother steadfast by his side. After spending a small fortune on a plethora of items, Chen Pingan had undoubtedly splurged several tens of thousands. The cost of living in Hong Kong was exorbitant, and this was without indulging in the top-tier luxury brands. Had he chosen such high-end items, the expense would likely have soared into the hundreds of thousands. Chen Pingan also bought several suits for himself, ensuring he had an elegant wardrobe for daily wear. After all, one must dress well to make an impression, and he needed a few upscale suits to enhance his presence. Chapter 84. The gambler Defei had just departed, but soon returned, his expression peculiar. "Boss, that old gambler surnamed Su is back," Defei whispered to Scarface, his superior. Scarface was taken aback by the news. He had thought the old gambler had fled, yet here he was, returning on his own accord. "Where is he?" Scarface inquired. "He claims he has come to repay his debts," Defei replied. "Repay his debts? Where would that old fool find the money?" Scarface remarked incredulously. "Never mind. Let us go meet this old fellow," Scarface said, gesturing for Defei to follow him to their underground casino. The casino operated illegally, hence it was a clandestine establishment. On the surface, it appeared to be a mahjong parlor, with numerous tables bustling with players. However, behind the mahjong area lay a spacious hidden casino. This underground venue wasn't literally beneath the earth, but rather concealed from plain sight. Although modest in size, the casino thrived, serving as a crucial source of income for Scarface. Upon arrival, Scarface spotted Su Dafu intently observing others at the gambling table, his eyes gleaming at the Pai Gao game. He was captivated, almost wishing to take part himself. However, the memory of his previous misfortunes kept him from engaging in the game. "Old Su, are you here to repay your debts?" Scarface called out to Su Dafu. Startled, Su Dafu quickly turned, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of ingratiation. "Yes, boss, I have come to settle my debts." "Very well, let us proceed to my office." Scarface nodded, turning towards the designated area. Su Dafu cast a lingering glance at the gambling table before following suit. In the office, Su Dafu produced his bank card. "Boss, I have prepared the funds. Let us settle the payment." Despite being an underground casino, their equipment was remarkably advanced, with payment machines always at the ready. "Not a problem. Here is your loan receipt. Review it carefully. Upon payment, you may take it with you," Scarface said, straightforwardly. In such matters, he adhered strictly to the rules, fully aware that maintaining a reputable standing was paramount in their line of work. If they lost their credibility, no one would dare to gamble at their establishment. They could operate discreetly, but must always uphold the rules in public. Since Su Dafu was indeed repaying his debts, Scarface had no intention of manipulating the situation. Yet, he was not overly concerned. While he was unaware of the origin of Su Dafu's funds, he understood that the old gambler was inherently unable to resist the lure of the game. As long as Su Dafu possessed money, he would inevitably continue gambling until every last cent was lost. With a swipe, the payment of 500,000 yuan was transferred to Scarface's account. True to their agreement, Scarface returned the loan receipt to Su Dafu, who immediately set it ablaze with a lighter. After incinerating the receipt, Su Dafu exhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. "Boss Su, it appears you've struck it rich. Why not indulge in a few rounds at our casino?" Scarface proposed with a broad grin. "No more gambling for me. I'm done." Su Dafu quickly dismissed, though his gaze remained fixated on the gambling table. Scarface, aware of the old gambler's nature, chuckled knowingly. He understood that despite Su Dafu's words, it wouldn't be long before he succumbed to temptation once more. "By the way, Boss Su, my subordinate mentioned seeing a young man with your daughter. Who is that young man?" Scarface inquired casually. "Are you referring to Mr. Chen? He is quite impressive. I hear he hails from a prominent family in the mainland. I'm not entirely sure of his background, but it must be substantial. I suppose I can consider myself half his father-in-law now, as my daughter is with him," Su Dafu boasted, pride evident in his expression. "Unbeknownst to Su Dafu." Scarface felt a pang of disappointment. He had harbored an interest in Su Yuqing, only to find someone else had beaten him to it. Scarface's attraction to Su Yuqing was not rooted in love, but rather in her advantageous qualities. He envisioned her as a prime asset in the nightclub scene, where her allure could earn him significant profits. Scarface felt a tinge of regret over this lost opportunity for wealth. However, He believed there would still be ways to profit from the old gambler. Boss Su, we're old acquaintances. Since you've so readily settled your debts today, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Scarface grandly offered Su Dafu 50,000 yuan in chips. What do you mean by this, Boss Scar? Su Dafu stammered, taken aback. Nothing at all. As old friends, consider these 50,000 yuan in chips a gift. Play as you wish. I merely wish to ensure you enjoy yourself. Scarface laughed heartily. Defei obediently brought forth the chips and placed them in Su Dafu's hands. Although Su Dafu initially hesitated to accept, the allure of free chips stirred his excitement. After all, this was a complimentary 50,000 yuan. If fortune smiled upon him, it could easily double to 100,000. The thought of turning 50,000 into 100,000, then 200,000, and so forth was tantalizing. With such prospects, Su Dafu could hardly resist. Thank you, Scarface. I'll just play a little. I promise not to overdo it, Su Dafu exclaimed, bursting with enthusiasm. My casino is here for you to enjoy. Your satisfaction as our loyal patrons is my utmost priority. Scarface replied with a beaming smile. Thank you, Scarface. I'm off to play. With that, Su Dafu dashed toward the gambling table, prompting shared chuckles from Scarface and Defei. Chapter 85. The first time in this lifetime Chen Pingan was oblivious to Su Dafu's plight. Even if he were aware, it would matter little, as he was not his father. At present, he felt a blend of anticipation and anxiety. He was in a hotel suite, and in the adjacent bathroom, Su Yuqing was taking a shower. Through the frosted glass, a slender silhouette was discernible, hazy yet undeniably enchanting. Chen Pingan felt a dryness in his throat and gulped down an entire kettle of hot water. After quenching his thirst, he found himself even more agitated. This time around, he was finally on the brink of becoming a true man. In his previous life, he had experienced such moments frequently and had long since grown accustomed to them. However, in this lifetime, it would be his first. Originally, Chen Pingan had not anticipated that his first experience would arrive so swiftly. He had previously thought that if it were not with Li Mengyun, it would surely be with Lin Wanjun. Yet, it turned out to be neither. Fate surely had a peculiar sense of humor. Nevertheless, Chen Pingan did not dwell on this matter excessively. After all, he was not a girl. Su Yuqing's attributes rendered her an undeniably stunning beauty. Chen Pingan felt he would not be at a disadvantage. Her beauty and figure were impeccable, reaching an apex that could be deemed flawless. Not only was he not losing out, but he was, in fact, gaining immensely. I'm done. You may wash now. Su Yuqing emerged from the bathroom clad in a nightgown, her damp hair cascading around her flushed face, unable to meet Chen Pingan's gaze. All right, you take a rest. I shall shower. Chen Pingan nodded and promptly began to undress right there, exhibiting no hesitation, for they would inevitably face each other in such a manner. Su Yuqing's cheeks deepened in color, yet her eyes were irresistibly drawn to him. His physique is truly impressive, she mused inwardly. Previously, she had thought Chen Pingan somewhat frail. However, as he shed his outer garments, it became evident that his body was sculpted with muscle. His physique bore a striking resemblance to Bruce Lee's, slim yet defined. Su Yuqing lowered her gaze, her heart racing uncontrollably. Only when Chen Pingan entered the shower did she snap back to reality. After finishing her own hair drying, she donned a set of alluring sleepwear that Chen Pingan had selected for her. Upon wearing the enticing attire, her complexion brightened even further, for it was designed to be provocative, suitable only for the confines of a bedroom, not for public view. It was her first time encountering such apparel. Chen Pingan typically showered swiftly, but today he took his time, aware of the significance of this moment. Upon emerging from a bath, his gaze immediately fell upon Su Yuqing, and he was momentarily entranced. With her hair and attire perfectly arranged, she radiated beauty that was almost overwhelming. Feeling a surge of uncontainable desire, he decided to relinquish restraint and strode confidently towards her, lifting her into his arms and carrying her into the bedroom. Su Yuqing's face was aflame, yet she acquiesced to his lead. After a night filled with passion, Chen Pingan awoke later than usual, his slumber disturbed by the system's notification. It was now 8 a.m., and the system's offerings had refreshed once more. Rubbing his eyes, he rose from the bed beside the still sleeping Su Yuqing, who remained undisturbed. He quietly made his way to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth, awakening his senses, then brewed a kettle of hot water and poured himself a cup of instant coffee provided by the hotel. As he savored the beverage, he opened the system's store, which had refreshed with 4 new items: a Shaolin small returning pill, a comprehensive language proficiency skill book, a nano high-strength bulletproof vest, and an attack-enhancing wooden sword. The items presented were purely random, relying on luck for their appearance. Today, Chen Pingan's fortune appeared favorable, as these 4 items were relatively beneficial. The Shaolin small returning pill could aid those with internal injuries in recovery, yet it was of little use to him. The language proficiency skill book was particularly enticing. It promised mastery of all languages in this world, encompassing dialects and foreign tongues, even the languages of indigenous tribes within the Amazon rainforest. This was undeniably impressive, as it meant he could traverse the globe without concern for language barriers. Chen Pingan's mind was set on acquiring the skill book, the nano bulletproof vest. While a commendable item with robust defensive capabilities would likely remain unused by him, the attack-enhancing wooden sword was even less relevant. In the absence of a language proficiency skill book, he might have opted for the bulletproof vest, but under the current circumstances, the skill book was undoubtedly the superior choice. Spending a mere $1, Chen Pingan purchased the language proficiency skill book. Upon successful acquisition, he immediately engaged with the book, as a torrent of linguistic knowledge surged into his mind. The sensation was overwhelming, as if his brain were swelling with information. He collapsed onto the sofa, silently absorbing the influx of knowledge. The assimilation of this information took mere minutes, and soon the throbbing pain subsided. In its place, thousands of languages filled his consciousness. Unbelievably, this planet was home to a vast array of languages, though in practicality, only a handful were truly useful, with many being lesser known or even extinct. Remarkably, the skill book included records of these vanished tongues as well. Rubbing his temples to ease the strain, Chen Pingan began to articulate phrases in Japanese, followed by French, English, German, and Russian, each flowing effortlessly from his lips. He then transitioned to Cantonese, Miao, Tibetan, and Hakka, all delivered without a hint of accent. Indeed, this skill book is extraordinary, he laughed heartily. From now on, I can traverse any corner of the world without the slightest worry about communication. Chapter 86. Now fluent in Cantonese before long, Su Yuqing awakened. She felt a tinge of embarrassment when facing Chen Pingan. With a gentle smile, Chen Pingan suggested, "You can freshen up here. I'll step out for a moment." He voluntarily left, granting Su Yuqing the space she needed, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. After a brief interlude, Su Yuqing emerged, looking refreshed and well-dressed. Now clad in her attire, she felt less shy in Chen Pingan's presence, though a hint of bashfulness lingered in her gaze. "I have a task for you," Chen Pingan began. "I have no objections, but I worry about my ability to perform well," Su Yuqing replied softly. "Rest assured, you will excel," he assured her. "I plan to establish a company in Xinjiang, and I would like you to manage it, as I will soon return to the mainland for university. My time in Xinjiang will be limited, so I entrust you with the company's affairs." Su Yuqing's eyes widened in surprise at his words. "You're still a university student?" she stammered. She was aware of Chen Pingan's youth, yet his demeanor exuded maturity, leading her to believe he was a few years her senior. She never anticipated that he was still a university freshman. "Indeed, I am a first-year student. I just completed the college entrance examination, and I am only 19, an old cow grazing on tender grass," Chen Pingan teased. Upon hearing that phrase, Su Yuqing's cheeks flushed crimson. She was astonished to learn that Chen Pingan was several years younger than her. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she inquired, "What if I manage the company poorly?" "Fear not. I won't simply abandon the company to you. I will outline the direction for its development, and we can maintain regular communication by phone. You need only follow my directives. Alternatively, you may consider yourself my assistant, with you as the president and me as the chairman." Chen Pingan smiled. "Ah, that sounds manageable." Su Yuqing nodded, feeling a sense of relief. As a young woman, the thought of managing a company was daunting, Yet assisting Chen Pingan seemed within her capabilities. After all, she was a graduate of a prestigious university, and she retained a measure of confidence. She even found herself looking forward to the prospect of managing a company in the future. Let us have breakfast first. After that, we can commence our work, Chen Pingan said to Su Yuqing. He had already contacted the front desk to arrange breakfast delivery. Such upscale hotels typically provided room service. Before long, the hotel staff arrived with a sumptuous breakfast featuring local delicacies in generous portions sufficient for both of them. After breakfast, they exited the hotel, where Old Song awaited them in a taxi. Boss, Old Song greeted respectfully. Chen Pingan nodded and inquired, "Have you had breakfast?" "I've already eaten," Old Song replied quickly. "Excellent. Let's be off. I intend to register a company. Do you know whom to approach?" Chen Pingan asked as they settled into the back seat. "For company registration, I know of a firm that specializes in this service. A friend of mine mentioned it is quite reputable. Shall we inquire?" Old Song suggested after a moment's thought. "Let's proceed to that company," Chen Pingan agreed. After a lengthy journey of an hour and a half, they finally arrived at a firm named Xuanfa Finance Company. Chen Pingan instructed Old Song to wait downstairs and took Su Yuqing up to the office. Upon learning of Chen Pingan's purpose, the receptionist at Xuanfa Finance greeted them warmly. Shortly thereafter, a plump female manager approached them briskly. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Shen Suihua, the general manager of Xuanfa Finance. My friends call me Sister Hua. I'm older than you, so feel free to call me Hua Jie if you prefer," she said with a beaming smile. It was evident that Sister Hua possessed a remarkable charm. In her 30s, she was an appropriate age for Chen Pingan to address her as Sister Hua. "Hello, Sister Hua," Chen Pingan replied, shaking her hand in greeting. "I understand your company offers registration services?" he inquired. "Certainly. We provide fair pricing and efficient service, ensuring your satisfaction. We handle various business matters related to companies as well. If you have any financial needs, we can assist with those as well," Sister Hua responded cheerfully. While Chen Pingan could manage the registration process himself, he recognized the cumbersome nature of the procedures and the potential delays involved. Engaging a specialized firm like theirs would undoubtedly simplify the process. After inquiring, he learned that the registration could be completed within a week at a reasonable cost, well within his budget. "By the way, do you have connections for obtaining an ID card?" Chen Pingan asked again. "Of course. Is it for a friend of yours?" Sister Hua inquired with a nod. "Actually, it's for me. I need to obtain an ID card as I have come from the mainland," Chen Pingan clarified. Sister Hua was taken aback. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would never have guessed you were from the mainland," she exclaimed, surprised. This was because Chen Pingan had been speaking in fluent Cantonese, devoid of any accent. He had mastered the language that morning, speaking as if he were local. At that moment, Su Yuqing realized that Chen Pingan had indeed been speaking Cantonese. She recalled that he had spoken Mandarin the previous day and had momentarily overlooked this detail until reminded by Sister Hua. "I learned Cantonese from a friend," Chen Pingan explained succinctly. Su Yuqing cast him a curious glance, but refrained from probing further, suspecting he might have been deliberately concealing it yesterday. For Sister Hua, registering a company and obtaining an ID were trivial matters. Yet, she treated them with genuine enthusiasm, which explained Old Song's recommendation of her services. She was indeed a savvy businesswoman. "Sister Hua, may I ask where would be the best location to rent an office building for the company?" Chen Pingan inquired. Considering his limited funds, he preferred renting an office rather than purchasing one outright, with plans to buy later when finance is allowed. Chapter 87. Patek Philippe watch. If you're considering renting an office building, isn't this the perfect place to reside? Sister Hua explained with a smile. "Our office building is available for rent, situated in a prime location at an affordable price, and offers ample space along with various tools." "Does Sister Hua know someone in the property management?" Chen Pingan inquired. "Could you perhaps ask them about the pricing?" Chen Pingan had previously visited and noted that the location was indeed quite satisfactory. While it might not be the most bustling area, it was surrounded by numerous office buildings, making it a suitable place for business. Furthermore, Chen Pingan's requirements for an office were not particularly high. As long as there was a space to work, that sufficed. Sister Hua acknowledged his request and promptly summoned the property manager. The property manager personally guided Chen Pingan through the vacant offices on both floors. Eventually, Chen Pingan decided on an office on the 7th floor and rented the entire level. The rental fee for the office space was rather steep, amounting to 200,000 yuan for a year. Yet this was still reasonable considering they had chosen a location outside the most hectic zones. In the central areas, the rent for a similar office could easily reach millions annually. Thus, the remoteness had its advantages. With the contract formalities completed and payment made, the entire floor belonged to Chen Pingan. Having resolved the office location, the next step was to address the living arrangements. Since the office was established here, it was only logical for the residents to be in close proximity. Sister Hua, being well informed, was the first person Chen Pingan approached regarding housing options. Upon hearing of his intent to purchase a home, Sister Hua eagerly introduced him to a reliable real estate agent. She assured him that a trustworthy agent could save both time and money. Chen Pingan understood this well and, through Sister Hua's introduction, met a real estate agent named Zhou. His requirements were simple. He sought a suitable apartment nearby, with a pleasant environment, regardless of the price. Upon learning that Chen Pingan was financially well off, the agent presented him with an impressive flat, conveniently located just a 10-minute walk from the office. This spacious apartment, situated in a high-end community, boasted an area of 120 square meters, which in the bustling metropolis of Xiangjiang was considered quite generous. The rental price, albeit not cheap, was merely a trifling expense for Chen Pingan at this juncture. While he intended to purchase property in the future, he preferred to allocate his funds wisely for the time being, opting to rent rather than buy. He also anticipated that property prices would plummet in the near future, warranting a wait before making any purchases. After dedicating an entire day to resolving his housing and office matters, Chen Pingan successfully moved into the spacious flat. Su Yuqing gazed at their new home, her heart brimming with joy. This would be their new abode. The apartment was already furnished, requiring only the purchase of bedding. Chen Pingan took Su Yuqing to a nearby mall, where they acquired various household essentials, including new sheets and blankets. By evening, their new home was finally settled. This will be our new home. Are you happy? Chen Pingan inquired with a smile, glancing at Su Yuqing. Of course, I'm happy. How could I not be, living in such a spacious place? Su Yuqing replied, covering her mouth with a gentle laugh. Just the day before, Su Yuqing's feelings toward Chen Pingan were somewhat ambivalent. After all, he had essentially purchased her with money, a situation that would leave anyone in a sour mood. However, merely a day later, her perception of him had completely transformed. Su Yuqing recognized Chen Pingan as a good man who treated her with kindness. Having lived under her father's shadow, she had lost all hope. But being with Chen Pingan ignited a sense of optimism in her life. She felt certain that her future would be brighter. Since you're happy, shouldn't you show your gratitude? Chen Pingan said with an air of anticipation. And how would you like me to repay you? Su Yuqing asked, tilting her head in confusion. This will suffice. Chen Pingan replied, stepping closer to her and gently pressing his hand on her head. Initially puzzled, Su Yuqing quickly understood, casting him a playful glare before complying and kneeling down. Another night of passion ensued. Upon waking the next morning, Chen Pingan felt invigorated, brimming with energy. As the saying goes, loneliness cannot thrive, nor can solitary vigor flourish. The longevity technique he practiced was, in essence, a profound method of harmonizing yin and yang. Having previously trained alone, he struggled to grasp the subtleties within his cultivation. However, since becoming a true man and connecting with Su Yuqing, he began to experience the deeper intricacies of his art. Chen Pingan felt his inner strength becoming purer and his vitality more robust. Indeed, life thrives on movement. By 8 o'clock, it was time for the daily refresh of 4 items. Chen Pingan glanced at the offerings, shaking his head in resignation. It appeared that today's selection was rather lackluster. The 4 items available were an alloy bicycle, an electric scooter, a Patek Philippe watch, and a diamond ring. While these items held value, they were not particularly impressive. The bicycle and scooter were standard products without any special features. The diamond ring boasted a 3-carat diamond, worth a decent sum, yet was not exorbitantly priced. The most valuable item was likely the Patek Philippe watch, although its model was not specified, making it difficult to ascertain its exact worth. Chen Pingan decided to take a gamble and spent 1 yuan to purchase the watch. After spending that single yuan, he successfully acquired the Patek Philippe watch. The system interface provided a delightful surprise, including the watch's packaging and a certificate, along with all necessary documentation. Upon opening the box, a stunning gold watch emanating a soft blue glow appeared before Chen Pingan. With a sapphire cover and a golden body, he was instantly entranced by its beauty, truly a work of art. The high price of Patek Philippe watches stems not only from brand prestige, but also from their exquisite craftsmanship. Each timepiece is a masterpiece in its own right. Chen Pingan placed the watch on his wrist, finding it a perfect fit. This watch looks somewhat familiar, he mused aloud. Darling, is this your new watch? It's the Patek Philippe Dreamy Starry Sky Commemorative Edition. I once encountered it in a magazine. It was quite expensive, seemingly priced at over 7 million. Su Yuqing approached, clad in her pajamas, her face alight with astonishment as she spoke. Chapter 88. Tenfold Financing. Do you recognize this watch? Chen Pingan inquired with curiosity. I don't recognize it either. I've only seen it in a magazine. It's so expensive that it left an impression on me, Su Yuqing replied, slightly embarrassed. Honey, how much did you spend on this watch? She asked. The term honey had now rolled off her tongue with ease. It was a gift from my father. I didn't spend a dime, Chen Pingan chuckled. I bought it for a mere $1 from the system's marketplace. Essentially a gift from the system. It's closer than my own father, so calling it a gift from my father is entirely accurate. Your father gave it to you? Su Yuqing remarked, though she harbored no doubts about the matter. After all, given Chen Pingan's wealth, it was only natural for his father to give him a watch worth millions. It was at that moment that Chen Pingan realized how valuable this watch truly was. The Dreamy Starry Sky Commemorative Edition. I knew it looked familiar, he suddenly understood. He had seen this watch in his previous life, though that was over a decade later. It had fetched over 30 million at an auction, a truly astronomical price. While it was uncertain whether it was genuinely worth such an amount, it was undoubtedly valuable. If he ever found himself in financial straits, he could auction it off. Watches like Patek Philippe should no longer be regarded merely as timepieces, but rather as exquisite pieces of jewelry. Many high-end watches hold their value remarkably well, often appreciating over time instead of depreciating. Let's dine first. After our meal, we shall commence our tasks, Chen Pingan suggested. Olait, darling, Su Yuqing promptly agreed. Though they had provisions at home, Chen Pingan was too lazy to prepare anything, and there was a nearby tea restaurant he wished to explore for local delicacies. After enjoying breakfast with Su Yuqing, Chen Pingan called Old Song, who was already waiting for him at the entrance of the restaurant. Upon entering Old Song's car, Chen Pingan stated their destination, HSBC. Not only is HSBC a multinational bank, but it also operates its own securities division. The bank was conveniently located a short drive from Chen Pingan's residence, which was one of the reasons he chose to live there, as he anticipated frequent dealings with them. Once they arrived, Chen Pingan and Su Yuqing walked directly into HSBC. Chen Pingan's previous deposit of over 100 million was held in an account there. At the front desk, he presented his bank card for the staff to verify his substantial balance, which elicited a greater degree of respect from the service personnel. I would like to speak with your manager. I wish to open an account in your securities department. I need to discuss matters with your securities manager, Chen Pingan stated. Certainly, Mr. Chen. Please follow me to the lounge while I fetch the manager, came the prompt response. After escorting Chen Pingan to the lounge and serving tea, the staff member departed. In a short while, a middle-aged man clad in a suit and tie approached with a warm smile. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Jean Baluo, the manager of the securities department at HSBC. It is a pleasure to serve you. Chen Pingan stood to shake his hand. Hello, Manager Zhang. I'm also a client of HSBC with over 100 million in my account. I intend to open an account with your securities company and hope to receive some special consideration, Chen Pingan articulated. Of course, that is not a problem at all, Zhang Baluo replied eagerly. Chen Pingan's substantial deposit had already been noted by the manager, which accounted for his prompt arrival. In Zhang Baluo's eyes, Chen Pingan was a significant client, hence his warm hospitality. There are a few matters that require your cooperation, Manager Zhang. First, I have over 100 million in cash in a domestic bank that I need to transfer, Chen Pingan stated, looking directly at Zhang Baluo. That is certainly feasible. Our bank can facilitate that, Zhang Baluo confirmed with a smile. Transferring cash from domestic banks could be cumbersome for Chen Pingan, but HSBC had the means to make it straightforward. I would like to open an account with your securities department, but I require the authority for financing. What is the maximum financing capability you can offer? Chen Pingan inquired. I can personally authorize up to 5 times your financing. Should you require a greater amount, it would necessitate an upward request, which would take some time, Zhang Baluo explained. I want 10-fold financing. If you can facilitate that, I will place a significant portion of my funds in your securities department for trading, Chen Pingan declared resolutely. 10-fold financing is a bit challenging, especially given your large capital. Zhang Baluo replied with a wry smile. The larger my capital, the more profit you will make. It would be unreasonable to refuse a business opportunity presented to you. If this poses a challenge, I will consider other securities firms, Chen Pingan replied, shaking his head gently. Zhang Baluo felt a pang of urgency. If you could wait a moment, I will immediately submit a request for you. I lack the authority to grant such a request myself, and even if I agree now, it won't hold weight. Please give me some time to pursue this on your behalf. However, I must ask that you first open an account with our firm. That is not an issue. We can open an account now. Chen Pingan nodded. The account opening process was straightforward and did not require Zhang Baluo's direct involvement. He summoned a staff member to assist Chen Pingan while he proceeded to request the 10-fold financing authority. Before long, Chen Pingan's account was established. The operations on Zhang Baluo's end would likely take some time, but Chen Pingan was not in a rush, confident that Zhang Baluo would handle it competently. After all, this endeavor posed no risk to HSBC and instead presented a lucrative opportunity for commission earnings. Chapter 89. Stock trading again. Chen Pingan's demands were not excessively high. The risks far outweighed the potential rewards. Thus, HSBC promptly acquiesced. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Baluo returned, smilingly agreeing to all of Chen Pingan's requests. Consequently, he secured a 10-fold financing qualification. HSBC's channels were indeed formidable. With their assistance, Chen Pingan's domestic cash was swiftly transferred to HSBC, converting into Hong Kong dollars. In his HSBC account, he amassed over 300 million Hong Kong dollars, an immense fortune even in this era. Furthermore, he had obtained the qualification for 10-fold financing. Observing the balance in his account, Chen Pingan felt a surge of excitement. He was now well-equipped and finally qualified to join the gambling table. This financial war was instigated by the beautiful nation. Last year, it launched a financial assault, initially targeting Silla, which regressed economically by several decades. This year, it escalated its financial warfare against various Southeast Asian nations, causing their economies to crumble. Undeniably, even in this age, the beautiful nation had become extraordinarily powerful. Its strength, however, was not solitary. It led an entire coalition. Behind it stood a formidable interest group, enabling them to wreak havoc across Southeast Asia. Chen Pingan had long desired to partake in such a grand feast, but previously, his lack of capital had barred him from participation. Now, however, he possessed that very qualification. Before diving into the fray, there remained numerous tasks for Chen Pingan to complete. He did not intend to oppose them outright. Rather, he sought to ride the wave and partake in the spoils. His confidence stemmed from prior investments in a commodity. He had previously purchased a stock trading skill book from the system's marketplace, transforming him into a stock trading master with formidable abilities. This was why he felt emboldened to engage in this endeavor. The securities department offered trading rooms, providing independent facilities for significant clients like Chen Pingan. Nevertheless, he declined their offer. Given the monumental scale of the transaction, he harbored distrust and opted to execute trades from the comfort of his own home, where he felt a greater sense of security with his own equipment. Once all formalities were completed, he returned home, ready to embark on his profitable venture. Over the past few days, Chen Pingan had made ample preparations. Although not a professional trader, he was an exceptional hacker. Prior to his stock trading endeavors, he had developed trading software tailored for his needs. With this auxiliary software, he effectively had an additional 100 of the most obedient and capable traders at his disposal. Once he issued a command, the trading software would execute his trading orders flawlessly, while financial titans possessed their professional trading teams. Chen Pingan had to rely on his software for assistance. He had thoroughly tested his creation and found it to be remarkably reliable. Should his trading software be unveiled, it would undoubtedly trigger significant fluctuations in the stock market. In fact, he was already in the process of developing an AI model, or what could be termed a quantitative investment software. It is known that stock market fluctuations follow discernible patterns. All professional traders operate based on stock data. Quantitative trading software is designed to set parameters, executing trades automatically once predetermined conditions are met. While this method lacks the human touch, its mechanical nature often yields a higher probability of profit. In this era, quantitative investment had yet to emerge. However, 2 decades hence, it would become commonplace. Thus, Chen Pingan, leveraging his hacking prowess, had pioneered quantitative investment 2 decades ahead of time. Establishing a quantitative investment model was no simple task, and he required considerable time to develop it. Once completed, he could enjoy a steady stream of income with little effort. Of course, quantitative investment was not as miraculous as it seemed. Earning money through it was relatively easy, yet amassing substantial wealth was an elusive goal. Quantitative investment resembled guerrilla tactics. Manageable profits could be made, but significant gains necessitated the establishment of large-scale enterprises. Upon returning home, Chen Pingan powered on his computer and began trading. At that moment, financial attacks were underway against the Stick Nation, which remained blissfully unaware of its vulnerabilities, believing its financial system to be robust. Oblivious to both its weaknesses and the strength of its adversary, Chen Pingan recognized that the financial infrastructure of the Stick Nation was under siege. His strategy was straightforward: to follow the actions of the consortium. He mirrored their operations, and serendipitously, he had admired these figures in his previous life. Having studied their classic campaigns and their methods of assaulting various Asian nations' financial systems, little did he expect that the materials he had perused in his past would prove useful in the present. With 300 million Hong Kong dollars and tenfold financing, Chen Pingan's available capital reached 3 billion Hong Kong dollars, an undeniably significant sum in this age. Investing in any single stock could provoke substantial market fluctuations. However, Chen Pingan did not intend to concentrate his investment in one stock. Instead, he diversified his 3 billion across the entirety of the Stick Nation stock market. Relative to the semi-colonial nature of the entire market, 3 billion was but a drop in the ocean, akin to a single droplet dissolving into a pond, its trace imperceptible. Having completed his transactions, he now awaited his fortune. Chen Pingan remarked casually, "Now we just wait for the profits." "Husband, is this really going to work?" Su Yuqing inquired nervously, aware that this was an immense sum. If anything went awry, their future could be jeopardized. "Trust me, it will not fail," Chen Pingan assured her nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further as it seemed unnecessary. "For now, focus on learning how to manage a company. There is no need for you to question everything else." "I understand," Suing nodded eagerly. Chapter 90. The Gambler's Loss in the Ensuing Days. Chen Pingan found himself unexpectedly at leisure. Each day was spent dabbling in stocks, with the remainder of his time dedicated to accompanying Su Yuqing on various excursions. With a beautiful companion by his side, life took on a distinctly different hue, and joy filled his days. The only source of discontent stemmed from the system's offerings, which yielded no remarkable treasures. Yet, the profits from the stock market buoyed Chen Pingan's spirits. He had made a substantial fortune in the South Korean stock market, with his initial capital of 3 billion soaring to over 5 billion in just a few days. This was achieved through cautious trading. Had he been more audacious, his gains would have been even more substantial. However, Chen Pingan believed that a conservative approach in the stock market was the prudent path to stability. After all, he was employing a tenfold leverage, and excessive volatility could lead to catastrophic losses. Thus, a steady strategy bore no drawbacks. Meanwhile, on Wall Street, Sam sipped his afternoon tea, feeling quite pleased. Under his guidance, the South Korean financial market faced relentless setbacks, and his company reaped significant rewards. Sam was truly at the pinnacle of his career. At that moment, a knock echoed through his office. "Come in," Sam instructed. The door creaked open, revealing his secretary, who wore a serious expression. "Boss, we've encountered a situation," she reported gravely. "What has transpired?" Sam inquired, intrigued. We've noticed a substantial fund shadowing our trades in recent days. We haven't uncovered its origins yet, but this entity has made quite a profit alongside us, she explained. Is someone following our trades? Have we determined the source of their funds? Sam pressed. Our investigation traced the funds to HSBC, likely from Hong Kong. However, we lack further specifics, the secretary replied. What do you suggest we do? She asked. Do we have their trading records? If so, present them to me, Sam requested. Yes, here are the records we managed to gather, she said, placing a document before him. Donning his glasses, Sam scrutinized the records, a smile creeping across his lips. It appears we have encountered a kindred spirit. This individual may not wield vast capital, but their trading techniques are sophisticated. Let us attempt to establish contact. A collaboration could be beneficial. For now, let us proceed with caution. This person is not our adversary. In fact, they might prove to be an ally. Having an additional ally would serve our interests well, Sam concluded, setting aside his glasses with a chuckle. Understood, boss. I will uncover their background swiftly, the secretary assured him before exiting. Once alone, Sam returned to his afternoon tea, dismissing the incident as a minor concern. To him, it was merely a trifling matter. Unbeknownst to Chen Pingan, his operations had already garnered Sam's attention. However, he remained unconcerned, for he was privy to Sam's forthcoming strategies. The weeks slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chen Pingan chanced upon 2 skill books, one imparting the secrets of a gambling master, and the other teaching the art of the bone-softening palm. Fortuitously, these skill books appeared separately, allowing Chen Pingan to acquire both. He swiftly mastered them, attaining exceptional gambling prowess akin to that of a gambling deity and mastering the intricate techniques of the bone-softening palm. Regrettably, these talents had yet to find a practical application. Within the span of that week, the South Korean financial market had crumbled, while Sam amassed a fortune and successfully extricated himself from a market. Chen Pingan, too, navigated the situation with ease. Prior to Sam's departure, Chen Pingan had already distanced himself from the South Korean market, reaping substantial rewards from his endeavors. His initial $3 billion had now ballooned to an astonishing $5 billion. Such a rapid accumulation of wealth was nothing short of remarkable. At that juncture, Sam's funds began to flow into the Hong Kong financial market. Chen Pingan, emulating this strategy, diversified his investments into the Hong Kong market. The stage was set for a significant showdown in Hong Kong's financial arena, an impending storm unbeknownst to the ordinary shareholders. As Chen Pingan completed his arrangements, he awaited Sam's next move. Su Yuqing sat beside him, quietly engrossed in her book, thoroughly content with her present lifestyle. She felt fortunate to have encountered such a good man. Just then, her phone rang. Upon answering, her expression turned pale upon recognizing her mother's voice. After a few brief exchanges, her distress became palpable. Noticing her unease, Chen Pingan inquired, "What is the matter?" "My father has returned to the casino, and this time he owes $2 million," she replied, tears streaming down her face. Su Yuqing's sorrow stemmed not from concern for her father's well-being, but from lamenting her own misfortune in having such a gambling addict for a father. The casino representatives threatened that he must either repay the debt or face dire consequences. Unable to meet Chen Pingan's gaze, Su Yuqing felt the weight of despair. Her family could not possibly raise such a sum. Only Chen Pingan could rescue her father, yet she felt unworthy to ask him for help. After all, he had already spent $1 million to acquire her. In her heart, her father's fate seemed detached from her own. "Do not worry, I will cover the expenses," Chen Pingan reassured her, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. He remained unfazed by the unfolding situation, fully aware of the nature of gamblers. When funds are scarce, they vow to quit. However, once they possess even a small amount, they invariably seek to gamble again. Thus, Chen Pingan found no surprise in Su Dafu's continued gambling habits. A gambler is indeed an insatiable pit. Chapter 91. Chen Pingan at the casino. You are fortunate to have a daughter like her, Chen Pingan remarked with a smile as he embraced Su Yuqing. And you, too, are lucky to have encountered a man like me. Su Yuqing felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks, yet she couldn't help but agree with Chen Pingan's words. What should we do now? Su Yuqing inquired softly. Call your father, and ask where they are. I will go find them, Chen Pingan suggested. Su Yuqing nodded and dialed her father's number. The call connected swiftly, but a young, gruff voice answered on the other end. Is this Su Dafu's family? The man asked coldly. Chen Pingan gestured for Su Yuqing to hand him the phone. After taking the call, he introduced himself. I am Su Dafu's son-in-law, and I am here to repay the debt. Please inform me of your location. Su Dafu's son-in-law, huh? If you can pay, that's all that matters. We are at the casino. Su Dafu owes us 2 million. Bring the money, and you can take him away. The man replied, disclosing their casino's location. Understood. I will arrive at your casino in 30 minutes. Chen Pingan replied calmly, ending the call. As he prepared to leave, Su Yuqing expressed her concern for both Chen Pingan and her father, hoping for their safe return. What will happen to my father now? She lamented. Worrying that her father's gambling habits might lead to dire consequences, she added, even if we have money, we cannot afford such a disaster. Rest assured, I will teach the casino a lesson. After this incident, they will think twice before allowing your father to gamble again. Chen Pingan reassured her with a smile. It is impossible to dissuade a gambler from their vice, so the goal was to ensure that the casino would be too intimidated to accept bets from him. Once this gambler is placed on the casino's blacklist, he will have nowhere to go and no opportunity to gamble. Chen Pingan called Lao Song, who soon arrived. No longer a taxi driver, Lao Song now served as Chen Pingan's dedicated chauffeur after he purchased a Mercedes for himself. The compensation was generous, making Lao Song quite fond of his new role. Upon arriving, Lao Song waited downstairs. Once Chen Pingan entered the car, he provided the address of the casino. I know the place. There is an underground casino there, Lao Song noted hesitantly. Indeed, Su Yuqing's father has gambled again and owes 2 million, so I must intervene. Chen Pingan replied, his demeanor relaxed. While an ordinary person might find such a situation daunting, to Chen Pingan, it was merely a trivial matter he could resolve effortlessly. If the casino were amenable, he would seek a peaceful resolution. If not, he was prepared to resort to violence. The approach would depend on the casino's attitude. Upon hearing Chen Pingan's words, Lao Song refrained from further questioning and drove off. In less than 30 minutes, they reached the casino. Chen Pingan instructed Lao Song to wait outside while he ventured inside alone. The casino's exterior was a mahjong parlor, leading to the true underground casino at the back. Upon entering, Chen Pingan announced his purpose of repaying the debt, and the staff nodded, guiding him further in. Without a guide, visitors would be unable to proceed, as the establishment employed lookout personnel to monitor for unfamiliar faces. Inside, Scarface had received news. So Su Dafu's son-in-law has arrived to repay the debt. The lad has some nerve to come here, he chuckled, his smile revealing a menacing edge. Bring him in. I wish to see what kind of man he is. Chen Pingan was escorted in, marking his first encounter with the underground casino. Though the environment was far from luxurious, the air remained relatively fresh, making it bearable to gamble. The casino had only 8 tables, yet a considerable number of patrons were present. At first glance, Chen Pingan spotted Scarface, easily recognizable by his distinct features. Scarface, I am here to repay Su Dafu's debt. Where is he? Chen Pingan inquired directly. Patience, my friend. He is right here. May I know your name? Scarface responded with a sly grin. I am Chen Pingan. Let us not waste time. Please bring him out for me to see. Chen Pingan replied coolly. Of course. I shall heed your request, Mr. Chen, as you are here to repay the debt. Scarface smirked. Bring out old Su. Soon, Su Dafu was brought forth, looking somewhat disheveled but unharmed, largely due to Chen Pingan's promise to repay the debt. Su Dafu felt a mixture of relief and embarrassment upon seeing Chen Pingan, aware that he was not truly his son-in-law, but rather a man who had financially secured his daughter. In truth, Chen Pingan could have easily turned his back on Su Dafu's fate. Even if the casino dealt him a fatal blow, it would not have concerned Chen Pingan. Yet, he chose to intervene for Su Yuqing's sake. Here is a check for 2 million. Please verify it, Chen Pingan said, producing the check from his pocket. May I see the IOU? The 2 million had now compounded to 3 million due to interest. Scarface, grinning widely, declared, if you can present 3 million, you may take your father-in-law home. As he stroked the scar on his face, Scarface's expression grew increasingly smug. His gaze at Chen Pingan bore a hint of malice. After all, Su Yuqing had been his desired woman before Chen Pingan claimed her. Scarface, are you certain you wish to proceed this way? Chen Pingan asked with a calm demeanor. Chapter 92. Consecutive victories. Once I win consecutively, I shall toy with you at my leisure. What do you do about it? Do not presume that your wealth makes you formidable here in Hong Kong. It would be a trivial matter for me to dispose of you, Scarface declared ominously. Of course, Scarface, your confidence is commendable. Whatever you say shall be accepted as truth. Since you revel in games, allow me to indulge in your amusement as well. As the proprietor of a casino, you wouldn't mind if I played a few rounds in your establishment, would you? Chen Pingan inquired with a beaming smile. You possess quite the audacity, which I find admirable. If you wish to play in my casino, feel free. We welcome all patrons with open arms. Your desire to gamble is something I wholeheartedly encourage, Scarface replied, equally cheerful. Despite their smiles, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Su Dafu trembled in fear, too intimidated to utter a word. Could you exchange this check for 2 million in chips? Chen Pingan asked as he handed over his check. Certainly, Scarface nodded. In no time, his subordinates had exchanged the check for chips. The 2 million in chips, while not substantial in a larger casino, represented a considerable fortune in their modest establishment. The highest denomination at their casino was 100,000, making 2 million equivalent to 2,100,000 chips. Chen Pingan proceeded directly to the high-low betting table. Opting for the simplicity of this game, he awaited the commencement of the round. The dice were soon shaken, and he listened intently as the excitement built. The outcome was soon revealed. 4, 5, 6, large. The dealer announced the results with a flourish. Chen Pingan, having bet on big, doubled his stake, transforming 2 million into 4 million. The dealer wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, while Scarface approached, astonished by Chen Pingan's fortune. The dealer glanced at Scarface, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. The game continued. The dealer, now more cautious, shook the dice with a unique technique. Chen Pingan chuckled, placing his 4 million bet once again on big. The dealer's hands trembled slightly as he observed Chen Pingan's audacity. Scarface furrowed his brow but remained silent. Wow, 4 million on big. This young fellow certainly has guts. Let us join him in betting on big. Perhaps his luck will rub off on us. Other patrons chimed in enthusiastically, eager to follow Chen Pingan's lead. However, some chose to oppose him, betting on small. Locks in your bets, the dealer announced as everyone placed their wagers. Once completed, the dice were revealed once more. 4, 6, 6, still large. The stakes had risen. Chen Pingan's 4 million had now swelled to 8 million. The dealer's complexion paled, and Scarface's expression turned grim, realizing they had just lost 6 million. Chen Pingan's initial investment of 2 million had escalated to 8 million. Should he win again, it would balloon to 16 million. Their small casino could hardly withstand such losses. The dealer hesitated, unsure of continuing. Yet the patrons who had followed Chen Pingan's lead erupted in cheers, reveling in their shared fortune. Keep going. What are you waiting for? I'm on a roll, they urged the dealer. Please hold on. It's time for a shift change. We need a new dealer, Scarface interjected, his authority silencing dissent. Shortly after, a middle-aged man, a master of sleight of hand, entered. This expert was called upon for difficult customers, and upon seeing Chen Pingan, he felt a sense of uncertainty. He could not read him. Ladies and gentlemen, the new dealer has arrived. You may continue your gambling, Scarface announced, primarily addressing Chen Pingan, fearful that he might leave with his winnings. Chen Pingan, however, merely smiled, showing no intention of departing. This was just the beginning. He had no plans to leave. Su Dafu watched, eyes wide with admiration, realizing that Chen Pingan was indeed a master of gambling. Had he known earlier, he would have sought to learn from him. It was not too late. He could still approach Chen Pingan for guidance. The new dealer began to shake the dice with a unique, deliberate method, each motion slow and measured. Chen Pingan's expression grew serious. Despite the dealer's slow pace, his technique was peculiar. The dice tumbled in a strange trajectory, making it difficult for Chen Pingan to discern their values as he once did. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his energy along specific pathways through his body, enhancing his auditory perception. The dealer calmly announced, "Locks in your bets. please. Chen Pingan confidently pushed all his chips on a big. I shall also bet on big, he stated calmly. The dealer's face went pale. He knew the outcome was large, and Chen Pingan had indeed made the correct bet. Chapter 93. The power of the bone-transforming soft palm. Upon observing the expression on the dealer's face, Scarred Brother immediately sensed that something was amiss. Should Chen Pingan win this round, their casino would incur a staggering loss of 16 million. Such a financial blow was beyond their capacity to bear. Ah, you little rascal. How dare you cheat? Scarred Brother exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and pointing at Chen Pingan, his voice booming. The shout startled everyone present, with the exception of Chen Pingan himself, who remained unfazed. Cheating? Surely not. This is simply a game of chance. How could one cheat here? Murmured the onlookers. Yet a few astute individuals began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Scarred Brother pointed directly at Chen Pingan, declaring, "You have quite the audacity to cheat in our casino. According to our rules, cheats are to have their hands severed." Upon hearing this, Su Dafu's face turned pale. In contrast, Chen Pingan remained calm and composed. Just because you accuse me of cheating, does that make it true? If you claim I cheated, then have the courage to present your evidence. Though this is your territory, it does not grant you the authority to declare me a cheat without proof. Do you not agree? Chen Pingan addressed the surrounding gamblers. It cannot be that we win money and are labeled as cheats. Is it not ludicrous to suggest that in your casino, one can only lose but never win? His voice rose again. If we win, does that automatically mean we've cheated? The gamblers around him shifted uneasily, for what they feared most was a casino that disregarded its own rules. If the house could accuse them of cheating for winning, how could they continue to play? Scar Brother's face flushed with anger. He had not anticipated that his intimidation tactic would fail against Chen Pingan. I have evidence, but the crowd makes it inconvenient to present it. Gentlemen, we shall conclude today's game here. Please return tomorrow. DeFei prepared red envelopes for the patrons, ushering them out. Reactions varied among the crowd, but with Scar Brothers' decree, they had no choice but to leave. Unable to continue enjoying the spectacle and unwilling to offend Scar Brother on behalf of Chen Pingan. Before long, all the gamblers were cleared from the premises. Even those reluctant to leave were forcibly removed. Only two outsiders remained, Su Dafu, trembling in fear, and Chen Pingan. Scar Brother, this is rather unseemly. Are you unable to accept defeat? We both know I have not cheated. I won fairly, Chen Pingan confidently stated. You are indeed correct. You have not cheated. But soon enough, you shall lose your life. I cannot fathom how someone like you has survived to this age. You're from the mainland, and perhaps the rules there differ from ours. In our realm, individuals like you meet an early demise, Scar Brother replied coldly. As he spoke, a group of henchmen appeared, all armed with glistening machetes. Su Dafu paled at the sight, fearing for his life. He felt not only his own life was in jeopardy, but also that of his son-in-law, regretting his involvement deeply. You lot think you can kill me? How naive! Chen Pingan scoffed. Defiant until the end, brothers, take him down. Scarred Brother commanded, and the henchmen surged forward, machetes raised. I have recently mastered the bone-transforming soft palm. Today, I shall test its might on you. Chen Pingan sneered, his hands moving swiftly as he struck the air. The scene appeared almost comical at first, but soon the laughter faded. Those who charged at him were suddenly struck by an unseen force, sent flying from the sheer power of his palm strike. The bone-transforming soft palm was a sophisticated internal martial art, and Chen Pingan, having perfected the longevity technique, was now at the level of a grandmaster. Coupled with this profound skill, his power became terrifying. Scarred Brother and his associates stared, wide-eyed in disbelief, never having imagined someone could inflict harm from a distance. Bone-transforming soft palm, Chen Pingan called internally, his hands moving in rapid succession as invisible palm energy surged toward the henchmen, who were helpless to evade it. Before they could react, they were knocked off their feet, littering the ground around them. Scarred Brother trembled at the sight, and DeFei, sensing danger, attempted to flee. However, before he could escape, Chen Pingan's palm strike connected from several meters away, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth. Scarred Brother trembled as he witnessed this, a stream of yellow liquid escaping his trousers, having lost control of himself. No one could have predicted that the once formidable Scar brother would now be reduced to this state. "Please spare me. I was wrong," he pleaded, kneeling and bowing his head. "Ah, now you recognize your folly, but it seems you are merely afraid for your life." Chen Pingan replied, his tone calm. "I was wrong. I truly was. Please let me go," Scarred brother begged, desperation in his eyes. Yet suddenly, he drew a pistol from his waistband, aiming it at Chen Pingan. Chapter 94. The ingenious use of the storage ring, however, Scarface was unable to react in time to draw his weapon. Chen Pingan's bone-transforming soft palm had already struck him squarely on the head. Scarface fell to the ground without uttering a sound, his skull indented in a significant manner. Were one to cleave his head open, they would find his brain reduced to a pulpy mass. Scarface was dead, beyond resurrection. Su Dafu trembled in fear. Taken aback by Chen Pingan's lethal capabilities, he never anticipated that Chen Pingan would resort to murder, let alone take so many lives in one go. Moreover, he was astonished by the prowess of Chen Pingan's martial skills. It was unfathomable that so many individuals could be no match for him alone. "Mr. Chen, what shall we do now?" Su Dafu stammered. "First, retrieve your IOU. I will handle the rest. It is of no concern to you, so why fret?" Chen Pingan replied calmly. Upon hearing Chen Pingan's composed tone, Su Dafu gradually regained his composure. He understood that contemplating the situation was futile. The immediate task was to tie up loose ends. "Please head to the office. I need to take care of things here," Chen Pingan instructed Su Dafu. Certain actions were not suitable to be performed in front of Su Dafu, so Chen Pingan sent him away. Su Dafu, not lacking in wits, obediently retreated to the office and locked the door behind him. The reason Chen Pingan had chosen to act violently in this venue stemmed from his prior observation. There were no surveillance cameras in the casino. Legitimate casinos, of course, are equipped with such devices, but this establishment was an illegal underground casino where the installation of cameras would be disastrous for the owner. If the cameras were exposed, the authorities would have ample grounds to apprehend everyone involved. Hence, Scarface had opted not to install any surveillance. This lack of monitoring emboldened Chen Pingan to take decisive action. Since there were no cameras, whatever transpired here would remain concealed. As long as he eliminated all witnesses, Chen Pingan would emerge unscathed. He had already devised a plan for cleaning up the scene and ensuring his safe departure. It is worth noting that Chen Pingan possessed a storage ring. While it could not contain living beings, it was perfectly suited for storing the deceased. One by one, he began to collect the bodies from the scene into the storage ring. Chen Pingan's bone-transforming soft pal, Chapter 95. The security company The Secret Door was locked. Yet for Chen Pingan, opening such a door was a task of effortless ease. Upon unlocking the door, he discovered a small room within, which housed a safe. Chen Pingan was left speechless by such measures. It was evident that something of significant importance was concealed here. Otherwise, such precautions would be unnecessary. The safe's door yielded to Chen Pingan's touch with remarkable ease. Inside the safe, the contents were few, but upon inspection, Chen Pingan immediately recognized their immense value. Within this safe, he uncovered gold bars, jewels, essential ledgers, and several bank cards, each inscribed with their respective passwords. The abundance of cards likely necessitated the writing of passwords to avoid forgetfulness. Additionally, there was a stack of bearer bonds, which could be utilized by anyone who possessed them. The worth of these items was difficult to ascertain, but it was undoubtedly substantial. For Scarface, these items were likely the most valuable, hence their meticulous concealment. With a casual glance, Chen Pingan swiftly stored the items into his personal storage space. It was not the opportune moment to deal with these treasures. Leaving his place was paramount. He restored the safe and the secret door to their original state before departing with Su Dafu. As they reached the entrance, the thugs outside remained oblivious to the situation, having received no orders and appearing utterly bewildered. Before they could react, Chen Pingan swiftly subdued them. He instructed Su Dafu to wait outside, and once Su Dafu was gone, Chen Pingan executed the thugs without hesitation. Though these guards bore no personal enmity towards him, Chen Pingan could not afford to leave any loose ends. With all threats eliminated, he ensured his own safety. Inside the Sparrow Hall, laughter and merriment filled the air as patrons reveled in their enjoyment, entirely unaware that the underground gambling den had been thoroughly raided. Chen Pingan and Su Dafu departed quietly, evading any notice. "Uncle, have you run out of money again?" Chen Pingan inquired nonchalantly as they settled into the car. "Su Dafu nadid okwerdli. I hope this is the last time. Can you manage that?" Chen Pingan asked calmly. "I will. I swear to quit gambling. I'll never dare to gamble again." Su Dafu hastididi blaiv. Yet, Chen Pingan held no faith in his promises. "Do as you wish, for I will soon return to the mainland. If you encounter trouble then, I may not have the time to rescue you. If you wish to indulge, why not play some mahjong or cards? Must it always be so extravagant? I have already provided you with funds, and I cannot continue to do so. Nevertheless, you are Su Yuqing's father, and it is only natural for her to support you. How about this? I will deposit 5,000 yuan into your bank account each month. Every year, I will increase this amount by 500. While this may not make you wealthy, it will suffice for a worry-free existence. What do you think?" Chen Pingan continued. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. I truly will quit gambling. I will never dare to gamble again." Su Dafu expressed his gratitude. Chen Pingan nodded, yet he did not take these words to heart. Whether Su Dafu would genuinely cease gambling remained uncertain. However, it mattered little to Chen Pingan. After all, he was not his biological father. Should Su Dafu find himself in peril again, it would be a result of his own misfortune, unrelated to Chen Pingan. This incident served as a reminder for Chen Pingan. Upon his return, Su Yuqing would lack security. With such an unreliable father, her safety warranted reconsideration. Tapping his fingers thoughtfully, an idea soon took shape. Engaging in underworld activities was not on Chen Pingan's agenda. He had no need to delve into such realms when he could earn a living legally. While he would not engage with the underworld, he could establish a security company. The distinction between a gang and a security firm was minimal. One operated outside the law, while the other did not. The thugs of the underworld were merely employees, serving their bosses for a wage. Chen Pingan contemplated founding a security company, offering refuge to those brave enough to fight, providing them sustenance while expecting their loyalty in times of need. After escorting Su Dafu home, Chen Pingan promptly called Sister Hua. Having interacted with her frequently of late, he had grown familiar with her. Matters of company formation were entrusted to her, as her fees were reasonable and her reliability impeccable. This was why Chen Pingan was keen to continue their collaboration. He conveyed his requirements, requesting Sister Hua to register a security company for him. Without hesitation, she agreed, recognizing the opportunity as a sound business prospect. The registration process was a straightforward task for someone of her expertise. Sister Hua, the security company still requires a managerial staff member. Do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? Chen Pingan inquired directly. You've truly put me in a tough spot. I do not know anyone fitting that description. However, give me a moment, and I can inquire, Sister Hua responded promptly. Thank you for your assistance, Sister Hua. By the way, I am quite curious. What is the annual revenue for a company like yours? Chen Pingan suddenly asked. Sister Hua hesitated for a moment before replying. Mr. Chen, do you think running such a company is particularly lucrative? The reality is quite different. We do not earn as much as one might assume, as the bulk of the profits are siphoned off by those above us. My own company generates an income of around 300,000 to 500,000 a year. While this sum may seem substantial, in Hong Kong, it is hardly significant. Chen Pingan nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. Such companies thrived on connections, yet maintaining these connections often required considerable expenditure. Sister Hua had extensive networks, but the costs associated with them were equally high. Consequently, the actual income she retained was not as considerable as it appeared. Nonetheless, compared to the average individual, her earnings were still quite impressive. Annual revenues in the hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars were not easily achieved. Sister Hua, have you considered working for my company? I can offer you an annual salary of 1.2 million, with bonuses and benefits to be negotiated separately. Chen Pingan proposed slowly. Mr. Chen, are you jesting? Sister Hua asked incredulously. Chapter 96. The Subtle Steps of Lingbo. How could I possibly jest about such matters? I wonder how you have contemplated what I just mentioned. An annual salary of 1.2 million, accompanied by additional benefits. Your role would be that of the company's vice president, assisting Su Yuqing in her endeavors within the organization. You are well aware that Su Yuqing is a young lady, rather inexperienced in the realm of business, and requires someone to guide her. I believe you would be an excellent fit, Sister Hua, Chen Pingan remarked. Sister Hua felt a profound joy within her. After all, someone recognized her capabilities. Yet, she was also considerably anxious, questioning the authenticity of Chen Pingan's proposition. Moreover, should she close her own company to join his, there would be no turning back. What if she were to be dismissed later on? Her apprehensions were not insignificant. Sister Hua, if you have any thoughts, please feel free to share them with me. Chen Pingan sensed her concerns and directly inquired. He had always been observant of Sister Hua's abilities and character. Most importantly, she was a woman, and as Su Yuqing was also a woman, it would be prudent to find her an assistant of the same gender. If it were a man, there could be numerous inconveniences. With his impending university studies, Chen Pingan would not have the luxury of spending much time in Shanjiang. Thus, Su Yuqing's assistant would hold substantial importance. Su Yuqing possessed immense potential, but her current skills were indeed lacking. Taking a deep breath, Sister Hua replied, "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for recognizing my worth. I shall accept this offer. However, I worry that my capabilities may fall short in managing the company's affairs." She spoke cautiously, keeping her concerns subtle. Chen Pingan, however, discerned the underlying meaning in her words and understood her unease. He smiled and suggested, "Why don't we establish a long-term agreement? In truth, I'm quite concerned that you might consider leaving. What if you commit to working in my company for 20 years? That would perfectly align with your retirement. Furthermore, given your abilities, I believe there are numerous positions in my organization that would suit you well. You have met Su Yuqing, and the two of you would likely make a commendable partnership." Hearing his words dispelled Sister Hua's remaining doubts, as her greatest concern had been the duration of her employment. What if she worked at Chen Pingan's company for a few months only to be terminated? However, a 20-year contract alleviated her fears. Of course, Sister Hua was acutely aware that a long-term contract could also be manipulated, such as assigning her to undesirable tasks like street cleaning or restroom maintenance. A company can employ many tactics to rid itself of an employee. Yet, having interacted with Chen Pingan, she sensed he was not that type of person. Su Yuqing, too, was a delightful young woman, and Sister Hua felt inclined to take a chance. An annual income of $2 million was substantially higher than her current earnings. As she approached 40, committing to another 20 years would lead her to a comfortable retirement, meaning if she performed well, she could remain with the company until her retirement. These compelling conditions stirred Sister Hua's heart. The two swiftly reached a consensus. Sister Hua would soon conclude her business affairs and commence her work with Chen Pingan. After concluding the call, Chen Pingan felt quite content. Upon returning home, Su Yuqing rushed toward him, her eyes glistening, and threw herself into his embrace. "Thank you," she said, her cheeks flushed with emotion. She was profoundly touched, having never expected that upon her father's misfortune, Chen Pingan would act so decisively to rescue him. How could she not be moved by such a man? Su Yuqing had received a call from her mother, confirming that her father had returned home safely. His survival was solely due to Chen Pingan's efforts. Chen Pingan leaned down and kissed her lightly, smiling. "How do you intend to express your gratitude? Merely with words?" "Whatever you desire, I shall express my gratitude in that manner," Su Yuqing replied softly, her face still warm. Chen Pingan chuckled and gently patted her head, which she understood instantly. The night swiftly passed, a beautiful night it was. At 8 a.m., a remarkable item appeared in today's system offerings. An exquisite jadeite cabbage, a golden desert eagle, a complete skill book for the subtle steps of Lingbo, and a bottle of comprehensive restorative elixir. These were the 4 items available today. Chen Pingan's attention was immediately drawn to the skill book, an exquisite, fully leveled subtle steps of Lingbo. The subtle steps of Lingbo, a premier lightness skill from the novel demigods and semi-devils, captivated him to the point of salivating. Without a moment's hesitation, he spent a mere $1 to purchase the fully leveled skill book. Skill books come in various tiers. Some require gradual cultivation, while others can be mastered instantly. Chen Pingan was fortunate enough to have encountered a fully leveled subtle steps of Lingbo this time. Upon acquiring the book, he immediately began to learn it. Having completed the study of the skill book, an ethereal vision appeared in his mind. A figure resembling a celestial being danced gracefully before him. This image flickered in and out of his sight like a dream. The subtle steps of Lingbo were even more formidable than those described in the novel. It is well known that while Duan Yu had learned the subtle steps of Lingbo, he had not mastered it to its profound depths. His reliance on formidable internal strength merely propelled him through the technique. In contrast, Chen Pingan had now acquired the fully leveled version of the subtle steps of Lingbo, a distinction of immense significance. After a considerable duration, Chen Pingan had mastered the skill. The subtle steps of Lingbo, a pinnacle art of movement, not only possessed incredible speed and evasion capabilities, but also allowed the practitioner to replenish their internal energy while dodging. This technique was not merely a method of movement, but also a superior pathway to cultivate internal strength. Unlike other movement arts that consume internal energy, the subtle steps of Lingbo uniquely enhances and restores it. This is the hallmark of an elite technique. Chapter 97, A Visit to Mr. Chen Pingan was in high spirits, indulging in an extra basket of meat buns for breakfast. His elation only intensified as the stock market opened, for he could once again seize opportunities to profit. However, while his mood soared, those around him were far from cheerful. The stock market had been languishing, casting a pall over the entire Hong Kong financial scene. Chen Pingan was well aware of the forces behind this turmoil, yet in the current circumstances, he felt powerless to intervene. As an individual, all he could do was quietly accumulate wealth, but he could not alter the prevailing situation. The only course of action he envisioned was to establish a factory in Hong Kong after the storm had passed, providing more job opportunities for the common people, a notion he had long contemplated. Setting up a factory in Hong Kong came with exorbitant costs, yet the advantages were notable. High-tech enterprises enjoyed considerable freedom here, unlike in the mainland, where establishing such companies was hindered by Western technological constraints. The reality of a nation not yet powerful enough to overcome these challenges was an inescapable truth. By midday, Chen Pingan ventured into the outskirts, seeking a secluded spot to practice the graceful technique of Lingbo Weibo, ensuring he mastered its intricacies, for he would need it that very evening. Unbeknownst to him, members of a number gang had already set their sights on him. Scarface, a leader within the gang, managed a casino that was not solely his own, but part of the gang's empire, which he oversaw. Now, however, Scarface and his associates had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Upon receiving the news, the gang dispatched a formidable figure, known as Big Gold Tooth, to address the situation. Few dare to call him by his nickname. Only those of equal standing would dare utter Big Gold Tooth, while others respectfully referred to him as Boss Gold Tooth. Big Gold Tooth was no fool. Despite the absence of clues or bodies at the scene, his intuition suggested Scarface and his crew were either dead or had been abducted. After inquiring about the day's events, he learned that a disturbance had occurred at the casino, which Scarface had quelled by expelling all the other patrons. After that, the situation took a dark turn, with everyone else inexplicably vanishing. The troublemakers from the mainland, however, had safely escorted Su Dafu out of the casino, making them the prime suspects, despite the lack of tangible evidence. Consequently, they had zeroed in on Su Dafu and Chen Pingan. Anticipating such a development, Chen Pingan had already advised Su Dafu to relocate. In a city as vast as Hong Kong, finding Su Dafu post-move would prove challenging for the gang. As for Chen Pingan himself, he felt no trepidation. As long as he did not provoke the number gang, they would be wise to refrain from troubling him. Should they choose to do so, he would not hesitate to retaliate decisively. As night fell, Chen Pingan instructed Lao Song to drive him directly to the renowned mid-levels luxury villa district, one of Hong Kong's most prestigious residential areas, home to the city's elite. With his current financial standing, he could afford a property here, yet he preferred not to squander money at this juncture. He resolved to wait until after the impending storm had passed, anticipating a significant drop in property prices. Upon arriving, he instructed Lao Song to wait, promising to call once his business was concluded. Lao Song complied without question, understanding his employer's discretion. As Chen Pingan stepped into the night, He was acutely aware that Lao Song would not pry into his affairs, a quality that endeared him to Chen Pingan as a driver. Meanwhile, within a lavish villa in the mid-levels, an elderly gentleman sat quietly in his study, perusing the newspaper, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Suddenly, a knock at the door disrupted his solitude. Puzzled, he wondered who could be visiting at this hour, as family typically would not intrude. "Who is it?" he called out. "Come in." The door opened to reveal a young man he did not recognize. "Who are you?" the elder inquired, his expression grave. "I believe this is our first meeting." "Indeed, Mr. Hua. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chen Pingan." The young man stepped forward, extending his hand in greeting. The elder, maintaining his composure, accepted the handshake. "You are Chen Pingan? That name is unfamiliar to me. It must be my first encounter with you. You are not a descendant of my old friends, are you?" Mr. Hua asked, his tone inquisitive. "There is no need for you to probe further, Mr. Hua. You will not guess my background, for this is our first meeting. My parents are ordinary individuals, with no connection to you. I realize my visit is somewhat abrupt, but I find myself without connections in Hong Kong. Meeting you through conventional means would be exceedingly difficult." The elder was none other than the illustrious Mr. Hua, a patriotic businessman whom Chen Pingan greatly admired. With little time left in Hong Kong before returning to the mainland to continue his studies, Chen Pingan sought to leave behind some ventures to manage. Recognizing the potential complications of leaving them unattended, he thought of Mr. Hua, which is why he had come to pay a visit that evening. Chapter 98. Collaboration. Meeting Mr. Hua is no simple task. It is akin to the impossibility of encountering the President of the United States if one lacks the requisite status and influence. Although Mr. Hua is not the American president, the principle remains the same. It is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to gain an audience with him. Chen Pingan, lacking connections in Hong Kong, finds it equally challenging to meet Mr. Hua. "That sounds rather severe, but it need not be so," Mr. Hua remarked with a smile. "I wonder what brings you, young Chen, to seek my company?" "I have come from the mainland and have some business dealings in Hong Kong," Chen Pingan replied. "However, I am soon returning to the mainland to continue my university studies. I harbor concerns that my business in Hong Kong may be jeopardized, and thus I hope to collaborate with you, Mr. Hua. Your esteemed status would certainly ensure that my interests are protected. Collaboration implies mutual benefit," Mr. Hua continued. "Should you face difficulties in the future, I would be glad to assist you. I may be an ordinary person, but I possess certain skills," Chen Pingan asserted. "I excel in two areas, taking life and saving life." As he spoke, he raised his hand and gently struck the wall. Mr. Hua, initially puzzled, soon widened his eyes in astonishment as he noticed a handprint left on the wall. "Impressive. Could this be the legendary inner strength?" Mr. Hua inquired, visibly excited. Chen Pingan simply nodded, his meaning unmistakable. "Remarkable, truly remarkable. If this were directed at a person," Mr. Hua mused, shaking his head in disbelief. "Such power, when wielded with lethal intent, was undeniably formidable. However, at Mr. Hua's level of standing, there were few who warranted such drastic measures. Aside from taking life, I am also adept at healing," Chen Pingan added. "Mr. Hua, despite your wealth and access to the finest medical resources, your health is not as robust as it could be. If you trust me, I can provide treatment for you now." Mr. Hua, taken aback, responded, "I should not have any significant ailments, should I?" "That is something you know better than I," Chen Pingan replied. "While there may not be any major issues, your vitality has waned with age, and your current state cannot be altered by conventional medicine." Chen Pingan smiled. "However, with my treatment, you can regain a sense of youth." Mr. Hua pondered for a moment before saying, "If that is the case, I shall rely on you, Mr. Chen." "Please, you are too kind. You are roughly the same age as my grandfather. Feel free to call me Xiao Chen," Chen Pingan replied with a grin. "Then you need not call me Mr. Hua. You may refer to me as Grandpa Hua," Mr. Hua chuckled. "Very well, Grandpa Hua," Chen Pingan said without hesitation. The disparity in their statuses did not diminish Chen Pingan's advantage. He was indeed gaining much from this arrangement. "Now, let me check your pulse to assess your condition," Chen Pingan suggested. Mr. Hua promptly extended his hand. As Chen Pingan began his examination, Mr. Hua felt a warm current flowing from Chen Pingan's fingertips into his body, a sensation so distinct that he easily recognized it. "Is this the inner strength?" I can feel it, Mr. Hua exclaimed in amazement. Indeed, Grandpa Hua, this is inner strength. It allows for a more thorough examination of your health, Chen Pingan confirmed with a nod. After 2 minutes, Chen Pingan withdrew his hand and smiled. My assessment aligns with my initial thoughts, Grandpa Hua. Your health is generally stable, but age has taken its toll, and your condition is not what it once was. I will use my inner strength to help restore your vitality, and I propose to conduct these treatments annually. While I cannot guarantee everything, I can assure you a long life. Can one truly live to be 100? Mr. Hua asked, astonished. At over 70 years of age, the prospect of living another 30 years was indeed a delightful revelation for Mr. Hua. Words alone are insufficient. Let us revisit this topic in 30 years, Chen Pingan jested. Agreed. We shall discuss it again in 30 years, Mr. Hua replied joyfully. Is there anything I need to do now? Grandpa Hua, please lie back on the sofa. It will be more comfortable for your treatment, Chen Pingan instructed. Mr. Hua complied and reclined on the sofa, while Chen Pingan commenced the healing process. Though the specifics of their collaboration were unspoken, it had already begun. As long as Chen Pingan demonstrated his worth, Mr. Hua would naturally support his endeavors. Chen Pingan initiated the infusion of inner strength into Mr. Hua's body, stimulating the vital points, and also utilized silver needles for acupuncture. This treatment would require a full half-hour. During this time, a knock resounded at the door, causing Mr. Hua to hesitate. Chen Pingan approached and opened the door to reveal a housekeeper carrying tea and fruit. Grandpa Hua is resting. Please hand me the items. Do not disturb us for now. Any matters can wait for half an hour, Chen Pingan stated with utmost ease, taking the tray from the housekeeper. The housekeeper stood momentarily stunned, unsure of Chen Pingan's identity, especially since he was in Mr. Hua's study and addressed him as Grandpa. Very well, sir, the housekeeper finally replied hesitantly before closing the door and departing. Once the housekeeper had left, Chen Pingan resumed his treatment. Meanwhile, the Hua family had received a report from the housekeeper about the unfamiliar young man in Mr. Hua's room. Chapter 99. Congenital heart disease. The members of the Hua family were taken aback upon receiving the news, as they had been completely unaware of any developments regarding Mr. Hua. They had only heard rumors of someone seeking out Mr. Hua. However, the sudden presence of an unfamiliar young man in Mr. Hua's room was indeed peculiar and somewhat unsettling. They felt it imperative to clarify the situation. Mr. Hua's eldest son, Huiyong, stepped forward upon receiving the news. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, he remained composed and did not act recklessly. Instead, he summoned the family's bodyguards and reorganized their positions. He then approached the door to knock once more. Chen Pingan, somewhat speechless, nonetheless opened the door. After doing so, he returned to Mr. Hua's side to continue his treatment. Huiyong entered the room and was immediately struck by the circumstances within. Mr. Huiyong, please take a seat over there. I am currently attending to your father's health. I understand you have many questions, but I kindly ask for your patience. Mr. Hua is in no danger, and I assure you I mean him no harm, Chen Pingan stated calmly as he proceeded with his tasks. Seeing his father safe, Huiyong let out a sigh of relief. Very well, I shall wait here, he replied, taking a seat nearby. As Chen Pingan continued his work, he offered a brief explanation of the situation and introduced himself. Mr. Hua had already succumbed to a restful slumber, lulled by the comfort of Chen Pingan's treatment. After hearing Chen Pingan's reassurances, Huiyong felt considerably relieved. Half an hour passed swiftly. Chen Pingan's efforts had significantly improved Mr. Hua's condition. Once Chen Pingan completed his treatment, Mr. Hua awakened, exclaiming, "How delightful! I haven't felt this good in ages. I feel invigorated." "Father, you're all right, aren't you?" Huiyong inquired urgently. "Why would I not be? I feel absolutely splendid." Young Chen possesses remarkable skills. His medical expertise is truly exceptional, Mr. Hua expressed with gratitude. Seeing his father well, Huiyong exhaled a breath of relief. Chen Pingan smiled, but refrained from further comments. "Perhaps we should conclude our discussion for today. We can address any matters tomorrow. Here is my contact information. Feel free to reach out if needed," he said, leaving behind his business card. "Very well. I shall speak with you tomorrow," Mr. Hua replied. "Huiyong, please see young Chen out." Huiyong nodded in agreement and personally escorted Chen Pingan outside. As they exited the room, they were met by a contingent of bodyguards, all poised and vigilant. At Huiyong's command, they would have swiftly intervened. However, now that Huiyong had grasped the situation, he refrained from issuing such orders. The Hua family awaited outside, bewildered by the scene before them, as they did not recognize Chen Pingan and were oblivious to his actions. Yet, seeing Mr. Hua smiling and bidding farewell to Chen Pingan, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Chen Pingan's gaze swept over the Hua family members, and unexpectedly, it fixated on a young girl among them. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. Despite her youth, she possessed striking beauty. Her porcelain skin, delicate features, and striking profile resembled that of a porcelain doll. However, her pallor suggested a lack of vitality, indicating an underlying health concern. Upon closer inspection, Chen Pingan discerned that the girl was gravely ill. Has this young lady sought medical attention? She appears to be suffering from congenital heart disease, he remarked, causing a stir among the Hua family. Mr. Hua suddenly realized the implications of Chen Pingan's words. If his medical prowess was as profound as suggested, could he potentially treat his granddaughter's affliction? The girl was none other than Mr. Hua's granddaughter, Hua Tingting, the daughter of Huiyong. Hua Tingting had always been exceptionally bright and beautiful, but her health had been precarious since birth, diagnosed with congenital heart disease. Given her condition, her life expectancy was limited. However, the wealth of the Hua family had afforded her access to advanced medical resources, allowing her to reach her current age. Doctors had previously warned that she might not survive past 20. Hua Tingting was a source of great concern for the Hua family, who had explored options for a heart transplant. Yet, such procedures necessitated a compatible donor, and despite their affluence, the Hua family had been unable to secure a suitable match. With Hua Tingting's fragile state, other medical interventions were futile, leaving the family in a state of helplessness. Young Chen, do you possess a means to cure my granddaughter? Mr. Hua inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. Please, Mr. Hua, do not rush. Allow me to check her pulse first, Chen Pingan replied gently. Then please do so at once, Mr. Hua urged. Little sister, please take a seat here, Chen Pingan directed, gesturing toward the sofa. I'm not much younger than you. Could you refrain from calling me little sister? Hua Tingting responded shyly. Then how should I address you? Chen Pingan inquired with a smile. Just call me by my name. I am Hua Tingting, she replied. Very well, Tingting, Chen Pingan acknowledged. Hua Tingting, upon hearing her name, wore a bemused expression, yet her beauty made even her confusion seem captivating. Complying, she settled onto the sofa, and Chen Pingan seated himself beside her, encouraging her to extend her hand for him to check her pulse. Chapter 100. Treatment plan during Chen Pingan's pulse diagnosis. The family remained silent, fearful of disturbing him. His expression appeared calm, yet he gradually furrowed his brows, indicating the complexity of Sister Tingting's condition. She suffered from congenital heart disease, a malady she had carried since birth. Despite receiving treatment over the years, the ailment remained difficult to cure, as it had never been addressed at its root. Additionally, Sister Tingting exhibited 3-yin absolute pulse, a concept in traditional Chinese medicine that modern instruments would struggle to detect. The manifestation of this condition was her frail constitution, which posed a significant risk should she undergo surgery. Is there any way to treat her? Mr. Hua inquired urgently. Indeed, there are two potential methods, Chen Pingan replied. The first involves a heart transplant. However, prior to this, we must rectify her 3-yin absolute pulse. Furthermore, the criteria for a suitable heart are exceedingly stringent, making it a daunting task to find one. Upon hearing this, the Hua family nodded in unison with Mr. Hua, expressing his frustration. We have consulted a world-renowned cardiac surgeon who echoed the necessity of a transplant, yet finding a compatible heart is exceedingly challenging. For affluent families, acquiring a common person's heart may not pose much difficulty, with the black market offering viable options at a modest price. However, for those with specific requirements, the search becomes arduous. Sister Tingting belonged to this latter category, making it nearly impossible to locate a matching heart, should a suitable heart remain elusive. The second treatment option would have to be pursued. The second method is more conservative. It allows for the treatment of congenital heart disease without necessitating a transplant. This condition essentially denotes that the heart did not develop properly at birth, akin to a vehicle leaving the factory with a defective engine. In such a scenario, unless the engine is replaced or thoroughly repaired, the vehicle is doomed to eventual failure. Conventional treatments would struggle to remedy Sister Tingting's heart. If entrusted to me, I would employ a nurturing approach to restore her heart to a state akin to that of a mother and child. This entails allowing the compromised heart to undergo a second phase of development, enabling its deficient parts to regenerate. However, this process is not swift. I estimate it may take up to 3 years at a minimum of 1 year. Thus, conservatively speaking, one could anticipate a recovery in 3 years. Throughout the treatment, it is imperative to avoid vigorous activity and maintain emotional stability, ensuring proper care of the body. After 3 years, I can assure you that Sister Tingting's health will align with that of a normal individual. As Chen Pingan concluded his statement, a profound silence enveloped the room. Sister Tingting sat in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom that her affliction might truly be remedied. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" she asked incredulously. "Sister Tingting, you belong to the Hua family. While I might deceive others, I would never do so to you. Furthermore, I shall not charge you for the treatment. What reason would I have to deceive you?" Chen Pingan smiled reassuringly. "Of course, while I will not charge for the treatment itself, the cost of medication will be your responsibility, and I recommend purchasing them on your own." "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, young Chen. We shall forego the heart transplant and adopt this conservative approach." 3 years is but a brief wait, Mr. Hua exclaimed with excitement. At this moment, Hui Yong interjected. "Will Sister Tingting be in danger during these 3 years? During my treatment period, I can guarantee that her heart condition will not exacerbate. However, Sister Tingting must cooperate fully, maintaining emotional stability and avoiding strenuous activities," Chen Pingan replied earnestly. "I understand. I have always maintained emotional stability," Sister Tingting said with a smile, her spirits lifted. "Then all shall be well. I assure you that in 3 years, Sister Tingting will be in robust health. If all goes smoothly, perhaps she may even regain her vitality within a year," Chen Pingan reiterated. The Hua family was elated by this revelation, struggling to believe that Sister Tingting had a chance of recovery. Nevertheless, lingering skepticism regarding Chen Pingan's youth and credibility remained unspoken among them. Let us conclude for today. Should we proceed with Sister Tingting's treatment, substantial preparations are required. I will provide a list detailing the necessary tools and medications. While I will not charge for the treatment, you will need to finance the acquisition of these items, Chen Pingan stated calmly. He then produced paper and pen, beginning to compile the list. Hui Yong approached, eager to clarify any uncertainties regarding the items. Before long, the list was complete. After leaving it behind, Chen Pingan made his exit, with Hui Yong personally escorting him to the door. Once Chen Pingan departed, the Hua residents fell into a contemplative silence. "Father, how shall we proceed?" Hui Yong cautiously inquired. "First, we must investigate his background. Additionally, how did he gain access? Did no one in the family react?" Mr. Hua asked coolly. "I have instructed the butler to review the surveillance footage. We should receive information shortly," Hui Yong replied promptly. In no time, the butler and the head of security arrived hastily. "Sir, we have gathered information," the butler announced. "What have you discovered?" Mr. Hua pressed. It was the head of security who responded, still exhibiting shock. "Sir, it has been determined that Mr. Chen entered through the main gate. However, instead of using the entrance, he leapt over the 3-meter-high gate with astonishing agility. Had I not viewed the footage, I would not have believed it possible for anyone to clear such a height." Upon entering the courtyard, Mr. Chen strode confidently inside, moving so swiftly that the guards were caught off guard. "I apologize, sir. This lapse is on us, but—" The head of security hesitated, unable to continue. "Accompany me to the study," Mr. Hua suddenly commanded,